Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the OWCS main event of Stage 2. I'm going to be your host, Zoe, and these are my trusted analysts, but also, more importantly, my friends.
I'm so happy
who have not been calling me for like months. What's going on there?
What are you talking about?
We
missed you, Zoe. We missed you.
You literally never reply in the group chat unless I tell you.
That is true. That is true.
Like, actually, I'm left on red on a daily. However, we're not here to talk about our failed friendship. We're here to talk about Overwatch, because the players we will be discussing, they have not failed us at all. They went through some grueling Swiss stages, group stages, main event is coming up now, so lots to chat about. But first, people wanted to see you guys again. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. It's good to be back. I'm excited for the show. I think we'll see some interesting stuff. I think we've seen some new teams making it here to the main event, some teams we didn't see in Stage 1. And because they're playing for double the points, I mean, a lot of these teams could be making, teams we haven't seen before, could still be making a run to DreamHack Dallas.
Stage 1 was pretty clean. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Stage 2 has been an absolute brawl. Like, there's just been upsets all over the place. Teams are trash talking. It's wild out there, Zoe.
It's a lot.
So I'm ready for the main event.
You know what's always wild
spicy.
and alive too, and spicy as well? Chat. You know what chat loves? Drops. Perfect transition. There you go. Drops will be enabled, of course, all weekend long. It's Thursday, and we're already talking about the weekend. In fact, it will be available for all of the main event, and these are the goodies that you get to have. So well worth to connect your Battle.net account to either your Twitch account or your YouTube account, wherever you will be watching us from. We hope you connect the dots and the accounts, and then you too can be walking away with some free stuff. Now, our teams, they will not be walking away with any free stuff. They had to fight hard to get to where we are right now. So let's walk you through the format one more time to see how we got here. We started with a Swiss stage. Many teams did compete there. Matches getting harder as you progress through the Swiss stage, as you will be matched up against people of equal strength. Now, top 16 advanced into the group stage, that GSL-style brackets here. The top 2 teams from each group did advance into the, drumroll, main event. And this is where we're at right now. Double elimination bracket, as it should be, to keep it exciting, guys.
Yeah, now we get to see kind of the cream of the crop here. And I think there are still a bit of differences between the teams, even at this level, where the top few, I think, might be head and shoulders above. But I would have said that before, and yet we've had upsets already in the group stage, right? A lot of teams that we would have thought had made it to the main event didn't qualify, were eliminated by up-and-comers. So I think that goes to show how competitive the scene is right now, how kind of anybody can make their mark. Even these, lesser-known teams, younger players have been making their mark on the scene and upsetting a lot of these veteran teams we would have thought would have been, clear favorites.
And that's so great, Johnny, because these teams are fighting for circuit points. So to see new faces getting some little bags or bigger bags along the way will be great. Here's currently the circuit points leaderboard, but Johnny, these are just for this very group stage. So This is not including Stage 1 people.
This is the standings after Stage 1, and of course, if you get first in Stage 2, if you get first this weekend, you qualify for OWCS Dallas, which is next month, of course. But if you're second or third or first in circuit points, you do have a really good chance of qualifying for Dallas, of course. So you want to get into this top 3. So you're looking at Team Peps, for example, competing here in EMEA. If you get some points this very weekend, you could qualify for OWCS Dallas. Now, you need Space Station to maybe drop out of there, and it's going to be very tough. But there's a chance.
I mean, you're playing for double the circuit points, though, right? So these Stage 1 results, they help you, right? If you get like these top few teams, they have a little buffer. So maybe if they're fourth place here in the tournament, they could end up being third and still qualify. But there's not that much safety with double the circuit points on the line, right? You really need this tournament to go well. Even if you're one of the best teams from stage 1, if you were to drop out in the first round of this group stage, it'd be rough for you, right? Like, I don't think you're making it to Dallas. So really, everything's still on the line. You get that subtle advantage from doing well in stage 1, but you've got to perform here. So pressure is on for all these teams.
Yeah, love to see it. So they have a lot to fight for. Now you at home, you don't have to do anything really in order to meet us in Dallas. No, you're okay. You have to drop some money on your tickets, but a lot easier road for you, I dare say. So make sure to join us. DreamHack, always fun. Johnny, a resident Swede,
Gaming festival.
all about them DreamHack.
Festivals are generally fun, so it's a gaming festival. It couldn't sound more fun than that.
It has festival in the name. It's got to be fun.
It has festival in the name.
I just want to be there and to be at like a multi-esports event. I think this is pretty rare for Overwatch, right? Usually Overwatch, we're off doing our own thing, but it's cool to see, like, to be part of a wider community of esports and gaming, to see people from other titles. I'm looking forward to that too. The diversity of experiences that something like DreamHack is exciting.
Yeah, meet like-minded people and us as well, as if we're not like-minded. We'll also be there.
We're more of the people.
We are the people, in fact. And some of the people you might be meeting might be some of your absolute heroes. Let's take a look at that bracket. Maybe one of those heroes is in one of the teams still remaining in the Stage 2 main event. These are our upper bracket matchups. Is there any matchup or any team in particular that you're most excited for this weekend?
Jake,
I think Space Station, honestly, for the EU side here of the OWCS main event. Space Station didn't do so well. I think they maybe underperformed, I think it's fair to say, in the last tournament. We had that last second patch, if anyone remembers, from stage 1. Now, kind of the gloves are off. Space Station, they've had the time to prep. No excuses. This is the tournament when we really see what this team is made of, and potentially see them as a stronger contender for those top 3, top 2, and maybe even the championship spot.
So Jake is right. Space Station, I think, is looking like a really good favorite this weekend. But I gotta highlight,
Oh yeah.
Gotta highlight the underdog. The Wrecking Ball, the Junkrat. How can you not root for Oh Yeah?
I mean, you cannot not root for Oh Yeah. It's filthy that it worked this far.
They sell jerseys.
I hate it, but I love it.
They're monstrous at the heroes they play. I think, and honestly, for someone like Twisted Minds, where there's been some rumors that there's a bit of drama in the roster, they're having people off roll. They haven't. I mean, the rumor mill has been churning for Twisted Minds, and I do feel that a lot of teams, you have your drama and then you figure it out on match day. Kind of that's when everyone locks in and kind of put it behind you. But when you're playing the Wrecking Ball Junkrat team, it's is liable for the mental boom to occur. It's like the absolute maximum danger of mental booming is when you play Oh Yeah. So if they can get a win here, that would be so huge for them. And I can see it happening. Like more than usual, I can see a team that if you're already a little tilted, come on guys, in your ranked games, you had some rough games, your teammates are throwing, you're getting a little bit tilted, and then you come into the game and the enemy's on Wrecking Ball Junkrat.
And it works out.
Kiri, Bab, and they're just that's the worst feeling in Overwatch. So
you know what they say in boxing? Like everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. It's the same way playing against Wrecking Ball and Junkrats. Everyone has a plan until they walk into a Junkrat trap, and then they're like, wait, do we actually go Sombra? Are we actually diving Sombra Tracer against this Junkrat ball?
Yeah, mental gotta be solid if you're going up against.
Easier said than done.
Mental also needs to be solid if you're tuning into some of our co-streamers, because they're up to no good. And we're gonna have plenty of them as well this time around, because we're only able to cover one single game here in our studio, and that's why we have the help of, I'm gonna read this one off, Lecday and Commander X. They will be covering Twisted Minds versus Oh Yeah. CB-chan and Zaroid will be covering ENCE versus Super Shy, and the Bad Pachimari League covering Peace and Love versus the Impero. And we here will be watching this match, Space Station Gaming going up against Team Peps. They are all fantastic games, so I hope you just have 4 monitors open at all times.
For your own sanity, I would suggest that you don't try to watch 4 games of Overwatch at once.
What could go wrong?
Let's give you a reason to watch ours if you just want to stick to one, and that is going to be the reason. I mean, Space Station Gaming, everything we've seen thus far was very London Spitfire-esque, I dare say. They obviously had an easy time going through the groups. They 2-0'd them, no problem at all. And they didn't miss a beat trying to go for them Brawl Heroes. We saw a lot of Ramatra coming out of Space Station.
Yeah, a lot of Ramatra, and I mean, it's a pretty interesting team because they started out in Stage 1 earlier this year to actually become quite adept at dive, playing a lot of dive composition with how they're playing the Winston, for example. Psycho coming into this roster, providing some of that Echo Tracer play, for example. But now in Stage 2, as you said, picking up more of the Ramatra, Hadi playing that bit of a brawlier hero, and also Sparker over on the Cassidy. You know, we saw a lot of Sojourn in Overwatch 2 in general. We've seen Sojourn for like 2 years now, but actually we're seeing Cassidy kind of back in the meta. It's a comfort hero for Sparker, and it's really aiding and shutting down some of these enemy tracers, right? So it's a good stage for Space Station Gaming, and I think because of that, Space Station is the favorite of a lot of people.
EMEA teams and Brawl Heroes, name a more iconic duo. I don't think I can. And now Team Peps on the other side, smooth sailing against one-man army in their Group C Decider match, which was the last time we saw them play. Also, we saw Ben Best being subbed in there, playing Orisa, but also the Winston, and their dive actually looked really solid. It was something that people questioned prior to that. It just didn't look like they were on the same page. This time around, they seemed really solid. So the changes they made between Stage 1 and 2 seem to really work out for them, Jake.
Yeah, this roster has been completely retooled with a lot different players. That they've looked a lot stronger, even pushing ENCE to a very, very close series, a team that I wouldn't have. I think if you can play ENCE close, you look like a serious contender, right? Even taking maps off them is huge. So I have to give Peps a chance. However, I think Space Station is going to be another very challenging opponent. Still considering Space Station the favorite, especially because in the end, I think the dive will be strong on certain maps, but I think there's a lot of rush. I think the meta is going to subtly lean towards rush. If you do go dive, you might keep most of these rush heroes, the Lucio, the Kiri, and just swap the Winston, keeping most of the comps stable. So I think that is going to play to the favor of Space Station. Can they swap between dive and rush without making roster changes? I'm not sure if Peps can follow that, but if they can, this could be a very good series.
Well, we're about to find out because the game is ready, so are we, and that means that I now have the utmost pleasure of handing it over to our lovely casting duo for the EMEA region today, Necra and Jaws.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Johnny has the cheekiest smile on his face when we had it over. I don't know. Just the way you looked at me, Johnny. It looked a little sus.
That's a look of love.
Yeah, maybe it was a little
I'm
love.
excited.
I'm not sure. I'm excited too. Yes, Rose.
Love.
We're so back. We're so back in the studio too. Space Station Gaming versus Peps. Main event for Stage 2. Spitfire want to reclaim some glory after getting knocked out, well, you could say pretty early on in Stage 1.
I think so, yeah. I think that Space Station Gaming, especially coming into the main event, they are set up for more success than main event 1. Not only does this team look way more drilled and practiced, feels like Funny Astros slotting into this roster a lot better than what we ended up seeing in that main event 1 as well, but I think just in general, the team looks way more confident being able to come into a lot of these matches. But similarly, I think Team Peps made a bunch of adjustments to their roster that also make them look easily a top 4 contender for EMEA. So, Jaws, I'm excited that we get a chance to start off our main event with this one.
Oh yes, Nepal is the first map as well, coming up on your screens just a moment as we load in. Match 1 of main event here in Stage 2. Space Station Gaming want to reclaim some of that glory, and Team Peps, like you said, Rose, maybe fighting for that 4th spot, right? I mean, we saw at the standings a little bit earlier on in terms of circuit points. There's a little bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th right now, but that could open up here. We'll have to see if Peps, what they've got to bring to the table, because a lot of teams over the last few weeks, Rose, it's been a bit of roster mania. Space Station Gaming, on the other hand, they haven't made any changes whatsoever.
They haven't, and I think that gives them a leg up when it comes down to playing in a meta that requires a lot of team synergy. You need to be confident in order to make those aggressive plays, and you also want to feel confident in how you're going to execute those game plans. But on both sides, even though we've seen a lot of Orisa, it's going to be Ramatra.
Yeah, Ram instead. Like Jay was saying, a little bit of rush. Don't mind some of that. Orisa does a lot of things what Ramatra does, and sometimes a little bit better. Surprised not seeing at least one Orisa on this side of the screen, but well, Sparker clicking heads as always, taking down Naga super early on. Space Station probably wanted to be able to push this, a little bit too scared of FD God with the boots, so they're going to take the point for free. It's going to be Backbone just bicycling from across the map, and here comes the small push. Easy double kill there for Sparker, picks up his 2nd of the map. Same with Landon getting his name on the board as well.
I love this composition from Space Station because it gives me a bunch of flashbacks to what we ended up seeing from London Spitfire. The Mei coming out from Backbone, Sparker being able to play the Cassidy alongside Landon. There's just a lot of raw damage on the board here for Space Station, especially if they're able to force Team Peps to use a bunch of those cooldowns, like the accretion coming out from Tread. There's way less fear to be able to approach a lot of these team fights, getting that Cassidy up close and personal.
All right, FD God trying to hit the off angle right now, get a little bit damage in. I did ask Astro how he felt about this map coming into it. He's like, you know, I gave him he gave me one word, and it was domination. And currently that is very much what's happening right now. Hardy scoring 2 there, both backliners down. I mean, look, Sparker, Landon's best hero, the BAP. Sparker, one of his best heroes, the Cass. I mean, what more can you really ask for? 2 of the best on their roles, and I'd say best in EU as well, Rose. Exodio's also been a standout star, though, over the group stage. It's definitely worth pointing out, a brand new addition to Team Peps, of course.
And it's looking really, really good. ExoDL comes over from Sheer Cold, maybe one of the reasons why Sheer Cold was able to get as far as they did in the very first stage of EMEA OWCS. But with the Sojourn, has been able to have some big pop-offs with something like those charged railgun shots. A little bit harder to get in the mix, though, if you can't find those wide angles. Poor Landon.
Nice Blizzard as well by Naga. Beautiful stuff. Oh, FD got diffed by Funny Astro off screen. You see Astro skating away back to spawn. Space Station Gaming only using their window in that fight as well. They got caught off guard by the Blizzard from Peps, but you come back in with 4 ults, don't have to deal with a Blizzard or a window. You got to get Sound Barrier and the Annihilation out of Team Peps, but should be pretty easy. They can clear a lot of space here, even with this high noon as well. Force Team Peps on a rotation they don't want to take.
Right, Space Station can play this really reactively when they have all of these ultimates at their disposal. So just force Team Peps into a position where here's the Annihilation.
There's the B. This high noon's almost fully charged. That lamp needs to die. Eventually falls over. Annihilation in the front line for Hardy. Tread forced all the way back. A boop onto Sparker. FD God not managing to secure a kill. It's actually Astro that kills Tread in the end, and there goes Crook. Blizzard on the point. They didn't even need it for the frontline fight, and that is Space Station Gaming taking round number 1.
Very convincingly at that. Team Peps were able to sneak away the point for a short while, but Space Station played a lot of those fights very economically, were able to get so much value out of the ultimates that they did end up using, and in fact, didn't need very many, if at all, to win those fights, and I would consider that to be a huge win for them, but being able to play to some of their strengths, especially with Backman on the Mei, backing up Sparker and Landon on their preferred heroes in those roles, it just feels so good to watch Space Station approach this with such dominance.
See a Peps one with the Orisa this time. Do you remember seeing a interview with Commander X? Tread was on there, just talking about the team and talking about how they feel about this match, and he was saying, I just want to kind of counter-pick Hardy. So maybe that's kind of the game plan here. Not too much of a surprise, to be very honest with you. You want to stand up to some of the big boys. Hardy definitely being one of them. Both in physical form. Guy is large. Humongous muscles on him
jacked.
too. He is pretty jacked. I mean, I think Gushui will...
Call him Chatty for a reason.
Exactly. Gushui's got something to say about that for sure. Maybe you've seen that clip from World Cup. Pretty impressive. Or from finals, sorry. All right, Team Peps, what you got for us? Exodio on a flank right now, charging up that railgun. Sparker taking a lot of damage to the front line, but it's actually Landon that falls first. Hardy already popping that Nemesis form, unable to really stay alive. Without the ability to get healed up by Landon, you're pretty dead. Backbone just wanting to die on the point, although almost taking down Crook there with a nice little bit of teleport play. It'll be Sparker taking the head off of Naga, but he's on Trace, should get back pretty quickly, and that will be Peps capping. Yeah, someone's going to stand on the point. There you go. All right, all good. Peps, get the first cap.
Don't worry, don't worry. They will go back and be able to capture that point. Space Station, they want to commit to this composition once again. That Symmetric Teleporter is really great to be able to close the distance on something like the Orisa, but you have to be really careful because one of the things you want to do against this Orisa is force out as many cooldowns as possible. If you get the Spear Spin out of the way, it's a little bit easier to be able to get in there with all of that extra damage.
Oh, not going to be in a good stand right now. There's the window counter to this overclock. Well, they're trying to counter it as much as possible. Just force Exodio to make a small rotation, but they've got to watch out on the sidelines once again. Landon is just picked out of there. Naga from one end, Exodio from the other. Really nice stuff there. Pincering Landon. I mean, you're one of the best in Europe on BAP, that is for sure, but you can't do much if it's dead. Nice little snipe there onto Hardy. Good start from Team Peps. Got a lot of ultimates to this next fight as well. Sound barrier for both Space Station and Team Peps. This next fight is going to be a long one, especially with Trev being able to keep himself alive too in the front line with that ult.
For sure, and so the later beat going to be really effective here, especially if you're able to match it beat for beat and you feel like you as a team are in a good position to be able to do that. But I look at the Terror Surge just as a way to help displace some of these members on Space Station, but like you have a lot of ways to be able to get out of that, especially with the Symmetric Teleporter being on cooldown.
It looked almost too obvious there. That Terror Surge coming in. Sound barrier comes out as well as that lamp. Not many defensive tools there for Space Station. Naga with a beautiful stick on the back line. That's extra damage on top of Backbone too. Double kill for the Tracer. Final fight for Space Station here. That was really patient of Naga too. Lamp was down, Beat was down, and even the Casty roll was also down, so there was no chance there for Sparker to stay alive. Don't want to play too far up, don't want to get magnated, but this is final fight now, Rose.
It looks like Team Peps are going to be able to come away with this one.
Oh, maybe not. Okay, there's a wall on the point. Using more like a Ryan shield this time around, but Team Peps more than happy to push through that. Backbone was there to touch. There's one low health Kiri Crook on the point. FD God falls, and there you go. Support the backline, the backbone of the team, if you will, in Team Peps is down. Nice teleport there from Backbone, getting the touch. That wall also helped the rest of Space Station move up to the point without any damage being flung their way. They do find the flip.
This is where I start to get a little bit worried if Space Station can keep it, though, because Exodial, DPS that we've been praising as just a really bright, up-and-coming DPS player for EMEA, has got this overclock online, and one thing that Exodial knows how to do is click heads. So if you can play this Sojourn at range, get this overclock going, then you might be able to get a big pick.
This ends.
Oh, there's the overclock. Can he find any heads, though? That's the question. He's got a few people in his sights, but there comes the window. A little bit later, Astro taking 2 shots there. A miracle that Astro stayed alive. And we Team Peps right now, just being a little patient, wait for the window to dissipate, and then try and make their move. They've got a rush, of course, Rose, so they could just lay that out on the point if they want to, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Push onto the point, try and force Hardy's positioning, but this Annihilation will be quite the thorn in the side here for Team Peps. That was quite cheeky as Sparker, does get punished for it too. Sound barrier from Astro's coming up, but they shouldn't need it as Team Peps. They're just gonna get wiped, this Annihilation, a little bit too strong for them. That rush, Rose, didn't really get anything there. Got them some positioning, but that was about it. Good disengage from Space Station.
Really good, and this is where Funny Astro can come in, just being able to not only help speed away the team, but knowing that you have a teleporter as well. There's a lot of tools to be able to kite away from the damage that Team Peps is going to be laying down. Being able to play from the defensive position as well gives Space Station a little bit more agency to be able to use those tools more reactively, but they've got to watch out for Naga, who's able to get that big 2 pick earlier on.
Nice beat. Beat coming in, late one from FD God, unable to save Tread. There's the stick on the bab, Landon soaring to the sky there as he explodes into a million pieces. Astro getting chased down as well. Naga killing both the backliners, and Hardy just left alone on an island there. I mean, without Tread, you're thinking there's no real front line, but Naga just settles the score with Space Station. Tread comes back on the Doomfist for just a full group up as Backbone tries to stall out for some additional time, but no, it is Team Peps at 99% ticking over. We'll take the second round. That was almost a complete flip there from Space Station, but Naga coming alive.
It's so awesome to watch how the Tracer is able to navigate some of those backline components, and also it is way harder to stick those pulse bombs now. So very impressive that Naga was not only able to get 2 kills with the pulse bomb earlier on in that map, but also being able to finish it up with just some really extreme damage there, sticking it onto Landon and then being able to get Funny Astro down as well. Really love to see Naga be able to show up in that type of way. But heading over to Village, this is where we see a bit of a reversion of that Orisa going back over to the Ramatra. But Jaws, this is where they struggled. On Sanctum, Tread had a lot of difficulty being able to get up and close and personal to Space Station and actually find ways to make this Ramatra work. So I'd love to see if Team Peps can turn it around here.
FT got going down first. Not really what you want to see from your Lucio. But Sparker's going to hit you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Doesn't matter how slippery you are on Lucio, he's going to get you eventually. These teleport plays as well, Rose, are going to be quite tricky for Peps to play around too. Backbone is he's so well versed on the silly heroes. the Sim, the Mei, anything rather silly, Backbone is pretty damn good at. There's the cap for Space Station.
We'd love to see him play Junkrat maybe one of these times. Maybe, oh yeah, I'm gonna be able to give him a bit of inspiration there. But no, they do get the point capture first. But take a look at how quickly they're able to engage.
Ooh, FD got managed to get out of there. Not entirely sure how. Heidi with the Nemesis for. Trying to make sure this point doesn't get flipped over, but he might have to let it go. Yeah, he does. Teleport play was nice, but they didn't actually end up coming up with a kill. Space Station now going for this reflip, and Tread doing exactly the same thing Hardy was doing a second ago. Crook is keeping everybody alive, and that window's up at 5%, but they need it right now. They do end up using it, and there comes the sound barrier from Space Station. They really want to get this point flipped, and they do so quite successfully. Just looking for flanks now, knowing this window is going to disappear rather soon. Nice TP from Sparker, straight back to the point again. They're so good at these teleports. It does remind me of Twisted Minds back in stage 1. And here comes the sound barrier, a later one from Peps. Annihilation from Hardy, only 5% away as he receives the lamp just to be kept alive on the corner. Although now he's 70 HP and Annihilation comes out. A TP, high noon from Sparker as he lands himself in the backline. Someone's going to have to clear him. Someone please look at Sparker. Someone's going to have to get him eventually. Exodio down, another double tap there from Sparker 2, ends Crook's life. I mean, you may have got the flip, Peps, but the team fight's already over. These TP plays from Backbone and Sparker looking so clean.
They look so good, and especially when they're able to play in tandem like that. Sparker with this Cassidy has just been clicking heads left and right. Those critical hits hurt, and you're able to get like a 2-tap onto Naga very easily. Exodial is also going to be very close to going down to something like that, so you gotta be able to kind of keep an eye out on where Sparker's going to try to take these flanks, especially when the Cassidy can play that much closer to the team, and Exodial is going to find more value taking these longer angles.
No, well, Exodial... Your overclock, it looks pretty cool, but what's even cooler? A giant wall that you can't shoot through. Oh dear, FD got an Exodial dead. Quick reset from Peps, they got one more fight.
One more fight, and they also have the ultimates to do it. You could put Landon now on the Baptiste next to somebody like Sparker on the flank, just continue to amplify that damage that Sparker is putting onto the off angles, and Funny Astro as well, working up to the sound barrier. Feels like a Space Station have a good idea of closing the fight.
Someone needs to touch. I believe that was Naga that was getting a brief one there. Has to hit that recall though. Heard that from a mile off, and I think so did Space Station as well, so doesn't have to worry about Naga for at least for a couple of seconds. 2 windows coming out, and now Sparker, it doesn't fear anything at all. Peeks the window, doesn't care, Magnate on the side. Someone please look at Sparker. FD got down, so the Team Peps will lie. 99% to 100, and there you go. Space Station with a 2-0 victory. I mean, Sparker, you just got to look at him just once. Just tag him. Tag him down.
He's too bright.
Too bright.
How do you look right at a sun? You know?
But you know, okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, so yeah, okay. You'll damage your eyes if you're looking at the sun, but someone's got to look at him. Someone's got to tag him. Just check Sparker on the flank, because that's what, like 2 or 3 fights back to back there, where he's just off, either with a TP or just kind of walks there. Like, yeah, it's rough. And with Sparker and Landon being some of the very best on their individual roles and individual heroes too, you can see why Space Station are really trying to cement their name here in main stage 2.
They just look so confident being able to put Sparker next to Backbone on the Symmetro or Landon on the Baptiste. Those amplification matrices made that Cassidy that much more deadly. And when you're playing around the teleporter too, that's part of the reason why it's so difficult to look at Sparker. Not just because he's that bright star, but because he's just, where did he go? Huh? Like 1 minute he's there and the next second he's gone.
Someone just needs to check him on the sidelines. Easier said than done, to be fair. I mean, you want to use that window to try and obviously amplify the damage, walk through onto the point, hopefully get some kills, hopefully pressure, but it's real tough, especially when you got Landon too. Not something that should be ignored. That bat through the window still does a fair amount of damage, and yeah, just the ability to TP too is just exceptional. I love watching the Sim TP plays. I mean, when Sim and the Rhino is like, oh, you can TP Shadow, that's pretty cool. What's even cooler? TP High Noon into your backline. That's even better. It's pretty scary stuff. Although Naga is kind of coming alive here on the Tracer this round specifically. Huge pulse bomb kills, and like just dealing with the backline in almost a 2v1 was just exceptional. Exodio not quite just yet showing up, but it is Naga lifting a lot of the heavy weight right now. We'll see if that can continue.
I think it's tough too because you look at the differences between playing a Sojourn in your team versus playing the Cassidy. And one of the reasons why this teleporter play was also just so exceptional is Sojourn has one mobility tool, the power slide. If that's off cooldown, it is way more difficult for you to be able to grab that rotation in order to find an angle onto somebody like Sparker. So that was another way that Space Station was using those teleporters to be so tricky, which is to just keep Sparker out of the LOS of Exodeal.
God, look at these clips. Just completely ignore. That's what you want as a DPS.
Crazy.
Just, hey, don't look at me. I'm just shooting you in the back. Nice updated graphic screen here as well. There you go. Eichenwalde is our next map. So we jump into that in just a moment. 100 limbs to 80, not bad. Pretty similar stats across the board, to be honest with you. Rather reminiscent of Control. I mean, it's a pretty scrappy game mode. But yeah, Eichenwalde up next. What do you really expect we see here, Rose? I think with Space Station Gaming, it's kind of their bread and butter. They just want to either run the Rush or they can run the Orisa. But it's going to be Cass, it's going to be BAP. And there's been a lot of kind of talk recently in the community about the Kiri Soj versus like Cass BAP. A lot of the time, and what me and Scott were saying the other week as well, was like it feels like personal preference, but with Space Station, their roster, my God, you just stick on the Cass and the BAP. Like Landon and Spark are just so sick. And then, you know, Hardy can just flex to whatever he wants to too. We might even see a little bit of dive, hopefully. We'll have to wait and see that.
I think we could. I think when it comes down to both of these different tanks, we've seen a lot of different tank choices coming out from them. Sigma, Orisa, Ramatra, Winston. So it wouldn't surprise me to see any of those picks come out from either Hadi or Tread. But when you take a look at the Lucio impact, I think this is something we just simply can't ignore, Jaws, is how Funny Astro and FD God are slotting into these rosters.
Yeah, I mean, Funny Astro, definitely one of the best Lucios in the world. Like, mechanically, guys, a nutcase. FD God is up there as well. Although, yeah, on the winning side, you expect Astro to be doing a little bit more, obviously. The KDAs are pretty crazy there, 7.3 to 1.9. Do have a small substitution, though, for Space Station. Backbone out for Eichenwalde. It will be Psycho in.
All right, so whenever we see Psycho being able to come into the roster, I think it's really interesting to see what he is going to end up playing. Typically, it's been the Tracer, especially if you look at their most recent match versus Ex-Oblivione. It was the Tracer alongside Sparker's Cassidy that was able to have such a big impact on Samoa, Midtown, and Esperanza. But going over to Eichenwalde, Tracer still makes a very good choice here, and especially if you have to go up against a Tracer player like Naga, it feels like you almost have to match that in that type of way.
Yeah, Tracer seems like the perfect call here. Well, they can do some cheeky stuff with TPs with the or the May or whatever, but yeah, it seems a little bit more beneficial to the Tracer. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can play in Eichenwalde on all 3 points. I have to wait and see what they want to roll out with. I wasn't expecting, apart from like Chasm playing Ball, but with Ball's update, I'm like, man, we could really be in for a ball battle. Like seeing the patch notes and then obviously being put into the game straight away. I'm like, is it really wreckable time? Are we really going to start seeing that? But there's a lot of things that kind of counter the ball. Like it feels very much more of a solo queue, like quick play kind of change. It doesn't really affect like the top end unless, like I said, you're Chasm. So I don't think we're going to see Hadi's famous Wrecking Ball play. It will just be Team Peps on the defense here and Tread on the Orisa.
Yeah, when it comes down to the patch notes, yes, we ended up getting a patch in the middle of our group stages, but the biggest impact we ended up seeing is actually to the Pulse Bomb. The Pulse Bomb-based projectile size decreased, so the total projectile size is roughly about 0.25 meters, which makes a lot of difference. You're seeing maybe a little bit less impact from those Pulse Bombs to be able to get a stick or be able to get a kill. So it's really impressive now that we're able to see those still come through from these top-level Tracer players. Wrecking Ball, I still don't think we're going to see it outside of Chasm on all, yeah.
And now I can never hit a Pulse Bomb again. So, yeah, excellent patch. Tread's 1 HP. My word, Sparker was just laying into him in the front line. So the best thing you do is the Cassidy there, just force the Orisa gold. Exodia in a little bit of trouble. I'm not sure they're going to be able to stand up tall here. Nice little mag they do. Astro tanked that one. You saw Astro limping away, just trying to walk a wall ride, but you get hindered. There is a kill onto Hardy, which will mean a complete reset. 59% on the board. Pretty quick cap there by Space Station. But they only get that 33%. They didn't get to 66, unfortunately.
they're still able to get in very quickly with this style of composition, but the biggest difference is that Team Peps has switched Exodial over to that Cassidy. So we're going to end up seeing a little bit more damage coming through from Team Peps, just being able to play something that has a little bit closer range.
Dear God. Exodial don't want that smoke. He's out of there. Every time Exodial peaks, Spark has already got 2 shots lined up for him. Nice little rotation here. However, Pep's going to try and counteract that with the sound barrier. Later one from Funny Astro. Naga in for a pulse bomb. Should be a pretty easy one. I mean, there's no way Landon survives this, surely. Lamp goes down, somehow gets in, and the pulse bomb lands, but might be too little too late for Naga unless he can come up with something beautiful. Funny Astro with a couple of kills and Annihilation on the point to stop that Kitsune Rush getting anything done. And there you go, Space Station with a cap on first.
That was a really expensive fight on both sides, but it felt like it was even more expensive for Team Peps. Using that Kitsune Rush, still not really finding the value or struggling to, as we saw on that map number 1. And now that is an ultimate that you're not going to have coming up into this close quarters fight near the doors. Team Peps is already getting set up, though, within this castle. That's definitely not a place I feel like you would want to take a fight, but Space Station have a couple more tools to be able to deal with that, especially when you look at something like that AoE Immortality field if they do want to take a small room, tiny Overwatch fight.
I can do that. Not sure they want to do it without the Annihilation would be quite annoying, but luckily hard to use that last fight. God, Landon, being able to stay alive in the BAP is just so difficult sometimes. No Swift Step, no Suzu kind of deal. You got the Lamp to kind of save you, right? But BAP, a lot of the time, harder to kind of stay alive and execute on because you lack the mobility of the Swift Step from the Kiriko. Nice kill initially there by Team Peps, and they force the issue, just getting another one. See what Space Station can do here. They're going to maybe forward hold. I mean, they can do as well. There's the High Noon.
Terror Surge.
Exodial getting sped up through that window, though. Exodial's going to be he's in a little bit of trouble. Did get Suzu by Crook, but look at FD God and Naga completely sped up. That was almost a perfect response there from Space Station Gaming. They see Team Peps walk up with the High Noon. He's getting sped up. They put window down. It's like, now you can't collapse in on us again. Nice reactionary play there from Space Station Gaming to stop the spawn hold.
So when you see Team Peps so close to your spawn, it feels really good to have an ultimate like that to be able to play it reactively, as you mentioned. And Space Station, they're able to get out of the doors, and they still have so many other tools to work with. Team Peps approaching for the high ground. They still haven't had a chance to use this Terror Surge, but they do have the Kitsune Rush back.
Yeah, goodbye. It's so funny with High Noon, because you stand there, and the Orisa just does not care. Like, you've got High Noon, sure. Nope. I have 3 billion health, Fortify and Spear Spin, and I will punch you in the face until you die. Like, it's a little ridiculous. Spark, it was worth the effort, you know, like, maybe the Orisa backs up, maybe the team backs up, but yeah, Spark are unable to build up to all those skulls for those insta-kills. Nice
hey, to be fair, Cassidy with the High Noon is not always going to find the value that we would consider in something like a solo queue game, right? Even if you've got the Cassidy on the off flank, there's way too much team play in order to deal with that, like the Spear Spin or even just kiting away from that damage.
That was a really nice play from Psycho there, Rose. Actually touched the payload, spotted out Naga on the high ground. So Naga can't now drop on to Space Station, so they're a little bit more free to kind of walk through the open area of that lower castle. Annihilation for Hardy has to hold up the arms there. Takes a fair amount of damage, and that Annihilation will eventually wear off as Team Peps are able to spear him away, but now they're going to try and flip the map. There's this sound barrier coming in from Space Station Gaming. As that Terror Surge just landed straight on top of them, pulled them all together, but Tread just so isolated in the side. Pulse on from Naga, connects once more, but Landon had the lamp. And FD God, yeah, that's a rather unfortunate death there. And that should be cap. I don't think there's any much more Team Peps can do in this fight. They were just too split up. Team Peps end up falling there. And with 2 minutes and 45 on the clock, Space Station Gaming cracking down the doors of the castle.
Really nice approach from Space Station, especially recognizing that Tread could be isolated. I don't know why. Okay, Psycho just I guess keeping Naga busy for a little while, but
they can go fast now.
That's it. Yeah, like that's unfortunate that Naga is stuck back there because that is a 5v4.
High Noon, Exodial round the corner. Unfortunately, Hardy's skull wasn't built up there quite enough. Oh, Naga has joined the team again. We're back onto a regular 5v5. Back to normal Overwatch, finally. Hardy planting the shield on the sidelines, using that little vortex as well. Everybody kind of stuck in that one. And now Spark can use this high noon if he really wants to. Wants to be out to back up first, I would imagine, but there comes the rush. We know the high ground's going to be rather useful. This high noon could be even more deadly now. Oh, Naga, what? How did Naga get away from that magnate? I traveled like 1 mile an hour. Nice little spear onto Sparker there, cancels the high noon, but still just chunking away at that front line. God, Tread must be out of resources at this point. You can see how cautious he's playing in this corner, just making sure he can get the CDs back up again. Spear spin used, but the payload's still moving. Sound Barrier comes in to counteract this annihilation. Hardy with his hands up, focusing Tread's going to be the course of action here, and a later Sound Barrier from Astro yet again should see them through this fight rather easily. Space Station Gaming once more rose, pulling that Sound Barrier last, just getting the better beat. And the Annihilation, you know, it's got quite a short timer, but if you're taking people down, it might as well last for eternity. Space Station Gaming capped the point with 1 minute and 22 left in the bank.
That last team fight is such a good example of how teams are trying to play around in Orisa. Wait for those cooldowns to be online. You called out how scared Tread was playing in a corner. Didn't have the spear spin up, but when that was, he was able to peek his head out a little bit further. And that's really how you have to play these matchups. And I think something that might be a little bit difficult for Team Peps to have to deal with when it comes down to what Space Station are playing is there's very few teams right now in EMEA, OWCS, if you're watching the mainstream, that are actually playing the Ramattra. Everybody favoring playing the Orisa instead. So how practiced do Team Peps really feel against playing Space Station that whenever they set their mind on something and they have this one composition that they play, they get really, really good at it.
Sometimes there's not enough practice in the world for Sparker landing headshots, though. That's the big problem. You saw him every single time, right? Just peeking around the corner, not playing on like a super wide angle, but just chunking Tread over and over and over and over again. It's real rough for the Orisa. We'll see what Peps can do on their offense, though. And like I mentioned before, Rose, it's worth keeping in mind, like, with the distance between the Kiri and the BAP, it's so much harder for Landon to kind of play, not aggro, but, and you don't really want to off-angle as the BAP at all, but it's a little bit more rough because you don't have the mobility like the Kiriko does. You can't climb walls, you know. You got your exo boots, but, you know, they're pretty easy to kind of calculate. It's it can be really rough, but you can see how good Landon is, but just his ability to stay alive, it's a little bit wild.
Playing the Baptiste right now certainly is more punishable than the Kiriko because you don't have the Swift Step, but that's also where Funny Astro has really been able to put in that legwork to help keep Landon alive nearly just as much as Landon is doing that vice versa.
Naga was getting battle rifled there. And back it up. Oh, Naga from the sidelines. You see Sparker just, woo! One click on the head. Tread's trying to kill Max here, just trying to get as many picks as possible, or stagger maxing, I should say. Goodbye. Goodbye, team. All right, quick reset. It's a minute burned off the clock, not too bad. And with Naga dead too, Rose, it's really rough because you don't have that flank pressure either, although Sparker's always going to be checking you, but it's always worth having the Tracer, so the supports have to look 2 different ways at once.
Psycho, look how far forward he was playing as well, just to continue to keep some pressure onto Team Peps, and that also gives you a bit of sight onto where Naga might be trying to get that flank as well. You can see Naga taking this approach through the right-hand side, but still backing up to try to play with the team.
Really early window here from Space Station Gaming. I should say right on time, and Cook's also got the rush. There's the window. Spear spin. Tread's going to have to resource Max right now in order to stay alive. Nice little stick on the back. No Suzu, no gold, no spin. Easy pulse for Psycho.
It's so tough too because you have to wait to be able to weave stuff in when you make sure that like the Suzu is down, all of those cooldowns as well for the Orisa, but we're gonna get a pause, which with about 2 minutes left on the clock here for Team Peps to continue to make that attack. But it is, you can see the pressure that like a Tracer can have, especially when there is a Tracer on the other team.
Just getting word in, it's a mouse issue. Someone didn't charge their mouse at the very beginning of the day. I don't know if it's the charge, it could be anything. Fluffing the little sensor or whatever. You know the sensors that are invisible? I don't know if you ever did it in school, but you're like, oh, laser mouse, look at them. Although I'm old enough at this point to also have gone to school with the ball mice. So yeah, it really shows the age there. Sad stuff.
I never had a mouse in school. Like, we never had our own computers.
Oh, I was like, wait, what did you use?
We had to go to the library.
Rose is sitting there on a terminal, like she's playing Fallout 3, just like hacking in. Or maybe
we didn't have a laptop. We didn't have like a tablet. Nothing. We all had to take handwritten notes.
That's insane. Wait a second. Where did you go to Where did you go to school in the Dark Ages?
Is that weird?
God damn. Well, hopefully we're going to get back into the game in just a moment after the mouse issue has been sorted. But yeah, I mean, good first couple of attempts there from Peps, just unable to really crack that defense of Space Station Gaming. Psycho, and you can see how hard it is a lot of the time to get pulse bombs off and like all the abilities you have to list to get through. Suzu, they've got no gold, they have no spear spin, like, oh my god, like so many. But like just the patience there from Psycho really paying off in the end of it all. We're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere, just getting this mouse issue sorted. We'll be back in for Eichenwalder after this.
Begin excavation log. Sloan Cameron here on side to Petra. Me and the Wayfinders just found the coolest artifact I think I've ever... Again? Come on! Whoa. If you want to mess with these artifacts, you gotta go through me. Hey, I'm on to you! I gotta tell you, I wanna scream it out. I'm gonna show you, here's what it's all about. Up top, you big doofus. Rock and roll. I just can't believe my eyes. Oh me, oh my. Catch your eye. I got something that you can't deny. Excavation initiation! Time to really drill it in. Oh my, I just can't believe my eyes. We did it! We had a party or what? Whoa, no way.
Welcome back. Venture, not available right now, but the players will be able to play them in Dallas, if they make it there, of course, which is all on the line right now. We're going to get back in, and it was Psycho's mouse, by the way, running out of power. I was correct, I guessed, but it did happen, but it's all good. He replaced the AAAs. I don't know what he uses. He's probably just charging it up, but all good. Psycho's back in, Space Station are back in, Peps are on the attack. Here's 2 minutes to go, and Naga is 1 HP and requires heals.
Hey, Psycho's got to be locked in, right? To get all of those cool Tracer 1 clips? Absolutely.
Oh, wall pulse. All good, though. Happens to the best of us. That almost went down to it, too, to be fair. FT Gold already falling to Psycho. Rush on the point. There's the Annihilation. That double Nemesis form really helping Hardy stay alive. And Tread, once again, just setting its team up with the Terror Surge at the very... Oh, okay. Okay. You can type sit in for that one. Just a little AFK. Just hit the flick shot. Love to see that. Stoney doesn't end up falling, but yeah, Team Peps real struggling here. 1 minute and 15 to go. Space Station just seems like another day in the office, honestly.
This is realistically Team Peps' final chance at an attack on Eichenwald. So if they don't get it done here, then this is just going to be the end of the map. They do have the overclock from Exodial. It's been a little bit quiet this entire series so far, but maybe that's what Team Peps need on an off angle.
That shield from Hardy, like a fraction of a second too late to save Sparker. There's the double kill. Brand new superstar to Team Peps. Exodial has been lighting up the stage, honestly, in the group stage, and well, he's proven that he's going to keep the team in it. 4 kills for the Soj, 30 seconds to go for Team Peps, and there's the point.
Bought themselves a little bit of extra life with such a big overclock coming out from that little superstar. But FD God with the sound barrier as well, Team Peps, they have a little bit of momentum now pushing into this second point. They could use the sound barrier to be able to play a little bit more aggressively, especially if Space Station want to play a little bit more up close. So it feels good to have that, knowing you've got the barrier advantage over all when Funny Astro doesn't have it.
Oh, unlucky there, Psycho. Oh, maybe not so, maybe not so unlucky. Exodial receive a sound barrier there, so Psycho can one clip and force to use that pulse bomb, but these very early fights from a Space Station, I am a fan. Can Psycho get out of here too? He's gonna pick up the mini. Surely doesn't get one more kill. They got to shut down the Tracer eventually. There you go, but still burning a lot of time off the time bank. It's gonna be tough for them to push over this bridge. And they put, what, like 40 seconds there or so? Space Station Gaming now regrouping us 5 on the high ground.
But yeah, it has been really good to watch these really big aggressive plays come out from Space Station. It's a huge punch. Landed picking up Exodial too.
Man, that's such a large ultimate to lose too on that push. Seems like the perfect spot to kind of use that rush, but as you come up the stairs, the angles which you can kind of peek up at are so rough, and you could see Exodial trying to negate a lot of that by sliding over Hardy, but like you said, Rose, he just kind of sky uppercutted Exodial into the stratosphere, so rather unlucky, but it was worth the attempt. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Peps not looking so hot right now, with Space Station Gaming got all the answers that Peps are throwing at him.
Yeah, I mean, Peps only have the Terror Surge right now, not necessarily an ultimate you look at to be super flashy, being able to get those picks, and especially when Funny Astro has a sound barrier, it's going to be even harder for Team Peps to use anything in conjunction with that Terror Surge, let alone by itself to find value. So a minute left on the clock, Team Peps staring on the barrel of being held on this point if they're not able to get themselves together.
Oh, he's just so clean. You're like, surely he won't tag me in Power Slide. Clueless. High noon available. Nice Terror Surge by Tread there. A lot of damage on land. He does end up getting stuck, and there's no Suzu. And Hardy is just going to pull the Annihilation. Hardy refusing to go down too. Pops the Nemesis form, refreshes all that armor. Like, you just get so tanky with the Annihilation, and then everybody at the very end of the fight, there's no resources left to fight with. And now Peps are in final fight territory, and they're not even at the bridge.
I mean, Annihilation to push them back, Immortality Field to lock it down, didn't even have to use the sound barrier there. And Team Peps, you're right, they've got their work cut out for them. 15 seconds left.
Sound barrier from FD God has to go huge here. Someone has to touch too. It's going to be Naga getting the touch. Window from Landon, almost in the perfect spot. Couldn't ask for a better spot, honestly. All right, they're going to have to get the retouch again. Psycho did chase Naga off. Here comes the high ground push. Sound barrier comes in, but FD God's alone on the high ground. FD God is alone on the high ground. No one was there to kind of help him out. They do take care of Landon, and Sparky gets booped up too from low, straight into the Spear of Tread. Okay, little distraction technique there, it felt like, from FD God. Ended up working out. Tread had to drop to the ground super quickly. Space Station Gaming not ready for it, clearly, as Landon went down first. Here you go, though. Going to get another re-engage with a window available for Space Station.
Yeah, good response mechanism to have against this Kasune rush from level 1 Crook, but it's going to be way harder to actually touch to get the recontest.
They've got it. Psycho's on the point as well. Crook's already dead. There goes the backline. So close, yet so far from that third point. Space Station Gaming mop the floor with Peps. And they find themselves in a match point situation as well. 2-0 to start out the day.
Hey, that's the power of getting the mouse fully charged. Maybe take some time in the
100%
next
power,
map in between the next two to just like make sure it's like really charged and ready to go. But what I was gonna say before that fight ended so quickly was that it felt like it was gonna be more difficult for Space Station to actually approach and be able to get that last second touch when you have to walk into the Kitsune rush. But of course, if you're Space Station, you don't care. You have other ways to go around it. You've got the amplification matrix to help maybe push them back a little bit and just clean fundamentals.
Yeah, it was a 4-1 push there. 4 people went out one door. Psycho went round to touch, so they knew Psycho had touch, so they ended up pushing out the from RPOV, the right side of the castle, and then setting up window for them to basically just shoot. And shoot they did very, very well. And
Sparker, go kill.
Yeah, well, exactly right. And then Psycho's just there, perma touching the point. It was a very nice pick off early on as well on level 1 Crook. Yeah, Team Peps down 2 maps right now. Freddy getting knocked to the lower bracket, which will see them a little bit later on as well. Space Station Gaming, I mean, they're looking real good right now. Like you said, Rose, just pure fundamentals. Everybody playing their role exceptionally well. They're a scary team for sure. And they want first place here, Rose. Last event, last main stage, they did not get to where people expected them to. They got knocked down lower semis to Ex-Oblivione, who's not here right now. So maybe that kryptonite is gone, right? That was a very tough series for them. But they're ready to stamp themselves as kind of top of the EMEA region. And they're starting off pretty well here, I'd say, with a 2-0 lead.
I'd say so as well. But yeah, last main event stage, they ended up getting 4th place, which was very much below everybody else's expectations and their own.
Oh, easily.
Being able to find their way back into a main event and just show us already such a dominant performance over a team that we've also said put in the legwork, made those adjustments in between stage 1 and 2. Team Peps really do look set up to potentially be easily a top 4 team in the EMEA region. I think that just shows what this team of Space Station is capable of, being able to have such a dominant lead so far.
All right, there's the KDAs and all the stats on your screen. A lot of eliminations, of course. That one was a little bit of a bloodbath, I'd say. 140 to 89 limbs. Damage mitigated, pretty similar. And a lot more damage done by Space Station Gaming. But decent KD8 as well. Iconvalda, that was the map. Yeah, so we're going into a map number 3, Rose. I mean, what a Peps really change up here? Because, and also, to be fair, we talked about it at the very top of the game too. There's a little bit of roster mania going on. Like a lot of teams picking up individual players, or like they're dropping a couple. Like Ents just picked up 2. Like Chase obviously went to their team as well. There's been players being flung everywhere pretty much. But Space Station Gaming sticking to the same old, same old. And why change what's not broken? They didn't finish where they wanted to and where everybody expected them to in stage 1. But maybe they thought, you know, a little bit of an upset. We're happy with the core of the team, and maybe that's what's really being the driving force here, just being able to stick as the same core.
I mean, shout-outs to Commander X, who's been doing incredible player interviews and coach interviews in the time in between the OWCS days, but I was able to listen to the one that he did with Landon, and it was very clear just how much communication has really changed in the team. Not only is Hadi making those more aggressive calls, but like Landon and Funny Astro, they are actually playing a ton of ranked together as a duo, and that is just a way different testing environment that you can actually make sure that you do have those skills all put together in that synergy to keep each other alive. And you also have just such a flexible roster. We see Psycho now take a back seat for Backbone to come back in, and when we ended up seeing Backbone on that very first map, it's like same old Jaws. This is just a player that you expect to come out, play the Mei, the Symmetra, and just give us the good old like Reinhardt OTP comp we love from London Spitfire.
Well, Esperanza is the map picked by Space Station Gaming. Yeah, Astro is a bit of a ranked fiend, or wild wolf. Just the most unhinged Smurf names. Ridiculous stuff. And yeah, so you expect them to be pretty much on the same page for that. And like being together as a team for so long, this is kind of what you kind of hope for teams, especially if you're getting in the upper echelon of OWCS, is you get a decent placing and then you just work on it. Just maybe you add a piece, but more often than not, you know, you stick as a whole squad. You're just going to be able to improve as a whole in your team. Just unlimited amounts of success, well, like potential, sorry. Maybe unlimited amounts of success too. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how Space Station does the rest of the tournament. But as we load in, Esperanza, Yeah, I think we can see a little bit of Ryan, but it's probably just going to be Rush, probably going to be the Ram. We'll see what Peps want to bring to the table, because Tread, like I mentioned before too, said, you know, I kind of want to counterpick Hardy. I kind of want to like bring it to him a little bit. You know, Hardy is an old, like an old head, like one of the old guard at this point, right? Tread, very much an up-and-comer, wants to prove himself.
For sure. And I think what better opponent to have to prove yourself than one of, if not the best tank player that EMEA has to offer.
Right.
And something that's been so fun about being able to watch Hadi pick up this Ramatra when most other teams are playing the Orisa is the acknowledgement of cooldowns you have to track from a player like Tread, who's been very, very strong on this Orisa for Team Peps, but also just giving us that feeling of, you know, similarly playing like a very aggressive Ramatra style to something that was very akin to what Hadi used to do on the Reinhardt, and basically you're still throwing hands, whether it's like a big hammer or like actual fists. I don't know.
It's a melee hero. It's half melee hero. It'll
it's
do.
Fun.
Exactly. Hardy do love swinging at people's faces. Naga's on the Echo here, which is going to be a little bit rough against Sparker on the Cass. So you can see how a little bit timid Naga is playing, but you can't really even play around the middle section here, since you can get TP'd on pretty easily. With Backbone in, you can imagine Team Peps are kind of expecting some sort of Sim or May look. Sim makes the most sense, especially being able to TP up into high ground, or even, to be fair, like he's doing now, down to low. Try and find a right click on somebody. God, it really does remind me of Colosseum.
It's interesting because, like, Naga playing the Echo, like, the Tracer was just so effective when we ended up seeing it on Nepal. And so it's a little bit interesting to watch the Echo that maybe is able to play at a little bit longer range. But maybe that's what the idea is here for Team Peps. Just stay out of that same line of fire, that up close, that style that Space Station would love to play. And Naga with the duplicate gets a chance to actually dupe the Ramatra.
Yeah, Landon is down. Very, very messy, like, trades there. It was unfortunate they lost Backbone so early, who's going to be a large portion of their damage, especially burning down the Orisa at close range. And Astro landed that beat. They killed FD God, but, I mean, not having your Sim there was a little bit rough. It was actually Peps come out on top at the very end, but because it was so scrappy, they're not going to be able to get a ton of bot push, but they get positioning. Positioning for Exodial here is going to be key to success, especially with this overclock. Oh, High Noon.
Yeah. You want to take that off angle here, but High Noon first, maybe.
Yep, he's going to go back.
Oh,
Exodial didn't see that one coming, did you? Oh my word, wasn't even looking at it. Oh my, FD God almost AJ'd. Well, FD God is jumping into the back line. Somehow stayed alive. Spark is still up though, still clicking heads, but is it going to be enough? They've only got the Lucio for heals now. 3 members of Peps there descending on the Cassidy's positioning. Is that Landon? Yeah, he's dead. Goodbye, Landon. Space Station ended up losing that one too, even though after that tricky High Noon ended up taking down Exodial. It looks like Peps will take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Team Peps, very economical fight for them too. Use the rush, use the sound barrier, versus whatever Space Station threw at that fight. It feels good to just only have had 2 ultimates used there. So you were able to have this duplicate up once again, and with Naga duplicating the Ramatra in the last one, it's just so much point presence.
The copy on the Ram in a small corridor. Oh, unfortunately you don't have enough health to survive that spam damage. But Tread definitely does. Missed the spear onto Sparker, and Sparker dips behind the window again, and just boom, straight in the head. Kills Tread with a nice little headshot. Good stuff there. That looked almost unlosable there for Peps. They ended up killing Landon so early on. And they had a duplication. If Naga ended up getting the Annihilation there, that was pretty over for Space Station, but they managed to even it up. Astro was busy taxiing Landon, so they should be back in just a moment. They got Sound Barrier too. FT got us 50% away from his, so they could play a big tempo play if they wanted to. Maybe TP in the back, hit the beat, go for the back line. Force that Suzu or
they absolutely could.
Or the Swift Step, sorry, first. Would be helpful.
Yeah, you have a lot of things you got to keep track of in order to make an aggressive sound barrier play like that work. But if one thing is for sure, Space Station, they can do that, and they will.
All right, Exodial used that overclock. Hit Sparker in the head, but he still had some of that over health from the sound barrier. And of all things to die to, a Vortex, I'm sure, wasn't in the mind of Exodial. And that will be checkpoint for Space Station as well. Rush beat available for Team Peps, but unable to use it before that checkpoint was taken. And any meterage after this is going to be tough to reclaim for Peps here.
Yeah, because now you're in a territory where Space Station have like a clear advantage, having the checkpoint, being able to just kite away from this. Annihilation.
He's done it again.
Oh my god.
He just hits the high noon, hits the TP. My word. It's so hard to lock down the cache. You're like, yeah, just shoot him. He's walking at like 1 mile an hour. But no, he just TPs halfway across the map, uses the portal gun, gets back. Team Peps ended up using the sound barrier in that fight too, and Space Station is still running it down. Naga looking like they want to go on a flank. Duplication straight onto the ram, perhaps. Again, makes the most sense to me. He's been spotted, though.
Yeah, but a window again. Yeah, spotted, and there's another window from Landon.
Huge TP, now just pop the window up and you're all Gucci. Level 1 Crook so low. Nice Magnate as well from Sparker. Just pins down level 1 Crook, no swift step. And the duplication easily dealt with because of that window. Rotation from Space Station Gaming as they see the bot was stolen, but Exodial was the only one there to try and take the bot away from Space Station. I mean, they lose a couple of meters there, sure. Team Peps kind of falling apart right now at the seams.
It's looking so rough because you 4 minutes left and there's still such a huge meterage that you're going to have to make up for this team.
No TP for you. Hardy dragged straight back in with a Terror Surge. That was rather cheeky.
That's all right. I mean, I like Hadi at this point. Like, I think he could do anything, and as long as it's not inting, I think that Space Station's gonna be fine.
Me to my ranked teammates.
Yeah, I guess
if you do anything except for int, we're good. We're good, please. Nice little wall. These walls are fantastic as well, Rose. Look at how much rotational space they get. They just walk past them completely, just to ignore the high ground and just like, oh, well, now we can just TP under low if we really want to.
This ends now.
Here comes the overclock, though, from Exodial. Instant Vortex and a sound barrier, too. Exodial is going to have a rough time getting any kills here. It's actually Tread that goes down first. 98 meters and counting. Space Station Gaming taking control, understanding the win conditions of Peps, and just handing them slap after slap around the face, honestly. It is real rough for Team Peps right now.
So rough. You still have 3 minutes, and the map isn't over until it's over, but the meterage lead is getting even larger for Space Station. You've got another rotation of ultimates to work with, and Team Peps have nothing outside of this sound barrier. So FD God, once again, has to come in super clutch, and Tread's already half.
FD God went in, sound barrier went in, insta-died to Sparker almost. Crook is 1 HP. Naga was trying that whole time to get some poke damage in the backline, but just not to be. And now, with a high noon, maybe Space Station Gaming can force a couple of extra ultimates out here from Peps because they're close to just finishing it.
I think they could. At this point, Naga coming in with a duplicate to at least dupe the Ramatra does give Team Peps a leg to stand on when it comes to this defense, but Space Station was being so tricky with these teleporter plays, and they've got another high noon ready for a flank Cassidy.
And you're forced to use ults. There's the rush. Sound barrier straight back in. Tread's got no CDs left. And a high noon from the high ground after teleporting. Sparker is just laying waste to Team Peps. And that just is going to be a full cap. Space Station Gaming going to take this series. I mean, Exodial, I mean, you have to just perform profit levels of carrying to get this game under your control. Space Station Gaming looking at a full cap. This Terror Surge not going to result in too much. A kill, maybe, okay, Naga gets one as well. Is it enough? Not entirely sure, but with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, it's looking incredibly unlikely.
It is looking very, very unlikely. Even though if there was that big play at the very end of the road, Space Station can take another quick fight here, and with only 1 minute and 20 seconds left, all they gotta do is play keep away from Team Peps. And the onus is on Team Peps here to have to make up this huge deficit, and it's gonna require, what, 3-4 team fight wins in a row in order for them to be able to do that, and we're gonna be in overtime in a minute.
Just stack ults pretty much, right? Stack 5, walk at them. Easy game, like you said.
Annihilation, amplification matrix, put the photon barrier up, you're good.
High noon, up to the high ground. Surely they don't fall for it again. Oh, beautiful spear onto low. Receives the lamps, is still shooting as Crook ends up falling down to Astro of all people. There's 30 seconds to go, and Peps have forced a sound barrier. Exodial on the flank right now, takes to the high ground. London ends up falling, but still, they're trading. And that's not what you want if you're Peps right now. You can't be satisfied with trades.
It's just not enough. It's just not enough because you want clean, decisive team fight wins. You want to get your ultimate advantage if you can, and FD God has to go back to taxi Exodial to get back to this fight. So the bot is, it's not being taken care of. There's nobody left there to watch it, and now you're in overtime with a second left.
Smart play though from Team Peps. They're not pushing the bot into the territory of Space Station. Copy from Naga, goes over to the Sip. Pretty fast ult generation, but here comes the annihilation. Good luck dealing with that one, Peps. I think that's it for Space Station realistically. 3-0 against Team Peps. Upper bracket. It wants to be theirs. They have dreamed of this moment, making it all the way to the finals. Got knocked out super early against Ex-Oblivione last main event. And they're making a statement here, starting their first game off with a 3-0.
What a stellar performance from Space Station. It looks really good to be able to see them get that win, and I'm so curious to hear what the desk has to say about that Ramatra brawl we ended up seeing.
You know, I think that was a really impressive series for me from Space Station Gaming. Johnny, over on the other side of the table, I don't like being this far.
Are we debating?
I don't like
Are
being
we
this
ready
far
to
from you,
debate?
Johnny.
Space between the two of you.
Yeah, look, I don't want to be too close to Jake.
It's like the space between our hearts, you know?
Space between our hearts.
It's so
distant. So poetic.
You're so distant from me now, Johnny.
Yeah, it is kind of awkward. But
So we had to step away, so she'll be back with us shortly.
She'll be back, probably.
Listen, I kind of like this scene. I'm taking over.
Pulls Jake. He's in charge.
No, but we're going to check out the winning comms moment here, see how Space Station's feeling. I think they're going to be having a little bit of fun with it. That looked like a lot of fun to me from Space Station's perspective. Let's see what they had to say in that winning moment, though.
Can we peek over? Peek over? Yeah. It's crossing. You guys take it. I don't.
I got TP.
Copy.
Running. I pushed out above.
Not bad. What's it for the Twitter clip?
Bro, I really saw a world where we lost and I got fired.
I like everyone just goes silent when they know they won. This is not even like a real match for them. They're like, yeah, maybe they realized they would win this match quite a while ago.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Well, they did have a 100-meter lead at the very last fight. So, you know, they kind of had a hint, Jake. They kind of had a hint that they were already victorious. But there were really good comps, though, for the last fight.
Yeah, they were still locked in. They have a long way to go ahead of this, right? Like, Peps was the first obstacle, but they kind of batted them away with no worries, right? And so I think this Bap Cassidy could look really good for Space Station going forward. Sparker and Landon incredibly comfortable on their heroes. I think Peps, they had their moments too. They had some of these aggressive pushes, but they just felt so anxious as a team. Like every time they're just rushing in, initiating. FD God permanently just beating in aggressively. I don't think it worked a single time. I'm pretty sure that's not how you're supposed to play this comp. But they just felt the pressure from Sparker and Landon. They're just getting domed by these poke heroes before the fight starts, and they just start running it down on the Lucio. And it's just they're not able to win against Sparker, really. I mean, this guy was taking over the series. Sure, Exodial, he had some big moments, especially these overclocks opened up the game, but that's the value of the Cassidy. You're so consistent with that damage output, you don't need to wait for the ultimate. High Noon, maybe a cosmetic ultimate in some circumstances, but sometimes with that Sim TP, it becomes a whole different animal.
I think it is so impressive how Space Station has carved out their identity of being in so much control. I mean, these Symmetra Cassidy teleporters are just beautiful, the way they're manipulating the map and always making it difficult for your opponents. And that is what playing this Ramatra Bap Cassidy composition just gives you. When you're playing Sojourn, win condition a lot of the time, you need to find railgun kills. But with Cassidy, you can kind of manipulate the enemy tracer movement. Sparker is so proficient at getting picks. He was just on fire this entire game. But really, just the entire team, they're so good at controlling what their opponent is doing. Okay, if you're going to aggro beat, we have a perfect disengage. Funny Astro consistently got the better beat. So it was a really well-played 3-0 from Space Station. And they looked like they were in control throughout.
Yeah, and of course, player of the match for Sparker. I mean, gosh, we were on his POV. It felt like 2/3 of this match because I mean, he's just eating them alive on the Cassidy, right? Headshot after headshot, just raining in the damage, putting on so much pressure. Half of the plays from Team Peps are just shut down before they even begin because Sparker just has an opening kill on the walk-up. It's kind of the weakness of Orisa, right? She does incredible damage, and Cassidy, if you don't get a kill in those first couple seconds, that Orisa gets on you, it's all over. So Sparker, under tremendous pressure from this aggression,
look at these
unbothered.
TPs, Jake. These TPs, Jake.
Yeah.
Like, they're so beautiful.
Really gives it. I mean, that's like a Space Station Gaming special. I don't know if there's a better team in the whole world at manipulating the Sim TP. And Sparker, he knows exactly how to play around it on the hit scan.
Oh my.
I think this is a really, it's not a combo you can run all the time, but as a mix-up, it's so powerful.
Whoa!
This is so tricky. I mean, it's become so much harder to play against High Noon, right? That's the weakness of High Noon. It's so immobile.
Yep.
But with a Sim TP, it's incredibly hard to play against. You want to just hide, but you don't really have that option. So
and look, shout out to Backbone as well.
This is team play.
We always praise Backbone for his Symmetra and his mate play. He's so smart. He's so cerebral, as Bren would have liked to say. He's so cerebral in his play. But it really holds true. I mean, that is why Space Station Gaming is so good. The communication is on top, but also their team play and coordination is just pristine. So what an amazing trio.
Yeah, impressive work from them. Let's hear it from the man himself. We do have Sparker on the line for the interview. Sparker, welcome. What a performance from you, man. What an incredible showing. You just ate them up on Cassidy. I gotta ask, how does it feel to be bringing back the Cassidy BAP? A look we haven't seen as much from you guys for a while. How does it feel? You feel like this is the best look in the meta? You think other teams are wrong to play Orisa still?
It feels pretty good to me. We're just beating everyone right now, so I think everyone else has the wrong read on the meta so far.
Oh, so when you say wrong read on the meta, do you think that everyone should be playing mostly like Ramatra, BAP, Cassidy? Do you feel like teams are in the wrong for playing more Sojourn, perhaps?
Yeah, I don't get why people play Sojourn. It's just, I don't see the point. It's worse than Cass in every way.
Wait, expand on that. What do you think Sojourn is not good anymore? Because Sojourn has been so dominant in Overwatch 2. What changed?
I think it's just like the HP change, probably. You just have a 275 Cass running around 2-tapping people. You have damage reduction on every ability. I don't see how Soj is better, to be honest.
Yeah, right. Soj no longer one-hitting from full HP, and Cassidy, he never did that, right? Cassidy has always been a 2-tapping hero, and so I think you make a fair point that I think the team looks a lot more dynamic with the Cassidy. You're not waiting on rail, you're not, like waiting for the certain timing on the slide. You're kind of always ready to push, and it seems to me that, at least Peps, they were not ready for this. Like they're just running it down into you guys, but it looks a little bit hopeless for them. I guess, what do you think for your team going forward? Are you looking at any of the other teams that maybe you've scrimmed against? And is there anyone you're more worried about? Or any opponents like what about those top teams from the last stage? Ends, Twisted Minds. How do you see them ranking right now based on recent scrims?
It's probably us at number 1 easily, and then just SSG. The
number 1 and number 2.
Nah, and second, and then just a tier break probably between there and everyone else.
Wow, very confident.
Yeah.
That's good to see, though.
Yeah, I want to ask you quickly, like what changed between stage 1 and 2, because obviously stage 1, I think a little bit of a disappointment because you did end up losing to EXO, and maybe you were aiming for more there, being in the finals even. So like going into stage 2, what did the team talk about? How did you change things going into stage 2? Was there some like dramatic change in the way you practiced or communicated? What has Space Station changed in stage 1?
Well, we changed our comp, so I think we're way more comfortable playing like Sim, Cass, Ram, like rush style instead of the dive. So I think like our 2 years experience together, this comp just works way better and more consistent.
Okay, all right. I got one final question, unless you guys...
No. Go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead.
All right. How much is Hadi trying to bring out the Reinhardt? Like, let's be honest.
He's got to be tempted in this comp.
Hey, it has its situations, okay? So,
hey, Ryan got buffed. Hold up. Wait, Ryan got buffed, guys. Low key.
It might come out.
Might come out.
I'm saying don't play Sig against Space Station, or you will be facing down a Ryan.
Don't play Brig Bap or something.
Somebody
like that.
bring out the Sigma. I want to see the Hottie Ryan. The people have been waiting too long. Wow. All right. Thank you so much, Parker. Congratulations on the MVP and a great win to open here at the main event. Looking forward to see you guys continue to dominate this upper bracket. You do look like a different team than we saw from stage 1. Potentially on the road to Dallas. Going to be exciting. So thanks so much, Parker.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Parker. Wow, that was a clean 3-0. You know, I think we have 4 matches taking place at the same time here in the very first round. So a lot of action going around, and I've already seen the results trickle in, like ENS 3-0, Twisted Minds 3-0, oh yeah, as well here. But I honestly, going into this match, I didn't expect it to be 3-0 because Peps looked really good in the group stage.
Yeah.
Exodial, a standout Tiscan player, 17 years old, fantastic talent in the EMEA scene here. But
I mean, based on the results we've seen, though, I think what Sparker said isn't just bluster. Like, they could really be #1 with a bullet. I mean, Peps is a team that almost played ENS even, right? And so to dominate them like this, and this is just not a close match whatsoever. Space Station could be our favorites here to take the first place. And, if you have first place, you don't have to worry about those circuit points. You're going straight to Dallas. So I think that would be exciting for them. Let's take a look at the bracket. Check out what's been going on in some of the matches. If you've been watching the main stage.
Holy brutal.
My goodness.
They're all 3-0s.
Well, the Twisted Minds drama rumors have been greatly overstated, as we will see ENS and Twisted Minds coming up. But first, SSG and
Peace and Love are a pretty fun team, up and coming. Abik was just like, I'm just going to throw this team together. We'll see how we perform. And here you are, winning the first round of the main event. So,
well, they could go far in the lower bracket. We'll see if they can make a better challenge to Space Station. Maybe they have a different look. Like, it may be a different comp that could open things up against Space Station. They do look fierce. That Cassidy is just such a wrench in the works. Like, so many of the things you would want to bring out, Cassidy's just shutting them down. A lot of these like tricky heroes, flying heroes, spamming heroes, flankers. And it's like you don't want to play those against Cassidy. You want to win with a better sniper usually. But that just doesn't seem to work against the rush comp since, Space Station, they're just going to run it down on you if you start playing these greedy snipers.
Yep.
I am worried about some of these other teams coming up against Space Station. And we'll see if anyone overall in this bracket can give them a serious contest. But for now, we're going to go to break. We'll be right back with more Overwatch, more great matches just after this.
Great job, Jay. Great job.
Begin excavation log. Sloan Cameron here on side to Petra. Me and the Wayfinders just found the coolest artifact I think I've ever... Again? Come on! Whoa, whoa, whoa! If you want to mess with these artifacts, you gotta go through me. Hey, I'm on to you! I gotta tell you, I wanna scream it out. Hey, I'm gonna show you, here's what it's all about. Up top, you big doofus. Rock and roll! Just can't believe my eyes. Oh me, oh my, I got something to catch your eye. Oh me, oh my, I got something that you can't deny. Excavation initiation! Time to really drill it in. Oh my, I just can't believe my eyes. We did it! We had a party or what? Whoa, no way.
Welcome back, friends. Venture, the newest hero to Overwatch 2, and that one will be seen in Dallas, Texas. Not
Are we just
now,
not gonna say anything?
What are we gonna?
I'm so happy you're back, Zoe.
What, you didn't like it? You didn't... Johnny!
I
did great!
I was watching you guys, and you did indeed look like a couple who's been together for like 50 plus years.
He would like set up highlights and then he would analyze the highlights too. And I was just like, Jake, let me.
There's only two of us. We gotta talk a little bit more. There's only two of us. All right,
I
Johnny's
think
just
great. I had it muted, so I have no
All right,
fear.
don't worry about
You
it.
looked happy. Is that helpful?
I'm really good at that.
It's giving LA actor. Now, we do have another match coming up right now, and that one will be played with Team Peps, which are now finding themselves in the lower bracket after quite a beatdown. They have to recover from this quickly as well, because this is their last chance of moving on in the main event. Now, Team Peps, what was the big takeaway there other than it was rough?
Please stop aggro beating, guys. Please, this hurts my heart as a coach. Stop aggro beating. It's so bad.
Okay, Johnny, I would like to hear
I thought
from you.
Naga had some really good moments, like the one we're seeing right here, for example. He really kicked off the game on Nepal and really took it to Space Station Gaming. Some really good calculated pulse bombs. Tread has also been a bit of a standout here in stage 2. You know, obviously like a player who's come into this role and you know, not really accustomed to playing some traditional main tank heroes like the Winston, for example. But has in general done a fantastic job. So, you know, I think that Team Peps, they have all the pieces. This is a match they should win. Exodial, like I talked about in the previous segment as well, a really good, young, talented hit scan coming over from sheer cold here on the Team Peps instead. So they have all the tools in the toolkit.
They do.
Toolbox.
They do indeed. Tools are somewhere anywhere.
Lots of tools.
Lots of tools. Team Para, though, if you're going back to their group stage match, obviously we didn't get to watch their first match here in the main event. But in their group stage, when they went up against Rockstar, the way they qualified, it was very, very dominant. I mean, they literally boomed Rockstar.
Yeah.
They DC'd out. Right? So
Yeah.
I've never seen a rage quit in an official. So that was interesting. But also, like, their Tracer player, China, very, very solid. Crocs on that Orisa looked really, really sharp too. Kyo also filled the role. Could they have what it takes to take it to Team Peps?
I mean, Crocs had that moment, that clutch moment as well on the push on Colosseo, I believe it was, against Rockstars. And it's just like, that's like a highlight you dream of just like coming back as Doom and just getting like a 3K to keep the series alive, and then they end up reversing. I do think you're right about China, though. And I think China is like the key player to watch for the Imperial here. If you're going to win in this series, you need a big series from your Tracer player. You could definitely take it to Naga. So China's been a standout so far here in stage 2.
I do want to temper expectations, though, in that these are all like players without much experience at the highest level. Whereas I think a lot of the players on Peps have been around. So there are the up-and-comers, but you've got stable players like FD God who will hopefully bring some kind of consistency. But I mean, at the same time,
pretty hard on FD God so far.
I've been watching Peps. I think they're really playing the macro game wrong. I don't think they have like the right read how to play their own comp. I think they're like using the ults in a way I think is wrong. So maybe it'll be good enough, but I think there are real holes in their game. They should be a confident win though. They should just have too much individual skill. They should just be an overwhelming individual skill difference that should favor Team Peps. But I feel their weaknesses to exploit. I think DiEmpero has a chance.
Well, let's find out. They are the favorite to win this one. However, DiEmpero, I'm sure they watched this match or had someone watching that match and giving them the high notes on it as well. Yeah. Two people who've been casting the action here, of course, are Necra and Jaws. How do you feel about this next matchup?
I mean, pretty good. Look, for $100 an hour, you can also hire Jake to scream at you and to tell you that you're playing the game wrong and telling you to play the macro and the Lucio beats are wrong and terrible. So yeah.
No, I'll tell you how to do it right, Jack. You need my help, Jack. Let's be honest.
What? Okay, bro. Okay, buddy. Have you seen my Alari? Have you seen my Alari on ladder right now?
Stop it with Alari.
No.
75% win rate. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It goes hard.
I've seen the Alari. I don't know. I'm a little sus, Jaws. I'm not gonna lie.
What?
I don't know if the Alari is it in this meta right now, but it's definitely not for these players. When we take a look at what they've been running, I'm so sorry to say.
You're online and in person. I'm just getting beat down from every single angle. It's not fair. It's not fair. Let's get into the game though. Nepal is the first map, and yeah, you're not right. You're not wrong, Rose. We saw obviously a very different kind of style of comp coming in from the last series with Space Station, but DiEmpero probably going to run the more Orisa style here, which maybe Peps are a little bit more used to.
Yeah, they will. I mean, even just looking back at the match that they just played versus Peace and Love, they were really sticking to that core of the Orisa, Tracer, and the Lucio, and switching out whatever hitscan DPS they wanted to play in favor of the Sojourn or the Cassidy based on whatever map that they were playing to be able to play to those angles on those maps. So I'm expecting to see the Orisa mirror here between both of these teams, unless for some reason we end up seeing Tread go play something really fun, but otherwise, expect the kind of the same old for the Orisa comps.
Yeah, I like what Zoe picked up on the desk as well. How DiEmpero even got here. Reverse swept Rockstar. It's like reverse sweeping to actually get here in the elimination game. And there's a high intensity game. Emotions are going to be high. Like, you need that win to get to the main event, and DiEmpero did do that. It's going to be a tough challenge, though, up against Peps. We are seeing a Sigma being rolled out here, but a Winston dive from DiEmpero.
I mean, the Winston is another hero that Crocs knows how to play, and we did see them play a little bit of dive within the group stages. But if Tread was deciding to play the Orisa, I would have expected to see the Orisa mirror come out from DiEmpero as well. But seeing that that's not the case, the Sigma is a little bit vulnerable to something like a dive, and especially when you're going to see a flank here from EGS and GoGo. Yikes. Team Peps have to take a step back.
Yeah, nice little off angle there. Classic Kiriko gameplay. China's the player Johnny was saying they have to keep your eye on. Your Tracer play does have to go rather large, and quick swap here from Team Peps. Running over to the Ram instead now. Cox playing this corner.
Okay, Ramacha versus Winston.
Oh yeah, instant.
That's interesting.
Nice corner check there by Tread, making sure Crocs doesn't get away with murder. Speaking of which, yeah, GoGo has to go out of there. Otherwise he's going to get booped off the map quite sharpish. Exodio taking a lot of damage too from across the map.
Yeah, but playing the Cassidy this time instead of the Sojourn as they did in their match versus Space Station. So denied a little bit of that one-shot potential that this Sojourn from Kyo is going to have. But you can already see that Exodeal is able to get into the fight a little bit faster with something like that roll and just apply more pressure to the front line.
All right, another kill for
EGS.
EGS kind of going a little bit crazy on the Kiriko right now. Team Peps a little battered and bruised, of course, from their match against Space Station, not what, like 20 minutes ago.
And that's something that DiEmpero might want to exploit. Like, thinking back to the reverse sweep that they ended up getting on Rockstar, something that we heard in the listen-in from Crocs is they were in the mental. They were in Rockstar's mental. They knew that they had broken them, and the fact that Team Peps is playing something different, maybe DiEmpero smell that blood in the water.
Crew just happy to tank that disruptor shot in that window. Nice little shift to try and keep him alive, but again, a very later use of this rush. It's just so clean. And that pulse bomb saved, luckily, by that lamp. And Naga dead again. I mean, DiEmpero have got ult Rose. Peps, they're going to have to touch at some point. Early beat, they have to use it to engage. Jake's going to scream. He's screaming right now in the green room. I can hear him from here. And they're gonna have to use it to get to the point. FD God getting booped away by this primal rage, but Tread is already dead. That's 100-0, just like that.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, yeah, you don't even have enough time to get that off, even if it was going to be a flashy play right at the point. But Jaws, I don't know if anybody expected this. 100-0 on the very first round of Nepal, with the Team Peps having no skin in that game.
You're very much feeling like if you're DMPero right now, you are the underdogs, and that can be quite a powerful thing on the mental too. Maybe it was all the mental game right now for them. Of course, making it here after that reverse sweep is just a stellar performance. And being able to keep yourself in the game like that, coming in and then, you know, it's only first round. Don't want to be a one-round Andy, but still looking extremely strong.
Yeah, but you're right about that, though, right? Because expectations for both of these teams are so different. Team Peps, they have a bunch of star power on their roster of players that you have come to expect to be in the top levels of EMEA. And also, just as an organization, they've always been on the upper echelon of the teams we expect to see in EMEA contenders. DMPero, on the other hand, this is a team that got together after playing ranked games. Not many teams can say that that is how they formed, and DMPero are absolutely making it look like that's the strat.
Hey, that's how good teams are formed. See you in ranked? Hey, you're pretty good. Let's pick you up. Let's make a team together. Let's play in even the FACEIT League. Still sign up, I believe, today. Make sure you check that out. Kyo with a nice little off angle here on the Sojourn. Nice slide, but unable to get away from Exodial. Here we go. This is the Exodial that I want to see. Nice clean away from Team Peps there. Capping the point, first time in this map. They get a nice little team kill. Orisa versus Orisa 2. No monkey business.
Right, and no Ramatra business either. And so this is where I was really excited to see how these two teams are going to match up against each other, because this is what you should expect to see out of almost every single team in EMEA, I guess outside of Space Station and maybe Twisted Minds. But the Orisa versus Orisa, it plays so intricately because you are watching all of those cooldowns from the Orisa. Does even go capitalize on this Orisa being on their own? You also have the differences between the Sojourn and the Cassidy, but it's really about marking those cooldowns to see if you can get the upper hand as an Orisa player, and Crocs is trying to do just that.
Jeez. All right, reset. Oh, yeah. ETS knew their time was up there. All right, Team Peps, and Exodial again. Turned up quite large. No more Sojourn either, Rose. I think, I wonder if we're going to see Exodial only play the Cass. Obviously, going from the Space Station game, where he played a little bit of both.
I think it's just better, especially versus the Orisa. You get 5 headshots into her, she's dead, right? So you can't ignore the firepower that Cassidy brings. Like, Tread is already so low coming into this, but that's Kyo on the other side.
Kyo gets 1 kill on FD God. Now China trying to tag down Exodial, eventually gets it. Oh, Naga with the double pulse off screen. Sound barrier comes in from DMPero, trying to keep them in this fight. A little dance there from Tread in the corner, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Team Peps forcing out that sound barrier is really nice for them. Oh, surely Naga doesn't get away with that. Yeah, okay.
You can't let that go unpunished. At least Gogo is going to be able to get back quickly as the Lucio player, but you've got to pick up the kills wherever you can. It's an early disruptor shot, though, here from Kyo as Team Peps make another move in.
All right, Terra Surge, Suzu perfectly times. Good stuff from Crook. Does pay for it, though. That railgun hitting a little bit too hard. Same with that spear. Perfect javelin timing there from Tread. That slide from Kyo would have saved their lives, but I know to be saved when a spear is planted firmly between your chest. And Naga just cleaning up some of these kills. No supports left for DMPero. Should be a clean sweep here, you'd imagine, unless China goes nuclear. Not going to happen, though, as Tread shuts him down. And that's Team Peps claiming the point again, 90%. Kyo is alive, same with Gogo, so they should be able to get at least a single touch here, but the Terror Surge from Tread might be a little bit too much for them to deal with. They'll have to wait and see who ends up going for this touch if they get caught and killed.
And China's going to be the only one with an ultimate online for DMPero as well, so while it has had like a huge stick rate, it's not always the big difference maker anymore.
Oh, that might just be it there, Rose. Yeah, there we go. Okay, DMPero, they did get the touch there. China triple blink into the recall onto the points, but Team Peps, okay, coming alive. That's why I wasn't a one-round Andy. That's why I'm a 2-round Andy. This game looking pretty close. Team Peps now with a round of their own, going to round 3 now.
I think the moral of the story is that this match is closer than people might expect it to be, right? Because Team Peps, like, they are a team that you expect to be able to be in the top 4 of EMEA, but DreamHack, with these limited expectations or just different expectations as a team, they get to come in and just prove themselves as that underdog. And so I'm really excited to see where the series can go. Obviously, both Naga and Exodial, they both stepped up in that last map, not only with just the 2K pulse that we saw from Naga, but Exodial being able to play the Cassidy showed us way more consistent damage than sometimes the Sojourn is able to provide, having to charge up a full railgun shot and then that not even being enough to take down a 250 HP target.
All right, let's roll out the gate. All right, tread back on the ramp. Gonna decide to meet up on this high ground here. Very rare do we get kind of a fight in that small little corridor at the back, but Naga dead again. EGS, that's the second round that they managed to pick off Naga or somebody with the kunais. Scramble versions of them as well, which is quite nice. Nice first fight from DreamHack, just beating him to the punch. And that is the cap as well. Nice little kill from Naga, but it shouldn't mean a whole bunch, especially with Exodial being caught out completely, yeah. So that stagger kill onto Kyo won't mean a whole lot now. And you can hold super far up too. It's going to be rough for Team Peps to get out this choke point, so we'll see if they want to go kitchen or if they want to go height here.
Could go, yeah, you could go that way. I think like taking the height's not too bad because you're able to at least close the gap onto DreamHack a little bit faster. You still have the Lucio to speed you in. You also have that movable barrier there from the Ramatra, but Naga is just getting like stepped on at every corner.
That he is. Almost took the point as well for free. Oh, there's Go-Go, already falling down. Exodial with a perfect sight line over the battlefield. Terror Surge lands on Tread. Still got a lot of healing there for the Bab. Use that shift and the Immortality field to keep Tread pretty damn healthy. Good score onto Kyo there. China also falls, but DreamHack making that fight last quite a long time. Does mean they get 50% on the scoreboard.
Precision and control.
Oh, EGS was just out in the open.
And yeah. I guess going back to spawn, but at the very least, DreamHack, they can use this Kitsune Rush as an engagement tool in this next fight. You also are able to get up maybe even this overclock to help push Team Peps back as they are taking this forward hold. But they can, like they have the sound barrier to help beef up this annihilation from Tread, and they have every other ultimate under the sun to have this close aggressive hold. So look at this, DreamHack, they don't want to fight on that high ground. They're just going to go to main and head to point.
Nice heads-up play there from FD God. You saw him booping away the enemy Soju who's trying to take heights. Crook does have the window, and now is a perfect time to use it too. Kind of dicing with death right now. They're fighting into a Kitsune Rush. Somehow manages to tank, well, with the help of the sound barrier, that pulse bomb that landed at their feet just a moment ago. Kyo with the overclock, but still has to deal with this annihilation. Ascends to the high ground as Naga is actually the first to fall in this elongated fight. Bit of a messy one. Kyo has to keep themselves alive, but it's actually Tread that comes up with the kill with the help of Exodial, and now they can put themselves on the points. So after Crocs are ready to stay alive, gain some more time, but Team Peps finding a team kill and still holding on to that point. Very, very messy engagements. They really break down by the end of it. And you can see Crocs just trying to run for the hills and help his supports, but even sometimes they're also too nimble, trying to get away from the Orisa and trying to get away from that annihilation too.
Especially if you're going to have like Tread and FD God stacking on top of each other, you could also just walk past the Orisa and start to go after everybody else that's grouped up around Crocs. But Kyo is going to hit this overclock, try to open things up for DreamHack as they move back in. And they're up against the clock now, Jaws. It's going to be a last fight territory for Team Peps to take this first map.
Feels like Kyo should have got a Bravery medal there for peeking from low to high with an overclock. Still manages to snipe Crook from across the map, however. That was dangerous of FD God there, booping Kyo up to a decent position to snipe him out. Kyo just get ascended on though on the height, but Team Peps do end up losing the point. It's 98% for Team Peps. They're still in this fight too. I mean, it's been so scrappy, Rose, that Naga might just be able to open this up with a pulse bomb. They're just permanently touching, trying to check China now on the left-hand side, trying to force the recall. Get anything out of China is perfect. Recall force, Naga looking to go for the re-engage, as they did spot China out. 1 HP on the Tracer. Is he going to be able to get away? And in fact, yes, he does. EGS managed to heal him up just in time to be effective in in this fight. Terror Surge comes in. There's the lamp. He's going to save people that were just left in that Orisa ult. But now comes the rush on the point. And with level 1 Croak dead, this damage onto Team Peps might as well be permanent with FD God's AoE healing not being enough to sustain them through this fight. As DMPRO finished this one with a cap and a sound barrier to spare.
Wow, that was just so scrappy. Even Tread being able to come back on the Doomfist felt like it was going to give them at least a little bit more firepower in terms of just burst damage on the field. But Team Peps, they got to go back to the drawing board because now it really is the last fight. Tread back on the Orisa. At least they have the Amplification Matrix as a zoning tool here to try to push DMPRO back. But DMPRO still have point presence and point control. But Crocs is by himself.
Small engagement sound barrier there from DMPRO, but maybe not an engagement, maybe there was a disengagement from that window, but Naga's already dead again. They do end up trading it for Crocs, and now, well, Tread just sits on the point. They have an overclock to defend against the oncoming attackers. There's no way the Lucio gets away, surely. There you go. Quick off the mark as Exodial, spotting Kyo as well, jumping up into the high ground. Oh, what a shot onto China. Team Peps with a 2-1 finish on Nepal. They find their first map win of the day.
This was a very close map. I mean, even out of the gates, it felt like DMPRO had a really good read on how to break down what Team Peps were going for. But as soon as Team Peps went back to basics with the Orisa comp, it felt like they knew how to play that matchup, and we finally got a chance to see what this team was made of.
Yeah, looking real clean there. That was a very good first round from DMPRO as well. 100-0 on Sanctum. Hollywood is our next map coming up, and a lot of variation here in terms of compositions, which is quite nice. A little bit of dive, a little bit of Ram, a little bit of Orisa. I like to see it, but Exodial now is finding the pacing, right? It's like, okay, a little bit of a warm-up game versus Space Station Gaming. It's quite hard to kill Sparker, quite hard to kill anybody on the side of Space Station, so it feels like Exodial's well and truly locked in now. Same could be said for China as well, a little bit, but I think Exodial had their number. It's really a tale of two upcoming titans in the DPS slot.
Yeah, it is. I think Exodial, certainly one of the hit scans that everybody's been looking at to be that next up-and-coming hit scan player. And likewise, on the other side, China has had a lot of amazing things said about him for just how proficient he is on the Tracer, how many sticks he's been able to get. That attach rate during our group stages was very high for our Tracer players, and you can really feel that impact, especially when DMPRO are going for those big plays. Maybe a little funny sometimes when we see like the Pulse Bomb and the Terror Surge, but hey, if it works, it works.
I mean, that is a big combo people have been using though, that Pulse into the Terror Surge, because everybody's kind of slowed down. It's a very good setup tool too, because everybody's slowed, everybody's pulled in. You can overclock into it if you really want to. Sometimes you don't even need to be fair, especially if your Lucio is very quick off the mark and recognizing when they want to use Terror Surge, because best thing you could do as Lucio in that situation, right, just boop them back. Oh, you want to walk out? Oh, just boot them back in, and that's a pretty easy kill for the Orisa.
It's like cage fight, but not so hindered, I think.
And not a giant
It's
shield.
Some really interesting things that you could see.
God, that giant shield.
True, though.
Yeah. I'll never not be mad about giant shield being deployed on payload. Yeah, the Orisa's looking really good right now for Tread, and Peps gaining a little bit of that confidence back. Lower bracket, of course, is where we find ourselves right now, so the loser here will be eliminated from the main event. And this is where, stories are made, right? This is where narratives are built in this lower bracket. Can one of the teams make it all the way through to that finals? Of course, we'll have to wait and find out. This is looking like a very close competitive game as we load into Hollywood up next.
I'm really excited because I think for both of these teams, Team Peps, they've made a really strong case for themselves to be a top 4 team, but I think DMPRO has also, against all odds, gotten some major upsets. Their win over Rockstars was one that people were not expecting them to be able to get. That was a huge upset for EMEA to not see Rockstars, or even just the skeleton of the Rock Esports team that we saw in main event 1 come back for a second main event.
Yeah, ridiculous. And doing it in a decider match too, where everything's kind of all on the line is crazy stuff. All right, here we go. Map number 2, chosen by Peps. Paraíso and Midtown banned away. It was Peps' choice, and they're going to start on the defense by the looks of it. To wait and see what they want to bring out. Honestly, Tread Orisa, pretty damn clean. Although, again, I want to see if DMPRO can show some different light here, especially on second. You can hold second so easily as the Orisa, but the Monkey is just so good. It does feel like a lot of metas, eventually, we just revert to Winston. We just revert to Monkey. Like, that's just what ends up happening. I'm curious what's going to happen at Dallas, of course, with all the other like international teams, with Korea showing up. I cannot wait to cast Korea again as well. It's going to be a good time. If you haven't booked your tickets,
what a dream.
Go book them for Dallas right now. Go do it. It's going to be a fantastic time.
Peak dive.
Exactly. But it looks like Team Peps. My prayers have been answered. Little Winton here for Tread.
Well, when you look at Hollywood and you look at just the verticality on the second point, Winston feels like such a lock-in if you feel comfortable to play the Winston dive, because you've just immediately gain access to that type of high ground. Of course, you have other ways to get up there, like if you want to Lucio speed over to an elevator, you can also take the point that way, but Winston is way more immediate with those jump cooldowns, and those bubbles can be really nice to be able to just help preserve the rest of your team. So it's these fights are going to be pretty fast-paced here as these Winstons try to figure out a target to jump on, and Exodial is a little bit easier to take out when you don't have the same mobility as something like the Sojourn's going to have from Keo.
Well, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Looking at Exodial, but that hindered aid, extremely frustrating to deal with the Winston, or is anybody with mobility, to be fair. Sure, rough. As long as you save your roll too, a lot of damage mitigation, being able to insta-reload. Oh, nice stagger kills.
Oh.
We're gonna get another one.
I mean, this is just Team Peps playing way more confident. Like, they are not afraid to go up to the spawn room doors, chase after these picks. Feels like they were able to turn around a lot of the frustration points that they had in that very first series to play on the same page. And yes, while the Cassidy is a little bit more subject to getting jumped on by Winston, not only the roll to help mitigate that damage, as you were saying, but you also have that mag grenade that makes it more difficult for that Winston to escape if you are going to play a bit more reactively to Crocs getting on the back line.
Naga Dyson with death with that recall. It's on the point with Pulse Bomb. Suzu used pretty early there by EGS. Exodial falls to the ground, receives Suzu. Oh no, he didn't receive Suzu. I think that hit the bubble of all things. Yeesh, that's not good. Crook throwing that one out. I don't think that actually managed to get him. That should be point as well for D'Impero. Yes, it is. Exodial was the target. Executed pretty well there as they get the payload go.
You're gonna see that a lot. You're just gonna see that a lot. Like, Exodial is by far the most diveable character on Team Pep's side. FT God maybe coming up a little bit close to that one, but when you look at like the Kiriko, you can Swiss step away. Naga can just blink away or even recall, even though that is on a longer cooldown. But it's nice to see D'Impero being able to execute on those picks, and even if it doesn't work out that first time, they're able to figure out a way to make it work a second. But this is where the verticality really comes into play, and whether Winston is so dominant here. Already set up on Saloon. Team Peps have good sight lines to help figure out where to put down this Kitsune rush.
Yeah, it can be quite frustrating to use the Kitsune rush unless the team like dives into you, because it's so easy to disengage. If you use it on high ground, you hide below. If you use it on low, it's like, okay, we just run around the corner. Speaking of which, there you go. Here comes the dive. Oh, the short jump. Nice primal rage there from Crocs. An unfortunate one, I must say. Doesn't exactly want to use it to survive. Might get a bit of value. Just booped the Cassidy from the high ground, but Exodial does manage to get away, and it's actually Go-Go that falls a little bit too deep into the mixture. Oh my god. Really has a vendetta against Exodial. But yeah, like you said, Rose, they got to kill the Cass eventually. Like, that's the target you want to kill.
Yeah.
But it is funny watching the Winston perma-hound down the Cassidy. Oh, China might be in trouble. Oh! Got him before he got to the Mega Health Pack. Not good. Now there's a full reset from D'Impero.
And that's so much time off the clock here too for D'Impero. You still have 3 minutes heading into the second point, but you're looking at trying to be able to get off some bigger combos, even if it is trying to trade your backline. Like, at least now you have the Kitsune rush to try to help engage on this next fight, but as you were saying, like, still positional difficulties to be able to actually use that ultimate. But overclock bursting from Kyu on high ground.
That's one way to take height. That bubble from Tread did block a lot of that damage. Q had one more charge railgun shot, but that was it. Power slide available, but not quick enough on that beat either, Gogo. Sound barrier rather late here from Peps. Should see them through this. I don't think there's any way EGS gets out of that. One was crawling into the ceiling. Fortunately, not that small. You cannot slip through the cracks and get out alive. Good response from Peps. And this is kind of what we've not seen from FD God in the last series, right, Rose? I mean, FD God was like, we're going to use beat first. We're going to go into them. But FD God a little bit more tempered now. Waits for Go-Go, use the sound barrier. Okay, now wait a few seconds, then we use ours, we re-engage. We just have the health advantage and we win.
Yeah, definitely not as aggressive, and you're Jake calling that out on the desk as well, that if you are able to temper that aggression, then you can really use it to actually give that benefit over. So FD God has had the better beats in these maps so far.
Oh, sound barrier, not available, but doesn't matter, because he got that rush. Another big ult there from level 1 Crook. They do take high ground, but again, a rather messy fight. A fight that's taking a long time too. Good little boop on the Winston. Trying to get to heights, booping back onto the floor. And Keo is just set up for success on the Cassidy. There you go. They finally got the payload going, but I mean, re-engaging here from Peps should be fairly easy. They're going to be able to create space with the High Noon. Although everybody's quite mobile on D'Impero's side. It might be hard to get an actual kill, but space will do.
Yeah, Keo switching over to the Cassidy has already proven to be more effective than the Sojourn we were seeing earlier on. And you're just able to play with the Winston a little bit more cleanly. You still have the same types of counters that Exodial is going to have with Cassidy of his own. It is time for High Noon somewhere, but it is so much more difficult to see this ultimate actually find that same value when you are just a perfect dive target, static in that High Noon state.
Oh, there it is. Ko's popped the High Noon, doesn't find much. Kills the bubble and Treads, unable to see himself out of the fight. Gets taken out by China. Couldn't rejoin the rest of the team because the High Noon was there. Oh, straight back down to earth. And 10 feet under.
Oh, the bubble just wasn't enough to save Crocs there. It was a couple inches too late.
China is... Okay, we're good. Crook saved the day. 22 seconds to go. China almost won that for them straight up single-handedly. Where's the touch here for D'Impero? Gogo has sound barrier. 10 seconds. There's this is the easy rollout here for Lucio. They should be able to get there. Same with Crocs. So they haven't got to worry about touching. Surely you don't get another C9 line of live on broadcast, Rose. No, there we go. There's the touch. It was Crocs in the end. Gogo with the sound barrier, but Naga with the pulse. Sound barrier comes in really early. Now Naga looking for a target. Sticks to Winston in the end. That's a big Suzu, but a little bit too late from EGS. Crocs falls super early on. That pulse bomb, no healing, no Suzu, nothing available to save them. And it looks like this is where the journey will end from D'Impero. That rush will seal the deal, EGS not being able to use theirs. Just before that second point, a real rough point to take, mind you, as well. Decent push, but will it be good enough?
Yeah, the point is so super difficult to take, and especially when you have to try to close the gap a lot of the time with something like the Winston jumps, and it takes a little bit of time to actually get that setup going, especially when that cart is so far forward and so close to that second objective. So I think like D'Impero, they should still be pretty happy with how far they were able to get that cart, but I think Team Peps, they have locked in. Exodial has woken up, whether it was just getting some practice against Space Station. I think something else that Team Peps really had to deal with in between those two matches is think about, like, D'Impero is just a different opponent. We can't get mentally boomed. This is the elimination match on the line, and that can be really difficult to like mentally come back from after being handed like such a clean loss to a team like Space Station.
Yeah, you got to reset that mental. Get back into it. Yeah, it's a 3-0, which is tough, and then you go straight into another game. Just the nature of these double elimination tournaments, you know, no breaks, no rest for the wicked. Can't imagine. Yeah, I think Zodio's just going to go for a small peek on the widow. Might as well. Or not. Straight with that. Or not. Naga's taking the widow instead. Actually, I'm the widowmaker now. I've decided. Yeah, I think Naga's going to go for a jump shot.
I'm already Tracer.
Ooh, oh no. No one was there. Who's really surprised? No one's peeking that.
You say that.
I say that. It has happened. It has happened in group stages. Yeah, it's insane.
It has happened. But no, not this time around. It's going to be back to the Winston. Cassidy immediately, though, coming out from Kyo, so you know that you can play just a little bit closer range. I think the Sojourn also was just having really a lot of difficulty trying to get past these big Winston bubbles, and everybody's able to dodge their way out of that Sojourn sightline. Ooh, mag grenade, though.
No Hail Mary nade there from the high ground. Speaking of Hail Mary, that was Exodius as well. Got to heal up the Cassidy, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Crocs wasn't looking at him. Just going to kill your supports first. Classic right click. God, do you remember, man, Flash Fan the Hammer? I'm sure a lot of players still have nightmares about Flash Fan the Hammer. My word.
Oh my god.
Brand new Overwatch 2 players
Like,
will not understand. This is where I was born and raised.
They don't know the difficulty of that, or like the born and raised of the scatter shot at the feet from Hanzo. Never.
Very epic. Very epic. I love getting one shot as a tank with scatter arrow. Very cool. All right, there's the high noon.
So fun.
Oh, Naga, unable to escape. Rest in peace. Going to be able to punch some of these overextenders, I think, or I should hope. Team Impero, they don't want to press this at all. They're just happy for Team Peps to stay in here. Obviously, maybe they're too worried about getting a pulse bomb off, or Kuruk laying down a rush.
They don't want to
getting run
overextend
over.
either.
Exactly. Just take control of the cafe again. Have your Cassidy set up there. Oh, good headshots from Exodia though. Pulse bomb, Suzu. And here comes the rush from Impero, however. Straight from the cafe, and that will be the fight, and this push ended. Oh, surely he doesn't get a kill. Oh, kind of played him though. Rolled straight behind him. Quick kill, but I don't think, I mean, you got your Lucio, maybe they can taxi you back. It shouldn't matter too much.
No, but it's the mental diff. I just out Cassidy'd your Cassidy.
Oh, they're coming back.
Right? You gotta like strengthen the mental a little bit there for yourself. Maybe it's the confidence boost that Team Peps need. They've got 4 ultimates on the board with a sound barrier coming up pretty quickly, and they can now attack this with their own Kitsune Rush. And Naga hopefully landing another pulse bomb after he sees that the Suzu's down from EGS.
Everybody's grouped up, but no gold either. There's the sound barrier from Impero. Naga's going to think different of using a pulse bomb right here. 86% in building. That high noon being used from Exodial just means Crocs couldn't charged up that Terror Surge all too much. Had to satisfy himself with just a little bit of damage on the Winston. Exodial just taking such an aggressive peek on top of the car, and now everybody from Impero is completely split. Oh, a little whoops-a-daisy there from Crocs. Went up onto that high ground, using that lift, and unable to actually secure the kill on Exodial, and that will be the cap on first. That was a really nice play from Team Peps. You saw it kind of all fell apart from Impero. As soon as they got split, the Orisa had to put themselves on the point so they don't get cap, and then their backline was just so isolated. And that was that. Team Peps in control of the payload.
Yeah, but now Impero switching over to the Winston, so they're going to have the same type of high ground presence that Team Peps is able to grab. And Crocs is already in there.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. A couple of headshots there by level 1 Crook. Here's the Winston. Oh, where's those juggles? I know Trent has been practicing the juggle lobbies. Onto the high ground again, just trying to get that Lucio. No way, Gogo survives that one. Really nice control of the battlefield right now. No Goose Ray level primal kills, but isolating one target and finishing them off is perfect. Exactly what you need from your Winston. A nice little chase onto China as well. This is all the time that they're building for themselves, or are buying for themselves. Now putting themselves on point. So this high ground is going to be way easier to take now for your Team Peps.
Yeah, and especially if you're able to get Exodial on an angle here with that high noon becoming available soon. But this Kitsune Rush, you have to scatter with Peps, but you can't get separated.
Looks like Crocs hit his little head there. Kyo trying to find the kills. There we go, okay. Peps kind of scattering, and the Cassidy wondering where everybody is. Where are they? Mega Battle back? I don't think so. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go for Team Peps. Still, like, building up a lot of ultimates, Rose. They don't need to win that many fights. Let's have a look at this pulse bomb from China. Oh, what a stick onto the Tracer. That's after the radius nerf too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that should be way harder to accomplish, especially because Tracer is one of the smallest targets in the game. So that was very calculated, very clean. One of the reasons why China has been touted as one of the best Tracers right now, up and coming in the EMEA. Let's see if he can keep it up, because minute 20.
Crocs had to Primal Rage there. I don't think he thought he was safe with the bubble, but on our screens, I think he was. Kitsune Rush is coming out, Sound Barrier from FD gone. A little bit of a later one as EGS is trying to keep the rest of the team alive. Ho's kind of out of this fight too. He's in the bar, but China and Crocs still handily dealing with Exodial. Primal Rage coming through from Tread. But it's all Crocs and it's all China right now. The dynamic duo for DiEmpero. As with only a minute to go, once again, Team Peps cutting this one extremely close.
It's so close. And at this point, too, you've got one final attack attempt if you're Team Peps and not a whole lot in the tank to be able to get it done. So it comes down to Exodial getting some type of pick. And also hopeful the Team Peps will be able to have something to deal with this China Pulse Bomb, which is online again. If you're able to get a stick onto Naga, Exodial, just honestly, either one of the sports either, this is doomed.
Forces Crocs from low to high. Slowly moving that payload as well. And with the OT approaching, they're going to have to take a fight around this point, but China's going to anchor this one down. If you get another stick onto Naga, I'll lose my mind. But FD God's already dead. Lucio down for Team Peps. Oh, the stick! He got it. He got the stick, but they hit the recall. Naga in a little bit of trouble, but they don't touch, though. Oh, DiEmpero. I mean, your Lucio's dead if you're Team Peps, but there was still an opportunity to touch. Peps end up going down. DiEmpero tie the series up, and yeah, that's a little off the payload moment. A little off the payload moment. Not gonna say the word.
In a main event, man, really?
Yeah.
Like,
when you're wanting someone to touch there, China's kind of holding down the payload, but yeah, that does kind of happen.
I know, but
little rough.
Man.
Little rough from Peps.
Oh, that feels so bad. It's okay. Go again.
Reset.
Right?
Exactly. Mental high.
Reset.
Still on map number 1. We're only one of the series. Colosseo coming up next. Jump some highlights though before we get into that one. Give the players a couple.
Full clips of the Fan the Hammer from Kyo.
Big fan. The
Cassidy was just so much better in this matchup too, because like again looking at like the Cassidy versus the Sojourn, the Cassidy is just able to weave into these bubbles a little bit better. Sojourn had so much trouble being able to actually get past the shields, get past the angles, to actually be able to make use of those super powerful charge railgun shots. So I think that Kyo was much more present in this map as soon as that switch was made over to the Cassidy, and hey, it's gonna get them the dub here.
A really nice defense from DiEmpero as well, but a lot of time off the time bank. You see Tread.
On that first point especially.
Yeah. Like he just gives the hello. Like he didn't get the kill. Hello. Looking really nice on the Winston so far. What do you think we're going to see on Colosseo, Rose?
It's so tough because both of these teams have kind of gone off the script of what we expected to see in an EMEA match. And honestly, A, fine, because that's so exciting. But B, it does beg some questions on whether or not maybe we do see some more Winston. There isn't as much verticality to play around on Colosseo, but if you're trying to look at being able to deal with something like the Sojourn, I mean, I don't know. Usually it's Sojourn here, right? If we are on Colosseo, we get to see the Sojourn because you have these beautiful long-range angles to work with. But most oftentimes it's paired up with the Orisa, but these teams, they're trying to counter each other in these small ways. And if you expect them to play something different, then we won't see the Orisa mirror.
Yep, lower bracket round 1 is where we're at right now. First to 3 as well, as we jump onto Hollywood. Sorry, not Hollywood. We just finished Hollywood. We're jumping onto Colosseo as our next map. That was DiEmpero's choice as a band from New Queen Street coming out from Peps.
Doesn't surprise me. I feel like more often than not, you're just looking at being able to play any of, I guess, the classics. We see like Colosseo and Esperanza. I actually don't know if we've seen New Queen Street.
Not in a long time.
In the group stage for 2.
Yeah, a lot of teams just preferring the Colosseo.
I don't think so.
Or Esperanza. There's a lot of different things you can play on the Esperanza, to be fair, and I think that's why a lot of teams like it. Also, I think it's probably just the best. I had this conversation with Scott a while ago, but I think it's just the best push map in general. Just as like a fun score, like it's more fun than the new Queen Street, at least I think so. Because there's a lot of variants you can play there. But yeah, we're going to Colosseo though, and which means there might be a standstill for a good 2 or 3 minutes, waiting for the Sojourns to kind of build up a kill. But if it is going to be Cassidy, I expect the teams to maybe play a little bit faster, because normally if it's Soj, you are stalling out. But like Sparker was saying, like I think people have the wrong read on the meta, you know, like with the RAM and everything else. So, and we have seen Peps pull out the RAM, so questions here, all up in the air when it comes to compositions as we load in just a moment. One apiece. And I must say, at the very end of that, it really felt Peps had it in the bag. A little slip up, but like you mentioning, Rose, you just got to keep the mental high, got to keep it flowing, because after coming off a 3-0 loss, you can be a little bit down, and a lot of these teams and players have been talking about the mental game being so important coming into the main event. And DiEmpero, you know, underdogs, I'm sure they've got a lot of positive things to say in the comms after that win, that's for sure. We're going to jump to a quick break though. Don't go anywhere. We've got Colosseo up next, just giving the players a couple of minutes.
Overwatch Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule. Welcome back. Colosseo on your screens in just a moment. Just giving everybody the chance to have a quick bio break. And then, yeah, rolling back into it. Colosseo. Fun map. If you like some stall. No, it's not. I don't think it's going to be that slow. Especially with a lot of players now just picking up the cast. I've been liking the Winston matchups a lot. I think with Hollywood especially, I think it's really fun to see how different teams kind of assault this high ground. And the same could be said here as well. I think Winston's pretty damn viable, although the mid and the neutral can be a little bit rough for the Winston, because especially playing around a solo, like a single objective that is moving, like the payload, the bot, etc. It's a bit easier to kind of control that when you are playing Orisa, Ram, like anything that kind of sticks to one corner, sticks to one bit of space. But have to just wait and see. DiEmpero on the blue, Peps on the red.
Yeah, there's not as much natural cover to take if you're on a map like Colosseo. Something that Winston really thrives with is like you have all those buildings on Hollywood, you have all that high ground to escape to, etc., etc. So usually we have seen like the Orisa get played a lot here on Colosseo, so we are going to see that mirrored on both sides. And for Exodio and Keo, this is where I was expecting to see a little bit of a switch up. It's the Sojourn to be able to play those longer sight lines, and you still kind of have the same problem, right? Like you're looking at then these Sojourns having more responsibility to get a first pick for their team to open up the fight. And that's why we see over this midpoint, sometimes these fights get stalled out for, what, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes before we see a first pick.
Can take a long time. Quick pushing though from DiEmpero. Just want to play at their own pace. GoGo is completely alone on Mini. I think Team Peps are calling that one out. Yep, there it is. They took the Mini health pack, but FD God with a little boop will end his life pretty quick. That is just a mispositioning there from GoGo. Oh, rough. Surely China goes down as well. There we go.
That's not something that you can do against a team like Team Peps. And FD God smartly being able to call out that misposition, and GoGo gets punished for that. So even though we saw a really quick engage from DiEmpero, I do like that because we're getting into the action a little bit faster than we normally would on Colosseo. It puts DiEmpero in this position where they have to play on a back foot. Team Peps, they've got the momentum, they're going to have this corner to play around, and the bot in their control.
All right, these have got high ground with the Sojin. Speaking of which, Exodio wants to join him up there. Nice little boot. Stopping Kyo getting a line of sights. 2 trades, way better for Team Peps. EGS dead. See if Tread wants to force the issue. Already using that spear spin, but yeah, I mean, now if you're Crocs, you have to play so safe. Really early rush. I like this tempo play a lot. Just forcing the payload forward and just forcing a fight. And DiEmpero are going to fall over. Without EGS, you just can't do much. You have to escape. And even with Lucio's speed against the rush and the enemy also having speed with the Lucio, like, that's so rough. And they're going to get that bot past that big archway, which is normally quite a tough spot to get it past. And even under the bridge, too. I don't think DiEmpero can even bridge stall. Well, they can.
No, I mean, this is so tough because, like, yes, you can, but also, are you gonna?
They're going to go again. Sound barrier from FD God saves his line, saves his back line. Oh dear, GoGo dead yet again. Kyo does take to the sky with this overclock, but it's actually Exodio that's just lighting the kill feed up. Same with Naga. That's checkpoint already. We're 2.5 minutes in, and Peps has checkpoint.
That's fast. That's really, really fast. Usually we don't see teams be able to grab that before, what, like 4 or 5 minutes sometimes? 5 minutes, the midway point. And at this point, Team Peps, like, they haven't really had to use anything to be able to get this type of progress. Like, this has been so economical for them.
Ooh. Good kill. Really nice. All right, I mean, checkpoint, like
Good
you said,
disengage.
It's just so nice. You got the forward spawn as well, and you are pretty high on life. I mean, this is where the reverse sweep started for DiEmpero as well. It won't be a reverse sweep this time around, but you got to feel confident coming into this game, knowing that this is how you got to the main event itself if you're DiEmpero.
For sure. I think that gives you a little bit of confidence heading into this one, but now you're up against a player like Exodio with an overclock, and that is not easy to have to play around.
Oh, look at Tread. Dude, Tread is just perma on that corner. You can hear that contestation sound. Oh, Exodio is spelt China from a mile away. No use sneaking around on the tracer when your footsteps are that loud. There's the sound barrier. Oh, my word. Nice little double shot on Exodio there with the railgun. Fully charged as they got boot back, but it didn't matter. Set up that shot pretty well. Still DiEmpero fighting an upward tilt battle, especially with Team Peps not losing anybody here, Rose. It's going to be so rough for them to get under this archway.
Yeah, look at that. Naga able to hit the recall really fast, and they're just able to get back into this one in such full force. After Naga was getting locked down just a couple of seconds ago. Has another pulse bomb too, so that's something that the backline of DiEmpero is going to have to be really wary of. To watch those cooldowns, the Kitsune, or the Suzu, is that going to come out as well as something like the Spear Spin to help stop Naga?
There comes the rush from Team Peps. China's got this pulse bomb, waiting for the Orisa to not be gold. Oh, and they still whiff it. I mean, that Suzu came out just in time as well. Wow, China that entire time, that fight was just looking at Tread, just waiting for them to use abilities so the Pulse Bomb could maybe get a kill. But meanwhile, the rest of his team felt around him. And the bot's moving again. Remember, Rose, they've got checkpoint here. And Naga can just walk the bot under the bridge for free, get the bot moving up this small hill.
Yeah, they're just, it's like a walk in the park for Team Peps right now, looking at being able to keep this progress
Crocs
rolling. And Crocs
has to
is
get
so
beat.
low.
I mean, Crocs is going to get chased down, easy peasy. A sound barrier, and you put yourself in a position where you've used all your cooldowns to get there, to get the Terror Surge off. We're 5 minutes in. It's almost 100 meters, and it definitely will be with the way that Team Peps are playing right now. We're rounding the final corner to this straight. I mean, really hard map to finish, mind you, but getting it this far is insane for Team Peps right now. Here we go. Overclock from Kaio, trying to level the playing field. Has just met with a brick wall, that being the Orisa, using the Fortify and Spear Spin to get out of there. Oh, they're all lined up. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Surely Tread dies. There we go. Nice, Suzy.
Oh, okay.
Don't lose anybody challenge.
Well,
fail.
But they didn't hear you for that one. And this is so rough because like you're still pushing the bot. Like you're still moving the bot. Like Team Peps have not backed away up until this moment, and now like DiEmpero, sub 4-minute territory, they have to make up a meters differential of like 80 meters, and it's gonna be a really tough ask. EGS, they do have this Kitsune rush, so over the midway point that could be really valuable to just help DiEmpero get into the fight a little bit faster. They can take a bit more of aggressive positioning because you get faster healing as well. But China
forced a
recall.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. You can see they were trying to set up there in the back line with that pulse bomb, but forced a recall. A little Lucio Boop, a little bit of extra damage on top. Forces the tray out. All right, Exodia with a high ground too. All about wasting time here. It's like talking to Jake about 5v5 or 6v6, just a waste of time. All right, overclock available for Exodia. Nice. Nice 180 pulse bomb, unfortunately didn't land. And Exodia still with an overclock if they really want to use it. Just ascends to the high ground, escaping the Tracer, just waiting for the team to clean up. No worries, I've got my one. I've got my two, in fact. There you go, Team Peps. Making it really hard for DiEmpero to walk past that archway. 107 meters.
They're playing it really well too, where like Team Peps in those positions isn't overextending. They're waiting for DiEmpero to have to peek their heads down, come to them, and so they're able to play a bit more patiently when it comes to that positioning game around that first corner. But it's back in Team Peps territory, and DiEmpero, they're in a world of hurt.
He was 3 HP! Double kill with a Terror Surge, your backline is dead. Tread with 3, make it 4, get it 5k, son. Krogs is right in his sights too. Where's the 5th? Where's the 5th? Call it out. China's gonna slip away as they get the checkpoint once again. So forward spawns are active. They're not gonna be able to push it too far as the spawn points of DiEmpero are really close, but wasting time is all they want to do. Wow, even trying to force a recall there after Kuno landed in his face. Oh, they're gonna fight lower.
Sub 2 minute
This
territory.
is so smart. They just play lower.
Oh, just, yeah, go underneath.
And they have B if they really need to use it too. And just, again, Saul. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Naga waiting for a cheeky pulse bomb. Seeing if anybody's going on a flank, that being China.
He's hunting. Ooh,
China
he's
knows, though.
China, though, is like still playing
China
with like
knows.
a part. Yeah, China's playing with the team.
Yeah, there you go.
Has to recall, though.
Oh,
And that's where Naga can come in and just catch him.
Oh, that was close. I love the gumption there. I love the tenacity from Naga, but unfortunately, didn't end up landing. Would look cool, though. And that's what's important. There's the sound barrier from GoGo, an engagement one. And FD God's just waiting on for his, and there you go. Re-engage with sound barrier. The better beat prevails. This is Terror Surge on the side there from Krogs to try and stay in this fight, but here comes the rush. Nice chase down of level 1 Crook. And Kaio just trying to get work done, but yeah, once again, just Tread keeping an eye where the Sojourn is at almost all times, it feels like. Making sure they can't get good overclocks off, either spear spinning in their face, like hitting the Fortify, or throwing the Javelin, like getting them back away from the team. And with 40 seconds to go, I mean, do DiEmpero even get back into this? They got 27 meters versus 100. They're 80-meter deficit, going a little crazy right now.
Yeah, it's looking like a mountain that DiEmpero are not going to be able to climb. And they're able to get back bot control right now, but we're entering into the last fight where Exodia once again has an overclock, and it's going to be this Tracer versus Tracer on the side.
Got to be scared of Exodia just ripping this one and just tearing your face off.
Just play this defensive corner if you're Team Peps.
Tread has been, like, set up a store, a bookstore right here, just, like, not moving, refusing to do anything except just stall. Like, this is insane. Okay, they speared him away. All good. Don't worry, I'll go to the next archway and then stall there. Overtime is here, too, so DiEmpero have to be perfect now. That 80-meter deficit looking rough, to say the very least. Oh, the Sojourn. Kaio stood no chance. Everybody grabbed from Tread, setting up Exodia for success with this railgun, this overclock. I mean, it's all over. DiEmpero with an 80-meter deficit. And Team Peps, they pretty much got that on their first push. A 2-1 for Peps. And they put themselves in a match point. Moving through this lower bracket, DiEmpero, this is their last chance now to come back and see themselves through here.
And it's so tough to be able to come back from something like that where you called it. Like, they got that 80-meter advantage right off the rip. That is so difficult to have to come back from. Obviously, we're looking at push. It can be just difficult to try to even up a score on a map type like that, but I still, like, the damage is done.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes you got checkpoint. If you get in that in one of your games at home, you're like, okay, we win. We win these, you know, we win.
You're feeling yourself. You're like, we've got this. Like, nothing can go wrong.
Exactly. Confidence
you've got it in the
is
bag.
brimming at that point. And this was a map DiEmpero are probably pretty confident coming into this one too. This is where they started their reverse sweep, but going down on it is going to sting just a little bit. And these really early fights as well, Rose, after they got checkpoint, just being able to basically split focus from DiEmpero. It was a really rough time as Crocs was trying to just nail down the payload. Okay, we got to fight around here. We got to fight on these corners. But it was Tread kind of outmaneuvering, I felt like, the Orisa a lot of the time. And also checking the enemy Sojourn. A big thing to do if you're the Orisa. And you could see in the last fight too, I'm sure it's in the highlight package somewhere. But Sojourn, Kyo, was just slide up to the high ground. And then Tread said, not today. Instantly using that Terror Surge, stopping that Soj from basically disrupting Exodial's game. Here you go. Just got dragged straight back down, booped into the Terror Surge, and that was it.
Yikes.
It's such a good combo, that Terror Surge, with almost every ult. And it's not a carbon copy of Grav, right? Because Grav actually sticks people, but like grabbing everybody in and slowing them down as they just try and crawl out like they're crawling out from the grave. Like, please, someone save me. A Lucio, a Suzu, or anything. It's just very easy to layer another ult on top. The pulse bomb, the railgun, the overclock. Like, yeah, it looks good. It looks clean from Peps, honestly. Space Station Gaming, just a little bump in the road.
Right. I think that's something to keep in mind, is the part of the reason why maybe Team Peps looked like they were off their game, is they were going up against the best, if not like, second best, if not the best team in EMEA, OWCS. It's so hard to hold a candle to a team like that and feel like you're gonna make it look easy. So Team Peps, they had a really good opportunity here to show us that no, they really still do deserve that title of being in the top 4 of the region. They have a chance to keep on putting on that pressure onto the other teams, and this is just another step for them to make it farther in that journey.
DiEmpero's, their road has not ended just yet. They can still pave a little bit more. Survasa is up next. However, they are balancing on a knife's edge of being eliminated from the main event here in Stage 2 of the OWCS in EMEA. Survasa chosen by Team Peps. See what they want to bring out. And Junkertown, if we're really near, it would be nice to see a little bit of Junkertown. I haven't seen that in a while. Of course, Junkertown being updated with the different like blown up buildings on first makes it a little bit more fun when you're a support player and you're getting sniped.
Don't you worry. We're gonna get I think later on in our third match of the day, and so if you want to see New Junk City, I think that might be where we end up seeing it. Of course, it's that gets to pick the Flashpoint map.
If Kyle, they're like, okay, we're picking Flashpoint, we're picking New Junk City. I want another 5K tire clip.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
It's just home advantage for Kaya's Junkrat. Absolutely.
It's crazy. I love that team so much. It's like there's always that one team that is a bunch of players that, well, all one tricks or close to being one tricks, right? It's always the most fun, and like it's very much like Clockwork Vendetta-esque. And Namkuchi Brothers over in Japan, right, with the Hog, CC2 on the Hanzo. Like, it is electric to watch. Even though, if you're going up against Space Station or one of those big boy teams, it's a little rough, but my god, does it make for some entertaining Overwatch. Right, let's get into game though. I've had enough yapping. I'm having enough. I think one of the players is just sorting out one of their keyboards or something. I'm not sure, but Survasa coming in. Final map potentially here for DiEmpero. They don't want to end their run, but Peps, they want to make sure they can get a confident win, a little 3-1. Little 3-1. We'll move lower bracket. We'll try and make a crazy run, maybe get some revenge on Space Station a little bit later on. Don the Crocodile is very happy.
It's such a cute little crocodile. I feel like you would like that better than the pigeons that we see on Midtown.
I hate the pigeons. I love how the OWCS Twitter account instantly tweeted out To scare Jaws, retweet this tweet. Those pigeons are demonic. You cannot change my mind.
They are really creepy. They've got the greedy little beady eyes, and I think pigeons in general.
I do not like it.
Yeah.
Well, different look here.
A little tough.
Not quite as beady-eyed.
Naga on Genji.
But yeah, Naga on Genji. Okay, Genji versus the Tracer. You just want to go hard, you want to go fast. Both is already used. Oh, lost China a little bit there, but oh man. So Naga, especially with Dragon Blade, getting a Dragon Blade off, normally you're just there to force ults, but with Crocs going super low and also stepping up, easy resets for Naga. Although Gogo plays him a little visit. These fights, once again, just so scrappy from both sides. Someone please killed Gogo. My god, FD God is still fighting. Someone's got to kill Gogo. Okay, Gogo down. We win now. China being chased off.
Don't worry.
China's already got pulse bomb, by the way. Extremely quick.
That's crazy. It's crazy that the Imperial lost that fight and China has pulse bomb already. So it was a lot of legwork being put in there from the Tracer to be able to get that damage down. But on Crook, FD God, you can tell how much work that they put in to save the team, because both of them almost have ultimate already in this first fight. Especially for a Lucio, that's such a quick sound barrier to have.
Nice left-click shurikens there from Naga. Did tag China a couple of times in the head, went for the slash. This melee and dash at the same time, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. Dashed into the backline again. Here's China with a pulse bomb. Nope, instantly Suzu'd. And who is down first? Well, it's Naga. They're going to use this rush, but a little bit of a later one here from D'Impero. Tread's going to have to try and be careful, but they managed to isolate Crocs. Good 180 spear too to stop the healing coming through. Really nice play by Tread. Really get a mind's eye, basically eyes in the back of his head. Oh, you want to step up? We've isolated Crocs. That was really nice play. That's first point too, actually.
Tread's been it. Yeah, I mean, confident play coming through from Team Peps is going to net them this very first flashpoint, and we're already on to the next one. And after such an economical fight, they had to use the Kitsune Rush there, but that's it. And so taking a look at Naga being able to get this Dragon Blade online, Gogo has the beat. So this is really where you could potentially use this ultimate to try to get that beat out of Gogo before using something else. Vice versa, you could also just wait for Exodial to just use the overclock, and I don't know, it's tough for Gogo right now to figure out what to use this barrier for.
Well, he's used it for this overclock by the looks of it. Kaio just playing in the front line, ignoring the Orisa, but you can't get it over that long. Yeah, that Terror Surge, bringing him straight back in again. That's what you get for having mobility, DPS players. You get a Terror Surge in your face. Surely Crocs dies it. There we go. All right. Team Peps playing with very much a different speed. It feels like D'Impero just changing up their own tempo of the game a little bit, wanting to take these fights really early, really fast, but Team Peps pretty well versed in how to react, basically. Exactly what Space Station Gaming were kind of doing against Peps earlier on, right? I mean, Team Peps are kind of playing Space Station's game in that regard. Just reactionary.
Yeah.
Here comes the Blade. There's no sound barrier, but there is a Suzu. Still taking a fair bit of damage, though, as Naga finds one. He's trying to get the reset, but Gogo just slipping under him. Just boop him. Easy kill, but can they actually finish this fight? A lot of them are taking a lot of damage, and with your Kiri dead, it's only Gogo with the heals here. And it's actually Croc stepping onto the point, and Exodia was waiting for him with a fully charged railgun. Doesn't look like Gogo is going to stick around for much longer. Same with China, who's 1 HP. That kill would be huge, actually. Oh, but Naga takes out Kaio. Okay, again, this might be final fight here. With a rush, Team Peps can play super far up.
Yeah, this is not looking close anymore. D'Impero at the very beginning of the series, they started out so strong, and as the series has progressed, they look like they're just on different pages. Crocs is playing really aggressively, not getting the backup that he needs for the rest of the team to make those aggressive plays, and Team Peps just beating them to the punch.
All right, nice stick on the Kiriko. Instant Suzu, though, but Crocs has already fallen. China has to go crazy here, but it's looking very unlikely. This is Team Peps playing to a whole new level. Yeah, you are right, Rose. This is not close at all.
No, it really doesn't look close. That's another flashpoint, 100-0. We're already on the last one, and Team Peps get a chance to attack this with some ultimates right away as we find our way to the flashpoint.
Yeah, already pretty quick. Nice little flashpoint flip there. It's just basically right in front of you if you're Team Peps. So that's pretty nice. Same with DiEmpero, but they were a little bit slower as they had to respawn. Unfortunately, that's what happens when you die. Rest in peace.
Oh, don't worry. They're back. They're back with a vengeance.
My God, FD God was in their face. Not sure how he didn't die instantly, but he eventually gets slain. Oh, nice spear from Crocs. There you go. That's the fight you needed to win. And only using that rush. So here you go. They're in good standing right now. They capped the point, finally. And with Crocs is trying to find the Kiri. Oh! That is not good. That is far from being good. And now DiEmpero have to act. They have to do something here to try and even this. Because they lose their Kiri in the Kiri 1v1. And Crocs has also fallen. An overextension there. Well, actually, I wouldn't even call that an overextension. I just call that Crook winning that fight against EGS. DiEmpero needed to protect their Kiriko, and that's a free point flip. Without much of a fight.
Like, that felt so greedy. That felt so greedy from DiEmpero to go after those picks, and then they left them in a position where Team Peps is just able to get their wraparound and take back the point, especially after getting that, like, 1v1 win. So now DiEmpero, again, on the back foot, have to come into this one with just the same type of energy from all 5 players. They've got to be on the same page or this is over.
God, that is the saddest high noon I've ever witnessed. Instantly speared. Sound barrier from DiEmpero. Exodio having a lot of charge on that railgun. But once again, Team Peps doing such a good job of isolating the backline with Tread's Terror Surge. Gosh, does end up falling off the map. Not sure if that was a boop or that was him just accidentally slipping over something. A very late kill as well onto the Cassidy means Peps once again is setting themselves up for a win. 80% on board. DiEmpero are going to get a touch, but it will be a dicey one.
Especially when Exodeal is going to be on a flank with this overclock. There's really not a great way to be able to close the gap. Keo is actually going to make a switch over to the Soldier. Not even here for the fight, Jaws.
Go, Exodio ends up going down though. Good spear from Crocs. Good spear and a couple of cabbages thrown his way. Crocs is going pretty low. There's the flip for DiEmpero. An easy kill onto Tread 2. Naga is still putting in absolute work. Overtime levels of work here. Hope he's getting paid double, if not triple for this one. Crook is taking down Gogo, and Naga's going to cap the point as well. Wow, man of the hour Naga right now. And Crook take down EGS again. Naga's got a pulse spot. Pops it on the ground. Doesn't matter hitting the wrist of it, it's all good. Sound barrier from FD Gods not too far away, but they're probably not even going to need it, to be fair. Nice tracking from Naga as he spots the Lucio just dashing through the skies, and that should be it. Team Peps just demolish DiEmpero on that flashpoints. They're going to make their way through that lower bracket as DiEmpero get knocked out.
I feel like major credit to DiEmpero though. Like, this was already a very tough opponent for them. It was a tough bracket overall, and credit to making it to the main event in the first place. I think this is a team that didn't necessarily have the most expectations on their shoulders. They were a team that formed from playing ranked games with each other. But it's a cool story to talk about because this is kind of what the OWCS is all about. Being able to make these teams try to show up and compete and make a main event a huge pat on the back for themselves, for sure.
Big win here, though, for Peps after going down 0-3 against Space Station, not an hour ago. They jumped into this game pretty, I could imagine, pretty frustrated with that loss, but Team Peps coming up large here. Now is their chance to maybe get some revenge, too, as they make their way through the lower bracket.
Yeah.
People on the desk, how do you feel about that series? I mean, look, we piped up Exodeal, but Naga went kind of crazy in that last map.
Yeah, Reinforce actually had a lot of great things to say about Naga.
Well, I think it's coming out with the Genji. It's always fun to see on Saravasa because you play that little high ground there. So we've seen some Echo come out, some Genji come out instead of the Tracer. So I'm happy anytime I get to see a Genji.
I mean, historically, Naga's been really strong on the projectile flex heroes, but his Tracer has really come up to par in the recent years, which I think is crucial for anybody in the role. You really have to have that Tracer mastered to be at this level of the game. And so Naga, I mean, he's come to fill that role, I think, really well for Team Peps. I think he's definitely a highlight player. I feel like, though, Orisa, Sojourn, Tracer, a lot of their players look solid on the hero. So clearly this is the comfort role comp for them. I think they ran into trouble against Space Station just because it's such a different matchup.
And also because they're the best team in the region.
That has something to do with it as well.
Yeah, but they certainly look to have cleaned up their act quite a bit between the first match we saw from them today and the second one. Now, one can, of course, argue DMPR are probably not the ones really testing their limits quite as well. I do want to talk a little bit about DMPR as well, though, because they were, of course, the underdog coming into that series. I think they really proved or put themselves out there and on a lot of people's radar. A lot of individual great performances coming out from players like China, which we did hype up heading into this match.
Yeah, I think that this is a new up-and-coming team, of course, that we haven't really seen too much of. But honestly, they just got to work on their execution a little bit. At times, it was a bit slow. Like that Colosseo, man, that was it was rough going because they just couldn't round the corner on Team Peps side. And you know, they had some decent plans. You know, flank the Tracer around, maybe even push the Orisa around. But like it took so long to set up at times. So this is obviously a team that has some improvements to make. But in general, you gotta say that it was a really good stage for the Impero. You reverse sweep Rock, you make it to the main event. And I think for a lot of these players, you know, just making it to the main event is a big success. You go up against Peps, who going into the event, I probably would have said that Peps was maybe like the 4th best team in the region. After that loss to Space Station, I don't know, but it just speaks to the difference in skill level. Overall, pretty pleased with the Impero. I think they should be too. It was an uphill battle, but now you got something to build on. I think this team can definitely improve in some aspects. So, you know, I'm just gonna keep grinding, get back on the horse.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I do think they have a lot to work with, especially on the tank role. I think Crocs, whether the Orisa, the Winston, looked really solid, which is rare to see. Usually for these teams struggling, usually it's the tank who really looks the most out of place, just because tank's the one who sort of bears the brunt of it. If your teammates are losing the trades on the flanks, then the tank's the one who's actually going to get pressured. But Crocs, he handled that admirably well despite a tough series. So, yeah, I totally agree. There's bright spots, good things for them to work with. Peps, though, they are going to be the team to continue on. I think Zodiel, player of the match, well-deserved. Put up a great performance last series, too. This time, he was the best hit scan in the lobby, though.
Absolutely. So, yeah, that's been a player to watch already during the group stage. I'm pretty sure everyone has Exodial on their radar, just to say that twice in a row, basically, as a young prospect, and that's the joy of OWCS matches, right? 17, which like what I've been doing with my life when I was 17. Certainly not this. Exodial, one of those new faces coming into the OWCS scene and really making a name for themselves, and he's doing that in a team filled with quite well-known players.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see more as some of these veteran players, come together with the up-and-coming rookies. I think you can really build teams with a lot of strength. Younger players bring with them a little bit more adaptability, a little bit more flexibility, and that can be a huge asset to some of these veteran players who bring the experience, they bring the calmness under pressure. It can make a really powerful team combining those two together.
Indeed. Now, we do have a winners interview for you as well, so let's chat to Crook from Team Peps. First things first, of course, congratulations on the dub. You guys are staying alive. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm honestly proud of my team. Although against SSG, of course, it didn't go as we planned, but they're just a very strong team and they know exactly what they're doing. So it's gonna be tough beating them if we meet them again.
Let's chat a little bit about that first series. Obviously, of course, playing back-to-back matches and going down in the first one 3-0. That's going to be tough on the mental. How did you guys rally the troops and keep up the mindset heading into your second series today?
Well, against the Crocs team, we just knew that we can beat them without any major issues. Now, we did lose one map. We didn't play well on that one for sure. I think that was because of the mental, because of the 3-0 that we just got trolled on by SSG, but otherwise I think we played well, we played to our strengths. We are good in the Orisa mirror, and they didn't play any RAM sim stuff that we don't really know what to do against, so in the end we were fine against them.
Do you feel like that's going to be the meta going forward in the tournament? We've seen a little bit of Winston, a little bit of Orisa, but for the most part, Lucio, Kiri, Tracer, hit scans. There's a pretty stable comp coming around. Do you think that that's going to last, or do you think what SSG is playing is going to start to influence other teams, and we might see more BAP and Cassidy come out?
So I think we should not forget that we are in EMEA, and in EMEA, in the end, it always comes down to rush. So as we know, I think it's just going to come down to playing Ram, BAP, maybe Tracer, maybe Sim. But that's how the final games will be played, in my opinion, because it's Europe. It always goes that way. It's going to be Twisted, it's going to be SSG, all Rush teams. So I don't even think people will play Winston in the top 4 at least.
I love that. Yeah, EMEA always the brawl region. You know, if they could play Reinhardt, they would.
They would.
I do want to ask you, Crook, about your team's feeling going into the event, because in the group stages you had that map 5 against ENS, you know, really close series, and you know, some people are like, Peps could be a team to watch out for in the main event. When Peps play at their absolute best, do you think it could take on the very top teams in the region?
Absolutely. The only team I truly fear is SSG, but we will only meet them in the winners final if we get that far. But I think next team we are going to play Twisted, because ENS will probably beat them. But I'm confident we can take them on and get our points to qualify to Dallas. And if we don't win the whole thing, I trust my team that we can get top 2, 100%.
It's all about that confidence and about the trust in your team. Crook, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Best of luck in your next game.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
That was Level 1 Crook from Team Peps. I love to hear, of course, always from the players. Very interesting to be able to pick their brains. And yeah, EMEA, what a region.
Yeah, it is funny because at the same time, you know, at the start of stage 1, you're going like, oh, space station. It's a lot of dive. You know, they're really diving, and you know, especially in the quote unquote preseason. You know, when Winston, Lucio, Kiriko dive was all the jam, you're just like, wow, this might be different for EMEA this year. Nope, 2024. We're brawling.
All roads lead to brawl, but I think that's good for EMEA. I think it's better. Rather than trying to play everything, you know, flex across every role, if the competition's not fierce enough for that, it might be better to show up at Dallas with just like a really well-prepared look, something that you're really confident on, you can execute really well, and take those matchups. You know, I think a lot of the regions, separating out the regions, you'll see slightly different metagames in each region, and when they actually clash on stage in Dallas, it might pay dividends just to be really comfortable in what you got rather than having, you know, the most perfect strategy, let's say.
Hey, Lono Spitfire, they beat Atlanta Reign in the playoffs, right?
That's a London way to do it. Well, let's actually take a look at our bracket to see where we currently stand after just 2 matches which we played here on this show. Of course, there were simultaneous matches going on throughout our morning. Peps taking a 3-1 victory over the Impero. And then on the other side here, we also see that Super Shy will be facing off against yeah. So both of those teams also lost their first match today, which means that they're both now having to fight for survival in the main event. We'll break all of that down in just a bit. First things first, we will be heading into a quick break, so don't go anywhere, and we see you on the other side.
against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by my trusted analyst, Jake and Johnny. We're about to head into our next elimination match. Super Shy will be taking on, that hopefully is going to be more of a banger than what we've seen thus far, because quite frankly, it's been a little stompy on this side of town.
I've been looking forward to seeing on the main broadcast. They did go down
Sparked joy.
Pretty harshly. Twisted Minds 3-0ing them, which is maybe expected, although I thought there was some chance for but I just want to see what they've got cooked up for us. This team, they're known for the Junkrat, for the Wrecking Ball, the Baptiste, the Kiriko. It sounds like I'm just naming heroes, but they play these heroes all at the same time. And I think it's a comp that, really can work if the other team gives you any room to work with. They open themselves up. They, forget to check their corners, right? Things can really go wrong against Ya's lineup. So I'm excited to see what they can pull out.
They could snowball this very quickly, but let's talk about the other side here. Super Shy is the roster that will have the honor and the pleasure, the thrills of going up against and I mean, this is the team that took out Ex-Oblivione, Johnny. Like they came in as I would say a bit of a surprise to everyone.
Yeah, totally. But they got a good core to the roster. The support's keeping everything in line. And Hitori had some, surprisingly good moments on Orisa. You're like, Orisa highlights? Yeah, I'll take that any day. Well, but Hitori's got him. Also as well, Sora's been contested on the long range Chitscan and Pac, who has the deceptive Hanzo picture on the roster. But Pac most likely going to be playing a lot of Tracer in this series. But taking down Ex-Oblivione, admittedly an Ex-Oblivione who didn't have Chase after NC Sports picked up Chase. But still, that's a really good team, and so here they find themselves in the lower bracket now against and Kaya's Junkrat and Chasm's Wrecking Ball.
Yeah,
good luck.
They've got a lot of options here with Cool Boy. He's got the Life Weaver picture. Could run that though, but we've seen a lot of Bap and Kiri from Cool Boy and Saipe. So despite having a Junkrat and Ball, who are these chaotic heroes making a lot of space for the team, they really bring the damage from the support line. So definitely eyes on Cool Boy and Saipe to be bringing frags. Like these supports need to deliver kills, but they have the skill to do it. And then Ken is he's like your stable player. He's like, all right, somebody's got to play Tracer, guys. So for this comp,
but the thing
somebody has to. Cassidy is surprisingly good.
That is true.
Ken will just light up the kill feed and you're like, okay.
They can play quote-unquote normal stuff too, though. Yeah. When Darkside Phil is coming in for Chasm, just if they want to just go regular old.
I think
no
Kaya
one cares about them playing normal
I don't think I've seen Kaya not play Junkrat. Maybe he played Sombra once or something like that.
Just by accident.
If they come out and play normal stuff, I might just close my eyes. If they come out and play Orisa, Sojourn, Tracer,
no way.
I'm gonna be so disappointed. Play Wrecking Ball and Junkrat. This is what we're here for.
It is the hill.
This is what they're good at.
We want to see them die on.
Yes.
Dynamite, but it's going to be explosive to the very end, or so we hope. And for all the action, we once more going to send it over to our casters, Necker and Jaws. What do you guys want to see?
Just playing Ya's game. W Junkrat player, W Ball player. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good time. When they load into the lobby, it's gonna be a mess, and that's what's fun about it.
Yes. That is the most fun aspect of being able to watch some of these teams in EMEA, is that we've gotten treated to basically everything under the sun, except for this team yet, which if you guys haven't checked out I think you'll all be very excited to see some Wrecking Ball, to see some Junkrat, just picks we don't necessarily get a chance to see in the meta. And Jaws, we got to talk about a little bit of the rich history that have as a team. If you think back to the old heads will remember this, but back to the days of EMEA contenders with Avoided, that was a big OTP team evolving to what it is to now. A lot of these players got their start on Avoided and then just made this other major OTP team.
Yeah, I love it. Clockwork Vendetta, Avoided, just legends of the EU scene. And of course, like you mentioned, Rose, it's going to be Ball, it's going to be Junk. But Super Shy, yes, they'll be playing default comps, don't worry. But, I mean, this is what can really rattle you as a team that is going to play more standard, more meta, right? Not really expecting the junk, and you can't really disrespect the hero either. It's worth keeping in mind. Like, you're not going to see it all the time. In ranked, sure, you're gonna see it a lot. It's whatever, right? But you can't be disrespecting the Junkrat. It still does an immense amount of damage. The Trace is going to, and Pack specifically, is going to be having to check the ball and Kaya a lot of the time. It's a pretty easy matchup for the Tracer normally, but can get surprised, and Kaya has done it before.
Yes, definitely taken some of those Tracer duels before. Don't forget that that frag launcher is going to do 120 damage on a direct hit, so there's a bunch of burst damage there, but Pack is wise. Not going to fall victim to just, you know, blinking into a Junkrat. You can't just walk forward, so I love the sneaky angles that they're able to take in order to take Kaya down.
All right. Hattori and the gang, they do end up capping first as well. Yeah, and this is the thing with Aya's comp as well. Like, having Chasm basically do their own thing and just try and set up the team for some kills. Oh, rough. Jump into a brief pause. Hopefully it's not too long. I think Kaya's maybe reloading the Junkrat. That's what's happening, bro. He's just reloading the bomb launcher. It's like, hey, I DC'd first. Yeah, that's why I died first. No worries, guys. I mean, look, you can't disrespect the Junkrat, but you can... Playing around it can sometimes be a little bit tricky. I mean, the Tire is not the best ult in the game, but hey, it can... the amount of times that the Tire is just like, you know when they use it and they just perma-stick it to a wall and then they just wait for like the whole duration and then they just randomly pop out and then insta-bin somebody? Like, dude, the Junkrat players are just so good at using like every single second of the Tire. Just don't disrespect it.
Hey, like, don't forget, too, Kaya actually got, like, a 4K Rip Tire in one of the group stage matches. Oh, it was a 5K, even better! Even better.
They set it up with the May wall.
That Junk City match, though.
It blew my mind. It blew everybody else's
Everybody
mind.
scattered backwards. They couldn't escape because the May wall was behind them. And they all got killed. So, by far, maybe one of the biggest plays we've seen in Overwatch Champions Series so far, because it was fun to watch. And, like, Kaya could absolutely set those up again. A little bit more difficult, I think, when you don't have the same wall construction power with something like a Wrecking Ball, but still, you know?
It's doable, I believe.
Can't disrespect it.
I believe in the Junk. The chat predictions? Ah, yes. The classic.
Chat
66%.
likes them too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Then Super Shy.
Oh, yeah.
34%. Let's go. All right, let's load back in. Let's get this series underway. Looks like a little ping spike there. A reconnection by the looks of it, actually, from Chasm. So hopefully they should be all ready and raring to go.
All right. Well, all split right now.
Saipe manages to just kunai Zoro from across the map. Nice little teleport there from Tekuno. Sensing the ball is at their backs. Sobek falls, though, to the Wrecking Ball. You cannot be alone with the ball player. Chasm will kill you. Over and over and over again. It's the big. It's going to be the big issue. Just sticking as a group is just way better against the ball. You don't want to get caught out at all because of slam. And then what most Wrecking Balls is like instant fireball. I don't know how they do it. They're just a little freakish with it. Oh, that's a good dive. Good dive onto Zoro. Will Kai be able to survive? No. Pack with a nice little blink melee there. Kai didn't even see it coming. That Kitsune rush on the point should be good for Super Shy. As Hattori, they end up just chasing down Cool Boy. Free kill for them. And, oh yeah, still unable to really grasp hold of this game. It's been rough. Chasm obviously reconnecting there. Lost a bit of ult charge, so no mines just yet.
Well, it's a little bit of ult charge, but I think the biggest difficulty for Aya is actually being able to get set up. You know, Chasm takes a little bit of time to be able to knock somebody out of position on Super Shy. Even more time to make sure that Ken is going to have that railgun shot ready to go to even be able to maybe get that isolated pick. All the while, Super Shy is just walking in front of them and trying to bring the fight to them.
Oh, nice javelin from Hattori. She manages to pin the ball to the wall, and well, what more can you really do if you're Chasm? You get instant fireball to get away, but the follow-up's just too good. Should just be round now, you got to imagine, unless Ken can find another couple of kills. No, the sound barrier is going to stop that, and the coconuts will fall, and that is... Pack is on the point. Just frozen by the trap. Unlucky. All good, though. You won the round. Super Shy with a very dominant showing here on round number 1.
I think on Control, it's always so much harder, it feels like, to run this Wrecking Ball comp because, like, when you look at something like a Junkrat, we always will go back to maybe even Overwatch 1 days where you say, ooh, Junkrat, what a nice defensive hero to pick if you're playing on a payload map and you get to go to the defense, right? You don't necessarily get that same type of setup if you are playing these Control maps, and I think it's harder to, like, find value from, like, the trap. I think Pack has just been playing around those Junkrat traps also very, very well. So I think if you're, you're maybe thinking a little bit more about how you can enable some of these pieces on the team. We are going to see Ken actually switch over to the Cassidy rather than having the Sojourn. Maybe that's a step in the right direction here for to get on the board.
God, look at Super. They are hunting for Ken. Well, that's actually Pack is the first to fall. Oh, Magnade, it landed, so no slam for you. Quick rotations all around. They are just taking a world tour. They'll be in King's Row in a minute. My word. Or
in the volcano. That's just a couple of hop, skips, and jumps away.
Wow, cool boy. That was
Suzuki's already.
That was extremely early usage of the lamp. Hitori knows it too. She ends up taking too much damage though, as Ken just laying in those headshots. No heals for Hitori either. Point is unlocked. And as the chaos ends up kind of ensuing, just the breaking down of team comms, the breaking down of the game. This is where the ball and the Junkrat can really come alive, but Pack is back with a vengeance, same as Zoro. End up capping the point as they clean the field of
As much as you look at the Orisa on the other side to have to match the cooldowns of, when is Spear Spin offline, when is the Javelin offline, you're also looking at the backline of a lot of these teams when you're playing these matchups and going, when is Suzu and Immortality Field gone so that we can go ahead and make that move in? And Aya is one of those teams that does run the Baptiste and the Kiriko together, so as soon as both of those cooldowns are down, Hitori can just go after the backline and take them both apart. So really great awareness in that last team fight and still keeping track of this as come back in. Kaya's already so low.
Good stick. Instant Suzu. Yep, there it is. Okay, Suzu moment. Pack lands a nice one, but can they follow up with any more kills? The fight is breaking down into chaos again, but it's actually Kaya that falls first. Hiding from across the map is Pack looking and making sure this point doesn't get flipped. Chasm is unable to get pretty much of anything done. It's just so hard versus this comp, and it's worth keeping in mind too, being one tricks, like, they're used to playing against not only exceptional players, but against hard counters. So they're pretty well versed at, like, getting past, like, the Orisa, the Kiri, Lucio, etc. But against a well-oiled team, what Super Shy proving to be right now, it can be a little tough. Here's the tire. Kai taking it to the skybox. Hitori looking rather... Oh, okay, no, all good. Suzu. And then the Fortify. We're good.
Just the shields and Fortify. Yeah, you're okay. Tekuno's not.
Oh.
Now, actually getting
go.
a team fight win here after everybody has kind of touched the spawn doors. Cool.
Okay, Hitori next on the menu. They end up taking down Kaya, of all things, and how she got that kill, but the flip will arrive in just a moment. 95% for Super Shy in such a good spot. Make it 98. Oh, yippee.
Yeah, because you're coming back into this one with the Terror Surge. They even have maybe one of their more coveted Orisa, Terror Surge, and Pulse Bomb combos online.
Chasm is doing his best
just
tree ornament
ground count.
Oh no, the hidden aid. He's just getting booped around like a little golf ball. Get out of there, Chasm. All good, there's the mega health pack. What I find quite funny about Wrecking Ball players as well, I guarantee you, if you took a quiz of, like, where is every mega health pack and mini health pack on the map, ball players would get it all correct. Nice little Terror Surge in the back line there. However, a lot of that damage did get Suzu'd, but Ken and Cool Boy already down. Side pair falls as well. There you go, Super Shy. 99%, just with Chasm to kill. Can be quite difficult, to be fair. Wrecking Ball, quite a slippery target, especially with those shields. But there it is, Super Shy, starting the series off strong.
It's looking a little tough right now here for fans
just
out
not their game
chat.
type.
Super Shy.
Just not their game type.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, listen, even when you go back and you look at some of Aya's most recent performances, Control, maybe not their forte, honestly.
Yeah.
So Eichenwald, Stonks, they're going up. Don't sell your stocks just yet here for Aya as we flip over game types.
You could do the old like Doomfist rollout as ball on attack, where you go like, come out of spawn, you go hard right, you go to the castle, then come back around, and then you slam on point. They'll definitely expect that one coming.
There's some rollouts
There's no way. There are some crazy rollouts on Eichenwald, yeah, exactly. Do miss old Doom for that, I will say. I will say. But yeah, let's have a look at some highlights of that last map. I mean, they look pretty clean overall. Super shy, kind of dealing handily with Kaya and Chasm on the junk and the ball. It's pretty easy for Hattori, right? She can basically just sit on the point and not, you know, don't have to chase anybody really, but they were really kind of taking it to him. It was kind of funny, like a lot of the time Hattori was kind of chasing around the Kiri or like the BAP, and it was like, you're just playing Big Tracer at this point. It was kind of funny to see. See, here, you see what I mean? Just kind of running them down. Yeah. And hey, to get away from the ball, sometimes you have to kind of do that. And what they were doing as well to kind of counteract the Wrecking Ball was kind of grouping up as 4. And then Hattori was kind of off-angling or kind of like holding and anchoring the point. So it's another good way to stop the ball from kind of solo killing somebody, which is what Ball is very good at normally.
Yeah, I think too, it's really tough because, like, yes, you can't isolate a target, but I think also the way that Hattori was like taking that aggression to the rest of the team is so important, right? Because when you look at what the current meta is right now, there's big difference with the Junkrat being in the roster over something like the Tracer is usually, you just don't have the same type of firepower. Like, yes, the nades are explosive. You have so much burst damage there. If you're able to get a direct from the frag launcher and then slap a concussion mine on top of that, and you're taking out a Tracer, maybe even taking out a 250 HP target if you get 2 directs in that like splash from the concussive mine. But like Tracer is just so consistent, and it feels like that's lacking.
Yeah, it is tough against the Tracer specifically. I remember Kaya kind of saying in a Commander X talk that, you know, Shax, of all people, wasn't really respecting the junk. And it feels like Super Shy very much respecting that. Like, hey, we know you can one-shot somebody. We know you can just set up and like bang bang, like with a concussive mine, your lights just explosions in your face, and you insta-die. Like, but Pack and the rest of the gang are kind of doing a good job of tempering themselves, like not saying like it's a junk. Like we can just run at them. We can just kill them. Like, why are they playing junk kind of thing? You know, it's they're very much taking this in their stride. Yeah, exactly. You can't really disrespect them that much, and when you do, you can kind of get over ahead of yourselves, and it's not what Super Shy are doing right now. Let's jump into Eichenwald though. Defense here for our year. There will be, of course, I'm not going to call that again, but Chasm on the ball and Kaya on the junk. We'll see where I'm curious where Chasm's really going to set up on the ball.
Just around this, maybe just around the central pillar, doing another good like tree impression.
Yeah, Christmas ornament. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Super Shy, I imagine, just going to get a jump shot on the Widow.
Funny.
We'll see. Kai's definitely got an angle to hit the spawn doors for sure with the mine.
Yes.
So we'll see if Pack ends up just insta-dying randomly to bombs. Dude looking like Demo Man.
It'd be very funny. No. Okay, other door.
Nice body shot though. That was close. Cool boy. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. It can happen.
Well, already back at a spawn with something that we expected to see. It's going to be that Orisa once again with that Cassidy and the Kiriko. So kind of looking at ways to be able to isolate the ball. Look at how well positioned they are to play reactively. Sobek got a huge boop onto the Wrecking Ball to smush him back into the team.
Yeah, and that hinder nade as well. So they can't even do anything about rolling or grappling or anything. Is that just point? Yes, it is. It's a little rough. I bet Chasm, when he ended up seeing the Cassidy like nade rework, I bet he was shaking his fist. Just like, why? Why? Please, nerf Cass.
Why?
Hinder nade is so
cruel
annoying,
world.
to be fair. It is a cruel world being a ball player. Oh, Kaya's in trouble. You see what I mean? Hattori, she's just pushing into the back line. Little care for the Junkrat or the ball. Just countering both of those picks with
I got
one.
a spear. Jeez.
Oh, here we go. Chasm's out of there. All
God,
good.
there's so much CC. There's so much CC on Super Shy. Like, his spear, boop, the mag grenade, like, just anything.
Nice couple of shots there from Ken. Repping the Chengdu Hunters skins. Mad respect. Oh, Hattori finally slain, but Kaya is also going to bite the dust. There's the Hindenane on to Chasm, taking a fair bit of damage. Suzu thrown out to try and protect Zoro's life. Should be able to get a nice little slam there. And Ken on high ground is going to be quite annoying to kind of disrupt, but a lot of ultimates for Super Shy.
Yeah, they have a lot to work with here. I think the nice thing about the Ashe, though, in a situation like this is that you still have like the same type of consistent damage output as somebody like Zoro, but I really love the fact that you also have like a Bob too if you're able to get that ultimate online. But Super Shy with all these ults, let's see how they're going to approach this fight.
He gets so little.
Can you tell me where they are? Perhaps up to
I will go down. You can TP to me. You can TP to me.
I can't.
Okay.
Down two. Okay.
I think you need to take
I think we need to 5-man rotate. I think it's very hard to like stay for me.
No, I don't think
We can fly under.
I'm just gonna fast point, guys.
I think as long as they don't walk on beyond point, you can just chill now.
Yeah, I think we just definitely.
I'm just gonna AFK now.
Okay, get all their ults coming.
I'm setting for the point.
Okay, you can set up for point. I will play castle. I will force them. I will force them off, and you can walk a bit. Ready, 3, 2, 1. You can walk them. You can walk them. Ash beard.
Kill one.
Kill it.
Nice plans. We just live.
You can take
Thank you.
I'm on point.
Mega's taken already. I go point with you.
Ball.
I body block the ball.
Retire.
Everyone, I rolled their
Nice.
That's fine.
Nice.
Junk on me.
Get up, jump top.
Nice, good job.
Ash on me. Ash one. Oh my god.
Oh my, you see Chasm just boop Zoro into the bob there. That was kind of annoying. There you go, there's the point. You see Super Shy and Sobek too. Heard him in the comms just kind of calling out like, hey, they've got all ults, like expect them. And just kind of making the small game plan, small adjustments there, running into this second point push. They end up capping the point. Chasm is still on the wrong side of the map, but this is where the ball gets infinitely harder too, because I mean, the Orisa is just kind of looking at you the entire time, like, okay, well, you can't really flank us ball. We're in the castle now.
You're like kind of just like playing pinball at that point. Like you're not even
seriously, look at
sliding
this.
around the map. You just have to roll.
Everybody's running away. Oh, that High Noon almost scoring a kill there onto Coolboy. My word, look how fast Cassie's firing in that rush. Zoro now re-peeking this angle as you see Super Shy just continuing to move the payload. Chasm goes in for a slam. It's actually Suzu of all things as Kai takes the 1v1 on the sidelines. Ball on the point as Hattori is in the back line yet again. Just she's playing a bigger Tracer, that's all I'm saying. Like, this is insane. Just spending less time in the front lines and more time in the back lines. I would be too, to be fair, if you want to make sure Kai doesn't get away with murder. Point in control, though, of Chasm right now. He's just put himself firmly on it. Just make sure they can't push for free. But with a Terror Surge from the Orisa, it's going to be really tough for them to get anything done. And the point is being pushed in. There's the kill onto Chasm. And 3 minutes and 14 seconds in that time bank. Oh, yeah, I think they have met their match in Super Shy.
Super Shy has been putting on a great display of how to deal with this team. Oh yeah, being able to make it to the group stages was so much fun to watch because not only do they have these 2 unique hero picks we don't get a chance to see all the time, but Oh yeah's story through the group stage was also just awesome to follow. They were able to beat Meta Boys, which was a team that they had to beat after they made so many different counter picks, and then they get that big upset win over Ataraxia in order to make it into the main event. So I think that's why everybody's been so high on Oh yeah as a team, because it's just they've just been putting on some great performances so far. But while you don't necessarily get a chance to practice against a team like this very often, I think you still get drilled playing ranked or just being able to play that synergy with your team. And Super Shy has also been able to watch all of those matches. I'm sure there were a lot of lessons they were able to learn from the Oh yeah VODs.
Yeah, we'll see how they do on their attack now. I'm curious if Ken is going to stick on the Tracer or not. Man, the Spark skins go the hardest.
They're so good.
Out of all of the recolors for the Overwatch League.
It's the best color wave, for sure.
It feels very like neon-esque. It's not like neon colors, but I don't know. Pastel, maybe is the word I'm looking for.
You just get a good feeling from looking at the skins.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really good. Does make does make Brain feel happy, very happy. What is Satori doing? Pushing past Choke. Mad respect, actually. To be fair, she's kind of dominating on the Orisa. I mean, look at this, just chasing Kaya. Yeah, I mean, that's the pressure you can put down as well, right, as the Orisa, because you're not worried about the enemy Orisa because you know Kazum's playing ball, so you're kind of free in a lot of respects just to go after what you want, and Tori's doing that in spades. So there you go. Oh yeah, with another setup here as Kaya hits the respawn button.
I mean, like, if you have Fortify, Orisa it feels so unkillable. Even if you have that Junkrat that's going to be able to grab those body shots, it just feels so tough. So I think Hitori is doing a great job of finding those picks, like the spear for the Suzu.
It's
so
cyberbullying
good.
the backline. Like, Kaya received Suzu and Lamp. Finally, someone's dead, though, and it's actually Zoro that falls. Chasm landing the nice slam. Hitori does need health rather rapidly, but nearing their ult. I mean, 3 ultimates for Super Shy right now. Chasm gets pulsed, and they try to get into the backline. Tekuno quick on the swift step there. Manages to get out of the way. There's the Terror Surge. Lamb comes through, but has one low Kiriko. Hitori manages to survive just for a brief moment. Brief moment of reprieve here from yeah, but Hitori is looking to go in once again with every CD available. Not afraid and making Kaya's life a living hell.
Oh my god. It feels so bad to watch this happen because I think everybody's been there. If you play a backline right now and see Orisa dunk walking in front of you, you're probably not too long for this world, even if you have a great backline to back you up.
God.
So, Sovix, sound barrier.
Oh, Pac. Pac got killed by the grappling hook there, the little rollover, but jeez, destroyed Cool Boy. Rather unfortunate. Wow, Zoro trying to look 16 now, different angles at once as, oh yeah, put their names on the board now. Hitori is back. All CDs have been used, and that'll be Chasm escaping the fight and just rotating round to the point. Here comes the tire. Kaya ripping and roaring. Oh, and Pag. They ended up trading in the end. But that actually will open up this point for yeah, potentially.
Yeah, they're still waiting though. Ayak, you know, they're gonna have to deal with another recontest from Super Shy. They still have a couple of ultimates to work with though, so
should be good too.
You know, maybe.
Nice Suzu. There's the rush. They don't want to let this point go for free as Ken ends up going down to a Booper Sobek. Nice little window, stopping Zoro from getting an angle. Trying to find a flank, but met with 2 supports, and one of them being Akiri. Suzu on the ground to save their life. Suzu and the lab has been used now. It is feasting time for Pac. There's too much health and too much healing in general to kind of get through. And yeah, cap the point. There it is. That's what you want to see. 3 minutes to go now for yeah, pushing towards second. And they might be able to get a priority position here on the high ground. Yes, they are. Super Shy not there just yet. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's nice. You get the Junkrat in front of the Orisa, but the spear!
Yeah,
like, Junkrat just gets pushed back so far.
It's rough. It's rough holding the high ground.
Concussion vibes to get back up there, but wow. Like, Hitori just individually is making this so difficult for Kaya to find value. You have to use your concussion mines in, like, mobility ways rather than, like, pick up.
Oh my god!
The angle onto Zoro.
That pipe onto Zoro was
crazy.
insane. Wouldn't expect anything less from a junk player. Tire available too. Gotta protect the junk. Hitori, she's in the back line again. Mines, traps, everything just completely ignored. Finally, they're put to rest as Kaya trying to deal with the Tracer. Takes care of Pac, and hey, there you go. That's just how it's done. Everybody is descending into madness. And that was where, yeah, really come to shine. There's mines, there's a tire, there's a pulse bomb, every explosive they can potentially throw at Super Shy available.
That's why people love this team. Get ready for some Wrecking Ball mines too.
There's the tire. I'm telling you, they hold it here until like 1 second to go, and then an insta-kill. Oh dear. Oh, Zoro has no clue. Oh, they used Suzu already! Oh, what a pulse bomb! Ken pulse bombs the cast. They Suzu it. Kai comes in, says thank you very much. Slam dunk from the junk. 3 minutes, pushing into third. Super Shy, don't know what hit him. They got concussion going into next week.
Oh my god, the setup so that Kaya could knock him down. That's crazy. But that's like the vibes that you expect to see come out from a team like Oh Yeah, and why they've been so much fun to watch in the group stages. Even now, they're still not down for the count. They've got this Kitsune rush coming into third. Oh man.
All right, Tori's had enough. Time for some kills. Well, the pack goes down to Chasm, of all people. Yeah, I mean, okay, this is where it really gets hard for the Wrecking Ball. Like, how long can you really survive for your Chasm? Like, thinking about the health pack locations too. Okay, there's the rush. A definitive way to end this fight. They know Ken is behind them, though. You can see Zoro trying to hunt. Search for the Tracer and search for Chasm too. They're not low at all by any stretch of the imagination. There's 1,000 HP in the HP pool. Not quite so much health remaining now, though. It's only 240. There's the health pack pickup. Can't let them get away with that for free. Sound barrier comes in, hits 5. Super shy. Now have to deal with the sound barrier, but unfortunately, Kaya ends up going down. It's a trade, but spawn advantage is looking real good for Super Shy right now. Hattori with the Terror Surge as well. Ken, Pulse Bomb in hand, forced a recall. Got Zoro in their sights. Pulse Bomb landed right next to Zoro, and Zoro takes their life. And now Chasm trying, so sad, the Wrecking Ball player trying to leave against all of the CC. Forcibly ejected from the points. Jeez, they're making it really hard for Kaya to do anything.
Unlucky. There has been a couple of points when we've seen Ayab play that Kaya has opted to go over to the Sombra a couple of times. Like, it's happened at the end of a couple of maps where Kaya maybe feels like the Junkrat isn't able to get enough damage down, but he's still have a minute and Kaya is close to another Rip Tire. So maybe we get to see this this combo of like mines into forcing out the Suzu. Maybe you get the Junkrat Rip Tire to help push this payload over the line, but watch out behind you because Pack is there.
Pack didn't end up recalling, so now they have to go get a health pack. But the High Noon ends up killing Kaya. Chasm gets one in Sobek, but is this the turnaround they're really after? Because Hattori is still alive. They have Rush too, and in fact, they're just going to rip it. Hattori ends up falling over before the healing can come in from Takuno. And with Ken claiming some kills, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to finish in with time. There's 20 seconds to go. And these spawns, they're coming out, and with Hattori being able to just plant themselves on the point, I'm not sure a free attack is going to be allotted to them. Yeah, 10 seconds.
Kaya's setting up for the Junkrat Rip Tire, though.
There's no way they finish with time now. Here comes the tire. What have you got for us, Kaya? I mean, look at this. Almost an impossible feat. Just go straight into the Arista, but that might just be it. A Suzu, a Terror Surge to try and keep themselves alive. Kaya's done it. Hattori down. Chasm pretty low as well. They can't keep him alive long enough. But Ken's coming up with the kills and the damage. Overtime is still here, meaning they have to touch. High Noon pulled. Here comes the sound barrier. A little bit of damage in, but the Suzu will stop Zoro from instantly falling over. Nice shots from Ken, but a later sound barrier from Super Shy. I think that's all they need to finish this one out. Pack, Hattori, they've all spawned now, and there it is. Super Shy put themselves on match points.
That was a valiant effort, though, from Yeah to try to even up the score. Felt like they were just a couple of kills away from being able to get that final objective on Eichenwald, extend out the map just a little bit longer. But you were right, they weren't going to have any time in the bank. But maybe they would have finished. Respawns, though, they just get so punishing when you're not able to clean up those kills quickly enough.
Yeah, and it's such a rough place to get like held to on that first corner as the ball. Because like, so, okay, I need to flank, I need to go behind with my Tracer maybe, and then get a slam and a kill, and yeah, it's Super Shy just kind of...
All the health packs are so far back, too.
Yeah, and you can pick them up, but it's like, I need help from the Kiri at some point, you know, you need the BAP or somebody. Yeah, it's a little rough, but they made it quite far, to be fair. A lot of that on Kaya's tire. I want to get a replay of that tire. That was such a nice, like a double up. Post bomb. Oh, you Suzu? There's already a tire incoming. And you know, Takuna's like, I have to Suzu this pulse, but the tire is definitely going to kill us. Like, there's a lose-lose for the Kiriko in that situation, sadly. It was a nice little combo from Kaya and the Tracer, though. So, yeah, looking clean from Kaya and Ken.
Sometimes you just get overwhelmed with those ultimates, but like I still am just so starstruck by Hattori and like how she's been playing this Orisa, because it's like no fear, absolutely none. Hitori's like, I don't care about the Junkrat. I'm just going to walk in front of it. I won't die. I know I won't because I've got Fortify and Spear Spin. How are you going to hit me now and take me out? Well, you're dead. And that just moves on to the next target. And
The
that's
air
after
shot.
like, oh my God.
My God.
It's so good.
Put that in the
Like,
highlight reel.
it's still tough, right? But this is why you have to take out the Junkrat, because
Yeah.
Kaya is so good with it when given these opportunities to weave in, like the Rip Tire right after the Suzu. It just, you gotta give respect to that.
Yeah. It's funny because we did talk about that a second ago, right? It was like, I was like, well, you have to respect the Junkrat, and you do. But Hitori, you don't really have to respect the Junkrat when you can just walk at them and kill them. Because you have infinite survivability, it feels like, on the Orisa, right? A lot of the time, that's just what was happening. Hitori walking forward. Oh, I see the Junkrat. I spin towards them. You have to use the concussion mines to get away or like to push me back. And it was really rough for Kaya to play. But when Kaya does get space eventually, they can't really pop off. Here's the damage numbers and the stats from that last map on Eichenwalde. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't see, although I was going to say surprised to see not more damage, but 53k to 49 is pretty high for the amount of eliminations that went either side. But Super Shy right now, Rose, they're a match point. We're in lower bracket right now. This is IA's chance. They need a grandiose reverse sweep to keep themselves in it. But this is looking like a Super Shy victory here on this next map. We're going to Esperanza, our push for this series.
I mean, maybe a better place to run the Wrecking Ball, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna run it anywhere out of the 3 push maps we have, Esperanza's probably your best bet.
Yeah, I'm thinking,
can't
yeah.
remember the last time
it does
we've seen it on New Queen Street.
Yeah, New Queen Street does feel pretty rough because there's a lot of like straightaways on New Queen Street. Same with Colosseo as well. So you're thinking, yeah, Esperanza a little bit better. Although like the mid's a little bit easier for the ball. I'm just trying to think, like comparing the mids on both maps. Feels like the best one. We're getting an roster update. See what they want to do, who they want to sub in, sub out. Looks like classic.
We've seen this before.
Darkside Phil, normally the tank player, coming in on DPS for as Kaya steps back.
Yeah, so we've seen this before. In their match versus Meta Boys, Phil came in to be able to fill in the DPS role in Kaya's stead, ended up coming in on Esperanza to play the Cassidy. So they could still stick to this Wrecking Ball roster with Chasm on the ball, but you have a little bit, maybe more consistent damage with something like the Cassidy. But yeah, typically we see Phil in the tank role to play Orisa when they do get brought into the roster nowadays. But the Cassidy was pretty clean with it, and they did get the win over Meta Boys on that map.
Well, let's have a look. They can repeat that success here, as they are currently fighting for their tournament lives against Super Shy, who ended up going down in round number 1. But have a mean battle, to be fair, battling back in lower bracket. It's not good. It's not the nicest feeling when you get knocked out first. Or down to the lower bracket, even. Obviously not nice when you get knocked out first, but down to the lower bracket, everything is on the line, every single map, every single match that you play. See if Super Shy can make it there. There's been a lot of discussion, like, who really holds that, like, 3rd, 4th place. 3rd, little bit more, like, cemented in terms of, like, top 3 teams, but that 4th, very open. And a lot of championship points on the line, too. Of course, they're doubled this time around, so a spot in Dallas. Yep. Everybody's kind of hoping for it. We'll see if Super Shy can make it all the way, or, well, can Arya make their way back in the series? And, yeah, there you go. Perfectly called, Rose. Darkside Phil on the Cass.
Ooh, Saipe is going to be on the Zenyatta, though, so that's a new look that we haven't really gotten a chance to see too much of from Aya, but that's kind of like the explosive power you might need. That Discord Orb, really good way to be able to help chunk down some of these beefier targets on Super Shy, but also gives your Tracer, Ken, maybe a bit of a leg up there in the Tracer versus Tracer when you can put the Orb of Harmony on them.
Yeah, I guess the thinking is here, because Chasm and Ken are always going to be in the backline, or like close to being in the backline, it kind of relieves some of that pressure. And you're hoping the enemy team doesn't kind of just run you down, because obviously the weakness of the Zen, no mobility. The Lucio comp normally just runs at you and you die. But that's not exactly what's happening right now. And the war of attrition will end up being won out by the Zen team more often than not, because of the amount of damage from Discord, like you were mentioning, and just like the raw damage output of the Zen 2 at range. You can see Super Shy slowly moving the bot. Very little payload pressure here from Arya, but they need to win these fights, and winning these fights they are doing. Nice bit of damage onto Zoro, takes them out, and Lamp on the corner. And Saipe just stepping up. I mean, you might as well. One less target to kind of deal with you. Oh, Hittori's down too.
I see, look at that, like Tracer full clip, the Orb of Discord, the Harmony, like everything all coming up together, and then like everybody's getting in on the action for all of these picks. Oh yeah, it's gonna get control of this push bot first, and I think the onus is on Super Shy to figure out how they want to approach these fights now. A lot of teams facing an adversary like Oh yeah have tended to go towards counter-picking some of these picks if they give them trouble, but nothing quite like that just yet from Super Shy's. They've got ults to work with.
High noon on the high ground for Darkside Phil. Hittori just walked away from that one. Oh, can't walk away from that though. Ken with the double kill with the pulse bomb. Nice little spear into the wall from Hittori, but she cannot survive. Nice work from Ken. That's 3 kills for the Tracer. Oh yeah, this is a very different team we're looking at now. Kaya subbing out with Darkside Phil coming in. The Cass working out, but it's really just up to Ken, stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, we got Darkside Phil coming in to play the Cassidy, Ken stepping up on the Tracer. That's a checkpoint unlocked as well pretty early on in this map. But Saipe's Zenyatta has been so clean. Whether it's been those like critical hit headshots, even just being able to follow up on some of that damage. Oh! Chasm just locked back in. Went down to his own pulse bomb.
That's a rough one. That's a rough one. That's a big reset angle. Darkside Phil dead to the Soj. However, a Transcendent should help them win this fight. Super Shy, you are slowly but surely losing out against the ball Zen. The double ball comp. There you go. That's the name. Double ball. 2 balls.
Double ball. Okay.
2 balls.
Balls. Got it. But this is just such a higher pace that, oh yeah, setting in terms of their tempo. Super Shy haven't really had a chance to just sit by for a second, catch their breath. Hittori's even gonna come back on the Winston to get a little bit faster in on these fights. And also, of course, hit the Zen.
Oh, nice dive. Oh, 13 HP or something ridiculous there for Hittori as they get out of there. Nice little dive. Yeah, that's exactly what you need. You need to go quickly here. They couldn't find an avenue of attack. Way less aggression coming out from Hittori on the Orisa like she was showing on Eichenwalder. And now you can see an instant switch. Saipe off Zen.
Yeah.
Straight to Kiriko. Doesn't want to mess with the dive coming out from Super Shy.
God, there's like nothing worse than a feeling of being on Zen and you see a Winston come in and cleave and there's absolutely nothing you can do. Like no amount of healing output from Cool Boy, even the Immortality Field would be enough sometimes to be able to save that Zenyatta. So a good switch over to the Kiriko. You've got the Swift Step now to be able to get out of the way when Hittori does come in and make those jumps. And yeah, I'm excited to see how they continue to adapt to what Super Shy are throwing at them. But that was the switch we needed, was to the Winston.
Kainu not planning too much, but Zoro's in trouble. Got a headshot from Darkside Phil. And here comes the window. All the meanwhile, though, Super Shy have been moving this bot. And that sticking power really coming into bite in the butt right now, as they cannot just anchor down this point. High ground control is exactly what Zoro wants with this overclock. There is a lamp in the way. He's landed a couple of shots. They're finally taking down Saipe, as the Primal Rage should boot Chasm out of the way. Super Shy, if you get one more support here, you're going to be in good stead. And there it is, Cool Boy down, Chasm alone on an island. And they're regaining a lot of that lead they just lost, and the checkpoint is theirs.
Yeah, like just like that. It feels like it was only a couple of minutes ago that we ended up seeing yeah make it as far as they did, and Super Shy so quickly have evened up that score. Might even be able to match that progress and then some based on this next fight. They've got the Kitsune Rush tempo if they want to play a little bit closer to the enemy spawns. They also have another Pulse Bomb. Just a lot to work with, but I think like if you are playing this dive, we see a lot of teams back up to be able to play on the high ground around this point because they don't want to be dove upon in some of these situations, or at least make those fights come to them.
2 rushes.
Super aggressive positioning here from Super Shy.
I really like that rush from Super Shy, just straight up the main street, just ignoring the one that Arye placed, which was a little bit too far forward, it looked like. Excellent fight. Bot has been stolen, however. Grand Theft Bot in progress. Call 911, but not for me. Hittori picks up the kill on Saipe, and well, that lead that they got, 98 meters. That's slowly being crunched. Up to 80 now for Super Shy, pretty much.
Phil, switch over to Torbjorn.
Yes.
Alert, this is not a drill. There is a Torbjorn turret that's on the field. And we've seen this a couple of times. You will counter like a big... Are you sure you didn't want to try to see a hammer kill in an OWCS main
Look at him go!
match?
Look at him go. Oh, wait, there's a beat. Okay, the Torb's in trouble. Jake is molding right now. There we go. Solbeck with a kill onto Callboy. That golden line of victory as Chasm just attempts to marvel his way. Okay, someone's got to kill Hattori, though. I mean, it's all good rolling around, but you need to be able to lock down a kill here. And now your Kiriko is in trouble. Same with Pac, though, to be fair. Healing coming his way pretty swiftly. And Kiriko's dead, though. Those cooldowns being quickly used. But Darkside Phil comes in with a clutch. Oh, 2 kills for the Torb. 93 meters to 98. Darkside Phil with an unbelievable clutch on the Torbjorn.
Not even able to get that, not even able to get the lead after a couple of big team fight wins in a row. So, get to maintain that. 2.5 minutes left. The Torbjorn is working. We see this switch a couple of times. If you're worried about flanks that the team might be taking, the turret can help to lock down a specific angle, so the fight is a little bit more redirected in the way that you might want to take it. Chasm got stuck, I guess.
It's a little rough. Oh, the Torb. I think he's used the overload too. I do not think you survived there, sadly. Molten Core coming out though from Darkside Phil. Put it on the point, put it on the bot. Hattori almost burnt alive. Actually, Ken followed up. Okay. I'm telling you, look at that Torb health as well. 400 health. The added shields there from the ball. Pretty crazy. You can't dive that Torb is all I'm saying. So kind of... I wonder if Super Shy is going to change, though. Orisa, yes, okay. I was going to say, I don't think you continue to play the Winston after you use Primal when they're playing Torb. So there we go. Orisa swap here for Super Shy.
Yeah, like you want to like dive the Torb, but also not a good idea. Nothing else that's really that good of a diveable target now. So going back to the big Tracer, and Hattori's been able to make it work before.
Zoro hunting for people. Everybody's playing in that rush. I saw that Suzu come out on about 5 people. And here's the later rush. Chasm, Slam, Mines. They gotta kill Zoro. Someone's gotta kill the hit scan. But Darkside Phil, fortunately, goes down. Turret as well. So not even the 6th player on the team can save them now. Pulse Bomb available for Pac. Might just want to stick Chasm here just to get him out of the fight. But might not even need it, to be very honest with you. Chasm unable to get away, and with 40 seconds to go, Super Shy could end this. But they've got decent spawn timings, as Chasm will be back in just a moment, and they have Sound Barrier.
Yeah, they've got that, and then they even have a Pulse Bomb coming up in Ken. So maybe if they can continue to force out these Suzus, that might be a way to weave in yet another Pulse Bomb stick, maybe even a 2K as we've seen prior. But it's all about these Sound Barrier timings, and it can be really rough to get totally right.
Oh, they AJ Callboy, I think.
No way.
Oh dear. Oh yeah, they got no Sound Barrier left, and they might not have a Wrecking Ball either. Chasm's 1 HP, overtime approaching, but so is that golden line of victory. Terror Surge on the points. There goes Saipe. Chasm dead. Super Shy on what, like a 98-meter deficit, end up coming back. A 3-0 victory to round out the series as they advance in the lower brackets.
Wow, it's so it's bittersweet in some ways to see getting taken out, because they were such a fun team to watch throughout the entirety of Stage 1 and Stage 2. But Super Shy, this is a team we've been excited to see as soon as they entered into the group stages for the Stage 2. And I think this is also one of those other teams that they didn't have a whole lot of expectation coming into this stage, yet still here they are, and they've elongated their stay in the main event for Stage 2.
There you go. Clean sweep, though, from Super Shy. You got to be impressed, like, not getting too ahead of themselves, not disrespecting the Junkrat. We had some amazing plays from but they will be eliminated. Super Shy, though, looking quite good. And if they can withstand they can withstand anybody, is all I'm saying. Zoe, Jake, Johnny,
Looking
Thoughts
good.
on the rest of the series? That was almost.
I mean, never mind
Almost an REF.
anyone else's thoughts here. Someone's shedding tears.
I
Are
was
you okay?
laughing. I was looking
Allergies?
at Johnny. Just the look of despair on Johnny's face while Jack was wrapping that up was just. It was.
Can you
it
get a
was
close
tickling
up
me
on
pink. It was
Jake?
tickling
Like
me
there's
pink.
actually tears.
I was trying not to laugh.
Okay, so that was happy
Johnny was
tears.
looking so sad when the ball was dying. You know, I felt a little hamstring.
I just suddenly thought that you're like emotionally invested into all. Yeah, I thought like, man, he really loved that roster. I thought you were distraught.
I'm a little distraught.
They got absolutely slammed 3-0, and I hope they don't change a thing about who they.
I don't think they are actually.
Yeah.
They decided to die on this very hill, and I think they're gonna
Just
choose
wait.
the same hill
Someday
again.
the ball medal will come.
Someday.
And they'll
the
be ready.
Junkrat meta.
They'll be ready. That's all I'm saying.
Some
When the ball
people
junk
might
meta
have
comes,
argued.
they'll be prepared.
I think this was the best opportunity since ball was kind of like viable again? Question mark? Exclamation
That's
mark.
you're very
Kinda.
generous after watching this match to say that ball is viable.
Not necessarily
So,
against discomposition, but you know, patch changes did certainly give you an argument to implement a ball here and there. On every map, maybe not. Yeah, oh well, you know, you win
play it
some,
against
you
me,
lose some.
please. I'm so scared. It'll be so good.
Let's talk about this though, because Super Shy, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that they've been truly tested here. They've made a stand for themselves, of course, in the group stages. Now they continue on here. Have we learned anything new about them?
Well, we learned that if you don't play heroes that stop Hitori and Zoro, they will just absolutely dominate you. This Orisa was just eating up the supports from. Oh yeah, I mean they have to play these greedy support heroes, but there's no one stopping the Orisa. So Orisa just gets speed boosted into your backline, and on hit scan it's like I cry. You know, the Orisa shows up right next to you on hit scan. It ain't looking good for you.
Yeah, who would have thought that if you actually play Orisa and you fortify and you walk into a Junkrat, the Junkrat kind of dies.
Not a whole lot you can do on Junk in that matchup. It ain't looking good.
You gotta just have to like mind yourself aware of something. It's pretty sad. So yeah, they, you know, I hyped up. Oh yeah, we might have predicted them top 4 in our own bracket.
Wait, who did that?
But well, you know,
aspirational.
It's, yeah,
That's why you were so distraught, Johnny.
It went downhill. we believed in oh yeah on Plat Chat, but alas, it didn't.
Plat Chat being wrong. Shocker.
Hey!
I'm in shock over here.
We believed in Junkrat, but alas, it turned out Super Shy just ran it down mid.
I want to talk about Hitori. She really played phenomenally. I mean, the entire team did. They're looking very clean. Like, there's not too much one can criticize about the performance thus far.
Yeah, I mean, this match is textbook, but I think it's easy to make mistakes here, right? It's easy to play against ball and end up being too passive on Orisa. So Hitori doing a great job catching those opportunities for aggression where she can push in, threaten a kill. Sometimes it's a kill, sometimes it's not. If it's not, she's cycling out, so she's very rarely overcommitting, showing good discipline, but when she gets the freedom to punish, I mean, she's just running through the whole team. So really good awareness how to play this matchup. That is, I would say, most people have not experienced much of the matchup like playing against ball. So it'd be easy to be wrong, have the wrong read about how to play. But from my perspective, she played exactly how she should. Even the Winston swap to deal with the Zen.
Yeah, let's actually pick her brain. Hitori is joining us for a quick voice interview as well. Hitori, I hope you can hear us. Thank you so much for taking the time, and congratulations on the dub.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Of course. And now let's chat about this. I mean, obviously going up against Oh Yeah, you kind of know what to expect. You know, they're going to roll out with some more unconventional compositions. Did you and your team have to change up anything at all to be able to deal with their shenanigans?
I mean, our coach Yokai, it's also a shout out to him. Like, he did really good scouting, so we knew like what we need to do and how they would actually like play and try to do like kill boxes and everything. And it's against Oh Yeah, it's always you either play slower than them or you want to play faster than them. You don't want to be like on the same tempo as they are.
Let me guess. Your coach said play faster.
He didn't really say exactly to play faster, but I don't know, it's kind of iconic. We always run into Oh Yeah in tournaments. Like, we played them in stage 1, we played them in stage 2, then we meet them again in the main event, and we also played them in the EWC qualifier 3 times.
Yeah, so it makes sense. You did look well practiced against this team. I'm curious your personal mindset on Orisa, how you were looking to approach this series, what you felt went well for you. throughout the matchup, playing against especially the Junkrat and the ball. For the folks at home playing ranked, dying endlessly to the Junkrat and the ball, what do I do on Orisa? How do I make it work?
I mean, I kind of just look to cycle my cooldown, so I have like everything ready to punish like somebody who's out of position, like because they mostly just try to take some flanks. And Orisa is kind of broken in that way because you can just spin, then use gold so you don't die, and then it just one-hit them with spear and left click.
Yeah, it makes sense. Use cooldowns, kill enemies. Don't let that Junkrat be free on the flank. That's good tips.
Just be better. Simple as that. Now, one last question before I let you go and celebrate a little bit as your day is over for now. Super Shy, I think a lot of people were surprised to see the team making it to the main event. Where do you see yourself and your team? How do you stack up against the rest of the competition in the EMEA?
I think we have a pretty good shot at maybe top 4, depending on how our day is. Because from scrims, it's like really looking good as well. Like we also win some maps against SSG and like make them struggle a bit as well. So it could be like maybe we get top 4, maybe not. But sadly, we can't qualify to Dallas because we didn't make stage 1 main event.
You got to get ranked. If you get number 1, you can.
That's
number
right.
1. Just win.
Gotta believe. Well, we hope to see more of you and your team. It's been an absolute joy to watch you play, and we wish you best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hitori from Super Shy. They are staying alive in the tournament. What a run they've had so far, though. I love that it's one of the teams which, pulled arguably one of the biggest upsets in the EMEA region by eliminating Ex-Oblivioni, and now they're finding themselves here, taking out a fan favorite in OWCS, breaking some hearts. I want to run the narrative that you were just like...
That I'm crying because the Junkrat player lost.
That's okay.
These days, I'm a hit skin player, so I've come full circle. I used to be an interesting flex player, now I'm a boring meta player.
You're just one of the people.
Cassidy, Sojourn, Tracer, top 3.
Yeah.
Nothing special, nothing to see.
All I do now is play Orisa. Very exciting.
Yeah. I play a little Orisa. My Orisa is kind of nice, actually. I can teach you a thing.
That's cool.
Too.
Do you throw javelins too?
Yeah, but I hit them. That's the difference.
Wow. And if you guys keep this up, you might make it into one of our highlight reels one day here in OWCS.
Our team
you never know.
This is where Jake tells you about how
but you still haven't made it to the main event.
We were 17 with 16 qualified. We were 17.
Yeah, sounds like a skill issue, Jake. I don't know what to tell you.
I can't. If we were better, we would be top 16.
Players who are not having skill issues are some of the ones which made it into our highlight reels. We had some amazing plays, of course, so far today. So let's take a look at some of them, shall we?
Oh, Sparker teleport
better
play.
be like 2/3 of the highlights.
Oh.
This match was ridiculous from him.
This is just the best.
Permanent pop-offs. Let's just leave it on his cam. Observers, everybody take a break. Take 5. We just watched the Sparker cam.
Honestly, with these teleporter plays, not the worst thing in the world. Like Exodial has no idea.
I mean, how are you supposed to know? It doesn't make any noise. This is like seriously scary.
Yeah. Look, I mean, Space Station definitely contender for the number 1 slot, and they'll probably advance on circuit points if they make it deep enough anyway, because they had a good stage 1 finish. But
they want to win it all. They want to send a message.
If they win it all, and look,
this.
I don't know how the seeding is going to turn out for Dallas, but you maybe want to avoid, Falcons, Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah. Show up in the top seed to be nice.
So I don't know how that seeding is going to distribute with the 8 teams, but whatever you can do.
I do think
maybe play more NA.
If they're winning their scrims, though, I think for them, at this point, probably less than first is a disappointment, right? Because if you had a great stage 1, if you're an Answer or Twisted Minds, you take another top 2, top 3. Yeah, okay, we qualify in circuit points. But if you're Space Station, if you just like barely squeak in 3rd, like maybe you go 3rd or 4th in this tournament again, I just think that's still going to be a disappointment for them. How they're playing now, I feel like SSG have to be the favorites to win this qualifier.
Absolutely. Here is our main stage bracket. Of course, we're playing in a double elimination format, so the teams which lost their first matches are not quite out yet. They set ourselves up, though, for some really exciting semifinals here, because I think if we looked at, the upper bracket quarters, I think most of them were on the easier side to predict, Johnny.
Yeah. Look, 3-0s in the first round, and no disrespect, but if you're Space Station, you're pretty happy that Ents and Twisted Minds are battling in the other side of the bracket, and you get to take on Peace and Love, who is a bit of a underdog team here in stage 2. So, Space Station Gaming, I foresee them happily awaiting either Ents or Twisted Minds in the next round.
Yeah, and being the only team running this BAP style, which I think actually looks pretty strong. To me, that doesn't look like a crazy cheese. It looks like this could be pretty legit. To be the only team doing it puts you in a really big tactical advantage, unless you've been wrong the whole time and there's some comp that counters you. If everyone ends up following you, you know, you were the first ones into it, and you guys are probably much more comfortable on the comp than anyone else. So it'd be tough to see strategically if anyone can dismantle what SSG is bringing.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Main stage, or rather the main event here, will be going on for 4 full days. So many more plays are about to happen, and many more people will cover said plays and games, such as Commander X, which is joining us now for a very quick interview. Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's been a fun day so far, even though we went through Stump City. Let's chat a little bit about the EMEA region. Are there any teams which stood out to you personally, or anyone you're cheering on in particular? And if so, why?
Well,
he's really
that was such a great question. Doing a bit of thinking.
I was ready for that. X out.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with you guys. Maybe we get Commander X
we'll see if we can
back
get him
in it. Oh, yes, obviously.
Oh, yeah, as the team to watch. Although there's not, you can't watch them anymore because they got eliminated.
But it was fun while it lasted.
I mean, I do want to see more from ENCE. I feel like ENCE is a big X factor with how much individual mechanical skill they have.
Was that a pun? No, I mean, sorry. I'm just interrupting.
It's all right. Keep on going.
Yeah, I love puns, Johnny. You know me. You know me. I'm dropping puns on the daily.
Big pun guy over here.
Absolute
That's what they call me, Big Pun.
That's what they called him in college, for sure. Either way, back to the people that actually matter. Commander X, back with us. Didn't want to scare you off with the question, but that gave you some time to think about it.
The establishment trying to take me down. What can I do?
The establishment.
The big man.
So where did you lose me? Before any of the answer?
I heard nothing, so hit us up once again. Who's the team to watch out for?
It has to be SSG. They look super dominant. All the word on the street, the Scrimbucks, all massively in favour of them. If they don't win this tournament, and even win this tournament comfortably, it's probably a massive throw by Chris and the boys, honestly.
Where do you think ENCE and Twisted Minds stand in this event going into it? Because obviously ENCE had a close match against Peps earlier in the group stage, of course, and now Twisted Minds. You know, there's some rumors in the streets that they got a bit of a shake.
You're really running with it, aren't you?
Wait,
You're gonna steer the drama.
I'm not steering drama.
We all love drama. Let's be honest.
It started on Commander Extreme, so I'm just,
He's like, wait, what?
we got to the bottom of it as well. So the Twisted Minds situation for tomorrow, at least, is Admiral's not able to play because he's got the collegiate stuff going on as well, and obviously the way the time zone works means it clashes. So Admiral won't play tomorrow, and KSA also won't play tomorrow. So they're gonna have to do a little bit of makeshift stuff to try and figure out who actually plays and how they fill every role.
Plot thickens.
So I would think that puts them in a pretty scary spot going up against ENCE to be forced to change up and play maybe off roles against a team as mechanically skilled as ENCE, who I don't think are going to give them on any comp are going to give them any kind of like easy wins. However, with ENCE, where do you see their status, right? With Gunba announcing his retirement, still helping the players, of course, through this tournament, and then having the close series against Peps in the group stage. Are those things we should be worried about for fans of ENCE?
I think it's a concern. Maybe it's more of a long-term concern how they eventually do. But I think ultimately for this tournament, they're probably still locked on for second. I think the player quality is just too high. And I think they'll be in this weird situation where they probably beat everyone else, but they probably don't get very close to SSG either.
Right on. Now, before we let you go, any last thoughts? Anything you want to tell the viewers? Anything you feel like has been not said thus far?
This is your chance. Tell the establishment off.
Tell the establishment, exactly.
Well, if you are sick and tired of the establishment trying to ruin your lives and really keep everyone down, come watch my stream instead, or come tune into Uncoachable. We're really the voice of the working class Overwatch viewer, so come check us out if you're sick and tired of this establishment oppression.
Love that. That's your PSA of the day. Also, if you're just a regular person, one of the workers fighting the establishment, they do not have time, 4 hours of their day, to watch your podcast. So I think you guys have to shorten the episodes a little bit. But other than that, good shout. Commander X, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
You too. Right on. One of our co-streamers, of course, make sure to support all their endeavors. It's been so much fun to watch co-streamers, co-streamers, and thus far, like a lot of great action, a lot of Overwatch to catch up on. And we have more, of course, on this side of the world as well. But first, we already had to say goodbye to 2 teams. And I feel like this is our opportunity to highlight a few players, some players which definitely made it onto your radars. Which ones would those be?
So of the teams who got eliminated, I'll go first. For me, I liked yeah, they're fun to watch and they run, your eyes are drawn to the Junkrat and the Wrecking Ball, as they should be. These are the picks that are really, blowing us out of the water meta-wise. But for me, I really like watching Saipe on the support. I think his individual mechanical skill, finding these sort of, picks from the flanks, being this pseudo DPS where Junkrat is such a weird hero. He's not really doing what other DPS do, and having supports who can follow up with that straight up damage from the backline, front to back play. You need great mechanics to make support look good on this team, and Saipe has really been delivering that on the Zen as well. Almost gave them a chance there to win Esperanza. So a lot of flexibility from Saipe. An interesting player to watch. I think a lot of these players could be on like winning teams if they were, maybe playing a slightly stronger
Their entire thing is the Junkrat Wrecking Ball.
But the supports, they're playing good heroes on support.
It's not their fault. It's not their fault.
They're trying to carry a Junkrat and a Wrecking Ball. There's integrity to that.
Maybe a top team will pick up Chasm, if there's a Wrecking Ball meta one day, but, Hadi's kind of got it, Chase maybe got it, so, it's tough out there.
It's tough out there.
It's only a Junkrat, maybe they'll pick up.
The establishment is oppressing these hard-working Wrecking Ball players. I just want to get on and put in my 9 to 5 playing Wrecking Ball only and ranked, and the establishment, all the other players, they won't let me. They want me to play Orisa.
Is this like a virus? What's going on, Jake? Are you?
He caught on to
I'm
me.
just enjoying myself.
Jake has a lot of that Junkrat aggression he hasn't taken out in like 6 years.
I've been holding in my Junkrat energy for the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
This is your stage to let it all out, Jake.
I'll play some Junkrat just for you guys.
I appreciate that.
And FACEIT.
I'll play some Junkrat. No one wanted that, but thank you.
When we play Toronto Defiant, I'll play Junkrat.
You know what? I'd rather have your Junkrat than Jaws Widow in rank. So
that's true.
Shout out to Jaws, still watching. We love you. Who stood out to you?
Look, I gotta give a bit of a shout out to a tank player. And
big surprise.
Big surprise. I know.
Are they Swedish?
No, they're actually not Swedish. They're actually not Swedish. Because why? Because the Imperial doesn't have any Swedish players on the roster. So instead, I wanted to.
If there were Swedish,
rest
assured.
Hey, Soro went through, Swedish player. Anyway, Crocs, good performance. On the tank here, and big reason why they were even at the main event in the first place. Big reason why they reversed with Rock in the group stage. So I was definitely impressed, and I'm definitely impressed by some of these players, some of these tank players who just like no fear. And Hitori was the same on Super Shy, of course. It's just like they just go in. There's no hesitation about engaging. There's not too much sitting around. So I think that Crocs is a talented tank player, and Lord knows there's a lot of tank players in Europe right now that are starting to stick out. So you could have picked China maybe. Decent Tracer performance, but I think Crocs is really the backbone of the Imperial. So if the Imperial comes back strong, it's probably because Crocs is leading the charge.
That's right. He's definitely been a standout player we all have our eyes on. And speaking of standout players and heroes, we want to call out an individual that leads every team he's on. Today is his 5th year anniversary of our tournament lead. Trevor, or if you are around the internet, Divine. Also a name he goes by. So we want to congratulate Trevor and thank you so much for leading us through amazing competition all these years.
Do you get anything like at Blizzard? Do you get like the swords and like the shields or anything? Do you get?
That's pretty hard to beat, man. Blizzard gives you a freaking sword.
Swords are pretty good, so people have to step it up with their anniversary rewards. What would you like other than a sword?
What would I like? What would I like?
That's
a great question, putting me on the spot right now. Well, it couldn't. There's a lot of games going on here, so something that's universal. Maybe like one of those dance boards, where like you press the dance.
Like a DDR mat?
Yeah, like a DDR mat. Yeah, give me that. Yeah. Like 5 years, like Esports Engine, I get a DDR mat.
I think we should do a segment where Johnny plays DDR on stage.
I don't think we should.
That'd be great. That'd be great. People are sleeping on my DDR moves.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's. I'm trusting you that that's what it's called. I have no idea what this is.
I mean, he can barely walk. I don't know if I want to see him dance. We'll figure it out over the break. Maybe we can make it happen. Maybe not. Probably not. But we know for sure that there is more Overwatch coming our way, and all of that is going to happen after this break. So stick around.
Well, I mean, 6v6 had its great moments, right? It's a huge part of the history of Overwatch, but in the end, 5v5 is for the future, right? It's for the, you know, there's less tank players in the game. We got to have a game that represents the player base as it is, not as we want it to be. Yeah, Hugo, you know, I think you make a great point there. Actually, I can't really disagree. Having a high skill ceiling is crucial for the game to really be rewarding for even the best players. However, I think Overwatch is still plenty hard, right? There's still plenty of ways to show your skill and be the best even in 5v5. Hugo, I gotta disagree with you there. You know, I think it is Overwatch. I think that constantly changing heroes, changing strategies. We've seen it more and more in the pro meta these days than ever before in the history of Overwatch. That counter swapping is something I think that brings out more of the game than we normally get to see, especially in pro matches, bringing out more heroes. So honestly, for me, that's a plus rather than a minus, Hugo. But thank you for your perspective. I thought your points were well made.
Overwatch Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, America. We're moving on to the NA side of things for the rest of the day. And I'm once more, of course, joined by Jake and Johnny. Jake, you're already arguing with anything.
You know, I love to argue. I like to get into little scuffles, little verbal back and forth, a riposte, if you will.
Okay.
Do you know how you can tell that video was actually fake and pre-recorded?
No, please tell me all about it.
Jake didn't argue over his opponent.
That's true. If it was real, you would have just yelled at that tiny little dog.
Actually, Hugo, no, you're wrong, Hugo.
So
no, actually, no, you're just wrong.
No, but if you've seen the little bit there with Jake and Hugo, this is how you look like to Jake when you're yapping about 6v6. Like, let it die. It's done. It's over. We moved on. 5v5.
Whoa.
That's where we at.
Whoa.
And this
swinging, Zoe. No love for the off tanks.
Zero. Spoken as someone who plays off tank a lot, or used to, anyway, because it's dead. It's no more. Our teams, however, in the NA region are still all alive because we haven't started their side of the bracket just yet. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of all the teams we get to see in the NA region today, we also want to once more remind everyone to connect your Battle.net account to your preferred streaming platform in order to get some fancy drops. Which one stands out? What do you want?
You could duo on Hanaoka with the blooming friendship name card.
I love it.
I mean, I'm looking at the ironclad dual spray, which, I hope you take your Torb 101s out there. I think I read somewhere today that someone made an apology for not honoring the Torb 101.
I think Viper
that was
took his
about.
gun out.
That's crazy.
He was losing, and he pulled out the classic, bring the gun out and just blow away.
He really brought a gun out.
It wasn't really a 1v1. I was just messing with you. I was just...
Oh my God.
If there's 2 Torbs on the server, you gotta honor.
You're the expert. You're the Torb 1v1
Me,
professional.
as someone who won those.
Jaws is popping off in the back.
That's right.
He lives.
Whoa, Torb! Whoa!
Well, you gotta honor the integrity of a Torb 1v1, and you also gotta honor the integrity of the competition as a whole, because they're playing for a lot of money and a lot of circuit points as well. Our teams, anyway, we don't play for anything because we're just not good enough, Jake.
Yeah, that's true. Were you gonna say something else? I'm good enough.
Costa
Maybe not
isn't
you
here,
guys.
so I can't jab him. So you unfortunately have to convict him to my
17th best.
That means that you're not in the top 16, and that means that you did not move on to the groups.
FACEIT League, that's my chance to
That's
prove
right.
we're going to take down Toronto Defiant without scrimming one time. It's going to be super great.
Will it qualify for the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, we'll be there. We're going to beat
matter
Toronto
what.
without one scrim.
Be there no matter what.
We'll be there no matter what. You heard it
Either
here
as a
first.
player or on the desk, you're just going to be
That is
double
true.
dipping,
That
and
is
I can
true.
respect that. Now, that's far in the future, not very far, but a little further than our very next, or rather first, LAN event, and that will be held in Dallas at DreamHack. So make sure to grab your tickets right now. You see the link on your screens, and you can meet us
gonna be
or
great.
some of your favorite players.
I miss
Meeting
everybody.
fans is the best.
It's fun meeting fans, meeting the overall, getting the community together in one place, right? Whether it's BlizzCon or DreamHack, I think just having everyone there in person, you get that passion built up, right? We all said, for me personally, I'll speak for myself. I can't say for everyone, but I'm sitting at home watching esports. I'm yelling in my apartment. I'm pointing at the screen, making weird noises that my neighbors would probably be offended by. But when we come in person, when we're all together, that's when it's really special. You get to share that with people who get it, really.
It's pretty unmatched. The energy of an LAN environment, a lot of players also really benefit from that. There are some teams who just can turn it up when they're playing in front of a crowd, and some of the teams will get an opportunity, of course, here in Dallas at the DreamHack. But first, let's take a look at the teams who are still in the running, because, of course, a direct invite to Dallas is also on the line here. Now we are on the NA side of the bracket with our upper bracket matches. Which of these stands out to you?
I feel that, honestly, this M80 versus FMCL matchup is going to be hotly contested. I think M80 should be a solid favorite, should be one of the top teams in NA, but FMCL has some serious players with a lot of experience. I think especially Seeker on the hit scan, someone to watch out for. I think Zira on the flex DPS as well could turn heads. So I think, FMCL could have some hope for an upset, especially as M80 hasn't looked as solid as we would have want them to be, I think, going into this tournament.
Johnny, student of the game, and Pip, can I interest you?
Ooh,
Yeah, actually, that was the match I was going to highlight. So I'm glad you teed me up for it.
I'm also interested.
Yeah, but I think already that Students of the Game has kind of, facilitated themselves as one of the fan favorites in North America. But, Pip bring it to map 5, and they were about 5% away from a sound barrier, which could have potentially won them that game. If Pelican hadn't straight up carried Junkertown, M80 would have maybe taken a loss in the group. So I gotta give Pip their flowers.
I will say, for M80
though, Wrecking Ball was not loved.
If Pelican is carrying too much
Yes.
on M80, for a team this good, there shouldn't be one player clearly hard carrying you this often. As I feel like Pelican is doing time and time again.
And
now, though, Pelican happy, they're in the States.
I was just about to
They're
say,
not
it's going to be
playing
even
at
scarier.
6 a.m. from Korea. This is a huge buff to the team. So getting people off ping, getting them together in person, Nero as well as a backup, that's going to be valuable. This team should be super scary. The player strength is incredible, but they haven't been as strong as I would have wanted them to be. I set a really high bar for these players. Maybe it's not fair.
I want to hear from you. In the previous matches, looking at the group stage, were you convinced by what you saw from it? And maybe leave out the big conversation.
No.
Looking at the tanks, especially here, how did you feel?
I
about
think
what we've
Hawk
seen
is
from Hawk?
not the issue on this roster. If you actually wanted to have a conversation about, who's contributing the most, who's contributing less.
Well, not so much about the individual, but about the compositions they were running and how they looked on it.
I think that for M80, I think that they're capable of bringing out most compositions here and do a pretty good job. Even if you have Hawk playing Doomfist, Orisa, Diva, they brought out some of the Cassidy Torb, that we've seen in
I think
Korea
Hawk's
as well.
Winston is good too.
Yeah, the Winston is probably capable. It's not one of those situations where you're it's a traditional off-tank player trying to adjust to main tank. It's no, he has pretty good Winston. So I don't think it falls on Hawk at all. I think, as Jake said, and I said this earlier in the week as well, waking up 7 a.m. and you're a hit scan player and you have to perform, okay, that's a valid excuse. Okay, I could buy that.
Not a
but
valid excuse.
now I'm tired of excuses. Okay? This is M80's time to perform, and if they end up taking some surprising loss or whatever, I'm just done with this team. I'm just I've given you way too much rope. So now either perform or I'm just
Or Johnny is out. Well, let's take a look at the opposition here. FMCL. Hard to tell what this team is capable of. I mean, they crushed Nightmare and Vice in groups in a very dominant fashion. Lost to Students of the Game, which people would have expected. That was also a 3-0 loss. It is a team made up of a lot of interesting players, though. I do love the duos we have. I love the storylines we have. I mean, Lep and Renko going up against their former team.
That's always a dramatic
storyline. Some dramatic grudge match here. I like this team.
I think Ariel on tank is someone not to sleep on as well. Really strong performer on tank, especially the high mechanic heroes like Orisa. Very, very aggressive. When he pushes in, he's really clean with it. So I think the tank play can be a strong suit for FMCL. To be honest, though, I know I would have probably expected students of the game to be favorites, but a 3-0 is more of a gap than I would have wanted to see based on the players on FMCL. I feel like they shouldn't be that far behind, a team in the top 5-6 of NA. So to be honest,
maybe they also had to get up at 7 a.m.
Maybe both of these teams, there's a little underperformance from both of these teams. So now
these are gamers, Zoe. Like 7 a.m. is brutal.
So am I.
7 a.m. is
and I am up at 5 in the morning.
No, we're boomers. We're grown up. Like we're on the north side of 20s. Like it's over.
Let's be honest. Yeah, if you're on a pro gaming team, 7 a.m. That's like a curse. That's like a death sentence.
Anyway,
okay,
I think in short for FMCL, they have all the individual players. They have all the mechanical skill. Let's just see if they make dumb decisions or smart decisions.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we're about to find out. The game is ready, so are we. So let's send it over to our casters, Mitch and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, plenty of storylines to dig into in a match like this. Are you there, bro? Knock, knock.
No, I'm not there. I'm just. Hey.
Now, I asked for this guy.
I'm here with the winner of the debate.
Yeah, I'm used to casting with serial yappers, so I was very ready to go over and bring Hugo in. Matt, how you going? How you doing, mate? I never ask you to start ironically normally, but yeah, I'll do it now.
Yeah, this is actually the first time you've ever asked me if I'm okay.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm just doing it for the
perfectly
show,
fine.
really.
Yeah, we got that footage yesterday with Hugo. All you got to do, freak him out, is drop his penguin into the couch. His little penguin, he absolutely goes crazy for it. And then, you start asking him questions, and you see that beginning video, he starts going crazy.
Yeah, I'm glad he's got some opinions. Nice. Hopefully that rubs off on you a little bit today, because there's plenty to talk about as we jump into this match. There is a little bit of a grudge element, of course. The backline of M80
your outfit.
FMCL. Mate, I've been wearing this for ages. I wore this last year. I can't believe you don't remember. I'm reusing
That's the problem.
That wardrobe budget, yeah, thing of the past, mate. I'm bringing them back. You know what I mean? And no one's going to say a darn thing because they're not really looking. They're looking at the gameplay.
It's like you're releasing the same album over and over again, but calling this one a deluxe. Just put a little new.
Yeah,
a
it's
new,
like I really miss 2018, except without the 6v6. I'm going to run these albums back. Give me, I'll get some mixtapes coming. Look, I mean, FMCL got utterly sogged in the group stages, right? Their matchup against students of the game did not favor them at all. But M80, they're on my list. Happy and Pelican now are, to the best of our knowledge, Matt, in the United States. But it was a pretty unconvincing exit from the group stage for M80, narrowly escaping in their last game in a 5-er.
To the best of your knowledge, it sounds like that sounds ominous. Like
well, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it and then watch them get absolutely
I believe they are.
on. Okay, there you go. To the best of my knowledge,
they are, sure. They're here. This is one their M80 should win, right? But FMCL, we've seen them obviously play pretty good, obviously, to get here. And they have some players who this is a little bit of a grudge match, right? So as we kick things off, it'll be both teams going with that Orisa-based composition. I'm curious, Mitch, we've seen a little bit now that like some teams really favoring the Cassidy over the Sojourn. Well, Cassidy, I think, is a little bit more consistent in terms of the results, where Sojourn, you miss the shots, not really going to be doing anything.
It's harder to miss those shots now with just how like the hitbox size for projectiles has changed, but with the health changes, Sojourn can't just insta-kill you. She has to work you down a little bit with that primary fire first, whereas Cassidy's still good for a 2-shot against many targets. Of course, that extra durability, you see Siki here is, representing a pretty nice health pool, and of course the hindrance that's available to you with Mag Grenade makes him pretty powerful. M80 getting crunched here on this right-hand side of the map, and an Immortality field already has to be committed to the fight. Ariel doing well to hold their ground here, but popped some of those defensive cooldowns too early, and as a result, falls first.
Yeah, I think that FMCL, they thought they had the advantage there, kind of like pushed up into the choke. They just needed to secure one kill. The issue was they weren't able to find that kill. That time Seeker I believe he actually just dies to the explosion of the mag grenade there as he goes right into the body of Happy. But they push up onto the point. They try and secure one kill. They actually have an advantage at the start. They're not able to get the kill. M80 with Ultraviolet, on that Baptiste, able to keep everybody topped up, and then they work down Aerial on the point.
Now with Happy and Pelican set up for success, there's just not a lot of reason for M80 to struggle against some of these, up-and-coming teams anymore. Definitely expect them to have a dominant performance, and the start has been good. Amplification Matrix gets popped here, and this keeps FMCL's heads down back towards their spawn. They'll at least come in with that rotation to support ultimates themselves. But you see Pelican already trying to apply some pressure on the left here. Renko has to have his wits about him. Javelin's been already going to be drawn out of Hawk. He's lost that armor now. Pelican's had to recall, but comes back into the fray with a vengeance. Here's a sound barrier pop, and you're short-handed when you're using it for FMCL. That's gone for basically nothing.
So you end up using it, right? It's not horrible because you end up trading the beat for the opposing beat, right? So Liar ends up using that. And now you have for sure an advantage in terms of Renko having this amp matrix with no amp matrix on the other side, right? You've been holding on to this for a little bit. But M80, you got a Pulse Bomb, you have a Terror Surge, it's going to start things off with that overclock getting quite aggressive.
Hawk circumventing the amp matrix for the most part, and Happy's able to come forward now with that overclock. It was Renko that caught the shot from the overclock. And that'll be that. FMCL can't get a good position, Matt, to use that amp matrix at all.
Yeah, well, look, we talked about why FMCL invests the beat in the last time, right? But M80 is so well trained that they know, okay, there's an amp matrix on the other side. What do we have, right? We can spear spin into it, get aggressive, push them back, negate any of the effects of that Baptiste ult.
95% and counting. M80, strong strides here at the start of Oasis. Pelican stunned up briefly there by the Javelin, but more than happy to recall and flip it around on Aerial. He gets drawn out of position and isn't in a spot to mitigate damage for the rest of their team. Here's that Air Matrix now from Ultraviolet. Gets his up way quicker than Renko could hope to. And the Immortality Field is not enough to keep Aerial alive. Pelican trolling the enemy Orisa in that side room for the last 20 or so seconds.
Yeah, Hawk ends up killing the Immortality Field, so that Pulse Bomb goes off and actually does lethal damage there. As the first fight, looked actually pretty decent for FMCL, right? They get that position on the point, they're not able to secure the kill, and then after that it's just all M80, right? Nothing really positive happens for FMCL after that. So we'll see if things can turn around here in our second point. Potentially some comp changes right here with a little bit of high ground that teams like to play for. Potentially see some more characters with mobility.
My own here. Just with a sim switch for a TP, maybe back to the Torb. An effort to limit the impact of Pelican's Tracer. Yeah, that's going to be locked in here. So we'll see how this plays out as, M80 to be very quick to try and establish that high ground. It'll be Aerial on the DV here. So ostensibly, Matt, a pretty decent pick if you want to transition between this low and high ground in a pinch.
Yeah, can definitely put pressure onto the high ground, right? It's just, I feel like they're going to have a tough time securing this, right? You're going to have to just play around the defense matrix to get up towards that high ground. Maymon, that's the turret that goes down there. As we'll see where they try and set up with this Torp, right? Like, not a lot of great areas to do so, but like you mentioned, potentially just to kind of play a little bit extra defense around the backline and Seeker.
Hawk here with a vintage skin on, just quietly pushing the FMCL straight back into their side of the map here. Eventually able to take control of that high ground. CQC still contesting it, took a Javelin earlier on, but more than happy to return here when there's an opportunity to do so. Oh, my moan's okay. He's all right. He can DI forward there and get back onto the health pack, but now he's completely isolated. Still, Hawk doesn't really want to get caught with that overload up against the Tor for too long. Fortunately, Pelican came to the rescue, but it's a trade.
Yeah, the D.Va just doesn't have the staying power of the Orisa, right? Like, you can just see how Hawk can just push up without, much fear, right? Getting right up into the opposing team's face. FMCL not even able to get the point there. As that'll be off of the Torb now to Tracer. It's just, even if you can't control the high ground as often, right? The ability to just survive on the point and put pressure on the opposing team with the Orisa, it's just so strong.
Defensive cooldowns way more robust for the Orisa. Again, just on, I guess like D.Va used to be on like a timed cooldown instead of a resource for a defense matrix, except you have an extra one of those cooldowns to use, and you can cycle them. Here come Eddie and Matey. Speaking of ultimates though, they're cycling that sound barrier now. This is a Deadeye from Seeker as they've been forced back, hoping to find his way back in, but trades it in for an instant reload and nothing more. Great tap tier on Hawk though, strips that armor instantly, forces M80 to play back, but now they can spring forward behind that amplification matrix. Pelican trying to keep Renko busy, but M80 gets shoved off the point for the time being here. Hawk too low, and Liar's not there to get him out.
Yeah, they find that kill onto Liar, which is huge. No speed boost to kind of move that Orisa around the map, and then they can actually get things going. So what I think they need to do with this D.Va, right? So D.Va's great in terms of like 1v1 potential accessing the backline. It's like you almost need to just kind of like circumvent the Orisa, right? And put pressure onto the Lucio, onto the Baptiste, even the Cassidy, right? I think that's kind of what you're trying to do here. Have aerial work in combination with Maimon and make plays.
Also, setting up Maimon, like you said, to dive backliners more effectively. So that from Ariel just there on the chase at least. Maimon gets 3 kills set up by Ariel. Okay, high ground control. Pretty hard to shift the Orisa off this. And there's going to be a charge in under that Fortify. Happy able to get away from the pulse bomb and all. He never had a chance to use the Deadeye. All the skulls showed up, but Pelican found 3. And FMCL still peeling themselves off the pavement.
Yeah, I mean, they just got bullied back into that corner, and then the pulse bomb from Pelican. Wonder if that's actually just stuck on the ground or stuck to anybody. It just seems like there was no way out there for FMCL.
But how? The Terror Surge was up, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is a filthy combo, right? We've seen the Terror Surge comboed with a few different things, like an overclock comboed with the pulse bomb there. Almost like a grab in a way, right?
Overkill. Absolute overkill if you think the Deadeye was also committed to that fight. But M80 are on the precipice of taking away the entire map as it is. Happy putting pressure on Ariel here. To the high ground we go. Backing up as the Deadeye now is being used by Seeker to make that space here. Surely no one in M80 would dare challenge this. Liar. Almost gets caught by the heel there, but here's an Ant Matrix to the low ground, and Seeker's not ready for it. He dropped there for his own safety, and it ends up being the worst place he could have been. There's no way you're getting back in that Mac Aerial. That self-destructs. Ultraviolet though behind the Ant Matrix is there with the damage. And a quick cleanup here sees M80 snatch away Oasis. Pretty commanding fashion here, and this is what we were expecting when we set expectations with Happy and Pelican now stateside.
Well, I mean, that's what you want to see from M80, right? And I think the desk kind of talked about it a little bit. You want to see more than just Pelican for M80, right? Pelican had a great first map, like you expect them to, but it's not all Pelican, right? Everybody contributing for M80, which is a great sign for their future prospects.
Yeah, and it's not a shaky result like we saw against Pirates in Pajamas. That was like a real drawn-out slugfest, and a game where, like, Pirates played up to M80, I think, in a big way, but M80 looked a bit shaky and weren't exactly able to get the most out of their DPS. You can see the difference made. You can see why everyone was so excited about this basic super team that was put together by M80. Now, with these pieces in place, they're starting to look ahead at teams like the Defiant, right? If they can get a win in this series, they're thinking even further ahead. Oh. It's going to be up to these guys to give M80 a reason to respect them.
I mean, you say, like, look forward to some of those other teams. I still think that FMCL, like, this just obviously was a pretty poor map 1. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they played them pretty close in some of these other maps. I think there were some things, I don't think the D.Va was particularly awesome in the second point. And then, I think they were able to kind of get a little bit of an advantage at the start of the first point, right? And, make some fights interesting. So, would I say the FMCL's coming back and winning this? Like, I think it would be tough to predict that, but I also think there's like avenues for them to make this series pretty close.
Especially when we saw how atrocious M80 were when it came to those push maps, right? New Queen Street was really, really rough for them. And honestly, something that we said about them is that they at times struggled in the Orisa mirror. That was an issue for them sort of back during the group stages. Doesn't seem like it's been an issue so far in this matchup. And if you recall, FMCL, like their biggest weapons is definitely in the form of Seeker, right? It's that hit scan DPS, it's that consistency, obviously that backline strength, right? But speaking of which, your head-to-head here is Lep and Liar. Obviously, Lep replaced by Liar on this team. So, well and truly worth looking at here. But, again, probably hard to really read too much into this.
Are you calling it after one game?
No,
You're calling it after one game.
Okay, so to be fair, I am definitely getting excited about the prospect of this team being able to get Happy and Pelican stateside. Like, I am sort of dying on the name brand hill already, but I'm seeing an M80 that doesn't look nearly as fallible as they did through the group stages. So that is filling me with confidence. Trying not to get ahead of myself here, that M80 have to be taking each map as it comes. I'm talking about the Toronto Defiant. They shouldn't be even thinking about that. They've still got a real game to play here.
I mean, if you're M80, right, this roster is good enough to contend with some of those top teams. So, like, you have to kind of hit that ceiling. Like, that's the ceiling I think everybody's expecting you to hit. And, in a team like FMCL, pretty good, right? But you expect this team to be able to get over this relatively easily, right? So, We'll see if they do so.
And you have the undisputed bench lord Nero, by the way, the classic utility player that so often got rotated into his teams. I'm thinking like rosters like the Shock back in the day to play a lot of those pocket picks here. You've got a lot to work with here. And again, we saw FMCL rotate Zera and Seeker around a lot. And in fact, they were both playing the Sojourn on multiple occasions. So we weren't really sure like what the thinking was, like what maps sort of dictated that kind of switch up. But they both look quite good. They both got gapped in that matchup against Students of the Game, though. That was like one area of a sore spot, I think, that we could touch on for FMCL, is that they were struggling with just this hit scan prowess that they were dealing with from the Students of the Game. And that is going to be present in spades here up against a team like M80 when you've got Happy and Pelican looking at you from across the map.
Yeah, I mean, Happy and Pelican is just such a sick, damage dealer combo, right? They can just play. Pelican can just play anything, and then Happy, you just put whatever hit scan is popular at the time. There's always going to be one. It seems with FMCL, they'll be on defense, so they'll actually go with like a Ramatra-based composition, Ramatra with the Cassidy. So this is kind of like Space Station-esque. Is that a souvenir we see? Okay,
it's the Winton
rare souvenir sighting.
The Winton, baby. Wasn't that a drop? Wasn't that a stream drop?
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe it was a battle pass.
I have the WoW battle pet called
nice.
the Winton battle pet. That looks very similar.
All right, let's see M80 now getting up to a one-map lead. Let's hear what the comms are going like, see where the vibes are at.
What pick are they?
We're in this together.
We not see?
Lucy, the back drop. I
go left side.
Ram.
Pushing.
Counter main.
Walk up.
Maybe left side. Oh.
Come back. I'm good.
Stop. Everyone stop. Go fucking Orisa, Lucio. Go Orisa.
I'm good. Are you good?
Think we need to? Alright, I'm going Lucio. Maybe you can stay.
Yeah, I think Orisa is good, right?
I'm already
Actually, 6 fucking decent a lot on this map.
Yeah, that cast.
Yeah.
We can walk.
Yeah.
Good shoot, main. Stay main. They drop.
Back in.
Shoot. We can. Yeah, push up.
3, 2, 1.
Swing on them. Heal me. Stay heal.
Where's the top? Yeah. Take one. Push me.
Oh, I'm on.
Oh, fuck. Form.
No.
Back. You good?
There's a lot of discussion here for M80 about what tank actually would suit them best against this unexpected Ramatra defense setup.
Well, I think they were like looking to see what tank they had on the other side at the start, and I don't think they got like a great sightline until they turned the corner, and then they saw it was the Ramatra. Some discussion whether Orisa or Sigma. I think potentially they wanted to stay the Sigma, and then Hawk now forced over to the Orisa. So seems to also be like they didn't have a Lucio at the start, right? Playing a little bit slower at the brig bat. You absolutely, I think, need the Lucio to get through this choke.
My own great stick, but an immortality field instantly drawn out of Ultraviolet there. Now the Orisa seems to be the play for now. A little split though from the rest of M80, who are playing that high ground here. If MCL getting a lot of value here out of just these brief bursts of aggression behind the Ramatra Nemesis form.
Yeah, you're going to be under 2 minutes here, right? Really no progress to get through the choke here for M80, so pretty good defense here for FMCL.
Oh, okay. M-Matrix, a little bit of an awkward angle to try and use this. And in fact, Matt, M80 have already pushed ahead of it here as all of FMCL give that ground up. Perhaps that was by design.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They just kind of kite it. Now they'll buy that space back with a Deadeye, right? So you kind of trade Matrix for M80, buy some space, then the Deadeye now kind of takes it away and forces them inside of the Firehouse here, where now a real fight will kick off, where depending on how long this goes, Mitch, I mean, I was going to say, M80 needs something to go their way, and that time Happy with a headshot.
Beautifully done. That one-shot potential, or quasi-one-shot potential from Cassidy goes a long way here. Pelican gets a little too close to Seeker there and takes a bit of damage. Love the body blocking there for Hawk. Happy now with the Deadeye. Well, actually have a decent shot here even through this. It has to be an immortality field there for Renko. But Lep's already used a sound barrier and they're all so low. And even through Annihilation, Ariel cannot be kept standing. Eventually taken out of the picture. And M80 will have that point. And mate, you talk about a trade of space, right? M80 get into the Firehouse. They just have to wait for the Deadeye. I don't know if FMCL really were able to reclaim much behind that.
I mean, no, not really. They weren't able to kind of push on. They're not going to push into the Firehouse to make a play for them, right? They just don't have that type of comp. They kind of want to lock them in there. But Pelican and Happy get outside and they get that pick so fast that's where things crumble. Where Aerial now will go over to the Sigma, so can control a little bit of the high ground here, some just kind of consistent damage, so might be a pretty good pick.
We're on the road here. To the Sigma now, but again, seemed fine for Hawk until Aerial started taking that space away, pressuring the shield down. Aerial might just want to trade some aggro and some poking from that high ground, but look at how quickly that shield blew up with the Amp Matrix in play. All of FMCL have to respect this, but they're able to retain the high ground. Problem is, Matt, at some point they have to give it up voluntarily to contest this.
Yes. I was going to say a lot of cart progress. That was like both Amp Matrixes. Seeker actually uses the Deadeye there and gets one player really low, so M80 has to back down. But yeah, look at this Terror Surge inside.
Oh, look at me, because could be so good there. Immortality Field had to come out for Renko. It was still nice. I mean, they came out of the Immortality Field looking beaten, battered, bruised. Beautiful stuff there. We didn't get the combo with the Pulse Bomb from Happy, like Pelican rather, like we did on Oasis, but it was still good looks. And Matt, Hawk just walked straight past Aerial, completely disrespected the Sigma.
Yeah. Well, once you lose that space between the Orisa and the Sigma, right? Like the Sigma needs to just kind of be playing at a distance the entire time. That's why like high ground to the low ground is they're kind of like moving the payload, right? That kind of works out. Once they get into that close quarters, I mean, I know it is curtains for the Sigma, right? I mean, that is when the Orisa is just able to dominate that type of situation where now they'll actually match tank and Seeker will now go to the Sojourn. So seen a lot of Sojourn or Cassidy now going to go over and try and Sojourn here. Maybe at a little bit more long range.
Pelican sees my own drop down on him. Opts out of that engagement for a bit of a top up, I'd say. Okay, Seeker now. Sees that Deadeye and gonna vacate the space as quickly as possible. Beautiful though, M80, they take advantage. Aerial could not get to safety in time. Left not able to ferry him out of there. Seeker will attempt to make something happen here with the railgun shots, and they weren't too shabby, but still enough here for M80 to get some more progress. They'll have to regroup and get off this at some point, Matt, but this is a good sign for the attacker.
I mean, do you need to get off of this, right? Happy's going to come back on the Widow. You have, Beat and Amp Matrix here. Like, you can kind of gamble a little bit and go for it, right? As they do back up just a little bit. So just this Widow, the pressure, right, is going to force these, sight lines.
Nice, real nice from my own. Pelican has to double back and help here, and even he is not able to do too much. Questing Pulse Bomb there from my own. Yeah, I like the idea. It didn't quite pay off though, and now Pelican with a sound barrier on him was looking to pressure Seeker down. Good timing from Lep to reciprocate there, and love that. Slide straight on in. And Pelican had nowhere to go once the rail came calling.
Yeah, as M80 now, they'll actually have their Amp Matrix for this next fight, right? So double support ult used there for FMCL. I think they actually just needed a fight win, right? Like, you don't win here, then you're kind of getting a junk fight out of the spawn. So may as well, invest a little bit. The cart's going to move backwards. I thought you would just do the Widow for, like, maybe, the spawn coming back, right? They want to keep pushing it, but they were going to stay on the Widow for now. Light are going to be playing the Brig, so no speed to even close that gap. I think this is actually even a little bit better for FMCL, right, with some of these ranged characters. Seeker goes to the Widow now as well.
I love that Seeker's happy to take the challenge. That high ground position, though, favors the attacker to some degree. Seeker can play out of that sight line mostly. Happy he was looking for him, though. Here's an A Matrix now. And Nola gets caught in the Gravitic Flux. That's ridiculous. Aerial. A big miss on that one. But Seeker doesn't. Finds Ultraviolet there. Getting rid of the Baptiste is probably the most high-value target you could ask for there. And to take him out of the fight instantly, even better.
Yeah, it's FMCL now looking like potentially can put together a little bit of a hold here. Is what you have a Gravitic Flux plus Pulse Bomb, like not a huge wombo combo, so to speak. A Seeker with another Widow shot is starting to really kind of feel it now on the hit scan.
Gotta respect this guy. Definitely one of the standout North American hit scan talents. Putting the pressure on these interlopers. Pelican there trying to stay out of the crosshairs, but eventually M80 will have to group up behind this Sigma. Oh, does he know? Yes, he's aware. Happy's found Seeker though, that's a big opener. This is now going to force the entirety of FMCL back and open that sightline even further for Happy. Now a couple of chokes to shoot into as the card's getting close. We are, though, in overtime. Accretion only gets splash damage on Pelican, no stun, so no chance to capitalize here. Beautiful. Again, Ultraviolet gets brought down. Seeker starting to fire up while Happy is busy swatting flies. Limon closes the gap. This could be dangerous for Happy now. He's in a bit of trouble. Pulse won't be necessary, but has been built. Hawk, though, hanging in there, staying alive. But an Amp Matrix from Renko is going to make it very hard. When that Kinetic Grasp expires, so too will the Sigma.
And really nice stuff for FMCL. So they get a hold here. No, not a full map completion for M80. It was actually kind of looking like that for, most of the game, right? Once they got that second checkpoint, it looked like it was pretty much smooth sailing. So to get a hold here at the end, pretty huge stuff. I also think a good thing for FMCL is you start to see Seeker come alive a little bit, right? I know Happy was crushing on the Cassidy. And then kind of once, the Seeker went over to the Soldier and went over to the Widowmaker, started to come alive a little bit, where I know as a player like that, a hit scan player, like all you need to see is like, a few really nice shots, make a few nice plays, the confidence goes up, and start to see the tides turn a little bit.
Yeah, look, there's a question for me about whether the Widowmaker is the answer for Happy there towards the end of the map. Not really an issue that he's baited Seeker into mirroring, that's just good fun, but Hanzo here from Happy. Now this is really interesting because now as the game has changed, especially after that Season 9 patch, Hanzo does not have that same level of one-shot potential. You're relying much more on the Storm Arrow, which has a reduced cooldown for the lion's share of your damage here. So very good against like shield-based comps, but obviously doesn't have that same lethality that Widowmaker can offer now as only true one-shot characters, one of them in the game.
It's pretty good burst though, the Hanzo, right? If you think they're gonna run like Ramatra on the other side, or even against the Orisa potentially, right? You can just cut through that armor with the Storm Arrow. So we'll see how Happy plays on the Hanzo, and we'll see if FMCL sees this and has any type of response. Is taking a little bit of a longer route.
Gonna be very much
top through the subway.
He's gonna be very much outranged by Happy here. Do they dare go through the train car like this? This is all going to be revealed via the Sonic. And Hawk is, possibly the perfect tank to play that position. So Sonic gets thrown in. They see it all here in M80, and they've grouped up. Here they come, pushing out here.
Look at this, yeah.
Absolutely overwhelmed there.
Yeah, but who cares about this Hanzo, right? They just speed boost out, and they just run down the Torb.
Well, that's kind of just my point. I just don't know if it's even good enough to be truly threatening. Maimoni on the Genji, which otherwise would be kind of annoyed playing into Torb, but there's just no chance really for Pelican to set up around that turret at all. He just gets bowled over. Beautiful attack here for FMCL.
Yeah, they're just looking for a target to run down, right? Torb limited to no mobility. Get the Ramatra in Nemesis form, the Cassidy, right? To just feels impossible to kill at times, and then Genji with a speed boost right in the face of that Torb, and just falls on over. As M80 will stay here with the Hanzo. Seeker will actually switch over to Widow, and Liar's gonna go Zen. So really interesting here now, bringing the Zenyatta in the mix. Obviously the Discord Orb's still very strong, but they're gonna have to do everything they can to protect him.
Again, it's really only Maimon that can challenge. He's expected to play safe behind Hawk Shield for the most part. Happy with a Sonic actually finds a kill. That's Renko. And there it is. Seeker eventually emerges. That's the risk here for Happy. He doesn't really know when and where Seeker is going to pop up. Keeps his life up there. The Zen is also under a lot of pressure, and yep, that's another for Seeker.
Man, I'm telling you, sometimes like when you're a hit scan player and you just see a few of these shots, and you start to make plays and get in a little bit of a flow, it can change things completely. Seeker now starting to nail these shots, whether it be on the Widowmaker or the Cassidy. Is Liar gonna go off the Zen, not gonna try and play that anymore. Ooh, that is a sick shot.
He's been breathtaking so far in this stage of the map. M80, if they're not playing from behind the Sigma shield, they're in a lot of trouble. Gravitic Flux here from Hawk finds very little. Sound Barrier now comes out from Lep. He didn't even have to use it until he was sort of waited a few seconds after that Flux was dropped. If anyone was even caught in that. Dragon Strike, though, there's no chance to escape from it at that kind of range, and Aerial's brought down. So the fulcrum here for this FMCL poke comp is out of the picture. They're going to struggle to advance.
Yeah, I was going to say that M80 absolutely needed a fight win in the worst way, right? To just kind of let them continue to move through there. Just kind of escort the payload all the way. That second checkpoint would have been like over 4 minutes in the time bank. You never want to say anything is like a guaranteed loss, but it would have been really difficult to come back from that. So they decided to invest a lot of ultimates into that. Gravitic Flux, Dragon Strike, right? And try and take that high ground, which they do, taking out Aerial.
Maimon here. I think it's pretty clear what his objective is right now. Stay hidden and get a good pulse stick, but Pelican is doing the exact same thing on the other side of the underpass. Here's the stick, it's good. Hawk immediately deleted. Accretion then never found its target. Gravitic Flux should have a good catch here. The Hanzo, they'll take it. Don't have quite the angle to follow up, and a great immortality field from long range. There's an Ant Matrix here for Ultraviolet to play behind, and it's going to force an M80 back. He even gets the Sigma kill. What a fantastic answer for M80 to sing the Flux, capture their Hanzo.
I mean, that is such a sick play from Ultraviolet, right? Being able to keep the Hanzo alive and then also drop the Ant Matrix, pick up a kill after that, especially on Aerial, who I know was really kind of the key there for FMCL. So 2 fights in a row, M80 clutch up as now FMCL, it's starting to get a little bit scary, right? Because you have to swap so many of these heroes, right? You're, resetting or greatly diminishing the amount of ultimates you have. And now you're looking at like, okay, we only have 2 minutes, right? You're looking at like 3 pushes at best.
I'm enjoying the Brigitte switch here, to be honest with you, because FMCL have shown they want to run past Hawk, or at least at him. The Brig is going to give you a heck of a lot of options, especially with that rally now available. Here's a Dragon Strike. We'll cut Aerial off from the rest of his team. And look, immediately, Happy wants to capitalize. Hawk swings back towards the rest of M80. Happy can't overextend from this high ground yet, so unfortunately the Dragon Strike doesn't get them what they wanted. But you see the idea was there. Happy in the Vortex. Not so pleased with that one as Renko will finish.
So you get one. Can you get any follow-up? They'll rally, so you're not going to really want to push into this as Hawk just trying to be a disruptor on the Doom.
This is a power play for FMCL. Make no mistake, Renko gets to set up an Ant Matrix on this high ground. And M80 are very split here. Hawk can't remain in the open for very long. This is a risky pick against this competent. Free haircut, not the Doom needs it there from Seeker. With a railgun through the Ant Matrix. Hawk has to cycle cooldowns to keep this card contested, but here comes Seeker. Sound barrier now means he can take every risk in the book, and even some that hadn't been written. And FMCL get this second checkpoint with over 2.5 minutes to play.
I gotta say though, like if M80 gets the hold here at the end, it feels like the 2 fights that they kind of go all in on here is really what would allow them to do it, right? Like this could have easily been, I know, 4 minutes now for FMCL to kind of push this in, but you've dwindled that clock down, I know, at about half of what potentially it could have been. So obviously FMCL, they get the point right now. They have an opportunity to actually win Midtown, but M80, it feels like their best opportunity to end up winning it, I know, was getting some time off the clock there. Absolutely.
This last part of the map is treacherous as always. Aerial needs to find a way to really break through and then never give up on the gas. This could be big. Renko able to get away from that though. Immortality field deployed, it doesn't matter. Oh, buddy, Hawk is actually able to remove the immo as he charges with the punch. I mean, he'll claim he intended it. I'm happy with that. But still an unlikely way that fight played out.
And it looks like potentially going back to the spawn here is Hawk. Yeah, gonna get escorted back. Orisa,
Hawky boy, get that dub.
Once that meteor strike is gone, right? Now you don't really need as much that high ground forward pressure. You can play this Orisa play a little bit safer here for the end of the game.
Pelican, sneaky beaky. Renko jumping up and down like every Overwatch player ever. He's going to be able to avoid the Tracer for now. What goes up must come down at some point. Seeker embodying that. Right now, he's more than happy to give the high ground, have a better shot. Straight into the path of the Javelin. Lucky to get out of there alive, I'll be honest with you. There is Annihilation available here for Aerial, but Lep gets taken down. Beautiful stuff for Happy. Through the Ant Matrix goes the railgun shot. And nobody from FMCL has any business peeking out into that sight line. Seeker's got no choice but to try and contest with what's left of his life. And FMCL are down to one final push against double DPS ults.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have that great combination that they use on the last map on Oasis with Terror Surge plus Pulse Bomb, but you're getting closer. Sound Barrier available here for M80. I think M80 pushes up because they want to get some of these ultimates out up FMCL early, right? That's the Ant Matrix going down.
Hawk getting picked off there. Real focus fire from FMCL, and now a true opening. One almost got made between Pelican's ears. Eventually, Mimone can finish the kill. Down to 4, RM80, with Hawk coming off the respawn, but not quite in position to contest here. The sound barrier that will be crucial. The timing of these will matter greatly. Aerial now with the Annihilation. He's in the perfect place, and okay, the boop there. Aerial sent back towards the rest of M80. So the sound barrier is dissipated. Aerial still has a second left of that Annihilation. He's made the space, but M80 now will have a chance to come out and contest this properly. There's a pulse bomb here for Pelican and the stick. Oh, he might have saved them this map. Seeker's down. The centerpiece for FMCL. And now the Terror Surge Surge will hold FMCL in place. It's easy shots for Happy as Let was slow, trying to leave that field of effect. And M80 get it done here. Holding out and taking Midtown away. A beautiful finish. And sometimes the best pulse bombs are just those single kill ones, Matt. Pelican ends the round there and then.
And I thought FMCL, they were in a pretty decent spot, right? They get Happy really low. It's the Immortality field used in Sound Barrier to try and keep him up. So you get the little bit later Sound Barrier, you get the Annihilation, you push them further back. But I mean, that's why you get a player like Pelican, right? Who can come up in the clutch and make those plays. It's like you didn't even see Seeker really on his screen. He just kind of flies by, nails that pulse bomb, and once you lose the Sojourn, it kind of seals the deal.
Competitive map, right? We saw the Widow duel on the first half. That was a lot of fun. And a lot of this tank switching, right? Hawk even coming out of the gates on Sigma. We know that's his preference. It's always been his preference. Eventually, though, being forced to play that Orisa and moments like this were absolutely massive. We thought it might have been even nastier. There was a beautiful sort of pulse bomb set up there, I think, on that first map from Pelican with the Terror Surge. When Hawk gets to play Sigma, he's a problem. Happy with that hit scan pressure, looking much improved from the group stage where consistency was definitely the question. Leveled at him. And I got to say, great DPS on the side of FMCL. Thought Seeker had a great time. I think Seeker won the Widow battle, 100%. Maimon always a threat here. Both teams, look, really quality backline as well in Lep and Renko, right? I mean, they are going up against the team that dropped them, so I'm sure there's a bit on the line, as was discussed on the desk earlier. But for all that said, all that bluff and bluster, it's a 2-0 scoreline for M80.
Yeah, I mean, I like we talked about after map 1. I actually, like this FMCL team. I think they actually, have a ton of good players, ton of talent, and I think that they can keep this series close. Like, do I think they, I mean, if you played the series 10 times, like they definitely be some outcomes, or they probably end up with an upset, right? It's just
once or twice.
This time, I mean, there's a pulse bomb at the end. I mean, that is crazy. There is Pelican nails that one right on the Seeker, so that sets up M80 really nicely, right? Up 2-0 in the driver's seat. You feel like that was potentially maybe their best shot in this series that you just took from FMCL. I think you just need to, when you get up in these 2-0 scenarios, just put it away, right? Don't let teams with talent linger around and make it interesting.
Absolutely. The first seed from Group C versus our second seed from Group D here. It's a double elimination though here, so FMCL, even if they struggle in a match like this, will have their opportunities in the lower bracket. And from the quality they've displayed throughout that Group D, they'll definitely be on for a couple of big games. But so far, it has been all about M80 here in this series. Here's your head-to-head of DPS, something we discussed a fair bit, and honestly, you can throw a tissue over the two of them, pretty close together. Seeker, obviously, just with a little bit weaker of a KD. So, what's your brow furrowed for? You not heard that term before?
Oh well, I mean, I was like 29 limbs with 11 deaths. It has a higher KD than the 28 and less deaths, but
it might be a final blow.
Maybe
final blow to
final blows in there. Maybe hiding the numbers from me, right? But I know I'm an expert mathematician. There's nothing you can get by me. There's nothing. None of those you can get by me. I've got like a TI-83 up here, whatever it's called. One of those.
I mean, Matt pretends he doesn't know what it is. It rattles out the exact model number of the graphics calculator you get in your senior year. Okay, mate. You're not fooling anyone, buddy boy.
Hey, those things are cool. Hey, when I got one of those, I was like, man, we made it. And then I was like, man.
And then you didn't use it. Instead, you drove a meat truck around New York City.
I just copied off other kids.
Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Here we go.
I just befriended the smart kids, and I was like, hey, man, could you help me out?
So why don't we ever get along? Is that not your strategy anymore? Oh, wait.
What do you mean?
Never mind.
Hey, I gotta ask. It's been bothering me the last few times you've come on camera.
Okay.
What's the deal with the half shirt tucked in? Is that something new? Like, am I missing out? Like,
oh no, I just haven't.
My t-shirt, I can't get half of it tucked in and half of it out.
No,
it just doesn't
the
work.
problem is that like one of my
like a new thing.
Well, see, here's a problem because I've been carrying you for so long.
Yeah.
One of my latissimus dorsi is like much larger than the other, so if I even flex slightly, it threatens to rip the shirt.
Man,
so
you're running out of material real fast.
You need to give it a bit of extra space on one side. Excuse me, that is fresh. That is OC.
They're gonna make a 30 for 30. What happened? What happened to Mitch Leslie? Is happy with a Widowmaker here off the start to rip Seekers.
This guy just revealing my midlife crisis. Okay, buddy. Listen, we're doing fine. I'm talking about video games. I'm living the dream, and I'm watching Happy pound it. Love to see an opener like that, and audacious to start with the Widowmaker here, but he is issuing a challenge right now.
Yeah, the 30 for 30 about Mitch Leslie. From stadiums to VB longnecks. Down. I'm trying to name an Australian place, but I don't know many.
You nailed it, VB longneck. I don't drink that swill.
I got it, right? I got that's one of them.
No, I'm more of a Cooper's guy, but you've done very well, Matt. You've obviously been in Australia recently. Seeker is able to find Happy, so they're 1-on-1 of the DPS challenge, and here comes Seeker again. Hawk under a lot of pressure, and this is the issue for the Sigma, right? When that space gets taken away, he's under pressure to rotate those cooldowns just to get away. And meanwhile, all that ground has been given up, opening the sightlines for Seeker.
Well, I also have to say, like, it's pretty impressive for FMCL to, like, bounce back a little bit there off the start, because, like, who would have expected Widowmaker on the other side, right? Like, long sight lines, we typically see, like, Sojourn, Hanzo, like, nobody really comes out and plays Widowmaker. And with the momentum already for M80, like, you could see that start to spiral, potentially, but they come back in that next fight, and look at this, they end up taking the lead, and now see how they decide to play this. They probably want to back up, they don't want to, like, kind of push into this high ground, maybe use the Ramatra as bait to see if they can get Hawk further in.
It almost feels like they're skill checking FMCL at the start of every map, like, hey, can we play Sigma Widow? No, we have to play Sojourn Orisa? Okay, fine. And they just run back the composition that's generally accepted to be the most robust at the moment. But I'm glad to see them try at the very least, forcing FMCL to give them a reason to respect them. Happiness found Lep, and that's an issue for FMCL, who need to reposition back to the middle part of the map, but are at great risk of getting caught just like this. Oh, they might give up a fair bit of ground. They've got to stall this bot while they're going down.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't think they're going to give up like a lead potentially, right? I think FMCL can probably get back and contest this. It's just this is what they'll probably end up giving up, right? Is they can't kind of sit up here and control this high ground. I think M80 is going to push a little bit further in. Pulse bomb from Bemo doesn't connect with anything. Where this will be an amp matrix here from Ultraviolet. So this is just going to try and buy them more of that space, right? Like, you don't use this amp matrix up here on the high ground, right? This is probably where the fight kicks off, like on the top of that bridge, trying to buy some space. Nice shot there from Happy. What in the world?
That's taking so much of the pressure off this backline here. Seeker's Deadeye, of course, is going to force a stoppage in play for now. But as soon as they come back here, I don't know if they bought enough time for Bimo to return. Okay, he's on the way back at the very least here. Seeker, beautiful shot on Ultraviolet. Chasing here. Sound barrier means you can go that step deeper, and Happy, even with the slide, had nowhere to go. FMCL losing a key player at the start of that fight, not only stabilized, but ended up winning. Hit scan pressure, a big part of that. Nice job, Seeker.
Yeah, the downside will be is that coming into this fight, look at this Pelican just kind of trolling a little bit, stopping the bot, stalling it. Is that M80 will come in with their sound barrier, right? Sound barrier with the Orisa in the mix, you can get right past this Sigma shield. I would look for that to potentially be something that M80 tries to cook up.
I've got to say, Ariel with the most based skin choice possible. I think a shared nationality between him and one of those previous Philadelphia players might have prompted this decision, but it looks good. For Domgenate, baby. Oh, well, there it is. Terra Surge slopes everyone from FMCL in, but it's a very back and forth fight. Seeker able to break that immortality field early, allows Bimo to do some damage. I think, though, that's about all he's going to get, but this is only going to see the bot return to about neutral a bit further down before FMCL get back. Lep being the last spawner will slow them up ever so slightly, though.
And for FMCL, the key will be trying to keep this space between the Sigma and the Orisa, right? We've talked about it in the last map, right? When the Orisa kind of closes the gap to the Sigma, gets past the shield, that's when they can really start to win that 1v1 battle. But if Ariel can keep this range, right, where especially here, kind of controlling that high ground, you can definitely do, then you start to see where the Sigma potentially can kind of just chip away at this Orisa.
Sigma here for Ariel. Hawk knows that there's a lot of pressure he can put down here, but closing the gap without getting picked apart by this high ground control is the issue. A lot of that falls on Pelican's shoulders. Can he disrupt this very entrenched setup for these longer range heroes on the bridge? Happy, of course, you could sort of count on him finding a random headshot here and there, but that's a little speculative. Pinging the stairs they are, so they're saying, we've got to get the shield out, we've got to press our Ariel down and maybe sneak the bot in behind some of these defensive cooldowns.
Trying to get an angle on it's so hard though, right? I mean, what, you go to like hug where Seeker is playing up there on the high ground, but he's sitting up there with a charged railgun shot, right? You're not just gonna like walk up to underneath there and make a play. But look at that, Happy takes out Renko. I mean, that is huge.
Flux here for Happy, wants to try and get out of line of sight. And, okay, no sound barrier available there, but it doesn't matter. Happy hits the ground and nails left. That's 2 kills with railguns in this fight. And that's probably the most brute force solution I've ever seen from a team playing from M80's position on this map. Just grind their way through, try and find picks. It had nothing to do with Pelican going deep, although he does now and finds a kill with a pulse bomb. But they couldn't rely on the Tracer flank there for so much of that fight, and they still get that checkpoint. This is big for M80.
Yeah, you know who's had a pretty sick series, I think, for M80 is like Ultraviolet.
Yeah.
They don't actually even need the Immortality field to kind of like save Happy with that Flux, and he actually just throws a long-range Immortality field right at Hawk and ends up saving him. So there's a lot of ultimates used by FMCL, but they kind of need to at this moment. Is the bot getting up to 90 meters of progress right now. This is where push becomes really difficult, right? Like, okay, you're gonna have to win 2-3 fights in a row, right? You know, to kind of take the lead. And M80, you can kind of pool resources, right? Terror Surge, Ant Matrix, Sound Barrier, all coming online. No real reason to kind of like throw them in on this first fight.
That was a real grind for M80 to get as far as they did. Hard fought meters. Now FMCL have to do the same. It's going to come from a great start. They need a huge pick in this fight. So much of Overwatch right now is Sojourn involved. Requires these picks. M80 forced to the outside of the ring here because of the Ant Matrix, but they're happy to get the space for now, given how extensive their lead is. And they can fall back, Matt, to these safe high ground positions.
Yeah, just play from this high ground, just burn clock, right? Aerial gets really low, and now they try and put the pressure as, yeah, you lose that tank. Seeker ends up losing the long-range battle to Happy a little bit before then. So this is just, you know, this is when it becomes even worse, right, for FMCL is, now you're back at square one where you're going to have to win, you know, 4 fights in a row, right? Providing M80 doesn't even get any more progress.
I mean, you're talking up Ultraviolet. I vibe with it. It's the Happy and Pelican show again. Hawk doing a great job as well of forcing Aerial to use those defensive cooldowns earlier. You're so much weaker when you have to pop those. Hawk able to hold on to his for a long time and avoid that amount of poke damage he takes. Seeker there, lights from the window. He drops off that high ground. It could be the Pelicans causing him problems there. Good pulse though from my own. Sound Barrier too late to save Happy. But can he work with this still to some degree as M80? The answer is absolutely not. Liar almost gets turned into an ornament there, pinned to the wall. And FMCL now will head back to the middle of the map. Chop wood, carry water. Time for some honest Overwatch.
Here comes Hawk, just looking to... It's like maybe stall here as Pelican will run out as well. So just trying to buy even some more time. I wonder if Liar and M80 thought that FMCL had like support ultimates, right? And you figure like, okay, you know, 2 minutes on the clock, we can trade beat for like their beat in Ant Matrix or, you know, something along those lines, right? And at the time FMCL was just a little bit off.
Maybe they're tracking there not exactly where they want it to be. Lep and Liar have been out of sync in sound barriers times on this map. This is another junk fight for M80. They'll take what they can get from this. And honestly, Happy finding Momo, not too shabby. Maybe one more and they'd be real pleased. We'll have to settle for a bit of stall instead.
Yeah, not a fight that M80 necessarily needed to win, right? That's Ant Matrix, that's Overclock. That comes out there for FMCL. Nah, this is probably their best attempt, right? You know, a minute on the clock, you lose, and the bot goes all the way back the other way. You're going to need like a miracle run, so they got to make it happen now.
Aerial's too low. Desperately, I think that with the regenerative burst, they got them back up to half here. But that health bar is struggling to stay afloat. Pelican finding Seeker there as they were already under extreme pressure as it was. Happy getting the play from the high ground. He was huge in the Terror Surge employed by Hawk. Aerial just able to get away into the safety of the Immortality field, but how much longer can FMCL hold on? There's a lot of pressure here for M80. Aerial trying to get towards Happy, but he's so healthy. The Arista about to get dragged down and sent off to the glue factory as the Immortality field just acts as an insurance policy. M80, with 24 seconds left in the round, are in full control. And they're ready to end things here.
Yes, the bot will just kind of make its way back towards mid-map, towards the FMCL side. It's, down by a large margin at this point. It does not look good. I mean, well, you have 2 ultimates to work with. You got to get back to the bot. We'll see if that even happens.
Aerial able to touch here with the Terror Surge at the very least. Questing Javelin finds naught. There's got to be an overclock here for Happy. This is definitely a good part of the map to make it happen. You don't have a low ground disadvantage. Relatively even playing field here. for a neutral fight playing out for FMCL survival in this series. Can't feel good for them. Double air matrix, double railgun, double kill. Happy the one to go down there, but Renko, the lion's share of the healing for FMCL, is now AWOL. Hawk doesn't mind getting dragged into the maelstrom here because he can hold his own. And it will be M80 taking the series away, advancing here in our main event.
Yeah, really strong win for M80. Noah obviously going up against a team in FMCL who I think can make a little bit of a run in losers depending on how it shakes out. I think with M80, it's like, okay, that was awesome. Like now we want to see them do it against some of the other top teams in North America, which I think after that performance, a lot of people probably imagine they can.
We saw it multiple times at the start of some of these maps. M80 are trying to play maybe a more preferred style. Sigma, Widowmaker, can we get away with this? Time and time again, the answer is no. You need to play something more reasonable, you need to play something more standard, but they've shown us that standard comp works well for them. Much to talk about in this match, especially the prospects of M80 moving forward. For all that, we're going to head over to these knuckleheads on the desk.
Knuckleheads joining the fray here. Just the two of you, not me, obviously. Let's chat about this.
I think it was a collective.
Maybe it was collective. Okay, I'm part of the problem.
It's up to the chat.
Yeah, we're knuckleheads, so what?
Yeah.
Fine. All knuckleheads reporting in, and that is fine. We're the people. Calling everyone knuckleheads now out there. I want to chat about this because heading into this main event, quite frankly, M80's performance did not convince anyone. Yes, you can argue about, what time they had to get out of bed or like what ping they're playing on. But overall, I think people expected M80 to just look so much more dominant. And thus far, that has been the case in the group stage. What changed?
I think really we saw so much performance out of Pelly and Happy in this match. You really have to credit them a lot with how strong the team looks now. Having these players at full strength has just changed the game for them.
I mean, this was a sick little duel here with the Widowmaker. That was clean. It was clean for my mouth. Come on, it was clean. Oh, and Seeker with the Widowmaker highlights.
He was lights out. Seeker was seriously lights out, but it still wasn't enough. I mean, this stick from, but that was a really nasty one.
Yeah.
Like if he doesn't get this, honestly, I think they get full capped on.
Yeah.
Like that stick saves the game.
Yeah, and some nice switches coming.
God, I didn't even see that one live. Oh my God.
Frankly, for anyone who's now going to find themselves in the lower bracket, they should be very scared of the team from FMCL.
Yeah.
Because quite frankly, I think now that they're really gelling, they look like a scary opposition, even though they fell 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a sick team. By the way, we got player of the match, Happy here. Incredible individual performance. What we wanted to see, actually now in the States as well, afternoon. Don't have to. You can wake up, do your morning routine, everything you need to do, Happy, to get in order.
The narrative.
Yeah, everything. That's the narrative. Afternoon Happy. It's better than morning Happy. But yeah, incredible individual performance by Happy. But I really like this FMCL roster, and we're gonna see more of them in the lower bracket. Of course, they're not eliminated just yet, but I want to see more of them, and I hope they stick together. Whatever happens, because they are talented players. But you have the NA roster mania. There's players all over the place, and you don't have the time to build synergy. But really, I mean, these are really individual players. They just need more time together to click and figure out compositions. You saw in this series, M80. They were so on top of the compositional swaps that they always had a leg up. And so, FMCL, they were always on the back foot, and then you have to deal with two amazing Korean hitscan players. So,
yeah, they're gonna come back for a revenge match. I smell it. I can smell it.
They can definitely be a threat in the lower bracket.
Yeah,
sure.
and should be considered as such. For now, though, we of course want to highlight our winners. M80 are moving on in the upper bracket. We have Liar joining us for a chat now. Liar, welcome to the show and congratulations. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. That was such a good warm-up for our match tomorrow. And honestly, I'm feeling pretty great.
Nice little warm-up.
Love that.
No love for Seeker, man. No love for the...
Honestly, I have love for everybody on that team except Leb. So.
Oh, the Lucio duel. I want to see a 1v1 on the flank.
Match chat was muted, so you guys weren't seeing, but there was a lot of typing that match. A lot of typing.
Oh man, they should unmute that.
Yeah,
we're missing out.
That's what we were saying.
Rob,
that's what we were saying.
I'm gonna talk to some people.
This would be so good. No, you should. I'm not kidding. It would actually, it's so good.
Yeah, well, we'll give them a call. Don't worry. We'll give them a call. Don't worry about it. But look, it seems like you guys are so confident in your gameplay. not only because you come out here in the interview and you just throw shade on them, but also like it really looks like with the hero swaps and obviously now you're 2 damage players in the country as well. How are you guys feeling going into the tournament? You know, taking on Toronto Defiant and etc. Like, what's the mood of the team?
I mean, ever since our Koreans got on low ping, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we're just a completely different team. I think we're playing like how people expected us to. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. This might bite me, but I'm not worried about any other team besides Toronto. I don't think any other teams are like they can't match our team.
Yeah, so I mean, do you think it really is? How much impact do you think that's had being in person, having the players off ping? Is that the key differentiator, or is this meta also something favorable for you guys? I think Ultraviolet on the BAP looks really comfortable. Of course, you know, I saw even you in this series, right? You're playing some Lucio, some Brig, swapping back and forth. So I guess I'm curious, seeing all these different comps come out, maybe more than we saw last tournament with the Lucio carry being pretty much locked in. How do you feel the meta is going to go and develop it as we continue on in this tournament?
So yeah, I feel like this meta is actually like not bad for us. I'm trying to think. I think that obviously high ping and waking up at like 5-6 a.m. to play matches is not good. I mean, we have like a big advantage thanks to our college. Like we all get to play here. Like I'm gonna show you guys real quick. Like we're all here. so we're all here, and I mean it's like we're basically an Overwatch League. And I mean I'm not gonna lie, like we definitely have an advantage over that, but it's definitely helped like the camaraderie, I'd say. And I mean, I don't know, it just feels like we're an actual team now instead of having 4 scrim blocks and then playing a Swiss stage. So yeah, I mean honestly I think we're all feeling really good. The comp is good. I think we have good swaps, good players, so I feel very confident.
The confidence during the group stage was, do you think it was really just shaky because 2 players were playing on ping, or did you have to get into some sort of groove? Because quite frankly, matching up in like Orisa mirrors, it did not look as solid as what we would have expected from you guys.
Yeah, so like I said, like we had maybe 8 scrim blocks into that group stage, and a lot of these teams have had a lot of time together. So I just think that their teamwork was a lot better than ours, and again, like it wasn't all ping issues. Like you're 100% right, but I think us being here, it just solved a lot of these like little issues that we had online, and we're playing, like I said, we're just playing way better.
Oh yeah, no, performance looked lights out. The team is vibing. We love to see that. Got to clean up in the background a little bit for next interview, but other than that, 10 out of 10. We love to see it. Liar, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
All right, thank you guys.
That's a little stash back
To
there.
be messy.
Yeah, no.
Mom vibes coming through. Come on.
That was a little stash.
So you're going to come through, pick up their room, clean it up.
Have some drinks, fuel you up, real good. Caffeine. Yeah,
but you can make it look neat. You know, that's what I'm saying. Anyway.
Is this the path we're on? Just pick up my room for you, just like shaming them about their room and like making their bed and stuff.
We've done that actually off camera.
Yeah, as long as M80 wins, guys, as long as they put up W's, I'm happy. We need another serious contender out of it.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it
also,
takes.
I'm really pursuing this conquest about unmuting chat. We need to see.
Agree. We're gonna run that one flagpole.
All this.
I want to see the banter.
All this banter. All this trash talk.
Sure. Why not? You know what I do want to see though? It will distract. It will distract from all those sick plays like this camera and this play.
Look, no, it won't be distracting. It'll be complimentary. Ooh. You know, you can watch Seeker doing stuff like this to the opponent.
This shot was crazy. This shot was crazy. Hold up, not this one, but this one.
Oh, here goes.
Oh, like it's like I didn't even see what. This one, another.
Oh.
This is why we talk about Seeker, by the way.
Seeker, filthy.
This is why we gas him up.
I mean, this is why a big part of the reason I think we see FMCL as a contender is you've got someone like Seeker on the hit scan. It feels like if you can just put him in a good enough spot where it's possible to succeed, he can deliver. He can really deliver on that highest level. But overall, the rest of the team around him, you know, there was a clear difference, right, in strength between these teams. They did make it close on Midtown, though. Made me a little bit of a believer there.
Yeah, that was one fight away. Yeah.
Let's see who their next opponent in the lower bracket will be. For now, let's actually take a look at the bracket to see where we are currently at.
No way.
We just finished up this M80 and FMCL match. but all the other matches also went 3-0. Just like copy pasta the homework of EMEA. Surprising? Not really.
The only one I'm a little surprised at, I would have
Students of the game,
expected to see Pip maybe grab a map or something, right? I think students were better, but I mean, I think those were, we heard it in our ears, those were close games, close maps. Still though 3-0, but yeah. Luminosity, Toronto, no surprises. This top 4 is kind of what we all predicted, I think, in North America.
But this is going to make the lower bracket so much more exciting.
Yeah.
I'm honestly very, very excited to see all those teams facing off against each other. Next up, we will be taking a look at Citrus Nation and Pip, and that is going to go down after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Begin excavation log. Sloan Cameron here on side to Petra. Me and the Wayfinders just found the coolest artifact I think I've ever... Again? Come on! Whoa, whoa, whoa. If you want to mess with these artifacts, you gotta go through me. Hey, I'm on to you.
I gotta tell you, I wanna scream it out.
Hey,
I'm gonna show you, here's what it's all about.
up top, you big doofus.
Rock and roll. Just can't believe my eyes. Oh me, oh my, I got something that'll catch your eye. Oh me, oh my, I got something that you can't deny.
Excavation initiation. Time to really drill it in.
Oh my, just can't believe my eyes.
We did it. We had a party or what? Whoa, no way.
Venture available for play to everyone but our players here in OWCS up until Dallas, Texas. This is when we might be seeing some pro players taken to the stage with it. How likely is it that any of the teams is going to pick it up?
I think pretty likely. I think Venture is really strong. I don't know that they have an exact analog, right? Where you take a hero like Sojourn coming into the game, it was like, okay, we can play a hit scan comp and fit Sojourn in and have a different sort of a style or kit. But in the end, we're playing something we already know how to play. I think Venture is a new style of hero, one that's totally unique, and the closest comparison is Tracer, who really has no competitor in the game. So I think this is a huge addition to the game for the pro scene where Tracer's so dominant. Maybe there's another hero that can contest the objectives and play off angles the way Tracer can with minimal support.
I mean, if you're watching your own ranked games, I think it's pretty clear that they're one of those heroes with a very high skill ceiling. So if not played by the right person, might lose you the game.
What are you looking at me? Actually, it's funny because people online,
looking at me.
People online are saying, "Oh, Venture's so easy. It's such a low skill hero," And I think that people are actually off the goop. Like, if you don't use your cooldowns right, you're just a useless hero. You're so short range. If you just get outranged by people, they're just playing against other people who are also low skill, and they're like, "I can't deal with this Venture. It must be the hero. Like, I don't know how to play long range."
Also, if you don't
think about enemy cooldowns,
if you don't drill dash underground, don't talk to me. Like, you haven't played any hero enough. Like.
That's right, Dragon.
That's true.
Johnny, Dragon.
Not always, but yes, it's a good point.
Now, I'm very excited to see more of Venture, not just in my own games, but also, of course, once the pro players in the OWCS will be taken to them. For now, though, we're going to continue on in our main event of Stage 2. Citrus Nation will be facing off against Pip. Next up, this is an elimination match. We are in the lower bracket. So let's see what these teams can do for themselves. Lethal, of course, has been a huge pickup for Citrus Nation this
Oh, boy. Oh boy! When I saw this upset 3-0 against Timeless on my co-stream, I couldn't believe it.
Holy!
Oh my God! What a match that was. I'm a bit of a fan. I'll say.
It sounds like you're a big
I like this team.
Yeah.
I like this team. I'm a bit of a juicer. That's what they call about me. But Lethal has been so good. So good on the hit scan, and Seb also been a bit of a stand-up. Got to shout out Jacob as well. They've been a feel-good story. All right. Are they favored against Pip? No. But they're a feel-good story. So
maybe. I mean, this is too close to call, no? For me, Citrus Nation, Pip, these teams are very similar level. I don't think this is...
I would say Pip are better. But, I think we've seen so many good highlights from Chronic. Strider, if he brings out the Wrecking Ball, we'll make a fan out of anybody. Magic Mate Ball, I'm not sure why you picked Zen here as your preferred hero, but on the Lucio, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I think both teams are good. Pip has a remarkable way of beating or playing up to the level of very, very strong teams, but they haven't been able to consistently beat weaker teams, and that's sort of kept them, I think, at least for me, from looking like, oh, I'm super confident they're going to win because, they play some of these stronger teams close, but I haven't seen that dominant showing from Pip that we've been waiting for that really puts their mark on the tournament. This could be that. But I'm not doubting them. I just think Citrus Nation, maybe I'm also a believer in the nation of Citrus.
Yeah, I mean, look, Citrus Nation, they play meta. and they played well. And that's something they got going for them. They're not too crazy. They're just a good team at what's currently good.
Solid.
But where's the fun in that? Honestly,
Winning.
though, like, yeah, I guess winning, some might consider that to be pretty fun. I do love the different looks we've seen from other teams, though. I think Pip has been one of those teams which has shown us different looks. We're successful with both of them, and they did play some of the best teams very, very close.
Yeah, I think that is the mark of a strong team where they can bring out both the meta comp, play it well, but also have their own innovations, also have their own strategies, come to a certain map and they've got something prepared for you. Could be where a team like Citrus Nation struggles, but in my experience, usually those weird comps, the most pressure is on especially your DPS to shut down some of these cheesy heroes. Like if the enemy is not playing Tracer Hitscan, that's like leaving a lot of the map open for your DPS to carry the game. And so if Pip does want to run some alternative strategies, if they do want to play ball, they're going to have to contend with Lethal and Tap, who I think are probably the strongest players on Citrus Nation, at least the scariest
I'd say so.
duo, at least if you were to pick a role. And so for me, this match is too close to call. I think the community has gone solidly in favor of Pip, but I think this one's a coin flip.
What do you expect to see from these two teams? Would anything surprise you, or is anything?
Yeah, like I said, I think Citrus Nation, they'll keep it pretty basic. And, I think we can firmly say that the strongest meta right now is generally playing some variation of either Orisa, Sojourn, Tracer, Lucio, Kiriko, or if you want to play a bit more control, like we saw Space Station do in EMEA, maybe you slow things down, you play a Ramatra instead of the Orisa, and you play the Cassidy and the Baptiste instead. Gives you some more control, gives you some more alternatives. You want to brawl a bit more and engage, whereas the Orisa, it's very much like, hey, we're going to poke, we're going to try to find picks with the railgun, and if we isolate the target, we're just going to run it down mid with the Orisa, right?
Does Citrus Nation,
Rush, for example,
does Citrus Nation have the hero pool to show us more in case they're forced off of their comfort?
I think for Citrus Nation, I think you just want to go with what you practice the most. I don't think you want to swap over and just change up the style necessarily. So if we mostly seen Sojourn from them, I just keep at that. Don't swap over to Cassidy Bap now. Don't.
Now is not the time.
But I feel like more and more teams are. So for me, I'm starting to wonder whether that might be the meta, right? The Bap and the Cass look stronger, look more consistent. Whereas in the last main event, we saw almost nothing but Sojourn Kiriko. So for me, it's a relatively subtle swap. The comp is similar, but those picks can make all the difference. You have to adjust your style, and even as an Orisa, you have to play a very different way with the Bap than you do with the Kiriko. So this is going to be a test of adaptation, as I feel the meta is developing through this event.
And there's only so much we know, of course, about both teams as well, since they previously played in their groups. Not every group has the same strength, right? So not every team has been pushed to their limits and was forced to show everything in their playbook. I'm definitely interested to see what these two teams have to offer for us here in their elimination match. For now, we're going to head into a very quick break, but we should be right back with this match after this.
Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
All right, folks, it's that time already. Headed down to the lower bracket here in our Stage 2 main event. One of these teams will be eliminated from the competition. The question remains, Citrus Nation or Pirates in Pajamas, which will it be? Citrus Nation impressed so many of us with that upset win against Timeless, Matt, and still so many that fans at home expect them to come off second best.
Yeah, it'll be sad, I think, to see either of these teams go, right? I know they've been, some surprise performances here throughout, our second stage, and put together some really nice, wins in games, right? Citrus Nation ends up knocking out Timeless, which was like, that series, you missed it last week. You were on vacation or whatever you're doing.
Give me a break. What do you mean vacation?
What?
Vacation from you, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it's you can get the private plane hooked up real. You get the private plane hooked up real quick. You can get somewhere. But no, Citrus Nation. I mean, they 3-0 Timeless. We got to the end of the day, and it was like, oh my god, I forgot that match even it was like I needed 45 minutes to just kind of process what happened. They played on a completely another level as. They'll come out with a Risa-based composition. Cassidy in the mix as same will Pirates in Pajamas. They will have Onion on the Kariko. So, she's really the only addition here for this Pirates in Pajamas team, coming into this stage, and has been a huge asset.
Yeah, no matter what it's been. We've known Onion as an incredible Ana player. The opportunities for that have been far more limited. Still can have huge impact on the Kiriko. Right now, she's making sure Strider is going to be ready for another face-to-face with Zeb. Citrus Nation taking their time. They're pretty low, actually, across all their DPS. Had to be a regenerative burst there to try and keep them standing. I'd suggest an Immortality Field also thrown down to Zeb. Citrus are getting crushed in these damage trades in general. It's a matter of time before they start falling over.
I mean, you think they gotta be able to find the kill onto Zeb, right? And they actually do there. So gets pushed back out onto the point. They try and control it first, which they do, Citrus Nation. But you lose your tank, you end up losing the fight in the end. So I know for that 7%, you're not going to get much out of that, right? They're going to end up taking the lead rather quickly.
Great opener here. They've already built a Kitsune Rush, which is big if they want to keep that aggression coming. Oh, why not? Terra Surge to open the fight up. Lethal gets caught in that, couldn't get away. Chronic able to catch them with a headshot. Beautiful cycling of ultimates here for Pip. And yes, they do invest Kitsune Rush just to make sure there's an insurance policy in place. But in general, very clean opener here from your Pirates.
Yeah, I mean, the rush is kind of filthy, right? When the Matrix drops, you drop the rush, you get the spear spin, you get right up in it and just, push people out of it. Is Chronic here getting a speed boost over to the side as this will be double Deadeye.
So awkward. And look at, again, cycle now into a Deadeye sound barrier for this fight. And you're going to be in good shape. You build up the Pulse Bomb. Strider's halfway to another Terra Surge. This is about as good as it's going to get for opportunities for Citrus Nation to capitalize on a maybe ultimate trough that the Pirates in Pajamas are experiencing.
Yeah, now would be the time, right? It just feels like Pirates in Pajamas just playing at such a faster pace here than Citrus Nation. I mean, look at this. In the Citrus Nation spawn, Stone with the Pulse Bomb. They just trying to try and get a cooldown out of neutral. Doesn't do so.
I think if Stone was able to force a regen burst there from neutral, Citrus are in deep trouble. That's unclear. Healing looked like it came a little bit slower, but sometimes the BAP loves to hit that panic button. Stone backs away. Up the jump pad. Look at Zeb. I mean, this is absolutely brutal. Strider completely untouched. But conversely, Zeb is struggling to stay at more than half health in these fights. They really need that armor to be present to be able to go aggressive at all, and the sound barrier is going to allow them to simulate that here. Pirates in Pajamas, though, want to stay out of the way for the time being if they can. It's the sheer weight of ultimate, so that comes crashing down upon them. And they're going to have to concede the fight here. But Matt, this is 94% and counting.
I mean, yeah. you're gonna get a little bit more here as well, right? Stone gets on touches, 97%, so you're one fight territory. So even though you end up losing that fight, look at all the assets it forced Citrus Nation to invest into it in terms of ultimates, right? Ant Matrix comes out, you have Terror Surge, you know, to kind of like group those people up. You have the Kitsune Rush to run it down, right? So you have a lot of good things to work with here.
They can just run past the Matrix. They just ignore the Baptiste ult here. Let's see if that's how it plays out. I mean, the Terror Surge, just for catch potential, seems to be far more powerful than anything else.
You're almost waiting for them to drop the Matrix, right? So then you can go.
They do. They drop it. Strider's not able to get away, though. They do find an angle. Strider got caught in that right-hand corner by one of the L-shaped pieces of terrain. They weren't able to get away, so that's big for Citrus Nation to manufacture or pick off just the Ant Matrix. That's a big deal.
Just took a lot of damage on the way in, right? You know, just to try and get to the point. I think it was a really nice job from Citrus Nation, like not to use that Ant Matrix rather early on, right? To kind of like wait it out, be a little bit patient, then they use it, and you know, Shire in such a weird position, not able to do anything after that.
Pirates, though, now have been able to build that second wave for the second time, ultimate-wise up. Here's the Surge. They're not enough lethal, create the essential spacing, but the Sound Barrier means the Pirates are ready to roll again. There's no support ultimates up here for Citrus Nation. And I'm surprised to see the Pirates capitalize less on that Sound Barrier. That's gone for nothing. Now they can play from behind Chronic's Deadeye and a caught tap out. That's big. Wow, aggressive from Zep there. Running straight into a Kitsune Rush here. This is going to go awfully for the Nation.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of needed to push into that, right? The point had flipped at that moment, and man, Pirates in Pajamas looks really good here to kick things off. They will take that first round as for Citrus Nation, right? They did kind of like bounce back a little bit, get control. They win, what, really like 2 fights to end up, you know, getting it a little bit closer, but it never really felt like the game was, or that round was in doubt for Pirates in Pajamas.
They poke better. They put a lot more pressure down on Zeb. They force a lot of key cooldowns, and then they cycle their ultimates in 2s. So first it was a Kitsune Rush with the Terror Surge. Then it was Magic 8 Ball with the beat after, you know, Chronic forces out a lot of those defensive cooldowns with the Deadeye. And then they just cycle into those again after dropping a fight where they don't have anything to work with. So very elementary from Pirates in Pajamas here, but making very good use of building those ults and frankly getting more unmitigated damage to generate those ultimates first.
Let's see, it's going to be the Sojourn here for Pirates in Pajamas. So the same comp out that's, you know, with the Sojourn in the mix here as they ran in point 1 out instead of the Cassidy. And for Citrus Nation, they'll actually bring in the Kariko as well. So maybe they kind of see some value in it there from how the Pirates in Pajamas played it in round number 1. I think the Sojourn here is pretty good, Mitch, to kind of control some of these longer sight lines, right? I think the Cassidy benefits in that like medium to short range, right? And if you can get the Cassidy in that position. But this, I mean, the Sojourn has so much mobility, you can kind of like circumvent a lot of it and play at a distance.
And the first thing I'm looking at is like how these health bars look in these first engagements, right? Pirates actually coming off a little worse for wear this time around with a lot of pressure on their DPS. Probably thank Tap for a lot of that. And then Lethal eventually able to pick Chronic up, so it just gets low enough that even with some degree of damage fall off from the Cassidy at mid to long range, you're still able to complete the kill. Lethal is absolutely ripping them to shreds here. Oh, buddy. Stone with the body shot, didn't even need to connect to the mag grenade. Not even good for 1, but that is all that the Pirates are going to come up with here. Citrus Nation look a lot tighter now.
Yeah, with the Sojourn, right, you're just kind of like putting down, you know, it's damage with the primary fire, right? But you're really only doing that to build up towards those secondary fire, big burst shots where the Cassie, I mean, you see it there, right? You know, every shot feels like it could be lethal depending on the target's, you know, health, right? If they were damaged by somebody else, right? You just kind of turn and burn in one shot. Oh, that's good. Deadeye attempt there. But Magic 8 Ball takes out Lethal. Looks like he potentially got hit with a spear as well.
Yeah, might have had a flank angle, but again, you're very vulnerable to that spear because you're so slow. Pulse bomb here for Zeb. That makes it easy for the clean up there for Magic 8 Ball being credited once more, but Stone is huge in that setup. Pirates, though, already behind a fair bit here, so absolutely want to take advantage now to flip the point, and this is getting stalled out a lot. Neutral is very, very hard to hit.
So he gets away as all right, so 41% on the point. Decent amount there for Citrus Nation. This is a very difficult point to kind of flip, similar to kind of how it is on Oasis, right? Same type of like map design where, see now Chronic with an overclock, maybe you can get some use out of this setting up on the high ground. We'll see. It looks like just trying to take an off angle here inside.
Or some pressure.
It's so if you can rotate around, be sick.
And that forces Citrus Nation off the point. They were probably grouping up for a fight there. I think a lot of this, comes down to like good spears, rotate cooldowns for both Orisas. Chronic, though, here might have something to say. Charging up a rail, has that overclock available here. Tap goes so low, I think, to that disruptor shot. He's just able to get away. Zeb goes for the Terror Surge, but a Sound Barrier is the prescribed response here from Pirates in Pajamas. But Magic Maple goes down after the fact. The damage, there's just too much of it here. Beautiful stuff from Citrus Nation. Chronic now wanted some pressure, but getting rid of the Tracer has to have been enough. Citrus Nation in a pretty good position now to flip things back.
Yeah, I think for Pirates in Pajamas, well, we'll talk about Citrus Nation, right? They actually, Zeb takes a lot of damage moving onto the point, and then kind of gets to the side of the pillar, and they're able to like keep him alive, then do enough damage on Strider and end up pushing that advantage. But Pirates in Pajamas had that advantage at the start, right? The choke twice we watched it, right? Zeb took a ton of damage, had to back up, get healed. Then the second time takes a ton of damage, but they just don't engage, right? They kind of are okay giving up that space, right? I think the next time, if they're in that type of situation, you got to see them push that advantage.
Economically, these teams are in relatively similar positions right now. Both have the Kitsune Rush available. The only point of difference is the Pulse Bomb, and that's speculative in its impact. Citrus Nation here control the point still, though. Pirates in Pajamas now need to come alive, and Chronic looks to do just that. Suzu used their hastily by neutral to keep Lethal alive, and they go for the Deadeye that makes them vulnerable here. And it's easy for Chronic to line up these shots. Pirates in Pajamas now in a great position to get in control, but they have not had the point for any of this fight. So this has been all free percentage for Citrus Nation, and they have made use of it. 92% and counting. They've lost the fight, sure enough, but they still got a heck of a lot done.
Yeah, they got Strider really low there with the Pulse Bomb. Fortunate that they really keep the tank up, is now Citrus Nation, you can bounce back, right? Terror Surge, they're doing a good job of actually like kind of entering in. They get Strider low yet again.
This is big. Zeb, even under the Fortify cooldown, gets crushed. The haste buff there is huge, especially when you're Orisa standing inside of that. And that's a backbreaker there. Winning 2 fights back-to-back for Pirates in Pajamas and building a Sound Barrier here. They're positioned to take the round.
Yeah, no support ult available for Citrus Nation, right? It's just going to be Zeb with that Terror Surge. Maybe Jacob can end up building towards that beat. They just have to keep him alive and extend that fight long enough. But with the Sound Barrier here for Magic Maple, I want to see them get aggressive. And look at this. I love this position.
Here it is. Surely a Terror Surge. Strider, though, holds up on it. More defensive, actually backs away under the Javelin spin. Gonna have to move up here and try not to take too much poke damage, which they've kind of achieved. Strider very close to the door, and we'll have to drive a wedge in between Zeb and the rest of Citrus Nation here. Pirates in Pajamas in no hurry, though. They'd love to force some cooldowns. They have allowed Jacob to build the Sound Barrier, though. They might not have been tracking it that closely. And that's why they've allowed that to come online instead of chasing Lucio down early. So now we're on an even playing field. Good damage for Lethal across the map, and the Sound Barrier here kicks in. No real pressure on Lethal, and they're able to catch Magic Maple inside a Terror Surge, and then Jacob gets the Sound Barrier. Maple goes down, but did at least get to use a beat before the fight, but now a Strider missing. Citrus Nation are all over this. Stone, not much more they can do here. Looking for the low health Lucio, but there's so many other priority targets to chase down. And Citrus Nation are poised to even this up.
Yeah, they Sound Barrier there for Pirates in Pajamas, and then try and like push across the gap, and maybe just unaware that Zeb had that Terror Surge, drops it, kills Magic Maple. Is now just people coming back to the point here. Looks like Strider on the Doomfist trying to get a touch.
So awkward. Stone can't get involved in the fight. That was owned off by Jacob, and now the Tracer comes off. Respawn. Jacob comes back for the kill. That was masterful for Citrus Nation. They wanted to make it impossible for Pirates to stall with the Tracer, and they didn't stop that from happening, but they took them out of the fight entirely.
Yeah, that Cassidy is filthy when inside of that rush, as you're able to just pop the shots off rather quickly. As, man, I feel like Pirates in Pajamas had an opportunity to take that second round where Citrus Nation had to battle themselves back into this game, right? Tie it up. We go to one more point here on Samoa. And I think, as we move to this final point, right, do we see both teams continue to play the Orisa-based comps? We've seen teams go to Sigma on this point. Both teams, at least here at the start, like to be running that Lucio and the Korea, whether it be with the Cassidy or the Sojourn.
Powerful choice here. Again, the Baptiste's been preferred for some squads, but with how Pirates in Pajamas have been surrounding and coming from odd angles, it's actually been hard to get the Immortality field in the right place. Often they get forced off of it entirely. This feels like a safer choice with the Immortality of the Suzu. Shorter lasting, but more flexible in its deployment options. Here goes Lethal already looking for a wrap. Will be a Sojourn Mirror as they've switched off the Cass.
first pick is going to be massive here, right? You know, can somebody get an early advantage? Is Lethal just trying to build charge, making it very difficult as, you know, Pirates of Joe's just kind of moving around in a way that's not giving him any sightline.
Oh, that was sick. They've zoned Lethal off. They almost were able to find Zeb there with that window. With a disruptor shot, took Lethal out of the fight for a time. What's the implication of that? We'll see if it ends up being a factor. Lethal eventually just gets picked off, so they've had to peer in from the outside, and Chronic was ready for them. Zone drop to the point there. That's a Suzu. Things getting a little bit dicey there for Zeb, but Strider's been taken down. Almost an Orisa gap there. But Zeb follows them soon after. A small advantage for the Pirates in Pajamas here. And now they can start to pick apart the remainder of Citrus Nation in a stunning stick. That is all too easy. A neutral soon to follow.
Yeah, almost 20% there for Citrus Nation at the start, but like you mentioned, like we saw a little bit, right, from Lethal's POV. Ooh, nice reaction there from Stone. It looked like for a second he was going to fall. But Lethal, you know, kind of ramping around that outside. Pirates and Pajamas gave absolutely nothing to look at. Was not able to really build a ton of charge at the beginning. Chronic ends up getting that first kill with the railgun. It's just Citrus Nation, they get on the point a little bit, you know, aggressively at the start and end up taking it.
Jacob really trying to be proactive and cutting Stone off as often as possible. It exposes the Lucio to some degree of danger, but quite often Tap is there too. Here again, Zeb wants to get aggressive, take space away. Chronic's in an awkward angle now. Can't actually do much from here at all. Sound barrier, though, means that they can stand their ground a little bit more, but in the meantime, Strider got picked off despite presumably the sound barrier being used there. It's unclear how the Orisa went down, but that's a devastating blow for the Pirates in Pajamas. Chronic is still alive and hasn't used the overclock, to be fair, but in the meantime, all of their supports are just getting ripped apart in the extremities of the point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, do you consider using the overclock here? But now you're going to have your tank back in the mix, right? So you might be able to just flip this back really fast as Magic Nightfall takes out Lethal, as it looks like it's just Zeb there on the ground, just kind of contesting the point.
Yeah, they're in trouble. I like the fortified delay, sound barrier as well, but there's just too much pressure on this Orisa. Look at how much damage is being done. This will be the finishing blow, where it even needed. A Terror Surge here as the Pirates should be able to flip the point back awful quick. They only lost it for a short spell, and Chronic there using the overclock in a bit of a win more situation, but they just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, I think just, you know, without a doubt, put that one away, right? As you believe that fight now with nothing, you know, huge on the other side. Maybe Lethal's overclock, right? Kind of changes things, but they can put you in a situation where there's just one more fight that you need to win to take the map.
I don't love it. I don't love sort of blowing all of your ultimates like that, but Pirates really wanted to get a good stance in the mid round by the looks. Lethal's sideline is kind of average here from the low ground. And as a result, it'll just be the Stone kill, which was beautiful, don't get me wrong. Finding the Tracer here is a big deal. And even getting completely forced back there by Zeb. Pulse here on Strider. Oh yeah, Citrus Nation going to win this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, just that first kill on the Stone, right? Stone is the one that's kind of contesting the point, wants to stay there to keep it in favor of Pirates in Pajamas, but just a nice shot by Lethal as he's trying to cross the point, and then you know, after that, players just falling down to the sight lines of everybody on Citrus Nation. So Citrus Nation get a flip. They'll probably need 2 fights in order to win it, but look at this. Pirates in Pajamas coming up with double support ult here. Feels like that would be too strong to deal with.
Yeah, timing the beat here for the Terror Surge is probably going to be the play. So one thing that can kind of unravel, especially if it's someone like Magic Mayfall that gets caught in it, can get awkward. Zeb here just poking. You can see Citrus Nation are waiting here. Oh, beautiful. Anian taken down. Yeah, you've got to go for the beat now. With only 4 plays, you have to make something happen. Lethal though on the chase. Desperate tires for Magic Mayfall, and that sound barrier expires. There's an argument to be made for not using it all there after you lost a player, but this is how important picks are right now in this metagame, and Sojourn is one of the very best at generating them. What a comeback here for Citrus Nation. A very lackluster first round on Samoa, but now they're in position to close things out. Pulse Bomb there got Suzu'd, so no problem for Zeb. They'll be hanging around for much longer in this fight. Tap here, their Pulse doesn't really find the mark. Strider coming back on the Doomfist now to try and stall things out, but there's just not enough gas here. There's the Surge, big damage off that. Jacob stunned up, still able to get the sound barrier after the Rocket Punch came on in. And Lethal to finish the job with the overclock. It's Citrus Nation taking away our first map.
I mean, that kill on Onion is huge, as you had a double support ult there, right? You would have had the Kitsune Rush in the sound barrier. You get the kill on Onion, and then they end up having to use the beat anyway. You never really get a great use of the rush. That was probably the opportunity for Pirates in Pajamas. Just a really nice shot from Lethal, and I mean, you're gonna want to toss between the Cassidy and the Sojourn, right? Like that's the opportunity where you want the Sojourn, right? No way to even react, right? Cross map, don't know that it's all charged up, and just land a railgun shot.
Feels like Citrus Nation feel much more comfortable when they have these slightly longer sight lines and the ability to abuse Sojourn a little bit more. When they kept getting rushed down, when the fight kept getting taken to them on that first round of Samoa, they looked very uncomfortable and unable to get themselves set up. But here's a very different story. This is a great situation, right? Where like the Immortality field is in an awkward spot. You've got to play out in the open under it. So even after it's gone, you're in a terrible position. This is where the rush from Pirates in Pajamas looked its best.
But it's all, yeah, I mean, I would also say this is like the only round where it felt like they played like really aggressive and like proactive a lot of the time, right? You know, in this next round, there were so many times where they would get Zeb extremely low walking into the point and just not push that like health advantage with the Orisa. I mean, it's huge, right? You can especially get that armor almost completely down, and you have the Sojourn on your side, right, to be able to just burst down. So I feel like Pirates in Pajamas needs to go back to how aggressive they were at the start, but way to bounce back if you're Citrus Nation, right? Get absolutely blown out in that first round. Pretty ugly stuff, and Lethal and Co. come alive.
And honestly, we're kind of used to these big 3-0 results, especially at the start of group stages, at the start of our main event, right? It's where you have an imbalance based on seeding, right? But now we move to the lower bracket, the playing field becomes much more even. We have a lower bracket game here, and we have our last game of the day also featured an elimination match. So we'll be in the lower bracket. This is where teams not only, I feel, are fundamentally a lot closer together in terms of ability, but also playing for their survival, which makes a huge difference in games like this. And I think it was Drake on the desk who said, like, hang on, let's not beat around the bush here. This is a very close game. These teams should be very evenly matched. And this is that Pirates in Pajamas roster that forced M80 to a map 5 in that group stage. Here's your tank head-to-head, because a lot of conversation in these Orisa comps is really about keeping that tank alive here. Now, we don't feature final blows. You can see a bit of a difference there in the KD as Zeb is able to come alive, especially in that last round of Samoa.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams so evenly matched, right? I know as we go through the series, it'll be really interesting to kind of like see the different variations on things that they bring in. Is Paraiso here for map number 2, a bit of a shock. I feel like I haven't seen this one in a bit. It's typically a map that I think teams don't really love. Yeah, teams don't particularly like love to play this map. Like I think like Midtown probably a more preferred pick, but interesting.
In NA, we got quite a lot of it, I think, in one of the weeks. Now, what we often saw, I actually think this is pretty good for Pirates. Obviously, they, choose this map. It's because I think they have a very strong Ana Brig composition. So when you're playing that Winston, and if you can get Echo involved to some degree, you've got a very powerful composition. We've teams really want to play like the Echo Winston dive with that like Ana Brig setup. It's like one of the few maps right now where that like feels as viable. So we know like Ana has to work a lot harder, especially through the DPS passive, to keep that healing coming. But her flexibility on Paraiso has made her pretty desirable. That's a great pick for Ani, and that's definitely, I would say, the one where she really sort of rose to some degree of fame on that hero. Sleep Dart's still hugely impactful, and that healing reduction of Bionade is important. And in the Winston dive comps, it's really crucial to get that onto the enemy diving Winston if you can.
Yeah, you see the bands there, right? Hollywood and Midtown, two probably fan favorites. If you were probably to look at some of the stats, right, in terms of the maps played, and then Pip decides to go to Paraiso. So some natural high ground here, right? Some different variations, like towards the second part of the map, right? You can definitely play some of the dive tanks, whether it's like the Winston or the Diva, trying to control that space. So I think this forces both teams to kind of change things up a little bit, and you think you already kind of see it a little bit here, right? Where you can play that aggressive dive, like you mentioned, Onion on the Ana. So they have a lot of good kind of like long range killing, can protect her with a Brig, and then that dive can get pretty aggressive. I'm going to be curious how Citrus Nation keeps this Orisa and Cassidy alive.
Taejong on the Tracer. But yeah, this is what we saw from this team. I think it was in the M80 series as well. Pirates in Pajamas, more than happy to go to this kind of composition here. It's very powerful, but what we didn't see, Matt, was it played against a vastly different composition. Let's see what Citrus Nation are thinking, especially as they spot this Winston on a brick comp.
I'm not even shooting him now. I'm not shooting anything.
Yeah, if you're ready to help me when I go, okay, they might jump me. 3, 2, 1, I'm walking.
Yeah, brick close.
Right. Monkey dropping. Help Dennis soon.
Yeah, no, we can push on this.
Yeah, I'm walking.
Battery.
Brick play there.
On the close.
One, low.
Monkey jumping inside of us.
I flip. Monkey.
Really go monkey.
Live. I push 3.
Bottom, flipping.
Go. Come. Speed. Fight.
I'm speeding.
Kill all.
1-on-1. No nade.
1-1. I choose to also one.
Ana.
Break. I'm dead. Only the circles.
Tracer.
4, 5 points. 5, 6, 7.
I'm getting this one. You guys good?
I'm back soon.
Yeah, 3 times, motherfucker. Jet spawn. They chase jet spawn.
Jacob, sit point.
Monkey can touch. Monkey can touch. They will touch.
Nope.
Lie.
Why do you lie, bro?
Monkey focus first.
I had the expectation, of course, that Pirates in Pajamas would attempt to contest there, but that was exceptional from Citrus Nation, how they called breaking down that Winston dive. They just walked in, they said, I'm not even shooting anything, Matt, and they waited for the commitment from Strider.
Yeah, and it was nice after they got that first kill. It was like, okay, let's take a pause, let's wait, let's all get topped up, and then, I assume Zeb on the tank said, no, I'm gonna go, did a little countdown, then went on in and circle around, chase down the Ana, and then get that kill and secure the point. So really nice stuff from Citrus Nation there as Tap takes out Taejong. So good things keep happening for the Citrus Nation squad.
A little tap gap, love to see that. Anian has to give up the high ground there, but Stone suffers. The sticky bombs connect, and she can just wrap around there on that Ana and reassume that platform position now. Pulse bomb, definitely a scary prospect, but ultimately not able to follow up on it. So now Citrus Nation have to reformulate their approach.
It's potentially looking here for Nano onto the Winston, send the Winston into the back line here. Is Citrus Nation actually kind of coming around this opposite way, so they want to kind of challenge for this high ground. That's going to be the Nano used, and this is going to be on the Stone trying to get some damage down.
Stone knocked down a dupe there, but gets a second lease on life, literally. Eating up that Deadeye from Lethal. Ooh, that is a lot of pressure to try and advance under here. Nice bite grenade. That hit Zeb. That basically turned off the Orisa entirely. Now we're going to start to see the strength of this, this Ana-based composition when there's like high ground and a large expanse separating these teams.
Yeah, it'll be very difficult to kind of get the Orisa into position, right? You try and take the high ground, kind of, you can like rotate back if you wanted, if you're Citrus Nation, like create a little bit of space there. And then I think now Citrus Nation, it looks like with the way they're pushing, right, there's no way you can just kind of play from the low ground, right? You're just going to eventually just bleed out.
Here it is, Strider. Primal Rage now.
Zeb left the rest of the squad. He made it, but nobody else did.
Yeah, and Zeb obviously has a fair bit of durability, especially with the Terror Surge, giving it another fortified buff. The Lethal gets caught there. That's the one thing Cassidy does not want, is the dive. Does not want those hands from Strider. A trade though, Stone has been taken down. This is actually about to get pretty messy. Jacob's been able to find their way to the Orisa and actually top Zeb up for the time being, with Magic Maple falling to a pulse bomb. Citrus Nation want this kind of fight. They want a commitment from Pirates in Pajamas, and they just want to stick together, get good Lucio healing, and just push back these individual actors who are trying to come in with the Winston.
Man, Zeb gets separated, gets purple. They're somehow able to keep Zeb up throughout all of that as Lethal comes back on the legs, just trying to get back into the fight. So you'll have a Kitsune Rush here versus a Nano Boost.
Up goes Strider here with a Nano Boost now. Suzu already used there by the backline of Citrus Nation. Strider, though, can't advance any further. The Kitsune Rush makes it very dangerous territory for the Winston. But in the meantime, Stone, as Strider soaks up the aggro, has been able to get in there and find two. Lethal on the Soldier 76. Now still operating from that high ground. That card is very close to the next checkpoint, but another push required by Citrus Nation.
Yeah, as looks like they'll be able to probably get out with their lives. Yeah, we're just going to play a little bit closer, putting some pressure down on Strider. So it gets quite low. going to allow them to, like, breaking through here without any ultimates in the rally on the other side is going to be so tough. I mean, look at this. The Magic 8 Ball pops the rally. There's no way you want to push into this now, right?
Lethal is hoping that Strider overextends to try and get to the Soldier, who can just escape the Winston. So far, Strider's been playing it very safe despite taking huge amounts of damage in short bursts. Well, that's pretty nice. Attack Visor popped here. Zeb with the Terror Surge to make sure Annie had nowhere to go, but the crackback has been great. Stone has been instrumental here. Eats a Pulse Bomb that just knocks him back into Echo form. Not bothered at all by that. Good looks from the defenders once more. And Citrus Nation is back to the drawing board again.
Yeah, and I don't think you really wanted to play that 76 for long. I think the 76 was really to kind of get back into that last fight, and then you kind of very close to the visor, so you stayed on it. Now going back to the Cassidy, I think this is what they want to play for Citrus Nation. Maybe land that hinder on one of the 3 mobile targets, and then deal with them after that. The bad part is you're really late now, right? Below a minute, nano boost on the other side, pulse bomb as well. I think for Citrus Nation, you almost want to play for double support, probably your best path to victory.
Anyone staying safe, staying out of sight here as well. Nano on Stone means you can go that much more aggressive, but still doesn't favor the fight up against the Orisa. The focusing beam came out, but the Orisa was a little too healthy still. Wouldn't have been able to burst her off the map. Taedron here with another opportunity to disrupt Citrus Nation's formation. Targets though at long distance here, and I guess they don't mind as long as Citrus Nation aren't pushing the cart. So for now, you can wait. Pulse Bomb could have been good, but the knockback there from the Javelin spin actually made it impossible to stick any of that. Now Citrus Nation have a strong position. Kitsune rush up on the higher ground here, so they combine the haste buff with that high advantage. They should be good to make a cap here. Strider knocked out of the bubble, trying to get back inside, but disallowed by Zeb, forcing the Winston to play out in the open, out in the vulnerable part of the map. And Tap's going to be able to finish off the kill. I like the Doom here for Stone, but remember, you don't copy the health pool of the Orisa when you duplicate. So only 350 to work with, but with the mitigation cooldowns, Stone is going to be a nuisance still. Eventually getting taken low, and this fight just gets dragged out, allowing Citrus Nation to begin their next cycle of ult building.
I really like the way, though, that Citrus Nation played that, right? It took a very long time to develop, but they end up like wrapping all the way around and coming up on that high ground bridge that you see here to the left. And that forces, Pirates and Pajamas like back out, almost like where they were coming from the attacker side. So Citrus Nation moving away from the payload, Pirates and Pajamas forcing themselves like back into it, and then they drop the rush on the high ground and they get that first kill on a Magic 8 Ball, and there is nothing they can do after that. So Deadeye here, speed boost, gonna buy some space. And you get a kill on this. Ooh, nice whip shot there.
Could have been something there, but Magic 8 Ball, he's on it. Lethal here as well now, obviously without the ability to create that space and the risk of being dropped on by the Winston. Opts to go for the high ground here, and you probably see a lot of fighting happening on this left-hand side of the map. And then that basketball ring. Yeah, just where Strider's diving here. They know they're about to hit Primal, so this could be devastating for the attackers. Zepto's a little bit of a scary prospect to dive. If they've tracked a Terror Surge here, that could be a huge problem. Zeb trying to back away, stunned up by the rally. Bash, but Magic 8 Ball goes too far. Gets in there, you feel invincible under rally, but you, my friend, are not. Zeb able to punish that now and find a key pick, but elsewhere, the Primal Rage. I mean, Citrus Nation need to play together, right, Matt? That Primal Rage is really antithetical to their strategy.
Yes, they're very close to getting a hold here. It looks like Tap's trying to get a touch. Looks like at least going to trigger OT.
Jacob comes in, but too low. The whip shot going to finish them off here. Kitsune Rush, you can play in this for a time. Lethal, able to stay alive. There'll have to be another touch pretty soon, and here comes Zeb. Oh my goodness, absolutely overcharged by the Kitsune Rush, is able to take Taejon down, but Lethal is still susceptible to the dive, and Strider had a nano boost to boot. Deadeye here to cherry on top, and this will be Pirates in Pajamas on their map with probably their most preferred composition. Find success on defense.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the key, right? Is like it's a composition that they probably looked at the map pool as they will get a hold there as Paraiso is available, and we're like, hey, we can play this at an extremely high level. In what worst case scenario, you just mirror the Orisa, but they make this Winston dive work. And very strong, and I'm curious to see how they go about it on offense now. Just run it back?
Run it back. Against Citrus Nation, look, you have less choice in how you dive, because you kind of just have to go at some point, and you need to scout those high grounds sometimes with Winston just jumping up. maybe there's more emphasis here on like the other elements of your team comp, like the Tracer or even the Echo to some degree. Could be a little bit risky, right, trying to cross towards that first bridge as Echo against a Cassidy. I still want to see him try it.
The only thing I think I would worry about is like, how do you get through the choke without, you know, a Lucio, right? If you're going to play that Brig again, but it looks like, you know, potentially Magic Maple hovering the Lucio. I think that would be like almost required. Like, I don't think you're getting through how close this choke is and how, you know, difficult it is with that one.
It's hard to heal Stone consistently, I think. Just because there's a travel time associated with Kiriko's Overda, and so against burst damage, it can be really hard to like get ahead of the incoming damage for the Echo. Taejong here, this is just going to be a peek. Yep, found it, nice. All right, a bit of damage on Zeb there, and that'll be that. The switch off. So I do want to keep an eye on the Echo's health bar. I think that's like a little...
I feel like it's ceremonial at this point. Like, you know, it's like you kind of throw the first pitch out at like a baseball game. Like, it doesn't really mean... Yeah, it doesn't really mean anything, but you just do it anyway. I feel like it's just a... All right, well, here we go.
It's like one of those traditions that's been going for so long that no one knows how or why it started, but they just know that it's important. Honor the forebears. Strider there. Well, this is the issue sometimes when you want to dive this like Orisa-based composition, right? If you don't get the engagement you're really looking for, if you just get speared, then it can be very, very hard to do anything. Just that one like stun window on the Winston could be the difference between life or death.
The Orisa doesn't have to engage, right? So the Orisa can kind of use the cooldowns. Like Strider jumps in, Zeb can like spear spin out of the shield, right? Stun, like, you know, displace. And then, you know, with Winston, you're just kind of like stuck, right?
Oh man, he got knocked off the bridge, Matt. All right, so Citrus Nation gives some ground, but there's no poke here for Pirates in Pajamas. So the fact that, like, Citrus Nation are playing out in the open it's not that exploitable, right? Stone can, tri-shot across the map a little bit here, but they can actually stand in the open and just let neutral farm and ult, which they almost have.
Yeah, and then like if they dive in, right, you can drop the rush here. So they're just trying to keep Lethal alive. That's a Kitsune rush.
I think there might have been mechanical error there for Lethal. Maybe rolling forward, just getting caught on the low ground by some mechanism or another. Stone with a Orisa dupe here. Okay, enough links there for Tat to get back into the fight. This can be managed though, and it is. They're really just giving plenty of distance there to Stone. Oh, the Terror Surge in response. Now the Kitsune cleansed off the slow, so Strider was able to walk away, but Lethal chased them down. Maybe I'm regretting telling him to run this comp back because Citrus Nation have such a good defensive setup. I don't know how they break it. What do you Kitsune rush to win?
It did feel like it did feel like a lot there used, right, for Citrus Nation. Now they're only left with their Pulse Bomb and Sound Barrier, where double support ult here available for Pirates in Pajamas, Pulse Bomb, and probably going to end up with their Primal Rage. So it feels like a lot used there for Citrus Nation, where even just having the Deadeye, right, as a little bit of like a defensive mechanism would have been nice.
Tap doesn't commit there. Allows Pirates onto that high ground. That's their first staging ground. They can jump across from there. But it's more about who follows the Winston, yeah. Straight away, Anion gets accosted as Tap sees her swift step over to the Winston. Citrus just give up the point. They will
just
be
kite it, yeah.
I don't like that they've given up the high ground here, though. It's a little bit scary, especially with the Echo able to purge there. Pulse, but Suzu is there. Sound Barrier now going to be used by Citrus Nation, but how do you use this aggressively, offensively? You've got the Primal out of Strider, but that's still going to be an issue now. You retreat again back into the bar.
Well, can you get a contest and then get a Kitsune rush? That's kind of the plan here, right? It's going to be a spear spin from Zeb onto the point just to get out.
Great Suzu. Okay. Somehow there might be a chance here. Lethal able to find Strider. Eventually the Winston's down. It's go time for the defenders. And all of a sudden, Pirates in Pajamas have got to respect the Deadeye. Look how low Stone is. Neutral doesn't need to rush. You're right, Matt. That's so big for the last fight. They're going to have that available. And maybe a Terror Surge.
And look at where these players are just stuck, right? So they're going to have to jump off the side. That's going to be a little bit of a later spawn for Magic Maple and Anion. Strider, what? Going to come back on the Sigma?
Yes. A lot of poke here for Citrus Nation, but they've given so much ground that the Sigma can get onto the point without taking that much poke. That's the one.
Yeah, but the Kitsune rush, you can just push past the shield.
That may be the plan here. Good poke. Oh, no, 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 no.
Oh,
no.
wait.
No.
What?
No.
Hold up.
No. I did not see that at all.
All right. Well, we got an end to this map. Didn't expect that one. A little bit of a shocker there. As ultimates available, getting into OT. Sometimes you just forget. Or maybe there was a knockback we didn't see, you know? It's possible. Spear spin, little spear spin, and the Sigma goes that way.
Well, that sucks. Anyway, pretty tough there, I think, for Pirates in Pajamas to break through Citrus Nation because they gave a lot of ground. Pirates in Pajamas come back with the Sigma composition, which obviously just kind of needs to walk up and slow. They want to get to the point, but then even if they sort of touch point, Matt, like you kind of mentioned, they still have to play the low ground. They still have to play against a Kitsune rush that would allow the defenders to rush past the Sigma. So it still doesn't feel like the best option. And I kind of wonder, you could have come back with the Winston. It's just pretty hard to play against the Orisa, constantly just knocking you off course.
Yeah, I mean, the Sigma's going to come back and take loads of damage, can definitely be displaced, right? And then the Kitsune rush, you could have just ran right past it. So, ultimately, it doesn't really matter, right? Because they don't touch. So, you know, they could have been playing the Winston and not touched. I mean, that would have been fine as well.
I think they're heavily unfavored there. Look, on that attack side anyway, Citrus Nation looked very, very good at rotating those cooldowns. And Stone had some good echo plays, but could not afford to get too close, to take too many risks, because the Cassidy of Lethal is just that. Very, very hard to challenge those wide expanses. Now, on the offense, it's a different story because you can go to where the defenders are. You can send Winston towards the weakest parts of their composition. But again, like, it really depends on the part of the map you play. Like, diving in a Orisa setup is never going to feel good. Defensively, they have to come to you, and you can sort of go, okay, well, there's a spot here in the backline that I can actually dive onto and be a problem. And the Orisa's constantly turning around. They have to turn around from the front line and actually peel. On the other side of the map, though, that's much less of an issue because everyone groups up on the Orisa. You just play around that defensive zone.
I feel like your level of play has to be so. It looks like Stray was going to the point there, and yep, this is a good highlight.
I mean,
you didn't even compliment me on my shirt. It has an astronaut on it.
I can't even see the whole thing though. Show me.
Well, it's pretty cool. It's got an astronaut.
Oh, it is an astronaut.
It's got like it looks like a little alien person over here.
I'm sorry, but like in deep space, like your blood is going to boil because that's not a closed suit. Yeah.
It's fine.
I don't know.
You just may not be up to date on the newest
astronaut
suit technology.
It's been a little while actually. I mean, since you got your NASA hat, I think you're actually ahead of me in sort of aerospace expertise, to be honest.
Do you know, I can't find my NASA hat. I'm convinced that Chelsea threw it away.
It doesn't look like anything to me, Matt. I had nothing to do with that at all. Yeah, not me with my random vendetta against people wearing NASA branding. Oh, those were good times. Anyway, let's look at this tracer gap. Tap is kind of nasty with that. A 7.3 KD. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Taejun comes in for Pirates in Pajamas after map number 1 here to play Paraiso, and I know Tap's picking up right where they left off after map number 1. I mean, only 3 deaths here on Paraiso.
Yeah.
Extremely difficult to do. Obviously, going to be a really high KD after that.
Citrus Nation are looking excellent. Making that timeless upset look like a little bit less of a fluke now, and they're 1 map away from not only advancing here in this lower bracket, but eliminating Pirates in Pajamas from stage 2 entirely.
Yeah, you can't take Chopper Rocket away from us and then just like bow out like round 1, right?
That's
like
true.
Be like, come on, man. So it's good to see Citrus Nation obviously taking that great performance that they had, right, and moving it forward.
All right, we're going to take a moment here, everybody. And we'll find out where Rose is hiding because she's obviously had an impact on the way this series has gone. Esperanza for our 3rd map coming up after the break.
Overwatch Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
An EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back to our first elimination match here in the OWCS Stage 2 main event. Right now, it's Pirates in Pajamas on the chopping block, losing their second consecutive map here to Citrus Nation to some odd circumstances at the end of Paraiso there, Matt.
Yeah, looked like potentially they got a touch and you know, obviously if you played Overwatch before, you get a touch, right? It triggers OT, but like there's like a window before, like let's say you can touch it with a few seconds and then it'll continue to touch OT, and potentially they just got it a little bit early. So we can see here
OT
from
in advance, right?
So this vantage point, the tracer touches there, right? And I think they probably believe that's enough to trigger the OT. And then maybe they, you know, it was just like a second off, right? So, but it potentially realized, like, because the Sigma walks up, like, you know, pretty casually, right? Like, oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna get on. This is gonna trigger overtime, right? Where if you touch it within like 3 seconds of it going down to 0 or something like that, it goes into OT, where that was like just a slightly above.
It was a bit early. I think it was a tracer touch like 6 seconds beforehand, and they were forced off the point and had to recall away. And obviously they don't have that cooldown available again for their next touch, but slight miscalculation there. And that is why the map ends up getting given over. Look, to be clear, Citrus Nation were vastly favoured there. The defensive composition, featuring the Orisa Cassidy setup was very, very hard to break, and we'd really seen not a lot of progress made. We did see the Primal Rage for Citrus Nation off the point there. They had to give up quite a few ticks and almost the entire point itself, but they navigated that quite comfortably and were able to come back in and win the fight.
Yeah, they played it really well and really patiently. We heard when we did the listening with Citrus Nation, right? Like how calm and patient their comms were, right? So you imagine they kind of take the same type of approach there at the end of the game, even with like some pressure on the line, right? So Citrus Nation really kind of living up to some of our expectations here. And I think if you're Pirates and John was probably a little bit rattled here, right? You know, you started off awesome. The first point on Samoa, you were dominant. You end up dropping that map in the fashion. Then you go to Paraiso, and then you think, okay, well, this is a map where we can run our comp on and really want to play this. And then you end up losing that in the fashion you do. Now you're facing elimination. It's a pretty brutal stretch.
Yeah, like we kind of talked about it at the start of this game. I said, look, I'm expecting to see this Ana Brig composition, and you were like, well, it can be good, but it takes a lot of skill to actually execute this properly, especially against a team who's playing just like a very generally powerful Orisa comp that's like very robust, with good defensive cooldowns, good utility, have a lot to work with there.
Yeah, I think it was vastly easier to make work on offense, right? You know, I mean, on defense, right? Yes. When you can kind of like dictate the pace. On offense, where you're just diving constantly into the Orisa, not exactly the easiest way to make it work.
And they were calling like, just walk up. Don't even shoot them. Just walk up, wait for the dive.
Yeah.
And then even on the attack side, like they were able to win enough fights through that same mechanism in order to take the round here. Even if like playing that second point is really impressive against like a comp that wants to sit up on the high ground all the time, and you're like walking around, having to set up, don't have the verticality, and a matter of time before their Tracer comes and tries to pin the pulse bomb on the Orisa, and you know, then you can lose a fight in that fashion, or there's like the burst cooldowns from a flanking Echo, for example. It's hard to make that work on attack, but you can see they did more than enough to set themselves up with a comfortable defense. We have a roster swap here. Players are yapping. They're yapping in the lobby right now. There's some serious... I don't know, but there's just a lot of yapping happening. So we are just a little bit delayed in jumping into our next map here. Taejong going to be subbed out, as will Onion. So Divinity in the roster alongside Chronic.
All right, so a bit of a change up here. For Pirates and Pajamas, going into potentially like their final map, right? Divinity comes in for Onion, where Onion has been playing really well. She's been in, as far as the games I've seen, a large quantity of them, and then Chronic coming in, on the hit scan. So Taejong moves out of the lineup. Probably going to see a little bit more, Cassidy Sojourn here.
Taejong also featured not so favorably in the head-to-head against Tap. Tap had a great Tracer game, and that was reflected in that head-to-head scoreline. I think like a 7-point-something KD, which is quite extraordinary. Very good sort of to come out of map feeling that level of confidence as we head into Esperanza, which is going to be Tracer dominated. Again, Sojourn is going to be the pick here. And I think with these substitutions, Matt, it confirms to us that we're not going to see a Winston composition here from this squad. It's very unlikely. Maybe you can still run it with the Lucio Kiriko, but it seems a little risky up against this Orisa comp. But plenty of teams have been running it. Plenty of teams are trying to make the Winston work here.
I think they'd be crazy to play the Winston.
Okay.
But, maybe they can, especially if you're going to play the Winston, you would probably Onion would just play, you can almost just run back the same lineup you had, right? Like, if you were going to play Winston, right? Most likely you're going to play like Echo Tracer, something along those lines, right? So probably could have just kept the same team in, where I think you have to play the Orisa here. I mean, it feels like if you don't, you're going to lose that first fight to Citrus Nation. You're going to have to swap just about everything, and then you're going to fall really far behind.
Because of the way our pick and ban or our map veto system works, you don't just get the map pick if you're the loser anymore. You actually alternate those map picks throughout the course of the series while banning one or more maps each from that category. So Citrus Nation, 2 maps up, win the pick of Pirates in Pajamas, get to go to Esperanza by, banning Coliseo. Coliseo was banned, so they choose that over New Queen Street here. So they'll be feeling pretty good now, in a good position to close out the series, and there's no need to change anything. This comp has been working so well. Lethal is unleashed on any sort of hit scan. Both the Cassidy and Sojourn look great for them. Tap is gapping. And this backline looks very, very good, more than serviceable here. So Citrus Nation poised to advance in this lower bracket, eliminating Pirates in Pajamas from the competition if they don't find success on Esperanza.
Yeah, so it'll be Divinity actually just picking up the Kiriko, so maybe just a little bit of a change of pace here for Pirates in Pajamas with that substitution. We'll see how it kind of pans out, but like I expected, you're going to see both teams playing the Orisa at the start.
Divinity here, subbing in for the Kiriko play. So Miracom's here, Chronic on the Cassidy. Chronic's looking very good at DPS in general. But there's Lethal again, warning shot fight over at Stone. Can't really one-shot anymore as the Soj. But Stone still has to respect that pressure from the railgun perched up on the safe environment of the bridge.
Yeah, and I think what they're trying to do, Citrus Nation, is just like bait them into pushing in, right? But hey, push into our Sojourn with this high ground control. Like, they don't really care that they've given up, X amount of percentage here on the bot, right? Citrus Nation, they're just playing the long game, right? They know that if they can get Pirates in Pajamas to push into this setup, win that fight, they're going to get, double this meterage back.
There's already any incentive, though, for Pirates to do that. They actually have a lead already.
There's none.
Just by advancing the bot a bit further. So it's unclear what Citrus Nation are waiting for. Sometimes you can just manufacture a pick opportunity off an Orisa Spear that hits, right? The Sojourn has a window to follow up on a relatively immobile target. That's usually a good chance. And then we see it on Coliseo a lot, right? Like, spear someone and get the Soj to hit him with a rail.
It's so wild that like this position and the way this is going is basically just dictated off of like 2 heroes, right?
Yep.
Like it's basically dictated off of Cassidy versus Sojourn. Like Pirates in Pajamas wants this fight to happen, right around this like kind of like door, cut out here in that medium to long range. Citrus Nation wants to have it be at long range, and just we're gonna, if I didn't have my contacts in, I would say this is a game of Coliseum, right? With how this is going right now.
Yeah, the concept is the same though, really. Just the environment a little different. Okay, Kitsune rush here. Looks like finally Pirates in Pajamas got close enough to Citrus Nation. Yeah, for everyone to feel like throwing their ultimates out. But it's going to be Lethal going down first. What a pick. The Sojourn out of the mix, and Jacob also going down now. Pirates in Pajamas starting to get another map from an advantage.
It's a huge fight win. I mean, they need something to go their way, right? I know drops the sound barrier in the Kitsune rush. Kitsune rush answer for Citrus Nation on the other side. This next fight will be the biggest probably for Pirates in Pajamas, at least early on here, right? How are you going to deal with potentially these 4 ultimates set up here for Citrus Nation? And then Lethal, if he gets set up on your high ground, look out.
Well, Chronic is up there. Mag grenade being thrown across. And see Zeb tentatively trying to contest the bridge, but taking way too much damage. We'll have to back away and try for it again. What are Citrus Nation looking for? They've got to be finding an opening here. They thought they might have had it there. Here comes the overclock now from Lethal. Draw everyone down from the bridge, trying to deny that high ground advantage. Magic 8-Ball lucky to be alive. Terror Surge, though, making it all too easy. And 2 kills coming off that for Zeb, and he's put them in the bloody blender. Unreal Orisa play here for Zeb. Damn, call this guy a fruit ninja. That's filthy.
Yeah, the Orisa 5K there, double kill with the Terror Surge into a double spear spin, and then a nice finish off there at the end. So,
bruh,
huge play there.
Will it
from
blend?
Zeb.
Yes.
Jacob actually holds on to the sound barrier throughout all of that, right? So, have that potentially to win this fight where not a lot available.
Still behind though by about 10 meters. So you want to leverage this high ground now into a bit more bot push. The Pirates in Pajamas are cycling their Tracer and Orisa on towards that bot to prevent that from occurring. Now want to rotate towards the bridge. Chronic with a speed boost now. Deadeye set up. Very open expanse here, but it's going to be interrupted by a beautiful spear. Zeb is all over this, but Jacob can't quite get away in time. That's another big pick at the start of the fight here for Pirates in Pajamas. It has to be converted into moving the bot back in their favor. Oh my God.
Really sick spear there from Zeb, but not able to capitalize on that as he's gonna die here. Yeah, so that's gonna be the rush use from Divinity here towards the end of this fight, which will kind of garner really nothing. Probably they didn't need to use it, but nope. Nonetheless, they'll continue to move that bot forward. Looks like Pirates and Pajamas trying to push it, get a little bit of control, stop Citrus Nation from coming out with a Kitsune rush like right around this corner and stopping any progress.
The bot, though, is encroaching on that checkpoint, and Citrus Nation have to play the low ground now in order to stop this from happening. They're deeply disadvantaged, and now they'll be slurped in. Zeb very low. Sound barrier well timed from Jacob. Can they pivot off this? Somehow Stone gets picked up. Okay, Strider does well, but they overextend to get that Orisa kill. Citrus Nation navigate that fight really, I almost swore, really well. Despite having to play from the low ground and seeing Strider jump in and throw like a Terror Surge in, they recover beautifully off that sound barrier. That is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, really good. And then now also Lethal has this overclock for the high ground. We thought that would be kind of like how the last fight would pan out, but didn't happen that way. Is now getting set up in this type of position with this overclock. That could be what allows Citrus Nation to take the lead.
Lethal has the position, forcing everybody from Pirates in Pajamas away. Sound barrier though, Lethal makes the correct choice to set back up in a safer vantage point, because now he's going to be disrespected with that extra overheal on his opponents. Stone again caught a pulse on a Tracer. Oh, tap. Very much making a fan out of me here. But it's Zeb going down. That hurts the Citrus Nation more than anything.
They lose Zeb again early, and it's something that we talked about a little bit earlier in the series, where like Pirates in Pajamas would get Zeb quite low, but then not follow up those opportunities. Now, at least here on Esperanza, it seems like they are, as they get a kill on the tab. Nice shots there from Chronic. So Pirates in Pajamas waking up a little bit.
This is the checkpoint here. There's nothing Citrus Nation can really do about it. So for all the talk we've had about Citrus Nation playing very well from behind, they're having to play from behind in the first place. This time they don't have the opportunity to come out to the low ground and pull something ridiculous out of their rear end with a sound barrier. And now they're really behind. Their checkpoint scored against them. Pirates in Pajamas realizing this is their last chance to show what they're made of here in stage 2. They're not going to give it up so easily, Matt.
Yeah, as Chronic with another kill here on the tap. So Cassidy here for Pirates in Pajamas from the high ground, just kind of controlling everything. Long range mag grenade there as they get the checkpoint, they move through. See how they decide to play this though, Mitch. Like a lot of teams we would see like push a little bit, play a little bit further back, right? They want to like push directly through this choke. Be a Kitsune rush here for Pirates in Pajamas as they do want to push through the choke. I think kind of catches Citrus Nation off guard a little bit.
They turn that, they actually get Chronic picked off there, I think, but Stone chases Lethal down, trades the kill, and then they throw the rush in because they're at least on even numbers. This is excellent. Pirates in Pajamas have absolutely been dominating, I'd say like 80% of this map, and it shows now. That's manifested into a distinct lead on the scoreboard. Checkpoint gained, and now they're on the upper hill. Citrus Nation really need to get into the gear and awfully quick. Freaking hell, make some use of these ultimates, God. So far, those Zeb won't have a chance for the Terror Surge. They were trying to stall. They got brought down by Chronic.
Yes, I mean, Pirates in Pajamas, they make these subs, but it's really just, I think, Chronic starting to come alive here. I mean, they have so much to use here towards this final turn. It took a really long time for the game to like start, so to speak, right? You know, 3 minutes almost, like without really a fight. And then ever since that, it's just been Pirates in Pajamas.
If you use any more to the beat to win this fight, oh, that hurts. They're going for all of it. Kitsune Rush drop down now, Tap will hold the pulse. Yeah, what I was going to say is that you kind of just want to use the beat to win that fight if you can. But you have to dig that much deeper and sure, a sigh of relief. But now all Citrus Nation get to do is play the low ground.
I mean, 70 meters, you know, to plus to make up, right? You know, 76 meters to kind of like take the lead. It's
statistically unlikely.
Looking great. Yeah, I mean, what? You have no support ult. They're going to have beat plus Kitsune Rush to work with. I mean, you know, you get Deadeye. Maybe something happens there. Something silly. Let's see.
Beat for beat. Lethal just reloads. Pulse bomb there. No connection. Tap trying to throw his out there, and they lost Lethal first. Pirates Pajamas are winning this map. 100%. They are the much better team on Esperanza. These are a lot of ults.
Yeah, I mean, they look clean. This does not look like what we saw, really. I mean, outside the first round on Samoa, this is not the same team that we saw, you know, last map or the one previously. So
it's wild, right? They're very good in the Orisa mirror. That's like, it makes you wonder why they're bothered with Winston. Yes, but also
I think it's just the aggression.
Well, Chronic's also hitting a ton of shots. Like, just there's so much heal pressure on you. If you're Citrus Nation here, you're desperately trying to top everyone back up. It's not easy with this comp, which is not like crazy high throughput. And the DPS passive makes, you know, Kiriko can only hit one target at a time, a little weaker. Deadeye. Nice there by Zeb, just creating some spacing popping out from the bus stop. But neutral's gone down. Oh, this is Omega over. This is Giga done. Over the bot here. Oh, that nicely done by Strider, yeah. Tap. We knew they'd fall to that one, but Zeb also going down soon after here in Esperanza. Very one-sided affair here is Citrus Nation. Are held at bay for the time being. Pirates in Pajamas find some strength here with that Orisa composition that they opted against playing on Paraíso.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit of a shocking result. I thought kind of Citrus Nation would finish this one off. Pirates in Pajamas would just kind of like, go on vacation, take a little bit of a break here. But they bounce back, like looking really strong, where I think, like, especially after how the series is going, it's looked, quite poor at the moment for Pirates in Pajamas, in comparison to how we thought this would be. Where it's huge to bounce back here, and then you go to Surabasa, like Flashpoint, like now it's anybody's game, it feels like.
It's up in the air, especially if Chronic is still able to deliver that kind of performance. We've seen like a pretty dominant Orisa mirror showing here on this map, and there were a couple of fights with Citrus Nation, like their protocols were sick, they used ultimates really effectively, they fought from behind in some cases, but all it did was put them on like maybe even footing against Pirates in Pajamas, and then all of a sudden when they have the high ground bridge, their opponent's high ground bridge, they can't push any further. They just get held back. And it might be because they're having a problem, like Lethal's having a problem, like abusing that high ground advantage in their favor. Here's a 5k from Zeb. This is astonishingly good, but all these high-flying moments, all they do is get Citrus Nation back in the game, back on even footing. It doesn't allow them to advance their game plan, advance the game state whatsoever. It would be nice to see, like, 2 fights in a row of this kind of play, but it was only ever one to get them back in the game, and the next one they get crushed in.
And it's kind of a little bit like how we've talked about with like the Sojourn versus the Cassidy, where they come out Citrus Nation at the start of this thing, right? With Chronic playing the Cassidy, Lethal on the other side, playing that Sojourn up on the high ground, and when you're not able to find those shots, right, then the Cassidy just can start to really kind of come alive, and that's exactly what happened there for Pirates in Pajamas.
Scoreboard tells you everything you need to know here. It's just the sheer weight of eliminations for Pirates in Pajamas. Way more won fights, and the fights they win by a significant number. For me, what really stands out is that they did less damage. Less damage. But they're able to convert the damage they do into so many more kills. It is a bit of a tank gap. Okay, yes. I mean, Zeb was very, very good. But in general, look at Strider. I mean, that KD, unbelievable. Only 3 deaths, of course, for Strider, crucially. Zeb had some of these great moments, but it's the honest Overwatch. It's the, like I said, it's the shouldering the pickaxe. It's the clocking in, clocking out. It's Strider getting it done. Doesn't need to get these 5Ks to win the fight, because they're setting out for the rest of his team to do the work. And that takes us to a 4th map in this series.
Yeah, and I was going to be curious if we were actually going to see if there's any type of substitutions here for Pirates in Pajamas, but it seems like we have no subs, so it seems like it's just going to be the same lineup. Like, hey, look, you kind of inject some new players, some signs of life, all right? Maybe it just kind of need a little bit of a different, energy, in the team today, and we'll see if it kind of works here again on Cervasa.
I mean, look, don't fix it if it ain't broke, right? I think Divinity coming in on that Kiriko, for example, definitely able to make a difference here. Having Chronic and Stone back in the lineup has been important as well. Chronic is popping off. You don't sub them out there. Give it to me. Nice. That's stock steal. That is very impressive. That's what Crocs do, though. I guess that's a Croc. Cervasa, I guess.
Is it
Crocs or... Oh, I don't know. I'm going to say Crocs. Yeah.
You would probably know better than me.
What would I know about wildlife in India? I mean, just in general, I suppose I know more random stuff than you. Well, that's not even true. You know a lot of things. But maybe your geography not on.
That's
not
actually true.
You don't really leave your house, so that is an issue. But
we need Jaws, right, for water creatures. I feel like
that is so true. Yeah, Jack would know. Damn, really sad he's not here. Anyway, on to the.
Call him up. I bet he'll answer.
Oh no, he's in the green room. He's hanging out. We're gonna play some Magic later, but yeah, he might be able to tell us. I don't know if his experience extends that far, but I tell you what, hard to see Pirates in Pajamas just letting go of this series now after such a big comeback in that 3rd map.
Thoughts on the Genji versus the Tracer here? So the Genji really good at like accessing that high ground. It just feels like just way less like solo kill potential, right?
I think Johnny was talking about it actually on the desk, and like, being able to like play this high ground, which is really plentiful actually on Cervasa. There are a ton of points where this is ultra relevant. Not just this first point, like the Palace one as well, like being able to play off the balconies and such. Also, you're very good at chasing in the Orisa Spear. If you see like a big one hit, that's pretty important. It gives you like another element to like that insta-pick potential off the Orisa, which kind of these fights are won and lost over at times. Kutsune Rush built already, and Neutral gets absolutely pounded. What happened there? Stone just slapped them. Still, able to make use of that is Jacob now, dealing with Chronic, maybe even the more important target taken down there. Beat already built here. And look at a 65% and counting for Pirates in Pajamas. They ain't letting this go. I smell a reverse sweep.
It just feels like there's so much higher damage output with the Tracer, right? Like it's obviously you can control the high ground, like pressure the Lucio or the Sojourn down from there, but it just feels like the amount of pressure on the back line, the amount of pressure on the tank is just so much more with the Tracer in the mix. And look, this might become a series there. That's going to be the first point going over Pirates in Pajamas.
I think it's important that we look at Genji as much more than a vehicle for Nano Boost in this sort of era of Overwatch, especially in 5 versus 5. But you have to commit. Otherwise, you can't do the damage that Tracer does. Tracer's very good because she can get up close and like dump a clip and then be out and, you know, Bob's your uncle. Whereas Tab kind of has to go in, and if you don't get an assist, you're stuck there. So you need to be more sure, which means that you spend more time poking at mid to long range, I feel. There you go, Tab gets brought down.
He's off on an angle, right? Just trying to put some damage down, but then the Lucio and the Tracer, you know, Stone and Magic Mayball just get right in his face, put pressure on him. We were watching from Jacob's POV. Jacob's like sees him kind of weave through the walls, tries to get all the way over there, but not able to make it, get the Genji out alive. So it's going to be the next flashpoint here, taken by Pirates in Pajamas pretty early. But now Blade is just going to get beaten, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's going to be pretty easy to negate here. Citrus Nation on the pacifist run. Maybe that's why they don't appear in Avatar, because the Fire Nation already got to them. Just a footnote on the annals of history in that world. Unlucky. At least here they've sent their last representatives.
It's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a whole thing. There's a Citrus Nation. Know about that? Yeah, they're juice benders, bro. I'd love to be a juice bender. Okay. Make myself a beverage on demand. Tap, though, able to be a factor in this fight. The Dragon Blade, absolutely critical. You never heard of that?
Yeah, I have a better chance of telling you about the crocodiles than the Citrus Nation.
Yeah, you need to watch the second series of Avatar then. Eye-opening.
I mean, I probably got to watch the first one.
It didn't age well, but go for it. Better than the series. Okay. That was whew, not ideal.
Yeah, I'll watch it for tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, that'll give you some much-needed lore, I think, on the origins of this team and their name. So, get on that. Stone there gets plugged one by Charge Rail. Citrus Nation about to get into the lead on this particular flashpoint, and they're playing ahead of it too. Pirates in Pajamas have to advance here through a veritable hail of poke damage in order to get within striking distance of the point. They've done so now. They've fought their way through, but they've given that lead up here. It's going to be a beat versus rush kind of fight. Chronic can open up now with the overclock. Some of that damage mitigated by Zeb with the Javelin spin, and now as Chronic extends for a better sightline, they're instantly hit, and here comes the counter punch. Citrus Nation going in. It's going to be a match, though, of these Kitsune rushes, and Magic Mayball still hasn't used the beat. If they can hold on to this, Pirates in Pajamas are big chillin'.
And it is so difficult for Zeb to kind of like go back and retake the point, right? You have the damage that's coming down just from the overclock, right? All the pressure going down on that Orisa as they turn the corner. This tap goes onto the Tracer to just probably get a touch. And then it doesn't even matter if you have some of those ultimates, right? Continuing to rush around the corner, very difficult as Zeb will take out Stone.
Instantly tried.
I don't think you're going to be able to get a touch, so yeah, you can't get a touch, so this is going to be another point over to Pirates in Pajamas. They're a point away from forcing a game 5, which after Paraíso would have seemed unthinkable.
Legitimately. And this could be a very quick Suravasa in general, because Pirates in Pajamas could just basically take this point off the back of a sound barrier. And now Lethal, of course, you know, can be a factor with this overclock, but I don't see how they're supposed to take the high ground Citrus Nation with such a big support ult disadvantage. Lethal, can he find something? Not a whole lot, really.
You don't even have to use typically, sometimes we see the sound barrier in response to the overclock. You don't even have to do it there. Magic Mayball does get hit with a spear, though, so he's got to get a heal back up. They're going to use speed boost here, maybe use the beat to get on the point.
They gave up the flashpoint. Not the end of the world here, but you want to start this fight out quickly, and I think Zeb's going to make that a little bit harder to do. He's trying to win up nothing more than to get the entirety of Citrus Nation grouped up in one of these ults, but they're playing now off the point itself. Here comes the cap. It's beginning. Magic Mayball. What a pick! Getting rid of tap is so big. Zeb wants to push in towards the back line here, but Stone has the pulse, and Zeb's lost the armor. Lethal, though, finds a response. A beautiful railgun. But Chronic has one of his own. Yeah, very awkward as both of the Orisa players just looked at each other menacingly while standing like they're auditioning for a spot in the marching band. Pirates in Pajamas. They get the spot, and they get the point here. But look at how much they gave up just because they let the point get flipped to start.
Yeah, and Magic Mayball, a little celebratory sound barrier there at the end.
I love those.
The Terror Surge coming down.
Love those.
But probably just get a use of it now. Maybe set yourself up, but
oh yeah, no. Why use it in this fight when Jacob has one? You want to stay out of sync from the enemy Lucio. You know what I mean? So you can have that advantage fight every other.
I mean, honestly, they've been doing a perfectly fine job dealing with it.
Yeah. Jacob holding on to it though. We've seen a Kitsune rush down. That's found Strider. Yes, Pirates in Pajamas get into the lead here, but you can only really afford to give up 1.5 fights realistically to a team like Citrus Nation on a map like Suravasa. 72 and counting though. Decent stall on the back there, but they're going to come in with no support ults, and Jacob hasn't found the need to use those. That celebratory sound barrier might come back to bite.
So you do have the overclock here to use if you're Pirates in Pajamas. Maybe forces that sound barrier out, and even if you lose this point, right, you're going to be set up to pretty well for Pirates in Pajamas to take the next point first. So looks like the Pirates in Pajamas going to just have Chronic go on this outside here. Ooh, Tap has to be really careful.
What a conveniently located health pack, though. I want to pick that one back up and get back into the fight quickly.
That's
Tap
huge.
again. The first pick in another fight. Lethal. Found Magic Maple. That was a great correction to find the Lucio. Now a Lucio gap exacerbated by a sound barrier from Jacob. 99 and counting. Pirates in Pajamas can barely touch. It's going to be Strider off and up here. Thrown into the crater of Krakatoa as an offering to ungenerous gods, perhaps. And this is a good overclock for Chronic. Waited out the sound barrier, got good damage on Zeb and eventually able to pick them off. That pulse is illegal. That's illegal, Stone.
That is.
What a sick stick. But can he do more than this? You've got both supports still up for Citrus Nation, Matt.
Yeah, Citrus Nation's still very much here, right? Jacob in the mix, neutral as well. They add another player too. As Tap comes back off a spawn, that's what allows him to get that point over the line. So Citrus Nation not out of it just yet. So they will take that flashpoint as we move across the map.
Okay, much better looks from Citrus Nation there. At least able to achieve their win cons and not get picked off a little early in some of these fights. The pulses from Stone have been great. Tap's been very quiet too. It's really been the backline of Citrus Nation that was able to hold on to those ultimates and deploy them exactly when they were required. What's Chronic looking for here? Isn't quite charged up on the rail, so would have to announce himself before he found an insta-kill. Well, that went quite well. Tap again, absolutely rinsed at the start of another fight.
Yeah, it doesn't have to announce himself too much, right? He goes on a little bit of an off angle, just puts down some shots. And even though, yeah, you're going to lose this point here first, you think you come back here, without the opposing team's Tracer in the mix, and you're great to take it back.
Neutral somewhere to escape this, but is in no position to help their team. And meanwhile, Citrus Nation are beaten soundly on the point itself. Huge part of that is that first pick from Chronic, taking out that sort of, the Tracer who can be such an important factor in those later fights where they can make multiple forays into the backline and build a pulse bomb.
Yeah, I mean, he got a second kill as well, right? I know once the kind of, they take a little bit of a breather, wait for the Kitsune Rush to, go away. He ends up picking up the first kill yet again as Tap. That's going to force recall. See if anybody gets aggressive, trying to hunt him down. Looks like both Tracer's actually waiting for recall to come back.
No stick there for Stone. Still keeping an eye on Jacob, who's just built that sound barrier. That would have been a huge pick on the Lucio if they were able to get it. But Strider's out of the picture. Oh no, Citrus Nation have lost their Orisa. That's rough. Keeping even in terms of these kills, but Zeb's a big factor. Without Jacob though, without the sound barrier yet, Neutral needs to stay alive. They must stay safe. And for the most part, Tapper and Co were able to push up there. That's stunning. Without the Lucio, they get control of the point, they keep themselves alive in the map, and they can bring a beat into the next fight too.
Yeah, and that was Chronic's overclock that he ended up trying to use there, right? I think it was like a little bit of a 3v3 scenario. I think he may have had one player with Chronic in Stone available for Pirates in Pajamas and thought, they could potentially clutch it as they had already picked up a few kills. And, basically as soon as he pops the overclock, both of his teammates die.
Strider leading this flanking attempt over towards the point. Some big, so many ultimates up for Citrus Nation. Bit of a window here where they are stronger in that regard by far. And they're getting awfully close. Pirates in Pajamas don't have any time to wait for the scales to balance, and Lethal's found Stone. Beautiful headshot with the overclock, and now Pirates in Pajamas down to 2. Citrus Nation, they're looking to try and close out the series here. Shutting the door on this 4th flashpoint on Pirates in Pajamas and out of the decider.
And, if there's any tilt, this is probably where it sets in for Pirates in Pajamas, right? 2-0 up on Flashpoint. It looked like you're going to make a comeback for a Game 5, and now Citrus Nation, they bounce back in a big way. This fight might be huge, right? If both teams kind of dump these support ults in, the winner of this fight, very well may end up winning the map.
This is going to be extremely chaotic. And you're right, it's probably the most important fight of the entire map. Strider will be placed on point first to soak some damage. Here's a Kitsune Rush. Strider now gets back on the blue brick road, and it's going to be mirrored by Citrus Nation, but Tap got stunned briefly. I think it was a spear that allowed them to catch out the Tracer. Terror Surge now for Strider. Citrus Nation in trouble. Forced right on back, and they've used all of their key ultimates here. Pirates in Pajamas refused to go down without quite the fight. And what a fight it was. It allows them here to start with control of this flashpoint, and Citrus Nation, they burn it all.
Man, that is everything kind of thrown into this on both sides. And now you look, obviously these flashpoints tick up faster, right? An overclock available here probably for Pirates in Pajamas, you know, kind of far away from it there, where you're looking at like tap to get a big pulse bomb off. But man, not many more attempts here for Citrus Nation as they're trying to, you know, stop this from going to game 5.
Oh, buddy. Citrus Nation trying to group for this now. They are feeling the pressure. There's been a pace increase from Pirates in Pajamas over the last fight or so, and they are struggling to keep up. Who's on the point right now? I think they spot stoned there, but very quickly Strider reassumes the position. Huge! That's massive for Chronic. Neutral's out of the fight. The Kiriko heal the Suzu. It's all gone for now. And Pirates in Pajamas, they are headed for a decider map. Surely. Not much longer now for Citrus Nation, and they're being staggered out, Matt. They've got nothing to do here.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking to try and get some of these players down, right? And then you kind of have to double back and prevent a touch, right? It would be the Tracer and the Lucio that do it. That's going to be the Lucio gone. Looks like nobody here. Looks like it's just one here. It's actually going to be Tap there that gets the touch. They're going to send one player back to deal with him.
Pulse, no connect there. Frenetic fighting over on the point here, but ultimately Citrus Nation don't have the staying power. And they're going to take the map away. We are going all the way, folks. We are alive still for the reverse sweep. Finally, Pirates in Pajamas come back. They show us their mastery of this Orisa-based composition, and they're hanging in there.
I think it's just once they've ratcheted up the aggression, I mean, they have been so much better. We saw it on Esperanza. We saw it here. We saw it a little bit even in map number 1. But man, after how map number 1 and then the end of map number 1, right? So rounds 2 and 3, and then the second map went Paraiso. I did not expect this one to happen. So Shambali Monastery there for a game 5. I mean, this is going to be a doozy.
I mean, look, we talked about it on the desk. The expectation was that this would be a much closer game than those we've seen thus far. It's all on the line for these two teams here. A large amount of circuit points and, of course, a big difference in prize money. We started on the Genji. Tap had, with great Tracer play through much of the series so far, actually a little bit quieter here on Suravasa at times. Zeb continuing to put up strong performances, and Citrus Nation do start looking fairly good, but it's 2-0 in flashpoints to Pirates in Pajamas before things start to get evened up.
I mean, look, yeah, it's obviously you want to be in for the circuit points and whatnot as well, but like, you know, both teams just full of competitors. Nobody wants to be, a round 1, right? I mean, you're gonna play through all the Swiss, you play through all the groups just to lose round 1. I mean, that kind of sucks. Go home day 1. So, I think and I think both of these teams have to look at it. It's like, hey, obviously all the favorites won in round number 1, right? Like you win here, you could find yourself, on the outside, or potentially even finishing like top 4, right? It's only going to take like one upset, so to speak.
Well, Citrus Nation were a team that weren't really considered to be knocking on the top 4 in North America, right? Up until that upset win against Timeless. And I mean, it wasn't even really close here. So these matches and all these group stage games where they are not getting out first in the group, they have to fight to get out of the group in second, if at all. Like their group, that was the group of death. There was no guarantee that they were going to get out. In fact, many expected that just wouldn't be the case and that Timeless would advance instead. But Citrus Nation are getting some seriously good reps at a seriously high level, and staying alive in the lower bracket allows them to continue to benefit from that. And we've seen tournament after tournament where teams have made these runs through the lower bracket that have improved drastically under those conditions and have had the opportunity to continue to play for their lives. That's what these two teams are doing now, but Pirates in Pajamas have awoken. They are on the brink of forcing a reverse sweep here.
And so does Pirates in Pajamas make any subs? I think probably not.
No way.
Right? I think there's, you ride the momentum, I think, here on out, right? Do you have to play anything other than the Orisa here? Like on Shambali, like do we see Ramatra? Do we see Sigma? Like there are some different kind of compositions we see on this map. Like is there some variation they have to go with?
You can play Ramatra, but I think that just gets countered by the Orisa, frankly. You know, I don't know if you want to play Sigma into what could be a Ramatra composition either, because he can get ahead of that shield under Nemesis form and put like a huge amount of pressure down on the Sig. The Sig is something you probably want to counterpick against a composition that's susceptible to a slower, you know, more like, you know, poke-centric setup here. So it really depends on like what team chooses defense. But from what we've seen from both these squads, I would expect to see an Orisa mirror from the get-go. And then a huge amount of the game will once more be predicated by how effective can the Traces be, being self-sufficient on these off angles. How are the picks from the Sojourns being generated? You can play Baptiste here, right? You don't have to play the Kiriko. Maybe you're able to manufacture big opportunities from behind these, you know, amplification matrices. So there's definitely a few options, but I'd be a little surprised to see us go away from the Orisa setup, especially given that that's been what Citrus Nation want to do all the time. That's just been their thing. And the only time we've seen Pirates of Pajamas trend away from that was when they played that Winston Dive setup, which was pretty fallible and exploitable and caused them to end up losing Pirate Ezo in not so distinguished fashion. So that's a really long way of saying, play the Orisa mirror. Give it to me. I don't care.
Yeah,
give me the same €5.
I mean, the Orisa mirror is probably the safest. I think you can make it probably an argument for like the Ramatra, I think. Like if you wanted to come in here and just kind of like run it down a little bit, also gives some long range poke. So Junkertown, Route 66 are the maps that were gone, right? And this is a Citrus Nation map pick. So it also seems like Citrus Nation throughout the entire series, right? They've been wholly locked in on that Orisa based composition, right? So it would feel a little bit odd if they were going to just play the Orisa to kind of pick a map that potentially could steer them away from it.
I mean, yeah, Citrus Nation banned the poke map as well, importantly. So it tells me everything I need to know about like what kind of comp they're hoping to peddle out here. I've seen teams like kind of do this. They're just hovering the Zen here, but you can like run the Zen out of the gates, but normally the Orisa comp takes like can take a closer fight. The Ramatra comp definitely does. Plays right up in your grill. But yeah, like, there's no reason for Citrus Nation not to just operate on the high ground here and try and give Lethal the very best sight lines possible. And you'll probably see like Pirates of Pajamas go up that right-hand side, the stairway, try and force a fight there. Maybe, you know, Suzu early if they're taking too much poke damage and then just run in. So that's what I'm expecting. The Widowmaker is probably not going to come out of the gates, but it's okay for a first pick if, you know, there's not an actual shield tank here on the defense side.
Ceremonial shot.
Yes, the breaking of the bottle on the prow.
Yep.
And now to the Sojourn.
And there we go. We're off to the races.
They do. Okay, I was wondering if they would keep this Zen. I don't think it's a great reason because you don't have. They're not just going to stand out there and let you hit them with your balls. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, it definitely seems like just kind of more of a volley at the start. I would say probably the biggest, like, you know, kind of like head-to-head matchup. Like nobody's really kind of like, you know, 1v1ing here all the time. But I think Lethal and Chronic, right? I think Chronic has really good last two maps. I know Lethal's been pretty consistent throughout the series, but you see how like Magic Mateball was trying to go with Chronic there up on the high ground to make a play. I mean, look at that. I mean, they're sending everybody up there to try and deal with Lethal as they finally get him out of that room.
Trade of hit scan favors the attackers here. Chronic's going to be back in the fight earlier, and Citrus Nation now have to operate without their Sojourn. Strider, though, yeah, going to deal with tap. So this is going to be very much a Pirates in Pajamas push here. All of Citrus Nation actually have to regroup on the point itself. Tough for them because they can't contest this choke at all. That is actually pretty backbreaking for the defenders, who lose a whole part of the map to kind of buy upwards of a minute at times we've seen. They're going to play this corner instead. That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, this is brutal, right? You lose this, you're in a really bad spot if you were Citrus Nation, because there is still a lot of time on the clock. Is some long-range shots there across the point. See, it looks like it's just like kind of Zeb getting in position, trying to make a play, but now kind of stuck in the middle of both teams.
Yeah, they've opened up the off angle for the attackers by contesting so far back is the problem. So Chronic has a sick little spot to play from, where Zeb is never truly safe, and if he wants to break line of sight from the hit scan, has to go inside the small room. That's not great. I mean, great pulse here to deal with Strider. That is going to allow maybe Citrus Nation to play a bit further forward, but based on where the card is, Matt.
I think so.
Yeah, they still give that off angle.
Yeah.
They've got to really control that, like, that coast part of the map there, just near the cliff face.
Oh, look at this. They're just trying to kind of stagger out Divinity. Not able to TP, but not able to TP out to safety there. It's the kill on the Strider's huge, right? You mentioned it. Tap with a pulse bomb. onto the Orisa for Pirates in Pajamas, and even though you lost your own Lucio, right, which is usually pretty devastating, you're able to kind of hold on to the point, which is massive at that time, right? 2:30 on the clock. You know, you would have probably got across around then, so would have been a ton of time for the second stage of the map.
And armor, the way armor works now is different, right? It's flat damage reduction if you have it on. And once it's gone, your health pool just absolutely explodes. So that's why getting that burst damage in there is pretty darn important, especially if it's an unarmored Orisa. Ooh, okay, Chronic, big pick there on tap. That's a huge opener now. Now in the longer fight, Citrus Nation can't be expected to succeed, so they need to find these insta-kills, and Lethal seems to have the mechanism to generate them with beautiful 3K off that overclock, the sound barrier used by Citrus Nation in fairness, but it gets them another stop here, taking Pirates in Pajamas down to sub 1 minute territory.
And look how fast things turn on this point, right? We're talking about potentially, you know, Pirates in Pajamas doing a great job capping, and then, you know, having a decent amount of time there for that second point. I mean, it is just now you're below 40 seconds. You know, you have sound barrier to work with, right? Sound barrier overclock, that should be enough. But
yeah,
man,
well,
really scary. And you lose Divinity. Oh, that is a brutal kill.
And the gods just aren't smiling on Pirates in Pajamas, because that is just a kunai from the heavens, taking the head clean off Divinity. And now you can stagger that into some more ultimate generation here. Tap gets a pulse off that. Divinity, not again Divinity. That would not be kosher. Friend. One more fight.
I mean, that is a really brutal kill. I mean, look, you still are going to probably have an opportunity here to touch. It'll be Stone's chance to do so. Does get the touch. This will trigger OT.
Hey, they don't have that problem this time around. That's good. So we've dotted that I. Now to cross the T's, and that's probably to get this off-angle wrap here on the defenders. Here's that overclock from Chronic's. Got to be big. And everyone's staying out of line of sight here. You don't want to give up the point, though. You do need a contestant. Behind the Terra Surge, Zeb comes. Suzu instantly thrown on Chronic at least. And a sound barrier here for the attackers. That will dissipate, but not before Zeb is claimed. That checkpoint's looking more likely by the second, and they've got it. A time extension for Pirates in Pajamas. They are still on the road.
And they decided to use the Kitsune Rush there towards the end, Citrus Nation. There was like... you would have lost your tank and at least another player there, so potentially they think they can win it, but nope, not having that's kind of huge, right? You're going to be able to come back for this next fight, Pirates in Pajamas, use that Kitsune Rush and get through probably one of the toughest parts of the map.
It's a speculative Kitsune Rush. I guess you look like an absolute genius if you win a 3v5 off that, but the odds of that happening are pretty slim. So, got to make the play. Now, of course, Kitsune Rush available for Pirates in Pajamas. They just seem to have the support ultimate when they need it in the last couple of fights. Citrus Nation letting theirs go a little frivolously, if we're honest. Here we go once more, though. Here comes a push from Zeb. Suzu here just to stop that displacement. What a pulse. Magic Maple absolutely dominated by that one. Some of these sticks on Lucio's have been so big. There's no great target because the Kiriko can just Suzu herself if she has the cooldown up, so there's no easy kills off those pulses.
I mean, just an incredible target to, you know, difficultly target to hit, right? I know we've seen, whether it be the Lucio or we've seen some pulse bombs today on like Sojourn's mid-slide, right? Very difficult to connect. Look at this. So it looks like Pirates in Pajamas potentially want to rotate around this outside, right? They want to kind of, you know, go up the kind of ramp and do that S turn. They want to kind of take this outside position.
But it feels like this almost never works. But within Orisa comp, like
big wrap.
Yeah, you're not disadvantaged. Like you want to play together anyway. So it's not like you're just splitting up your team and trying to. I don't know, man. Wallahi, man. Chronic taken down. Yeah, look,
well, they take so much damage, like kind of walking up, right? That allows him to have a railgun, and what Lethal's probably has the railgun shot. Chronic kind of turns the corner, probably trying to build one, right? Just takes a railgun to the hit.
Okay. And look, it's fine because you group up together, so like I don't mind taking that off angle, but you've lost a lot of time. I think that's sort of what you're getting at there. A long wrap that ends up blowing up in their face. So now, they need to take a fight against the team with that extra support ultimate up, and they don't have time to build Magic Maples. Terra Surge, Strider wants to move up here through the Kitsune Rush. It's going to be a little bit dicey, though, because in his face is Zeb, who is desperately being kept alive. And oh, Jacob, there was a pulse, but there was a sound barrier opportunity there for the Lucio Citrus Nation. I'm sorry, but you have just dropped the spaghetti in that last fight. Yikes.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say maybe there's an opportunity they touch, but no shot, man, as that is another fight win in overtime for Pirates in Pajamas as they will take the second checkpoint. So the Magic Mayball able to build his beat up during that. Jacob has it, doesn't drop it. They end up trying to save Zeb, and then things fall apart after that.
I mean, Citrus Nation now, you've got to be starting to get tilted. You've kind of given things over on a couple of occasions on this map to your opponents. You've let them in. You've given them a chance here to strike for the very end of Shambali Monastery, which is a part of the map we rarely see traversed. I'll be moonlighting as a drywall demolisher if I lost this one. All right, here we go. Neutral punish there by Strider. This is momentum building for the Pirates in Pajamas. Sound barriers up here for Citrus Nation. Can they make use of it? No one's taking any bloody damage. There's the pulse. Does get Strider, but in the meantime, they've lost lethal, so still down in play. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. This one. This is a bit of a stinker.
I feel like we've seen this story before with teams where it's like, oh, now you're just throwing stuff at the wind there as sound barrier comes out after they lose neutral and then not able to win the fight. So luckily for Citrus Nation, I don't think you're going to be able to. You're not going to be able to move the card, I think, from here, right? It's going to be overclock. It's going to force them back. You're going to get a little bit of breathing room here.
Still, so much of the map pushed through here by the attackers. Jacob just unable to find a sound barrier that can save someone.
For Pirates in Pajamas.
Yeah, absolutely. Regardless of like the time that they had coming to this point, just like getting 80 meters and 2 checkpoints is great. Strider, good spear, neutral down again. Again, the Kiriko picked off. This is very dangerous. They've lost both supports, and now they're going to touch the car with what? Oh man, Zeb going to be brought to heel, and Chronic will not be under any pressure for the rest of this fight. Pirates in Pajamas looking to get the map done after almost being full held. Citrus Nation. That's when like a little trickle becomes an absolute stream of water, breaking the dam. And the attackers get all the way through. Oh, I'd be so mad.
That's a brutal one. Like, you know, the C9 obviously is like really terrible in terms of like that's how you lose a game like that. This one is like kind of up there in the sense that like you have them in OT on point A, you have them in OT on point B, you have them in OT at the end, and you can't get one stop. You know, you need one stop to prevent any crazy amount of progress, right? And they just kind of run it down all the way.
And not to mention, so that's obviously already going to take its own psychological toll, but this is all part of a greater reverse sweep that's happening here in this series. So that's in the back of your head. Crazy. You're saying, we can't get reverse sweep, we can't get reverse sweep, and then you just give up 2 checkpoints for virtually free. Like, Jacob is just struggling to anticipate here where this burst damage is going to come from. They've been unable to keep, I think, what Zeb on one occasion and then neutral on another alive with that sound barrier. So in that second fight, it does get used, but only for 4 players. And they can't recover from that. So really, the beats in that round completely sort of failing to keep Citrus Nation, at full strength, which is so important.
What are the positives for Citrus Nation? I would say going into the offense is you played pretty good defense, right? In terms of like getting them to OT, you can look at it as like, hey, we just didn't win, the 3 fights we needed to, right? Another one would be is they finish with no time in the bank, right? So you finish with some time, right? You get a little bit of buffer there. But the series momentum seems to be now in favor of Pirates in Pajamas.
Certainly, but I mean, you've got a ton of things you could rely on here. Jacob goes pretty aggressive to find Magic Maple there and ends up, serving themselves up, which is fine, right? Because for the attackers, like a 1-to-1 trade here obviously favors you. That's just like a concept we've been acquainted with since this game sort of came out. So you can go for some aggressive stuff here as an attacker, and the defenders, even if you trade evenly, will be unfavored. But still, Citrus Nation can definitely lean into just how effective their DPS have been, and Zeb is also the more aggressive Arisi here, I think, by a long shot. But that also means there's more pressure on neutral and Jacob to keep them up. Good Kunais.
Nice Kunais, yeah. There's some big damage cross map. Suzu trying to keep everybody up, and there you see Zeb, being that aggressive tank that you were mentioning, getting in the mix. Takes out 1, that's going to be 3 that fall there from Pirates in Pajamas. So you still have Chronic and Divinity here, but they will fall as well. So gets the cart moving here for Citrus Nation as will probably make its way slightly around this second corner as well. You probably can't find it. You probably got to get some players back in the mix though.
enough time, at least, for the defenders to have a decent crack at this. But once more, because they sort of don't just give ground and take a fight at that choke, they've got to now deal with the fact that there's like that off angle. Stone is now, trying to keep that one shut down, but immediately, oh my god, that is so good, Jacob. There's not much you can do about that one, really. Just gotta pack it in and come back.
We've seen that now.
Yeah, on a Lucio. That is phenomenal stuff there. We've seen that from Tap, to be fair, throughout this series, but now, with the cart where it is, again, you still have to just play this corner, right?
Here's where I would definitely be worried, though, if I was Citrus Nation. Like, how heavy do you invest in these fights? Do you go all out? Do you kind of like save something? I mean, I think that is curious here going into, potentially the last few fights.
All right, Citrus Nation have got a lot to do here, Matt, especially this first checkpoint with 90 seconds left. Let's listen in and see what the comms are like.
Fisher's gonna be shot out.
Fisher
try bad spot. Push through. I'm gonna need help, I need help.
I'm beating you. No more else.
Live, no more else. We can win. I'm shooting him.
So Julian.
Surge.
Fury left.
Stagger. It's social. Is she low?
She's full.
See no pushing. Get 3 on or we just...
Let him heal up, I can move him again.
They'll go fast. If you...
We can.
Come now. Right, let's go.
Trinary. Nice, good stagger.
Get overclock.
Okay.
Good shot.
We need to go. We can actually make this last.
Yeah, perfect 10. No notes there. Great stagger on a Kiriko at the end of the fight. You can see the call is no more ults. Really, Citrus Nation trying to save them. They have 3 for this next fight. Very good sign. It's all on the table for this team. The Juice Benders have a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, getting a lot of progress here through the second part of this map, right? That stagger on the Divinity was sick. So it's just a kill on the Magic Maple early that opens things up. And, oh, man, Chronic comes in with that overclock. Strider opening it up with a kill onto Lethal is... And just a fast place there, coming in, winning that fight is... Citrus Nation didn't have much to work with there. Pirates and Pajamas used everything.
They had a Kitsune Rush. And obviously they had those other 2 ultimates there. The thing about Kitsune, it's really easy to overestimate Kitsune Rush because it's the haste buff that is the most powerful part of it for like healing throughput purposes. But if your Kiriko isn't able to make use of it, then it's not that effective at all. It's an ultimate that requires you to be in it actually doing things that get empowered by it. So
yeah,
Citrus Nation get forced off that pretty quick, and it's like just a pick, right, off that overclock from Chronic. No pulse stick there for Stone, going to recall to roughly the same location, so has to spend his blinks to get away. That means the trace is neutralized for the next 3 to 5 seconds. Decent little timer, and there it is. Zeventap finally let go of their ultimates, and they find value big time. Magic Maple is down. Divinity went for the Kitsune Rush here. Deja vu I'm experiencing. And Citrus Nation have a go at this, and hey, decent amount of time to work with for this next point as well. You just have to be clean on those last couple of fights.
Yeah, you just do have that sick defender spawn advantage there towards the end of the map, right? So if you're Pirates in Pajamas, I think you try and push up, get as like earliest fight as possible, right? Just dwindle clock, worst case scenario. And then at least have 2 fights there left after that. So you see that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to push up a little bit. This is going to get that overclock out as they do lose Magic Maypole. So not ideal. They went to go push up. It seems like he went a little bit further out and then everybody else backed out.
Huge damage. Okay, they do not have to spend all that much for this, Matt. This is big. Coming around the bend with 2 support ultimates here in a position to win the map with a decent amount of time bank. These are all very positive notes for Citrus Nation. After suffering great disappointment on their defense, they might be in a position to avert this reverse sweep. Very, very good looks for them now. They've just got to land the plane, Matt.
I mean, a few fights in a row, they've lost Magic Maypole first, so it'll be Stone will get on, get a touch.
Here's the rush.
So you're going to have overclock here as well.
They're running. They're gunning. Citrus Nation here, push up ahead of the Kitsune Rush and still holding onto the beat. It's got to be now! Jacob, not again! No chance to use it! That was Strider just choosing the timing of that Terror Surge so that Jacob, maybe they tracked the beat, I'm not sure. Either way, losing a Lucio there. That's a hard reset. Now 90 seconds left.
Oh.
It was so close, Matt. So close.
Oh.
So close.
I mean, now what? You're going to be below a minute. double support ult overclock for Pirates in Pajamas.
At least he didn't Terrajax that because it's not like Rabbinic Flux.
That would have been worse.
It's not like Rabbinic Flux where you can just get your ult off straight away because the game treats the ground as being right under you, even though you're up there. You get launched up into the air slowed, and you've got to touch the ground again after ulting. So it's super risky. Here's the beat though. Chronic though here with an overclock from the high ground is going to work through so much of this overshielding. It's going to be gone in a blink of an eye. Jacob barely alive, but one more shot gets the job done, and Strider steals that from Chronic, but hey, we'll take it. Magic Mate pulled down, Card very close, and now the fighting has to happen over there, but Tap is going wild. He's going nuts. He finds Chronic as well, and Strider's in no position to intervene here. The numbers favor Citrus Nation, but they lose Tap. Now towards the card, it's just Divinity trying to stall it out. Lethal finds 2, and around the corner comes the Lucio. It's Magic Mate ball with a beat for 2, and that's going to have to be enough, but the Terror Surge comes out, and Lethal cleans up Divinity. Another one for Lethal, and in the dying seconds, Citrus Nation get it done. They finished the map, and they're staying alive in this one. My goodness, 34 seconds separate these two squads.
Oh, that is too close. I would have felt horrible for Jacob and Citrus Nation if it would have ended like that. So they extend this game. There'll be just a minute on the clock for Pirates in Pajamas. Citrus Nation a little bit more time. But man, this series, we talked about how like close and evenly matched these teams are. I mean, they are going the distance here today.
Okay, Pirates in Pajamas. What are they talking about? What are the vibes like in the comms? They still have a chance to make this reverse sweep happen. Let's listen in and how they plan their attack.
Okay. I don't want nerfs here. We all need to be playing at our peak right now. This is very important. Don't get nervous. Just think about what you're doing. Active thinkers.
Yep.
Down clock comms. But making first place is the way to win this for sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna start right side. Looking for spears early. Forcing card. I think last time. Chronic, what happened last time when you tried to go top? Did you like get caught out?
I slipped top with Maple. It was my bad. I should have dropped when you guys went top.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
4, 3, 2.
We got these guys.
Let's go. Let's go. All right. Surprise, surprise.
Okay.
There's Zen. Wait, are they Zen? I don't think so. Did I hear my own orbs? What the fuck?
Yeah. Cast.
That's weird.
I think play same way. I think we still play same way. You okay, Strider?
There wasn't that. I'm gonna
Casting with
try to get to one.
I have 4-0.
We have car fast corner. Where's it up? Top.
Going top.
I have spin in full speed.
They're going top side, as you've heard, very quickly. Look at this, Pirates in Pajamas see an opening, they're going to try to exploit it here. Clear comms was the call, and then Divinity's just like stream of consciousness talking about there's another Zen in play. That's funny. The Pirates in Pajamas here. They're in trouble. Strider, I think, popped all his cooldowns and got no value from them, so Zeb just walks up, saves his for later. 10 seconds left. Pirates in Pajamas, they let that one get away from them.
And I don't think they're going to be able to make it back towards the card. It looks like if anybody would be Stone. Hinder in the mix, though. So be Strider does get a touch, will fall.
Very quickly, Stone able to make his way towards the card. Chronic with a switch over towards Sombra here. They're going to be forced away. Recall has to be used by Stone to touch, and they're going to be brought down. Zeb creating so much spacing right now. And Citrus Nation are all over this one. Juice Benders, baby. You'll have to see it. And they've got 90 seconds to equal that total of 42.22 meters.
Yeah, and I think the Cassidy is like an interesting pick there. It seems like maybe that's kind of like what kind of threw Pirates in Pajamas off, because they were like, oh, well, it's Cass. They kind of like tried to rush and knock them off that high ground. But then you just kind of get stuck in this mid-range battle, right? Where like if your Sojourn doesn't nail the shots, that's where the Cassidy is just putting out so much damage, right?
It's the haunts,
in that close quarter area.
There's Orisa cooldowns as well. I mean, like, talking to Jake and Johnny about it, it's like they're so crucial. You can really exploit an Orisa that pops those cooldowns early and isn't able to get value from it. Like if you disengage away from like a fortifying or a spear spinning Orisa, come back in with your own speed. They've already used their speed boost. They've already used their fortify. They've already used all of that stuff. You can just slam the Orisa. So if you get too ahead of yourself, you're going to lose out on these engagements by just overheating. Let's listen to Citrus Nation, Matt. They've got a now game plan. They know exactly what they have to do to win this entire series here and now.
Get a random pick. If we get a random pick in the middle of the fight, just chill. Just live. We just live, okay?
Yes.
They're gonna panic, try to trade 100%. You just chill.
I mean, jeez. They make you sound like you're verbose, Matt. That's crazy.
No, they were just focused. They're locked in.
But again,
you know, some people don't need to just bust out a dictionary and just read from it. You know,
no one does
say
that.
crazy stuff.
No one actually does that. I mean, the only person I've ever seen hold a book while casting was Monty in season 1, and we gave him so much flack for that. So much. Lethal pushing out.
I don't even know if I have a book I can go grab right now.
No, that checks out, Matt, honestly. Lethal giving a bit of space here, and Citrus Nation are chilling as they put it in the calls because they just have to win the one fight. They've advanced so far here with the card. It's those Orisa cooldowns. We've seen the spear spin. Here comes Strider. Lethal a little bit low core. The front line is just able to fold away. Suzu, though, had to be used there. Except with the Fortify. Made use of that. Going to be pushing Strider away. Stunned up by the spears there. Blow! And Chronic's able to find a headshot with the railgun to find the kill. Can they convert? Pirates in Pajamas, a hold here would be massive. But Lethal's able to respond. The Lucio's out of the mix here, and Chronic isn't in a great position to continue to punish this. Citrus Nation have been able to regroup. They've been able to reset now, and their Orisa's coming back, and they've got both support ults.
Yes, and Magic Maple is going to be able to make it back into the fight here for Pirates in Pajamas. He's dead. It's really low. They got to do everything to keep him up.
Citrus Nation moving up now. Chronic was able to equalize, but again, Magic Maple goes down. A hindrance grenade is good. Divinity has to Suzu himself there, but it's not a lot of health given over by that ability. Citrus Nation are in there, but Chronic finds another key pick, and no one's looking at him quite yet. They're about to, because he's the last player standing, and Citrus Nation avert the reverse sweep, conquer the Pirates, and secure their advancement here in the lower bracket.
Oh, that was way too close for comfort at the end, man, where it looked like potentially Pirates in Pajamas was going to put together a crazy hold. They did such a great job, though, of like pressuring out Strider there at the end. If they don't get that kill on him, or even if he's a little bit healthier at the time than that Kitsune Rush drops, I mean, they are in serious trouble where this series, considering how game 1 and game 2 went, really nice comeback there from Pirates in Pajamas, just not enough at the end.
They do recognize that, like, even a lost fight, if you take a kill or two, you're inherently advantaged because of your spawn, proximity. So get scrappy, trade those kills, come out with numbers, and they weren't even focusing Chronic down, or still able to win the fight here. Chronic tried a couple of big Sojourn kills, but not enough. Some fantastic play here, and there's a lot to talk about, a lot to break down, and for all that, we're going to head over to our desk. What a slobber knocker!
Yeah, what a match! I mean, closest series we got to see so far today, and what a series it was. Pip almost getting that reverse sweep, but it shall not be. Some heroics from the other side. Tap and Lethal like stepping it up right there at the very end. That was a close call, though. Citrus Nation were not the favorite heading into this matchup.
Yeah, I think it was too close to call, but I think, for Citrus, right, to go up 0-2 or 2-0 rather in the series, and then Pip almost bringing it back, many teams would have already fallen by that point, right? Like, your mental is just not there, but Citrus, they stayed locked into the very end here, winning on overtime on map 5 nonetheless, so great performance from them. Arguably, it's an upset, but I really think these teams are pretty evenly matched, and I think that series we saw today is a reflection of this.
Chronic can't do more.
No.
Chronic can't do more. Like, he just completely went off. This C9 was absolutely brutal, but like Pariso, off map, off comp, obviously it's something different they've been practicing. They brought out dive instead, but it didn't work out. Got first point held, whatever. Go next. I think you're kicking yourself, you lost that map, but like really it came down to the Orisa compositions, and this second half is really when Chronic just like went off on the hit scan. And Citrus Nation, they struggled to close it out, honestly. Look, I'm the biggest Jacob fan out there, #1 Jacob fan. So, some of the beats, and sometimes you gotta get the beats out, Maybe I need a little bit more better sound barrier usage going into the next round.
Honestly, he's more patient than some people I've seen. I feel like the beats are not that bad.
You've been on it with the Lucio
I mean,
today.
I've been watching Lucio's they aggro beat. You guys, you don't want to push in with beat. It's not that good unless it's very certain scenario, very, very close range. Enemy can't retreat. You need a lot of conditions. Here, though, I think he should beat. If he beats this, I think they win that fight.
Oof, he's been secretly rating every single beat happening backstage. Like, it's actually...
And most of them are weak.
Yeah.
Average is below 5. Is that fair to say?
He may or may not have said that he should be playing Lucio, he would do better.
Put me in.
Oh, Jake has been sitting in the green room just like, oh, let me play Lucio.
The thing is, I can't play Lucio. Let me just like take over your brain when you have sound barrier, and I will be for you.
He'll take your job, just like he took other people's jobs in Outlaw.
Tap getting that player of the match. Yes, Chronic popped off, but Tap definitely pulled so much weight, and it's so very crucial in this current meta for your Tracer to have those performances.
Yeah, totally. Tracer's manipulating the angles and, being really important in the flankers. That ensures you get more damage onto the enemy or Reese as well. And really, in this meta, like that's what it comes down to. You're finding picks as your primary hit scan, but then Tracer's doing work on the off angles as well, securing pulse bomb kills, securing pulse bomb damage. It's going to be really effective. If you can bait out Susus, I mean, that is going to give an amazing advantage to your team, right? So it comes down to these small details. I think that the final round on Shambali needs to be talked about, but like, you just gotta be kicking yourself. You have 1 minute and really one push, one kind of like ability rotation, and
one chance,
pajamas,
one opportunity.
They push top, they push deep top, and then they didn't get any value, and Citrus Nation just comes back and pushes them over with their own abilities. It's a brutal meta because like you just cycle one Orisa, cycle some Orisa ultimates, one hit scan, get a pick, and that could be it.
Yeah.
And if you have good hit scans on the map, that will happen, especially if you have people like Tap or Lethal, who is now joining us for a winner's interview. I hope he's with us right now. It starts like the beginning of a seance.
Hello?
He can hear us. He can hear us. We can hear you too. Lethal, congratulations on the dub. Let's talk about how you got it done, because you and your team went up 2-0, but then Pip almost brought it back. So heading into that 5th map, what did you guys want to focus on?
The biggest thing was I told the team, like, what's worse than getting reverse sweep? Failing the reverse sweep. So the pressure was back onto them at the end of that map. So I got that Unk experience, so
I love
talking to my younglings.
That's true, actually. That's a deep lore. When if the enemy thinks they're gonna reverse sweep you and you take it all away from them, you were just toying with them really on maps 3 and 4.
Yeah. What were your thoughts going into map 5? You've been up 2-0, but then they come back 2-2. What was the talk going into Shambali Monastery?
I noticed that they were just winning those last 2 maps we lost just on ults. So I said, like, listen, we're only losing this because of ult disadvantages. Focus on that and we literally just win. And then we did it. I mean, we kind of whiffed ults on this Shambali. That's why we didn't, full held and then full cap. But I just said work on our ults and we will win like 1,000%. And I do like some cheese creep pick as well, just to put salt in the wounds.
Yeah, I like the cast though in the overtime, right? Like in most of the maps, Soj probably looks better, but here on first point, this is like nice arena for you on the Cassidy. So I'm curious how you see those 2 heroes in the meta right now. We've seen a lot of teams, maybe more than we saw in any previous stage where Sojourn was almost always locked in. Now that Cassidy is seeing serious playtime competing with Sojourn, how do you see the 2 heroes in the meta? And for the players at home, how should they think about Cassidy versus Sojourn?
I think it's a lot of comfort. Like, there's no real meta between those two. It's like, okay, do you guys feel comfortable with Kree? They say, yeah, go for it. Then okay, just go Kree. I mean, it's more in depth than that, to be honest. But in my humble opinion, I think Kree is better on every map than Soj. But Soj is just easier in officials because, like, I'm just gonna pre-fire everyone,
Well, you're looking clean on either of them, and we can't wait to see more of that. Congratulations once again, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. I have a question though.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Shoot.
How come I didn't get MVP for dropping a 50 bomb? Oh my goodness, I dropped 50. You guys saw that?
Got robbed.
I don't make those decisions.
Not to throw anyone else.
I'm gonna complain.
I'll talk with the higher ups. Don't worry.
We give you like
next time I go for 100.
Yeah, you got to do 100, but you don't get an MVP unless you get a hundo bomb.
Okay. Maybe next
30k damage.
I'll see you later.
But you know what? I love that you're advocating for yourself. That's how it should be. Thank you so much for joining us here. That's a first.
All right,
I
thank
like
you for
it
having me, guys.
I like a real conversation. Thank you, Lethal. It's good.
He did put up a big series. I think it's fair to
Yeah.
say. I think Tap also performed admirably there.
And also a bit of a leader. You see the flanks, you see the engages, and like Lethal said, fix their ultimates a little bit. I like a hit scan that isn't just quiet and like mutes Mike in ranked, then it's just like, oh, I just shoot heads. Like, no. What do you want to do with your overclock? How can we set you up to succeed?
Also, the newest member of that team heading into this stage,
guy.
right? Like he's the new piece to the puzzle, was he not? He was not with them stage.
Yeah. So
That's
I
right.
mean,
So,
Lethal and Tap have played together for years. They've been like friends for years, as I
And
recall.
yet,
So
he's not happy for Tap.
that's
He
the thing.
wants-
It makes you question. It makes you
he
question.
does.
Tap, you got to ask yourself: Lethal wants your MVP. Like, is that how it is?
Yeah.
He won't let you just have the MVP and be happy for you.
No, none of that. It's not about that. It's all about the winnings of everything. Well, they got the dub in this series, and that means that they are staying alive. It was a very, very close match. And we now get to look at our bracket once again. So this is where we're currently at.
LGM80. I am ready. I'm so excited.
Our bodies are ready for this one.
It's going to be a big one.
Yeah, this unfortunately means, of course, that Pip are eliminated from the main event. Any last words to see them off?
Didn't even get to see Strider Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, a disappointing result, but I mean, this has kind of been the story of Pip so far for me in OWCS is just so close, but not quite enough. So I want to see more from them. They've been a team together for a long time, and so they've, really gelled, but I think they, still need to take it to the next level, right? Citrus Nation is a tough opponent, but there's even much more tough teams, right? Like going on further into the bracket. So if Pip wants to really make it to that next level, they'll need to be able to win matches like this with ease.
That's right. Well, we do have another elimination match coming up right after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. all. This is stage 2 of our main event, day 1, in fact, and we are down to one last match. It's going to be an elimination match fought out between FMCL and who is Goldfish. So let's chat about this last matchup. What's that grin about, Jake?
Just thinking about For My Cherished Lover, my favorite team here.
FMCL. Let's talk about them. Let's bring up the
name,
roster once more. They've already had a game, of course. There were other 2 today. They are still alive and kicking. A very interesting roster, of course. A lot of name value on your screen here.
Yeah, we got to talk about Seeker. I mean, in that last match against MAD, Seeker was carrying tons and tons of picks from the hit scan. The rest of the team, I don't think, was able to shine as brightly. The matchup looked pretty rough. So I think we need to see a little bit more out of the rest of them, especially eyes on the core. Like, I want to see this team play a little bit more aggressively, perhaps. Like, can they get in there a little bit quicker with this Lucio BAP? Lots of heals to be used. Maybe you can deploy those with a strong push.
Is Renko still smiling? Anyway.
I hope so. Renko better never stop.
Yeah, we should get Renko cam.
Renko cam.
Just
Only Renko cam. Now on the other side, who's Goldfish?
Yeah.
What do we know about them?
Well, I was going to talk about Dust Winston, but it seemed like Goldfish selected Winston, which I don't know.
Those are some of the most troll player hero selections I've seen. They have 3 tanks.
Yeah.
They'd be vibing. I think that's just like whoever you like best. That doesn't have to be rooted in any.
But I like SSG. They've got a legit comp up there. You know, it's like Cass, May, Ryan, Bap, Lucio. It's like, let's go. These things, they fit together.
Except Christopher picked Wrecking Ball. I've only seen Christopher's Reinhardt.
He's not gonna. He can get silly.
Hey, yo, me and Christopher, we went head to head back in the day.
Yeah.
Those days are long gone. Like that's been a hot minute. Now it's time for the new guns, the new kids. Who is Goldfish? Lots of new faces, lots of questions being raised, of course. Who is Goldfish?
Very existential.
Who is Goldfish? What's your best guess?
Jonak.
Oh, okay, reaching high. I like it.
Yeah. What is Goldfish? I mean, like, is this just the person named Goldfish, or is there more? Exactly. Well, exactly. Is this just a concept, or is this a proper noun?
Where are you going?
I mean, is this a proper noun or a common noun?
I think it's a good question to. I think the best question to ask here is, how is Goldfish? Cause.
Which one?
Well, that one. Because we may or may not find out. There it is. This is Goldfish. That is Goldfish.
With the Arnold poster? I love it.
Winning
That's amazing.
already. Okay, so you are Goldfish. Your identity, for whatever reason, has been kept a secret. Is there any rhyme or reason to this, or why are you keeping everyone in suspense? Sleepless nights on my side, all group stage long.
Well, the reason that I kind of kept it, like a secret for a bit is that I played competitively previously, and I kind of was like trying to like move away from playing, and I was just asked to play with my friends, and I figured that I would just play under a different alias than what I went under before.
Oh. So is it your team? Like, are you team captain Goldfish on who is Goldfish? Like, what's going on here?
It's a power play.
No, I'm not really a team captain, I don't think. I would say that it's more of it was a team that was put together at the last second by Debit. He's a manager for a few teams in the scene at the last minute, because a couple of the players on this team wanted to play an OWCS and didn't have a team at the end of it, or like towards roster lock. So we decided to throw a team together. So it's just kind of a friend team. I wouldn't say it's anyone's team specifically.
All right, and how is the team feeling about making it to the main event? I think a lot of people may have been surprised to see you guys up there as well.
Yeah, it was pretty surprising to make top 8. We didn't really have a ton of expectations going into OWCS, I don't think. But we tried really hard, and we had a good time, and it feels great to have made top 8. So really exciting.
Well, you had a good time, and it definitely translated into the matches we got to see so far from you. So I let your head get back into the game. You have one more coming up to stay alive. Best of luck to you and your team, and thank you so much for taking the time.
All right, thank you.
Good luck.
So now we know the secret has been revealed. This is Goldfish.
Here we go.
I can sleep again.
It's great to see the team make it this far. I just learned from production. They're the only 16th seed qualifier to make it to a main event, which may be not surprising. They're the only 16th seed to win a map in the group stage.
A map?
Yeah, the other 16 seeds not looking so good. Not looking so good.
Wow.
This makes me feel better about being 17th seed.
Does it though?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I love that for you.
You know?
I'm not going to take that away from you. Well, now they have to go up against FMCL, which of course have to be considered the favorite heading into this match. But we had biggest surprises in Overwatch history.
Have we?
I think so. I think we've seen some pretty big surprises.
We literally saw Citrus Nation beat up Timeless 3-0.
That is true. That was a pretty big surprise. The 3-0.
Not even that long ago.
You're right. This is fair.
Yeah.
What do they need to do? Key to victory going up against FMCL.
Just
be good.
Just kill them. Just shoot them.
Just, hit those Lucioles at the right time and you'll be good to go.
Oh.
And this is...
That's the hourly right there. That's the hourly.
In 5 seconds, I'm going to explain to you how to play the whole meta, all right?
Oh, boy.
Just get ready.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
But that's going to be locked behind a paywall.
Analysts.
We're not going to give out any freebies for now. Of course, chat very much clearly in favor of FMCL. Hate that. But,
For my cherished lover.
For the cherished
Call them by their full name.
They
For
now
my
have
cherished lover.
to fight for survival against who is Goldfish. Let's see who is going to come out on top of this one. So once more, we're going to send it over to the
Winston.
gentlemen, Mr. X and Mitch.
Asked who was Goldfish though, because he said that he played under a different name.
Yeah, he used to be somebody else.
I didn't want to put him on the spot like that. I just felt it was a bit rude.
Home Slice got on camera though.
I thought everyone knew, and I was too scared to ask. I didn't want to seem knowledgeable.
You all just nodded like, oh yeah, true, yeah.
Who was Goldfish? I mean, that's the...
So the secret stuff.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Someone
wondering.
in chat will know.
So we
Someone
haven't
in chat
solved
will know.
anything actually.
No.
Nothing actually got
Well,
solved.
we got a face now, so detectives are on it.
God, don't.
Oh yeah.
The guy. I mean,
we raised the issue. We raised the issue.
Let
up
my
the pole.
boy frag here. I mean, I guess that's less important. The past, not nearly as important as the present, Matt. You know what I mean? It's a gift. That's why it's called the present, big son. Don't you reckon?
I'm trying to log into Jake's Patreon so I could figure out what he actually thinks about the series.
It's a great advertisement for his supplementary content, isn't it? It's like, I'll give you a little teaser. We love Jack. He's given us plenty to ruminate on so far in this series. No different here. Look, who's Goldfish are a team that sort of say, hey, we kind of didn't even expect to be here. So from this point onwards, it's a bonus. FMCL, however, are the kind of team that have been in the mix already in stage 1. Definitely expect to advance here. Now, there's always some upset potential, but I think, to be clear, there probably is a little bit of a mismatch on paper here, especially with some of the names on this FMCL roster. They're powerhouses, Matt. I think that's a safe way of putting it.
Yeah, it would be a huge upset. I think that is a very fair statement, but I also think for who is Goldfish, you're gonna hear a little bit of the backstory of the team. It's awesome that they made it this far, right?
This is the point.
Seed, they kind of come in.
This is the point of opening up opening up the circuit, right? That you have opportunities like this to make top 8.
That's where you look at teams like, Timeless and, EXO and whatnot, right? Just because you placed good for 3 weeks doesn't mean you're automatically guaranteed the next time, right? Let's run it back and see who the best teams are. So who is Goldfish come out with the Orisa-based composition? They'll have a Kuriko in the mix as FMCL will play a Genji here with a Baptiste, so a little bit of a different look.
Good peel there from Reverse, getting Maimon off of Azruf, which made a bit of a problem for the Sojourn. Also, that immortality for Renko cleared up, and no immediate pressure being put on FMCL here, as they definitely have a stronger position. Who is Goldfish kind of forced off the point entirely. Should be an early cap for our side on blue.
Yeah, early point control. I also think that once you get the Genji in this close quarters, so the damage that Seeker's putting down, it looks like Maimon can go to town. Looks like you're gonna lose Dust here as well. That's a deflect with a dash as some more kills come down. So FMCL, even when they try and wrap to the point for who is Goldfish, they meet them right there at the spot and they take advantage with their comp.
We're making use of the Baptiste comp, instead of a Kiriko, which is definitely a point of difference here. And you'd think even harder to keep a Genji topped up without that Kiriko, right? I mean, Maimon has to play off health packs and some of the ambient healing provided by Lep. Still, they were able to find a decent amount of value in that previous fight. Goldfish had a good off angle just to pump heals into Dust, and it wasn't enough. We'll have the recontest here as FMCL drop off the high ground now to take the fight. And Matrix, Seeker forced away from it, but not entirely. He'll still try and play around it, but Dust has to force their way through it, which puts him in a vulnerable spot. The Immortality field Not going to be enough to save Seeker there as Azra finishes the job, and a sound barrier here for who is Goldfish. Mimone's Dragon Blade considerably blunted by this sound barrier, but still able to find 2. That's a big play. That fight was headed south awful quick there for FMCL. At least salvaged it.
Yeah, and Ariel has the Terror Surge, but it may not even be needed, right? As Renko's going to help finish off Goldfish there, has the Immortality Field keeping himself alive. So that is a chaotic fight, but it's FMCL that comes out on top yet again. Is going to see a Tracer swap here to get back towards the point.
That's the round, though, right there. I mean, who is Goldfish? They spent both their support ultimates in that fight. So they are extremely unfavored here. Mimone switching off to the Tracer, like you mentioned. They're in trouble. So the high ground they want to push here. Matt Terror Surge is going to be pretty darn perfect, and Seeker gets caught in the poke damage. Hang on. There might be something here.
That is quite odd, as usually don't see the Lucio getting the pick at range, as Azra gets a kill there. Nice railgun shot. Everybody else will fall for FMCL. So who is Goldfish will get the flip, give themselves a chance here in round number 1.
I mean, credit here to who is Goldfish. I kind of call that over just based on the stronger positioning of FMCL and the ultimate sort of parity between the two. But they were able to find some picks without ultimates. That's really promising for this team. Standing on even footing with FMCL in a fight like that is crucial. Now, they have that high ground control. Can play around Dust, of course. And they've almost built another Kitsune rush here.
Yeah, as Renko and Kodo wants to push this out and then maybe get an Amp Matrix up on the high ground. So look how aggressive Dust is going in there. He's got an Immortality Field, but goes so deep.
Healed up, though. Somehow they keep him alive. Kitsune Rush, healing. That's big. Renko, though, has an Amp Matrix now, and if Who is Goldfish can be kept out in the open, it could be devastating. Renko, though, just after getting the Amp Matrix down, is blown up. Goldfish found a kunai, but the spear from Dust was surely a big part of that. And FMCL can't make any use of that Amp Matrix at all. It's in a weird spot to start with. And then they lost Renko, who has to switch to the Kiriko now. The gloves are off.
Yeah, so Who is Goldfish putting up a much better fight now, right? Looking really strong, pushing up, right? Renko drops that Amp Matrix, and then he just gets taken out instantly. Now forces the Kiriko swap, as this will be Maimon just trying to get a touch here, trying to drag these players down from the high ground.
Fizz here.
This pulse bomb could be sick.
Yeah, lining up. Ariel there, trying to make sure we can get rid of the Orisa at the start of the fight. It doesn't quite pay out, though. Pulse bomb here for Mimone available. Right? Good sound barrier. Biz doesn't benefit from it at all, but they're going to stay out of the fray for the time being. FMCL have one of their own. Still no eliminations until finally Dust is brought down. That took a lot of work, though, to get rid of the Orisa. And after that, Who is Goldfish will utterly capitulate and crumble.
Pretty close round, though, right? Just to remind everybody, like, this is a 16 seed. And Who is Goldfish, obviously making it all the way here to the main event. It's like a huge accomplishment, right? Going up against FMCL, who's players who we've seen on, top level pro teams and contenders teams, in the past, right? The very recent past,
I mean,
right? So
literally 3 Overwatch League players on this squad, and like representatives of, World Cup teams.
Right. So keeping it close there, round number 1, pretty good sign for Who is Goldfish for potentially the remainder of the series. We'll see how things pan out, as Seeker looks like to be hovering over the Ashe here. So Ashe Sigma could play from like that, longer kind of like, almost bridge-like side.
Here we go, out of the gates. Ariel with the Sigma. Yeah, that makes sense to see the Ashe paired with this now. Who is Goldfish, though? If they sort of read this composition, they know they want to close the gap early and often. At least get into
They need to play fast.
Yeah, at least get into the right side position. Why are they...
Are they going to swap?
They might be. Yes! The Ramatra composition to counter the Sigma. I mean, that's a great pick. That is going to answer this quite adequately. More than, in fact. Especially once they close the gap enough for Dust to walk up on Ariel, excuse me.
Dynamite nails onto the Ramatra here, so not going to be able to kind of close that gap just yet. Nah, nobody is actually taking the point. Okay, now as I say that, that'll be Renko and Co.
You can't play Sigma against this. You cannot do that. They just push. I mean, the first kill I think was Renko, for God's sake. Dust able to push up very, very close. Cleanup though decent. I say you can't play this because FMC would much rather be a more even footing, and yeah, switch to the Orisa here. This is going to be able to punish any sort of encroachment by the Ramatra, and oh my god, they are counterpicking the Orisa setup with a poke comp of their own. I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. Because they don't switch DP. Well, they still have the Sojourn to play with, so this is fine, but I want to see what Aerial does about this. What?
That's a disruptor shot kill that we get there on the Seeker. So do you think we see maybe Seeker switch to like a... Does he play a Cassidy or Sojourn? It looks like still continue to play this Ashe. Sojourn just not going to be as lumped together, right?
Yeah, I mean, you farm the Sigma Shield for that charge with your Sojourn, right? If you play around the kinetic grasp, like your disruptor shots are still very impactful. You can force them back a little bit. But you ostensibly you want to close the gap here with this Orisa setup, so see how long Seeker wants to stay on this. But there it is, straight away. Gap closed there, Dust under pressure, forced off that sort of neutral position. We have an overclock here from Azruf, playing an off angle now. All of FMCL have to hide behind this, but Biz gets him in the pulse, at least gets rid of the immortality field from Renko. And Aerial goes down. The poke damage is working out. Who is Goldfish? Angling for the counter comps, Matt, are finding great success.
Yeah, I mean they are taking it to FMCL at the moment, right? Holding on to both support ultimates here. For that is they're still staying on the Ashe, so you'll have a Bob here, but you know how beneficial is the Bob going to be, right?
Well, I mean, generally against Sigma, pretty good, but yeah,
off angle on the point.
Yeah, it's fine. You contest with that, of course. Sigma can't really contest himself. Like someone else has to go over there, but they can't be protected, shielded by him. Bob eventually drops. Ant Matrix helping with that.
Yeah, I was going to say that, yeah.
Oh, no, that's a no-no. That is big no. Nope, didn't see it. If I don't see it, it didn't happen. It can't hurt me. That is unfortunate, but again, that displacement is an issue when Sigma's concerned. Great job for FMCL.
I mean, that is, you know, obviously a very good hold for who is Goldfish, right? Even if it ends kind of like that. It's a big play from Lep to just knock Dust off the side where, no, it isn't that. You know, it's another fight that looks like with the way that Who's Goldfish is playing that they would win. So FMCL has to be perfect from here on out to close out the map here.
Matt, I would have preferred to see this Orisa comp take space away from the Sigma, like push up to their side of the map. Because Sigma can't really operate if he's forced back into his own spawn. Gravitic Flux is available for Dust here, but oh, okay, well that would have been Astraf going over the edge anyway. The Coach Gun is pretty sweet in a pinch for that kind of displacement. So Who's Goldfish need to make a change, and yeah, with this advantage, you can absolutely push up. Yeah, play this side of the stairs. But FMCL can cross that gap quickly enough anyway with the Lucio speed, so they will be able to threaten. And this Sigma comp struggles to find a good staging ground here when they're forced off the map multiple times.
Good to see you.
Yeah, Biz was so far deep that no, that was like he got like the immortality field out and whatnot, but it just kind of ended up in no man's land without a blink or a recall, and then got in a little bit of trouble.
Can they just contest with this?
Great to put pressure on the back line, but it's going to be tough. I mean, this is going to be immortality field keeping everybody alive. That'll be the Tracer falling yet again.
I don't like it. I do not like it. You've got to step onto the point. There's a Sigma here, which seems so vulnerable, a position to be in. And the Gravitic Flux is all well and good, but there's nothing to combo it with, and you know Renko's going to have an immortality field. FMCL come up with the answer. They find the solution, and they take away Nepal.
You know what? I think that even if FMCL, they do win that one. I think you're pretty happy, if you're Who is Goldfish about how you played, right? Point one, you got the point. You want a fight or two, right? It looked pretty decent, but that second one, right? You were in control a lot of it. So I think obviously it ends up in a loss. I think it's like everything you do is going to be punished. Against FMCL, probably have to tighten things up a little bit, but not a terrible performance from that number one.
I think they just don't want to play in Orisa Mirror there on Sanctum at all, right? And again, this is kind of what we see, like when the Sigma comp has control and they can set up on that neutral ground, that platform, the stairwell, it's pretty oppressive. They can sort of keep the Orisa back just by sheer weight of poke damage, but when you have to filter in off of spawn, it could be kind of hard to get set up. And then who contests? Like, who goes to the point and gets it going? Like, you don't have, like, the rush potential. You can't just force a fight when you want it. You have to, like, get a pick or get someone low enough to make it unhealable or unsuzuable or whatever. Immortality Field was there for Renko as well. So it's a big ask. They were switching so much early in the round, I would have liked to see another switch to something that actually, could answer the Orisa.
Well, it's like typically with tanks, right? Like you're almost choosing a little bit of a play style, right? In determining on like, you know, how a tank plays, right? But the thing is like Orisa feels like she can play every style at the moment, right? You want to play like in the opposing team's face, you want to play brawly, great. If you want to play a little bit, you know, further away and defensive, you can do that as well. Like maybe just not the constant poking at range, right? That's probably where the Orisa falls, but there's not many comps that want to play that way, at least in Overwatch 2.
Well, that's what FMCL wanted. They wanted a Sigma into Orisa matchup, right? That's why they picked that Sigma out of the gates, and then there was a Remacha switch. We went back and forth a little bit, but then FMCL just said, you know what, let's just play Orisa. Let's just gap them with this comp. And they managed to do that in pretty stunning fashion there. So not getting poked down, not being threatened, having a great showing, and being able to play, like, I think the general consensus is that, like, the Orisa is a bit susceptible to the Sigma comp. Being able to play that and still find success and kind of do it, you know, pretty impressively once they had control of the point, to me is pretty telling. Iconvolta coming up next here. The kind of map, of course, where if you want to play the Orisa comp, fine. You've got to walk up the castle on that attacking side, which is pretty treacherous, and it's easy to get caught out here. Seen plenty of teams mix the Winston play in at times here. Can be risky, but if you're good enough, you can absolutely make it work.
Yeah, I mean, especially towards the second phase of the map, right, where there's so much high ground you have to deal with, right? But I think Orisa's just so strong, man. Like, he's just kind of galloping out the gates here. At least it'll be FMCL on defense first, so they will be playing the Orisa on D, where Who is Goldfish still some time. I'd love to see like what their version of like a dive looks like, trying to like put pressure onto that back line. It could be pretty difficult to do against the Orisa Cassidy Baptiste combo.
We've already seen this, right? We saw this in the earlier series on Paraíso where the Winston comp suffered. Let's though hear what Who is Goldfish are planning. How are they going to overcome with this Winston comp on Iconvolta?
It might be Echo Tracer. I highly doubt it though. All right, we win. Once we get this space, we just listen to Azure angles and then we play off that.
On a rest.
Lucio high ground. Or did cast or did their cast map done?
I'm taking the second corner here.
No one in the left room.
I'm
swinging right. I'm swinging right. 3, 2, 1, swinging right.
Yeah,
They're walking all left. They're walking all left.
Okay. I'm looking for jump, okay?
Yeah, just
3, 2,
I'm speared. I have to
one.
I got you.
One bap one.
I have to fight Trey.
They're pretty low already.
They're all low. I'm trying to live.
I'm living right now. Try on me, man. Try one. I need care.
Trying to keep you up.
Oh, I'm done.
I'm just gonna play hooks.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Winston dive here doesn't go well. I'm just going to play Orisa.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of it, right? I mean, you see him jump in. There's 3 players, like, all shooting at him, focusing him down. Then he has to just kind of live and dance through his bubble there, which Dust did a pretty good job of. But then has to jump out and then just gets hit with a spear. And it's like, well, all right, I'm just going to... I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, it's hard. He almost got out. But it is very, very difficult. I thought that the ins and outs of the Winston play were fine. There's just so much that can punish you for diving in at all. Now you're going to play the Orisa mirror against FMCL with the Cassidy of Seeker, who doesn't miss very often. So you are now playing at a distinct disadvantage.
Yeah, and I mean, you really see the power of the Cassidy, right? Versus the Sojourn, where the Sojourn's kind of like, you know, peppering players down, then big bursts of damage. The Cassidy, it feels like every shot is so impactful, right? I know, just, you know, pop from Seeker takes out a few players. So FMCL starting to put together a pretty good defense. Is see Who's Goldfish on the attack yet again. Still trying to put some pressure on this side of the map.
Who's Goldfish are grouped up here. And once they get past this mound, they will be pretty susceptible to that mid-range damage. Especially the Cassidy can provide you. Azraf here close to Deadeye, going to be playing through the Ant Matrix. Both teams, in fact, making use of those Baptiste ultimates, and Azraf and Biz go to work. Goldfish going down here, maybe a cause for concern. Reverses had to use that sound barrier, and I think that'll protect Who is Goldfish for long enough for them to clean up any stragglers. Play the mirror. The Orisa comp is good.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most kind of consistent outcome, right? You know, in terms of like playing the mirror and trying to like force these types of comps. So Who is Goldfish on their second, third attempt trying with the mirror is able to break the setup there from FMCL. And now it's like, where does FMCL decide to set up on defense? They want to set up on top of the castle. Do they want to play close? At least at the start here, looks like we're going to be playing from that high ground. Have that Deadeye. You can like speed boost Deadeye, clear out the door, then play a little bit close. But looks like going to play from that natural high ground.
So we know the Orisa comp on the attacking side has to cross here and walk up the castle. With like, you know, speed boost and like a pulse bomb. There's a lot of good stuff to work with here. Both teams on the Baptiste though, so operating around those immortality fields is going to be really critical. And Asraf here, I think Who's Goldfish try and get as much push as they can until, yeah, they hit that open corner from the low ground, and now they're heading upstairs. Great stick, immortality field, it's going to have to be used there. Renko able to keep himself alive, and there's more where that came from. Deadeye from Seeker, open some space, get rid of Goldfish's immortality field, but look how low Aerial is. Beautiful, great Terror Surge, devastating. Dust eventually gets taken down just after that ultimate goes off, and Seeker is under a lot of pressure here. The Tracer is hunting. He does not have a mag grenade available. Biz cleans up.
No, and that's going to be another fight for Who is Goldfish. So they're going to get around towards that bridge area and set themselves up for a potential point B take. So Biz kicks that off in a really nice way. Pulse Bomb, that gets the Immortality Field out. Seeker uses the Deadeye to try and stop that push that he knows is coming on in, but Dust and Co get in there and cause chaos.
Yeah, drastically more dominant showing from Who is Goldfish compared to the first map, right? There's no issue of composition now. They're playing the mirror, and the DPS are firing on all cylinders. Maimoon drops that pulse there, but reverses a little too slippery. That air matrix here will keep FMCL quiet. They'll play back behind their own, but won't extend onto the bridge. Dust is looking for some Archie. He wants to throw down. Sound barrier now here for Biz, but Biz not getting it, excuse me. That allows Maimoon to win the fight. Left's been removed, close to a beaten. Touches, any touches? No touches, very good. Okay, moving right along then to the last phase of the map.
Well, I mean, look at the three players, Renko, Seeker, and Maimoon, really weak, and they had to use that Immortality Field trying to heal everybody up.
They got zoned by
Didn't have
Dust.
enough there, so yeah, Who is Goldfish just kind of moving it around.
Okay, moving around. I'm seeing enough movement, Matt. I'm very pleased.
I mean, moving through the map, like this is like kind of crazy in the sense that like the 16 seed, right? We talked about. I think what Johnny said they're the only 16 seed to win a map, right?
Yes, that's right. You know, in the group stages, that is. Yeah. Here's your Deadeye. Great spear to interrupt there.
Oh,
Dust,
nice spear.
Yeah, sees the timing beautifully. Denying Seeker the ability to pick off Bitterisa. That's a little bit low. Immortality Field. Oh, Dust stays alive.
Sick Immortality Field.
Okay. Yeah, no one brings that down, but FMCL have pretty well sorted out the sound barrier overlap.
Hey, I mean, that was a sick Immortality Field. Props to Dust with like 0 HP, trusting the Fortify Immortality Field kind of combination. Yeah. But doesn't end up working out. This is typically, I think, like the hardest, part to get through, right?
100%.
Just trying to be able to kind of like push through here towards the end, getting around this corner. Especially, I feel like with Cassidy in the meta, right? Like this is his perfect effective range. Amp Matrix is on both sides. Probably just both teams. Yeah, Immortality Fields around the corner, so just kind of everybody standing around.
Orisa cooldowns get cycled, so they're both without them for now, I think. Just a little bit low can hear Azurif and Seeker vying for supremacy here. A mag grenade found reverse. He's completely unperturbed by it though. There's no follow-up. Very low is Dust. Very low sound barrier. Great timing. Seeker might have overextended for this, and he has. Azurif punishes him from that little high ground platform, and here comes the follow-up hit. Big damage off the Deadeye. Azurif clearing that Immortality Field, and FMCL are running for the hills. Widow, what?
Man, there's one fight away. You're going to end up having like a Pulse Bomb here, plus Terror Surge. So it may not be this fight. You may have a better opportunity the next one, but Azurif takes out Seeker. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, they're getting gapped. A minute to work with here. Biz gets left. There's nowhere really to go when you're that far back on the map, and Dust wants to try and finish it with a flourish. A coup de grace, if you will, as the Terror Surge will end the round. Who is Goldfish finished with a minute to go?
Just play the mirror, right? You play that Orisa, they look pretty good there, whether it be Cassidy or Sojourn. That time it was the Cassidy throughout the entire time. They did really nice once they switched to that. It took a little bit to get going, right? They had to kind of like build up some ultimates at the start, but then they actually started to make some moves once they got on even footing. So we'll see what they decide to do on defense. I imagine Orisa, Cassidy here, probably the setup.
I fail to see any real reason to mix it up. Maybe like there's a case to be made for Sojourn here, but once those Aristas get within striking distance of one another, Cassidy very effective at just removing that armor in a couple of shots. All of a sudden, you're forced to use those defensive cooldowns, give ground, and then the other Orisa can really take advantage of that by using theirs later and making use of the space opened up by the fallback.
And I think if FMCL was, taking this team a little bit lightly, like they need to kind of put that to bed right now, right? Because a scary scenario, right? They finished with 1 minute and 3 on the clock. It's not like they finished in OT and you were holding them forever, right? I mean, it's pretty decent amount of time here. Now on Icon Vault, so see how things kick off. It'll be a mirror matchup. Actually, no, it'll be the Sojourn
right?
here in Kariko for FMCL. So interesting little wrinkle.
Yeah, maybe the Soj like less effective under the immortality field just because she like slide away a little bit. Just the mobility here for Renko. Bit of verticality when we get to the second phase of the map might be critical. Wow, Biz overextends into that. But Zeke got accosted. I like the timing there for Dust to take that fight sort of so close to the bridge. There was nowhere for Zeke to go, but we might have seen an overextension in the aftermath of that little play.
Yes. Now you see Ariel and Co just chasing around players, just trying to find one as things kicked off really fast at the start as they were able to deal with Seeker, but you can't commit that hard on a target, right? I know it's great to get the Sojourn out of the way, but not at the sake of losing everybody else. So that'll be FMCL taking the point.
Like you can, but then everyone has to commit, I think, with Dust there, right? As opposed to them looking a little bit isolated from their support line as that fight kind of broke down. So FMCL, a lot of time to work with here, really in a pretty good position. Who is Goldfish though? Spawned back such that they can, take a fight outside the castle to begin with here. At least until the gate comes up.
You got to play close, right?
That is not really where you want to be though. All right, well now you need to run.
I mean, I like the idea. You have to play close, right?
Committing after the Cassidy loss, though, I think is potentially a bit questionable. Maybe you feel like you have nowhere to run.
Well, I mean, what are the other options, I guess?
Try and get back into the castle with a speed boost and take the high ground. And give up a little bit of this cart push until it gets to the corner, I think. It's at least an option.
I mean, you're going to get basically this... I think you're going to get basically the same fight.
Right, but you don't feed ult charge, right, is kind of the issue. I don't know how much you get for yourself there, Who is Goldfish. I think they got a kill, right, but... I think it's a pretty marginal point. Just a little bit interesting to see them sort of go that way. Okay, yeah, Matrix. Dust, can they make use of this? Goldfish gets taken down by Seeker, though. All right, later Terror Surge here. I think Ariel's starting to get pretty comfortable here with this mirror. Cart, though, does get to this under-bridge zone. But Who is Goldfish will be cut down again, and then FMCL could sort of decide where they take the next fight. High ground will be re-established here.
Yes, now it's starting to get a little bit dicey here for Who is Goldfish as FMCL just kind of speed running through the map here as you'll have sound barrier, but it's going to be the overclock from Seeker potentially up on that high ground. So are they gonna try and wrap with a few players? Is that the kind of plan here?
This ends.
Maybe just like have good poke positioning, but you can hide behind the cart. Yeah, they do wrap. Can't tell if they were forced to by Mimone or not. Good Suzu on Seeker. Oh, this is where he thrives. It's a veritable shooting range. Yep. This one is getting a little bit out of hand now. With, again, 3.5 minutes still to play. Who is Goldfish just had to finish the fight, and the Kutsuna Rush basically guarantees the cap here. Oh,
yeah, Seeker hits a shot there on the Lucio. Oh, finishes it all off with the primary fire. Nice play there.
Arisa needs to die.
You still have this Arisa in the mix, though. Yeah, it's tough getting Dust out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, they came off the spawn, I guess, just in time, but their health pool still disappeared awfully quickly. So 4.5 minutes now. Again, this part of the map, doesn't matter who you are, how good you are, it's still hard to play into. So bear that in mind.
Do you think they're just committing a little bit hard on the Secret, like to rotate all the way around there and just try and make a play for him? Like it just kind of like leaves advantages on the other side of the map. And I think the players in FMCL are so experienced, they're going to see that, I feel like, for a mile away.
Yeah, they don't. It's also possible that Who's Goldfish aren't giving themselves good fallback options and like the capacity to disengage if maybe things don't quite go right. This is kind of it's very punishing, right? Especially against this comp, they can chase you down if you get overextended and maybe you don't start the fight in exactly the right way. Little mistakes can be punished and you can be blown out for it.
They got to keep Dust up.
Oh, that almost got reversed. I think it in fact did. Unclear. They were very, very low, but able to get away. Sound barrier though here. And this is a snowball. It's a classic snowball here for FMCL. Seeker able to avoid the pulse. Again, is happy to play in these close corridors. Isn't really stressed by this kind of pressure. Eventually goes down, but Mimone, they can step up in his stead. And this should be a finish with, yeah, a lot of time left to play. Kitsune Rush again built by Renko. That's 2 in 2 fights just quietly. Little gross, but that's fine. Now Ariel can push up into spawn. Make sure the Tracer can't be stepping out here and contesting. 320. Pulse there from Mimone is good. Goldfish is down. Juggling Azruf here. 3:16 to play.
Man.
Quite a gap.
I was like, oh, yeah, the 1 minute's a pretty good time, and then all of a sudden, 3 minutes, just dropped on your forehead. That is tough.
Yeah.
It felt like they were like so all in on trying to make a play for Seeker, and and even when they got him down, right, he was able to take up a player or two each time. It was just a pretty rough thing to do.
I think maybe like that idea against the Sojourn with a Baptiste in play is actually fair, because if you can force the Sojourn out of the Immortality field, then like you can do a lot. But when you have the Kiriko, like even if you like force the Sojourn away, like section her off the rest of the team, Kiriko swoops, like, you know, dashes into her and then can throw Suzu wherever and give you that kind of window to play off of. Plus provide you the direct healing. Whereas for Bap, it's like a little bit uncomfortable to try and heal a player that gets displaced or like has to dash away from you. Especially like the Immortality field becomes tricky. You've got to like predict where they're going to want to play. So maybe like an adjustment there, like with the aggressive who is Goldfish, like the full commit onto a player against Kiriko with all her cooldowns up is really risky. That's the whole point. You play her to give you that sort of insurance policy, the contingency if your Sojourn does get isolated and dove on.
So for who is Goldfish, I think, for who is Goldfish, I think the goal here is like, look, they have 3:16 on the other side. You at minimum have to take this first checkpoint, and then I think make it to that first corner. I think if you make it that first corner, like
it's on the table, sure,
you can realistically go into the second half and be like, we have a chance, right? That's I think like the fair minimum where that has to go. 'Cause it feels like FMCL was just speed running throughout their offense, and that's not the right way to start it, as Biz takes a shot from Seek.
Yeah, it's safer to play the Sojourn, right? You don't have to get into that mid-range. Also, like playing through the choke means you're subject to this kind of stuff. The disruptor shot being thrown there to slow you down. Time is of the essence here for the attackers, so that's just going to be annoying to deal with in general. You have much more escape than the Cassie. Yeah, you're less lethal at mid-range, but you don't need that. You need to buy time here.
Yes, who's Goldfish working around the outside here? It's gonna be difficult though, as Seeker's. Yeah, no. Seeker's building up a railgun there, just sitting up on the high ground. Is they gonna drop an Amp Matrix here? But you can just kind of like circumvent this, right? They don't even have to like really kind of fight in open space to play on the point. That's a huge kill though.
Yeah, Ariel gets forced out into that. It's a great Air Matrix, really. No way around it. Finding Renko off of it is pretty gargantuan. Seeker, though, trying to save things here. I respect it. But again, who is Goldfish are going to get themselves a checkpoint? And like Matt said, they need that first corner. But with how good FMCL have been on their attack, I want a little bit more than that.
I mean, you would, right? I think I was being more of like a realist here, where FMCL, you're going to come back with, you know, at least sound barrier here, overclock. You think that's enough to do it? I'm curious whether they kind of like play really aggressive, or they kind of like allow them to come around this first corner a little bit.
We got your answer. The Orisa's dropped down already, so they will take a fight sort of close to this choke.
They let Biz go by and they just ping the Tracer.
Okay, well that's an Immortality field drawn out already. Now you probably play much more aggressively. Got to be a sound barrier here. Lep's going to hold on to... Oh, okay, well, yep, going to be forced to hold on to it. Apparently, Azruf, that's massive. All of a sudden, FMCL have to back up. There's something here. I can smell it. Dead for Azruf. Just going to be cycling that ammo. Ariel doesn't get out of here alive. There's just no way they're able to. No Lucio. God, that is brutal stuff. And here we go. Who is Goldfish getting much more than we bargained for?
No, this is massive, right? I mean, you don't have like the Deadeye or anything, right? But you're going to have this Amp Matrix sound barrier available for FMCL to just get in position. But yeah, this is like kind of better than what I expected, slash kind of I think you would want to see for who is Goldfish. Is now they put themselves in a very good spot to potentially get a hold.
All right, Leb. Try not to die here. Air Matrix from the high ground, that's powerful, especially for the long-range healing of dust. Sound barrier used preemptively now, that makes perfect sense. And they pushed ahead of that Air Matrix. Good call. We saw a Seeker went there with Leb to make sure. Now you got a decent vantage point to work with. This is Sojourn. And this should be it. Who is Goldfish? Unlikely to advance any further, but still, that's pretty good. 3 minutes 16.
I mean, what? They had a minute
like
and
a minute.
3 seconds, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's basically a minute. So that's a really strong push there from Who is Goldfish. So I think for them, you come out again, right? Orisa composition, probably with the. Do you play Cassidy on? They played Cassidy on offense here. Do you play it on the defense? Feels like maybe the Sojourn is just like a pick from Seeker. I mean, he's been going back and forth, right? So maybe it's just Azareth is a little bit more confident on the Cassidy. Maybe we see him just stick with that on D.
I mean, a huge part of it is based off field, but Sojourn is safer.
Yeah.
Again, if you're like more invested in buying time and not staggering, then you might consider the Sojourn, especially if you can play from the upper level of that hunting lodge. And also, you could probably do more with an Air Matrix there as well. Disruptor shot is also relevant, I think.
I think it's the sight line as well for the second part of the map, right? There's no real reason to swap, right? You can still just play that Sojourn up on the high ground.
Yeah, something worth bearing in mind here. I think both teams have just decided to become less interested in taking risks here. So we're seeing the safer hit scan pick from both of them. Who is Goldfish now? Need to hold FMCL off for 3 and 14. Very doable, but it's going to require some pretty monumental fight wins along the way, and probably a win or two in unfavored conditions.
I mean, what? You burn a minute off the clock here, right? Get it to 2. You win 1 fight. That's not a good way.
You're
to
not
start.
burning a minute here.
You win one. You win 1 fight. No, not now. But you win 1 fight. Right here at the castle, right? And then you're kind of nearing OT, last fight territory. Now, will you burn the minute here? Unlikely. As Seeker just rounds the corner, takes somebody's head off, and then just kind of, all right, well, let's just all get in the point.
You actually did. So, all up, that fight did take about 1 minute from spawn to capture for FMCL. So it's likely that FMCL, unless they win every fight here, they're going to be in overtime for a lot of this push, especially because the gate has to open. That's pretty tedious. Just sort of, if you're an attacker waiting for that to happen, it can be a bit frustrating. And again, you are playing at a disadvantage positionally as well. So, there's a good chance that Who is Goldfish can sort of win a fight here when they have to. But headshots on a Tracer with a railgun don't come by every day. And when they do, you're basically guaranteed the dub.
That's just Seeker, back-to-back fights, just opening it up with a railgun shot on a damage dealer, right? So now everybody just runs onto the payload, gets a full reset. The bad part for Who is Goldfish is there's been no ultimate had to use for FMCL throughout all of this. They have just kind of run it down.
They can't even cope with their ultimate cycle, being oh well, we got these coming up soon, guys, so we'll have an advantage at some point.
Yeah. It's not even we forced out this. No, you're just kind of getting picked by the Sojourn, really.
Yeah, Biz has to contest this. The fight will happen on the high ground in the meantime. Displacement here is going to be really important. Positional advantage gained from dropping down in the right spots, but Mimone wins the Tracer duel. And I don't think we've seen a kill from Who is Goldfish so far on this defensive side. There's the first one. It's Renko. Decent one if you're going to get it. But you are not going to win this fight either. Ariel finds the dartboard. And dust is down. Lo and behold, we have a minute left. FMCL encroaching on the end of the map with a Kitsune Rush to play with.
Yeah, I mean, Who is Goldfish does have beat, though. Beat plus the Orisa ultimate. It'll be the Kitsune Rush here from Renko. Oh, the stun. It's still going to be able to get out.
Seeker's got a good position. Sound barrier there from reverse. Now is mostly dissipated. Terror Surge didn't find value, and here it is. Kitsune Rush now. This is elementary stuff here from FMCL. Almost a little bit too easy. It's almost as if they didn't have to drag us through 25 minutes of Icavolt to get this result, but here we are. FMCL close out the map with a blistering assault on the attacking side, far outstripping the progress, that their opponents were able to make.
Yeah, it's quite odd how FMCL feels like it just like turn it on at a moment's notice, right? And like, here we go. All right, we're just gonna kind of run down the map. But man, Seeker able to find picks time and time again in OT, right? On the Sojourn, able to find those railgun shots on the damage dealers on who is Goldfish. And look, I mean, they got it like what all the way basically to the bridge without using a single ultimate. I mean, 3 minutes already was in their time bank, so not much you could do.
Look, just seeing the raw pace and just the brutality of FMCL on that last attack, this map could have been an email. Literally. Could have been an email, boys. Finally coming alive there at the end, and Who is Goldfish really unable to slow them down whatsoever. Some good moments, like from Who is Goldfish, right? Here and there. Like they have to fight for control, but generally it feels like, again, they're not really being respected. Then when they get to this last phase of the map here, like Asroof is deadly accurate. Some fantastic play. Some fantastic play from Dust as well.
Hey.
What does Hugo think? Let's get him in here. I want to hear his take on how does this affect Biz's legacy?
I didn't even know he was awake, and he just turned and erupted. What is going on?
Swiped out 6 years, folks. Is this the 7th? I've lost count anymore. Yeah, I've lost count. It doesn't matter. At least he doesn't bark every time I walk past, your door and go to the elevator. That used to be a whole experience.
Oh man, yeah, I know.
Like,
he's chilled out from those days.
I mean, I could troll Matt so hard by just going to the elevator right now. Here it is, though. The KD, I think. At the end,
he can smell just like really just mean people from miles away, and for I'd be like, oh, Mitch's going to the gym. Mitch's going for groceries.
Yeah, wow, how I miss those days. 188 eliminations to 100. I would suggest a huge part of that deficit.
That's crazy.
Probably emerged in that last round where we did not see Who is Goldfish get a kill until like the card is under the bridge in that second phase, right? And I think it was like an inconsequential one that Dust is able to get in like a very one-sided fight here. So Who is Goldfish? They paved the way here for like a really strong map showing, and then they just lose their grip on things. And FMCL reminding us of just how experienced this team is, especially under pressure. They've been there before. A lot of their players have been on teams that, I'll just be honest with you, have been on the rougher end of matchups in the Overwatch League in the past. So they've definitely had their fair share of lickings there. To come out here, show us exactly what kind of grit they've got, we're reminded of that experience.
I mean, yeah, it's great they can bounce back with like the experience, right, and take it to them. But like you'd expect them to, okay, like maybe we're not in the top 4 at the moment, but we feel like we're like the first team on the outside looking in, or however you want to rank them.
They should be knocking on that door. They should be.
Like you should blow the doors off of like the teams outside of that, right? That's kind of like what I would expect. In that scenario where, against a team like Who is Goldfish, obviously, putting together a pretty good performance today, but still, you have players that were in the league in the past. You'd expect them to kind of come in here, take care of business quick.
That's true. And eventually get it done, but not in the most convincing fashion still. Colosseum was on the docket next. We're going to go to a quick break while these teams collect themselves, and we'll be back here for Who is Goldfish. It might be their final outing here in Stage 2. They're going to hope to give us their very best after this.
Inside of Petra, me and the Wayfinders just found the coolest artifact I think I've ever... Again? Come on! Whoa, whoa, whoa! If you want to mess with these artifacts, you gotta go through me. Hey, I'm on to you! I gotta tell you, I wanna scream it out. Hey, I'm gonna show you, here's what it's all about. Up top, you big doofus. Rock and roll! Just
crunch time for Who is Goldfish. We know who they are. We know how they are. We don't know how far they can go just yet. It had to be a reverse sweep for them here, but we almost saw one in the previous match. It's all on the table coming into our third map of the series. Colosseo will be the pick here. And we finally saw FMCL come alive in extra innings there on Arkenvolta. They looked absolutely dominant, Matt. Let's see if they can carry it over.
I think this is a bad map for Who is Goldfish coming up. Because Seeker has been so good on the Sojourn at range, where I think Azrif has done a really nice job on the Cassidy at times. But I think Seeker with that Sojourn one-shot combo at range has just been so good, where feels like this is a prime map for him to just kind of like take control.
It is absolutely a Sojourn map by comparison. Cassidy feels very limited, especially with these more expansive sightlines.
Also a Lifeweaver map.
You know what?
Who's Goldfish wants to play it?
I would suggest you send it immediately. Send it. I'm willing to see this played out.
Cuss has been trying to sell me on Lifeweaver.
Okay, I'm listening. I want to know about it, Scotty.
You listened more than I did.
Yeah, well, you know, he knows some things. Here we go, though. We're going to have our mirrored compositions. It will be Baptiste for both sides here. We kind of talked about how maybe sometimes it's hard to protect the Sojourn adequately when she's moving so quickly, and Baptiste can't always guarantee the connection of that immortality field. But with so much high ground here, can definitely make use of it. Those amp matrices have been devastating in the hands of both teams, I feel.
This is just going to be kind of poking and poking. Nobody wants to give up, damage to the Sojourn, right? Let a rail shot build up as you see the Tracer Lucio Baptiste for both teams kind of like on the outside trying to work.
They almost got Goldfish there. I mean, it was just a spear, I think, and the rail wasn't fully charged from Seeker, or it was some other damage that didn't quite clean out the bat. But that's kind of the protocol here. Get a good spear that sets up your Sojourn and hope that they have 100 charge at the time. Sometimes, though, you can just rush down if someone gets caught out of position here. These side rooms are always so critical, and Maimon just wins the Tracer battle. Well, that's pretty sweet.
He get like a 3-on-3 on this outside spot by the glass, and then you just get like the Arisas and the Sojourns there, in the alley.
Oh, it's stunning.
Nice stick is.
That is picture perfect
That is
stuff.
some sick stuff.
And it felt like almost Flowchart.
Chase down the Lucio.
It felt like Flowchart Overwatch too. Maimon's able to win out the Tracer duel, then just gets aggressive on the back line, gets a stick on someone. Oh, this guy.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
The Welsh Dragon takes flight, baby.
Ariel came around the corner as Biz recalled and tried to predict. Oh, nice shot there from Ezra. Tried to predict the Tracer in midair with a spear and missed by like an inch. Oh. I mean, that would have been crazy.
That's the level we're playing at here, folks. And a big pick there from Azarov. Renko a little exposed. I think he went upstairs to that high ground position to try and set up. So again, FMCL reminded that Who is Goldfish are to be respected. Now we'll be back to a bit more of a neutral engagement here, but many a flank angle on their opponents. And well, sometimes the Amp Matrix comes up at just the right time. Goldfish never knew what hit him. This is very clean stuff again, like just straight up ace here. Who is Goldfish struggle.
And they win these fights for FMCL with like, limited to no investment, right? Amp Matrix done, fight win, right? Now you come back, like you have this high ground control, right? You deny this position from Who is Goldfish, make them cross this and walk right into this overclock, and that's going to be a sound barrier there to just try and close that gap.
I like the idea for Who is Goldfish, but they walk straight into a trap. Sound barrier for left means that aggressive thrust from Who is Goldfish doesn't actually find them any kills, and then we see a Terror Surge.
You know how hard that is? Like, I mean, we just watch it from Seeker's POV and it looks so easy, but the amount of things he should be getting hit by and his teammates are keeping him up and just kind of rounding players together, and then also like nailing those shots. I mean, that is just crazy. The fact that they just make that look so easy.
The fact that they hold their ground, I mean, that's a lot of pressure you're feeling. It's like a full dive from that Arisa team with a speed boost behind him. Again, Renko caught, but it was a trade in the end. No Tracer available. Azarov a little isolated, but area was too low. No Renko to keep him topped up. Still a checkpoint gained amidst that cacophony of fight. So I think FMCL are more than happy to back away and just reset it. They are very far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's no pressure for FMCL, right? Now they see that the Sigma is out. They're going to switch to the Ramatra, right? Gain the advantage in terms of the tank play. And now you probably see them just kind of like wait for this Sigma shield, wait for them to just kind of be a little bit more static, and then just kind of push past it with that Ramatra and the speed boost.
Like a little bit of a switch up here at tank. Again, who is Goldfish? Trying to get like a strong tank pick, but there's just so many opportunities for FMCL to switch this. And this obviously requires you to go back to a reset, which just resets our little cycle of teams jockeying for an advantage in the front line. I like the idea, but there's a shield there still to chew through, and an air matrix in play that Azra absolutely capitalizes on.
So now what I think that Who is Goldfish needs to do, right, is like have like a player or two maybe push this bot and just get this high ground set up, just like how FMCL did the last time, right? Azroth getting close to the overclock, very similar to this position that we saw Seeker in do some serious work.
Yeah, the comp is just highly susceptible to getting rushed on. So, like, they have to be pretty ready to give up this ground. Unlike FMCL, who, if you remember, they stood their ground and they used the Terror Surge to sort of trap everyone in. Dust is close to a Gravitic Flux, though. He's trying to build it probably right about now. And has that available here. FMCL giving a lot of room here, but no checkpoint. The card's been contested right now, despite there being a fight happening on this high ground. So got to give credit to Mimone here for making it hard to advance. Here's the Flux. Just a Ramatra. Dust very low. Goes into the Immortality field. Goes back to safety. Yeah, very unconvincing Sigma ultimate there. But FMCL are playing so dispersed anyway. It's very hard to get value. Overclock here for Seeker.
And they still have such a lead, right? I mean, you know, 20 meters is a decent amount of time. Now you've lost Biz, right? So now you're starting from square one, right? If you're Who is Goldfish, that bot is going to go back the other way. It would have been nice for Who is Goldfish if you at least got like checkpoint there, right? Getting the checkpoint would have been nice. Now they will match the Ramatra. So a rarity here today. We'll get a Ramatra mirror matchup.
That Sigma cop a little cheeks though when you see Ariel able to close the gap like that. Don't really want to lean on that. You don't want to get caught in those. Oh, hello! Nicely done by Reverse. Good little burst damage though. That definitely came from a railgun from Azroth. Now where do you go? Seeker's charged up here. Big hit on Biz. Often those have been capitalized on by Lemp as well. Someone else just like doubling down onto the Tracer, helping Seeker complete those kills. So we're back to neutrality here. Speaking of which, net neutrality just won today. Big fan of that call. 20-meter lead here for FMCL. Goldfish in a position here to throw this air matrix. Mimone's a problem though! The Immortality field was there, but he gets taken down. Mimone's able to finish the kill after the damage from the Pulse Bomb. Remember, you emerge pretty low health from that field. And now Azroth has nowhere to go. Slides back to territory that Mimone already occupied. And the Tracer doesn't even need to push it. They just stagger that kill.
And it always feels like Who is Goldfish, right? Azroth will get a pick, right? It feels like, okay, this is the opportunity for them to kind of like push it open, break it open, maybe like get close to tying it up. And then FMCL just responds in a huge way. And then now, look at this. They're going to extend their lead even more, just slightly, at least for the moment. And now we'll see a May in the mix. So Ant Matrix here for Goldfish. It's going to just push them around the corner. Dust and Biz are probably dead.
Yeah, Business gets hit with a left hook there as I think they try and get ahead of Dust here. Make it hard to capitalize to follow up. Ariel has the Annihilation though. This is about to get ugly. Big damage from Azroth though, forces Ariel to put his dukes up defensively. Dust is able to get in and remove the Ramatra. They are awful low, but Azroth makes it hard to follow up and run over them. Nice little cleanup there for Who is Goldfish. Spend a bit for it. Mimone though, always good for one at least.
Mimone, it feels like he's playing his own game. It feels like every time we are on with him, he's just in the back line, just assassinating a player for Who is Goldfish. Whenever he feels like it. But Annihilation on both sides. Here in the middle of the map though, man, this one could last a bit, right? And I think that the longer this goes, like FMCL does not have to push here. Like they can just sit. Like they have so much time to work with.
Yeah, I mean, in this like neutral fight, sometimes the Sojourn just pops ult and just tries to like find a kill or at least like take the space off of it for their Ramatra to chase someone into like a small room, punish them here. But there's no spear to like set up those free kills without ultimates. Great wall. A lot of pressure on Ariel here. Annihilation's up for both Ramatras. Might not be time for that yet. Well, I tell a lie. Dust's going to go for it here, and we just have a disengage by FMCL. They don't want to fight this. And the ult gets turned off instantly because Dust has no one to slurp. Here's the Vortex. Over the top comes Seeker now. That overclock is in play in reverse, just floating in the air. Was an easy target. Nicely done by Azruf, at least able to answer Seeker, but the damage had already been done, Matt.
Yeah, and it's a fight kind of a loss here for Who is Goldfish, and it was about 30 seconds or so burnt off the clock from FMCL. So, two good things for FMCL. They also don't even have to push the bot like much further, right? Like they can either step away and fight from an advantageous position. They can kind of like go for a map completion. It's really kind of like up to them. It looks like they have Aerial down there, and then they're just going to try and escape here through the mid-map, and they're not going to be able to do so. That's amazing.
May is actually goated here. Like, it's so good for catching the enemy Ramatra out. That's like the biggest advantage that Who is Goldfish could actually lean on now in these like non-symmetrical compositions. But there's an annihilation here for Aerial and a sound barrier.
Sound barrier annihilation, yeah.
Look, definitely not out of the question here for Who is Goldfish. It's not too big a deficit. The problem is they don't have that first checkpoint yet, so they're going to have to win a couple of consecutive fights with plenty of push in between them. Mamon's always contesting. There's the Blizzard. I think Aerial is able to jump out of that for the most part. Yes, okay, they get away. Breaking line of sight there with the Gelato Verd, and everybody has their life essence drained. Who is Goldfish are going to fall? And FMCL finally reminding us exactly why they are favored to go pretty far through this lower bracket. Dispatching a very fun team in FMCL, fun as they are. Fortunately, the fun ends here for Who is Goldfish.
Yeah, and look, FMCL, they take care of business. I don't think there's anything, earth-shattering to talk about with like their performance today. I thought everybody played, quite up to par as you would expect with this team. And I think for Who is Goldfish, like, look, they talked, Goldfish talked about it. Came together late, right? Put together at the end. Only 5 players on this roster. They come in, as a 16 seed, and they play quite well. I think there's nothing to be ashamed about. If you're Who is Goldfish, you made it to the main event. I mean, that's a huge accomplishment.
And for FMCL, they are now knocking on the door again of the top echelons here, advancing further in this lower bracket. The games don't get any easier from here on out for them. But we have a chance to look back over the way this series has gone and maybe give some props where they're due, not only to FMCL, but their opponents, Who is Goldfish. And for all that, we're going to head over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Matt and Mitch. Yeah, I think there's a lot of credits which are due to Who is Goldfish, even in this series. Like, don't let the score fool you. It was a 3-0, but there were plenty of moments, especially early on in this series, where I really feel like Who is Goldfish showed up. There were quite a few fights they shouldn't have won or on paper, but they did. It was well played. They exceeded their own expectations, and I think everyone watching as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think Azruf as well as a player I really liked watching on the hit scan for Who is Goldfish, delivering consistent picks and going up against somebody like Seeker. I think it'd be very easy to just get gapped and to feel like, okay, this hit scan is just like constantly going the other way. That was a bright spot for Who is Goldfish, though. They were keeping it interesting. I do think, though, in terms of FMCL players, Maimon looked great on this Tracer. They pulled out the Genji here and there, also was super solid, but really the Tracer throughout the series, just very, very consistent performances, tons of cleanups, tons of critical picks. For me, he really showed up here in this series in a way I don't think we've seen him on that level yet before. So I want to see more from Maimon continuing on in this tournament. I think he's going to be a crucial player. Yes, we know that Hitscan can deliver, but it really has to be the rest of the players on FMCL who are continuing to step it up in order to make it further in the tournament.
Yeah, and look, like Mitch said, it's not going to get any easier. You can't have Eichenwalders like this when you're going to play against your opponents that come up next to the main event, because you're going to play, I believe you're going to play the loser of M80 and Luminosity next, in the next round.
Yeah.
So
that's scary.
You can't commit mistakes like this. You can't be unsynchronized like you were on Eichenwalder right here. You have to play your A game at all times. And when they play their A game, I mean, you got 2 sick damage players on your team. You got a tank player in Ariel who's really flexible, right? And 2 really good support players. So this is a team that should be able to at least clean up their game a little bit going into the next 2 matches. And I think when we look at this roster, even though they've kind of a bit of a mixed roster put together before stage 2, I think we have pretty high expectations of these players because of what we know them to be, right? Seeker, we talk about Seeker always as the big talented hit scan player from NA, but never quite able to put it together with his teams, right? So you'd hope that this finally be it, but we're yet to see how they perform against some of the better teams.
Well, today was definitely it for Seeker, who's been putting up quite a show on Sojourn. I mean, Seeker is just such a talented player. You want to see someone like that succeed.
Fulfill the potential. Pop off. Become a star player for a team.
I think that's true for a lot of the players on FMCL.
Also,
we got him a bonus one. We got him a bonus one.
Oh my God.
He asked for it in the interview, so we thought, give him a little love. But I do feel it's kind of the story of all of FMCL that, even for Lep and Renko, strong players had good performances, but never really making it to the top level, right? Never really being at the top of the game. And so I think for this squad, there's the hope, there's the potential for more, but in the end, I think they have very scary opponents coming up, very consistent teams that, like Luminosity and MAD, right? Whoever loses that match is not going to be a pushover opponent. And I think FMCL, we're going to need to do better than they've done today in order to take a win off a stronger team like that.
Yeah, we talked to Seeker during the groups in one of the post-match interviews when we asked how the team came together, because it is 2 players from former LFO. We have 2 players coming in from EU, actually, from Left, Right, Good Night. And then, of course, the backline of M80 from Stage 1. So it's like, an interesting mix that comes together. Seeker also spoke to just how lucky they were to be able to pick up that M80 backline, because not only are you getting talented players, you're also getting some circuit points along with it. So if they can make it far into this tournament, they're putting themselves in a really good position here with the circuit points that are coming with these players, because as a reminder for everyone watching, it's not the teams which are awarded the circuit points, it's the actual players. So those kind of, games within games is going to be very interesting to follow throughout the OWCS. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we currently stand as we rounded out our first day in the NA region. This was the upper bracket. Yeah, a lot of 3-0s, some very dominant performances. Lower bracket, we saw a few closer matches, even though that some of the scores might not be,
Hey, that Citrus Nation match.
That one was a banger.
That was a banger.
That's
the best we've had today.
Watch that again.
Yeah, that's the match of the day for sure.
Yeah.
We just also love some good old dominant Overwatch. And FMCL did deliver that. We are now getting ready for a post-match interview. I believe we have no one, actually. I lied. I lied. I am a liar. It was wishful thinking. But, you can't always get what you want.
I thought we were going to have
Renko's
someone.
out there smiling.
Renko's
we
out
don't
there
need to interview him. He's out there smiling.
We
He
know
got the
what's
dub.
happening. That's
Taking
right.
it easy for tonight.
That's right. We do have some great plays, though, or at least one play that we want to highlight. So let's take a look at that instead, shall we?
Highlights?
It will make up.
No way.
Whoa! Seeker, I mean, if that doesn't make Renko smile, I don't know what will.
Seeker
we need a proper Widowmaker.
It just looks very clean on the
know,
Widowmaker.
right?
It looks like this doesn't look like my aim. It's weird. It looks a little
That's
different.
strange.
Honestly, if they buffed Widowmaker
He's cheating. There's no other way.
Check his PC.
Yeah.
Lethal as well. Huge performer on the Sojourn. He should have been player of the match. It was Rob.
Did you ever feel like that on the Houston Outlaws, Jake? Just like, no, they gave the player of the
play
match.
on Junkrat. No, I feel like I got POTM a lot for playing Junkrat. People were like, it was Junkrat. I love Junkrat.
That was the conversation backstage. Like, should we give it to Jake? Yeah, let's give it to Jake. Let's give it to Jake.
Does he deserve it? Probably not.
Back in the day,
But
we
people
actually
will love
used to
it.
give the player of the matches, but we don't anymore. So we can't give you that honor, Jake.
Can't.
Here is, just to run it back again, Lethal.
That's 2.
We hear you. So now you got two. That's a win. Oh,
Yeah.
Lethal stepping it up.
I'm impressed by Lethal.
The DPS line of Citrus Nation, they really pulled their weight and then some. And that is what you need right now in this meta. If your DPS can't keep up with the opposition, you are done. It doesn't matter how great your backline is or your tank. Now, there were, of course, teams which were eliminated today, which, a lot of great individuals in said teams. So we want to highlight some of them. In the NA region, who are the players that really, pew-pewed into your hearts? What a transition. Who's it for you?
You want me to start?
Yeah, go first, Jenny.
Go first.
Me?
Me?
Defer to you.
Look,
Your experience, your
I've
wisdom.
been really raving about hitscan players today.
Yeah.
So I gotta go with Chronic. Chronic just took over in the second half of Citrus Nation against Person in Pajamas. This is what you love to see. I can't believe that I converted. Well, I mean, there's a Risa gameplay, so we don't have much to show. But hitscan players have been so entertaining to watch, and I feel like we have a lot of new names. Competing with the very top, of course. If you've been following contenders and the such, you will, keep in mind a lot. You've seen some of these players before, right? But I feel like in this stage particularly, Chronic has really stood out to me and did an amazing job on the hit scan here. So I really enjoyed it. The reverse sweep was in the making. It didn't quite get there. The Citrus Nation turned them down. They prevented the reverse sweep. But ultimately, Chronic delivered us some really exciting Sojourn Cassidy gameplay. So thank you for that, Chronic. I look forward to seeing you again.
Also, since you just said that you really miss good Widowmaker play, Chronic in the groups actually had a bunch of performances on the Widow which were sick. So go back and watch them.
But alas,
it shall not be. Jake, who is your personal player of the day and why is it not Lethal?
Well, I'm not allowed to pick Lethal because Lethal's not eliminated. So, you know, that Lethal, you would also win this, all right? It's okay. You don't have to be mad. But no. So I went with Azraf, right, from Who is Goldfish. I thought in this match, one of the biggest gaps would be on the hit scan mirror, right? With Seeker being arguably the best performer in terms of consistency for FMCL. But you know, I think in this match, I felt like Azraf was really going toe-to-toe, right? It was the hit scan back and forth, picks traded both ways throughout the series. It was other players who had to make the difference for FMCL to get the win, which is not normally how it goes for them, right? We saw in the series at the M80, it was kind of all Seeker lighting up the kill feed, but to go toe-to-toe with somebody like Seeker is, I think, a great sign for Azraf and his future, his consistency as a player. He could go far. There's a lot of moments on his POV, I was like, oh, that's pretty clean. Like, all right, we gotta put some respect on these guys because they hit back.
I've done this job too long now. I can just visualize the chat. They're just like the tank and support players are lighting us up, Jake. They're just like, oh my god, I can't believe you would only pick the 2 Sojourn players to stand out for the sleeper picks. Where's the Baptiste love? Where's the Lucio love, Jake?
When I see some good beats, I'll give the Lucio some love.
Also,
give me some good beats.
We had Orisa in EMEA. You highlighted Orisa there.
True, Crocs, yeah. I highlighted a tank player. So if you care about the tank players, go check out EMEA. I did actually hype up an Orisa.
If you want to win the award, play better.
That's simple as that. And you know, the players have 3 more days, in fact, to do that and impress Jake here on the desk. Let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. This was day 1 and it is a wrap. But we're heading into day number 2 of our main event. These are our matchups. Which one gets you the most excited?
Well, I am excited for the very first one because maybe Funny Astro can make Jake excited about somebody.
Yeah, I mean, Funny Astro actually beats
if anyone can, it will be him.
That's true.
Okay.
But Ents and Twisted Mind.
Yeah, Masa.
It's exciting. Masa also solid Lucio player. Yeah.
All right.
All right, well, that's
I'm excited for that.
There's a lot of great Overwatch.
I want to see Luminosity versus M80 though. For me, that's a big match.
True.
Two teams.
If we're being serious.
Potentially very evenly matched. Ents versus Twisted Minds could be a knockdown drag out as well. I think a lot of animosity between these two teams, a lot of drama, a lot of some smack talk in the qualifiers. You know, Twisted Minds are not even trying.
All right, well then I'll round out the broadcast and say I really look forward to see Toronto Defiant played, the winner of stage 1, the best team in NA right now. So I just can't wait to watch the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, Toronto, they looked untouchable. I very much hope that the teams did their homework and
students of the game about to get schooled. Is that too far? It was right there for me, and it was too.
Yeah, as I said, lots of great Overwatch on the horizon for all of us. And that's, of course, not just in the OWCS.
Exactly. And a special announcement, the FACEIT League signups have officially closed, but for this first time FACEIT League, we've got 255 teams signed up to compete. First of its kind league in the Overwatch ecosystem. The first FACEIT League in any game since Counter-Strike to take this model. For me, I mean, and I'm one of those. I'm part of one of those 255 teams. So I'm really excited.
The league.
I get to play Toronto Defiant. It's going to be really close. We're going to do great.
Are you going to play Lucio and show us all how it's done?
No. I'm going to play. We got SK on Lucio.
Okay, solid.
She can carry me. I'm a hit scan player now. You know, I'm old. I got to keep it simple.
She played Funny Astra, so clearly SK is currently dominating.
Exactly. Easily rank 1. Easily rank. We got the rank 1 Lucio.
I'm a Gilbert's Nightmare fan.
We're all rank 1 in our heart. We need jerseys. That's a good point. Yeah, Team Gilbert's Nightmare. But shout out to FACEIT for running this league. I'm really excited to compete. Again, I think it's been fun for me, honestly, playing matches again. We're not like a super serious team. We don't practice, don't scrim, but we're just there to play matches and play for fun. And it's awesome to be.
We had a bunch of teams in OWCS which just, threw themselves together for it, and then they made it into the groups. They came so much further than they expected. Who is Goldfish finding themselves in the main event? exceeding their own expectations and everyone.
but so
anything is possible. We
Everything
go Toronto
is
Defiant.
possible.
FACEIT League is not only for people like Jake, it's also for people like
you.
me
For
who
people
are in
like
Diamond
Dominique.
2. If you're in Diamond 2 like me, you can also compete in FACEIT. You won't get to take part in FACEIT League Masters because you're not good enough, neither am I. But there are lower divisions for all of us.
Okay, yeah, we work on that.
That's actually true. You don't have to play the
But that is
OWCS
true.
Swiss groups and your platinum stack of friends.
I don't get to play Toronto?
Plays Toronto Defiant.
Why
That is
not?
a little bit unfortunate for you.
It's going to be fun. That's all I know. Because more Overwatch and more competitive Overwatch is good for everyone. We have more, of course, here in the main event. 4 days of action, 1 done, 3 more to go. And we will be back with more tomorrow, actually. So just some hours from now. Same place, same space and time and all of that. But if you can't get enough of Overwatch, don't go too far. Because we're going to be raiding CB-chan right after this. So stick around and say hi.
I'm getting Diamond 1.
See you tomorrow.
From Hardy, only 5% away as he receives the lamp just to be kept alive on the corner. Although now he's 70 HP and Annihilation comes out. A TP high noon from Sparker as he lands himself in the backline. Someone's going to have to clear him. Someone please look at Sparker. Someone's going to have to get him eventually. Exodial down. Another double tap there from Sparker 2. Ends Crook's life.
What are we going to...
I'm so happy you're back, Zoe.
Why, you didn't like it? Johnny!
I did great! Would like set up highlights and then he would analyze the highlights too, and I was just like, Jake, let me.
There's only 2 of us. We gotta talk a little bit more. There's only 2 of us.
Look, for $100 an hour, you can also hire Jake to scream at you and to tell you that you're playing the game wrong and telling you to play the macro and the Lucio beats are wrong and terrible. So
You need my help, Jack. Let's be honest.
what? Okay, bro. Okay, buddy. Have you seen my Alari? Have you seen my Alari on ladder right now?
Stop it with Ilari.
No, you got it.
75% win rate. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
The establishment is oppressing these hard-working Wrecking Ball players. I just want to get on and put in my 9 to 5 playing Wrecking Ball only and ranked, and the establishment, all the other players, they won't let me. They want me to play Orisa.
Is this like a virus? What's going on?
They've given so much ground that the Sigma can get onto the point without taking that much poke. That's the one.
Yeah, but the Kitsune Rush, you can just push past the shield.
And maybe the player here could poke. Oh, no, 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 no.
Oh,
no.
wait.
No.
Hold on. Like, I'll do everything to keep him up.
Central Station moving up now. Chronic was able to equalize, but again, Magic Maple goes down. A hindrance grenade is good. Divinity has to Suzu himself there, but it's not a lot of help given over by that ability. Citrus Nation are in there, but Chronic finds another king pick, and no one's looking at him quite yet. They're about to, because he's the last player standing. And Citrus Nation avert the reverse sweep. Yes, okay, they get away. Breaking line of sight there with the Gelato Verde, and everybody has their life essence drained. Who is Goldfish are going to fall? And FMCL finally reminding us exactly why they are favoured to go pretty far through this lower bracket.
Out.